Chapter 276 Resting Bird. Looking at the man walking over, George smiled. To be able to find him so quickly and smoothly tonight. These cutthroats provided a lot of help. Otherwise, they would still have to spend some time relying on the few words in the book. But these local snakes are very familiar with this place. As soon as George mentioned the thoughts in Siljak's mind, they guessed where she would go. When they came to the vicinity, Rusgard, who had an extremely sensitive sense of smell, smelled a scent that seemed to be Siljak's. "My friend, thank you for your help," George said to Pirik. "We left a small gift here. If you see people leaving here in a hurry later, don't panic. What they have is not the plague, but a curse. If someone asks you later what we are doing, you don't have to hide it. Just tell them." Pirik paused slightly, and couldn't help but feel a little scared. These two dark wizards are really not afraid of big troubles. In addition, if I don't come today, this matter will definitely get bigger. If this place is sorted out by the Holy See a few more times, no one will do any hacking business in the future. "My guest, I would like to ask who you want this gift to see. I have some old friends in Anqinyao. I just came here these days, and I always feel that I should say hello to them," George said slightly. "Please rest assured that your old friends will see this gift." Pirik said that he absolutely had to say, "I will arrange everything, including the finishing touches." After hearing what Firescar said, George understood what he meant. He didn't want to make matters worse. In fact, according to his idea, the bigger the matter, the better. When the news spreads throughout Biswi City, those who should know will know, and the effect is definitely better. Taking this opportunity, he can also ask Mr. Avery to take the lead in sorting out this old city. This name is so exciting that it makes his mouth water. Don't be too happy. However, George could only accept the kind help from these friends with gratitude. After all, people are really thoughtful about themselves. If it's too much trouble, there's no need. George pinched his nose. But in the end, he didn't say what he said next. "Thank you for your help today. I accept your favor. Feel free to come to me if you need anything in the future." After hearing these words, Pirik nodded with a strange expression. He looked at the man in front of him and realized that his true attitude was that of a terrorist. This thing is really interesting. The person who did something bad is afraid that the people in the whole city will not know who did it. And he, the spectator, will have to worry about it. And this guy's tone was really loud. This was the first time in this Biswi city that he heard someone say to him, "If you have any problem, just come to me. I believe we will have a lot of exchanges in the future." After George finished speaking, he took Aggie and left. "Today I finally understand the special killer organization called the Dire Brotherhood. Their rules are very interesting. As long as they agree to your work, even if they only accept a copper plate, they will travel thousands of miles to help you complete it." After coming into contact with this fraternity today, George felt that there should indeed be more communication in the future. And Tanya, who has nothing to do with the Black Death, should also cooperate with these people as a big employer. Earl Black Pearl can definitely feed them. There have always been only knights in the sanctuary, and there are really not many people who cut their throats. There is only Aji and the Dawn Blade now. So these people in Biswi City can take away as much as they can. In the future, there will be some like-minded people in the Brotherhood when it comes to fighting against the Black Tide. And some people in the shelter should also have some experience in this Brotherhood. This top killer organization will become a special school outside the shelter. And if those veterans can ignite a spark of hope in this organization, that would be a great thing. More communication? Looking at the departing figures, in Pirik's heart, he suddenly had the idea of hoping that these guys would leave as soon as possible. Firescar didn't lie. When George and others just started wandering around the block, important people had already arrived at this tavern. The lights in the tavern have been turned back on, and there are painful coughs and frightened and suppressed cries everywhere. The noises came from the rotten sitting around the tavern, because they were all terminally ill. But every time they saw the white-faced young nobleman helping in the fire pit, hope would rise in their hearts. Next to the noble young man, a small pot was cooking, and a man dressed as a scholar was inspecting the rotten skins. In the cleared space on the other side, there was a row of corpses. The third wizard was squatting there inspecting it. Every time he saw the tragic situation on the ground, Heyu couldn't help but want to retching. He had seen this disease, and he had also seen how those soldiers pulled out the late-stage patients and burned them to death. But I never thought that I would fall seriously ill within just a few minutes after entering this place. But the blood he coughed up and the spreading black sores on his body constantly reminded him that his life had come to an end. "You are very smart, Blackfish. You know to find me first, not Mr. Fernando. Otherwise, You would have been burned to death by now, the nobleman said slowly. His voice was gentle and comfortable. Lord Wolf. Heyu collapsed and cried out with a trembling sound. He crawled over, grabbed his trousers, and said with tears in his face, I am your most powerful crow. You have to leave a way for me to survive. At this point, he couldn't stop crying. No one dares to approach such terminally ill patients. Not even a bachelor. If he is accidentally infected with the Black Death, he has little confidence that he will survive. However, the aristocratic young man allowed Heyu to catch him without dodging, and even reached out to press the sores on his face. Don't be afraid. Heyu, didn't I bring my friends with you? Lord Wolf only came here in the past 2 years. At first, he just opened a few special small shops in the old city. Scholars liked to patronize them, and the nobles behind the scholars gradually fell in love with this knowledgeable, gentle and talkative man. Many people suspected that he must have come from a noble family with a long history, hence the title Lord. But the word wolf came from the dark world, thanks to those guys who don't have eyes and come looking for trouble. After the arrival of the Black Tide, he was involved in many plague outbreaks, but whether he helps those patients depends on his mood or, in other words, he doesn't look dirty. The most important help he provided during the plague was that his store could always provide the goods needed by scholars in a timely manner. Later, Fernando recognized his talent and asked him to manage the logistics of the court wizard. And this nobleman also made many achievements in knowledge. Many wizards put forward demands, and others were confused after hearing them. But he knew everything, and could always find the goods quickly. This provided great help to the research of the palace wizards. And wizards also liked to look for him very much, because this noble scholar not only knows a lot about potions, but is also very good at dealing with those dirty things. Even if the liver of a scavenger is put in his hands, he can finally put it on the dinner plate. Finally, at Fernando's suggestion, the noble scholar was truly canonized. His Majesty gave him the title of Baron and granted him the Silverleaf Manor. But compared to Baron Silverleaf, people in the old city still prefer to call him Lord. After all, Lord itself is an honorific title for male nobles who hold official positions, except for dukes. The potion seemed to be ready. The nobleman wanted to put it in, but Heyu grabbed his trousers tightly and refused to let him move. He gave the scholar who was idle after checking everyone's body a look, and the guy began to put the medicine on the wooden bowl and arranged for the rotten skins to take it. 1 bite per person. Heyu saw that his brothers had taken the medicine first. His face was very anxious, but he remained motionless, clutching the noble's trouser leg and crying. Does the Black Death always cause such a big deal every time it comes back? The scholar who had examined the corpse seemed to have finished his work, and the words in his mouth gave finality to everything that happened tonight. He specially showed it to us. The scholar who made the potion put down his spoon absently. It seems that what happened last time made this guy have a big opinion. Another scholar said. It seems that this guy comes back this time to cause trouble. After saying this, the 2 scholars looked at the noble young man. Venomous bee. Dead skin. Don't always look at me like that. Lord Wolf spread his hands helplessly and looked at the 2 scholars. I came to you to cause trouble. I didn't provoke him. You guys don't come to me. I'm tired of today's trouble. Wolverine. I am not worried at all about the return of the Black Death. Although the magic in that guy's hands is scary, if there is nothing around him, how can he still bring an army to come here with the Templar Knights? Isn't it stationed in Biscuit City? Sheepy said as he walked over from the corpse, came to the table, picked up the linen cloth and wiped his hands. Then he picked up the small pot with the linen cloth and returned to the body. The Black Death always has good products. Wolverine, aren't you interested? As Sheepy said. He poured the potion in the pot onto the corpse, 1 mouthful at a time. Hearing this, Lord Wolf closed his eyes, unable to hide the fear in his heart. Sheepy, I advise you not to pay attention to the Black Death. You have checked the corpses. Don't you think they are a little special? The nobleman was indeed a little scared. He had seen all 5 demon heads that had appeared in Biscuit City. There was a demon king among them, and he was extremely impressed. It single-handedly defeated an army of 10,000 people. The flames of that battle were so fierce that many people died just after seeing it. That situation is very similar to the current scene. Don't scare yourself. Wolverine, the Black Death likes to tame some demons. Deadskin said slowly. Wolverine, in this entire area, only this tavern has the aura of that demon. It's a demon. He appeared here without a sound, and lost his aura quietly. It must have been absorbed or possessed by someone else. No matter what the result is, it means that he has absolute control over this demon. Right. And if the power of this demon exceeds his, its breath will not be able to help but leak out. The nobleman pursed his lips and did not answer. This is indeed a doubtful point. And as a scavenger, no one can draw conclusions from the scene better than him. So what he found was more than dead skin, and the disaster ended abruptly. There are only two possibilities: the Black Death has extreme control over this demon, causing it to abruptly end its meal. The other one was that the demon saw something more terrifying than it, and was so frightened that it even lost control of its own power. Wolverine thinks that dead skin is actually right. But the key point is that there is a kind of demon that is exactly the same as human beings. Sometimes, this kind of devil can't even tell who he is. Its power will not leak out because it has been perfectly integrated with that person, which allows it to walk in the world. Of course, this is just a legend, or theory, and no one has confirmed it yet. Wolverine wasn't going to say anything more to him, and decided to stay out of it anyway. I've said it before. Dead skin. I just helped you two deal with some goods, and I'm not the one who hacked the goods. The nobleman known as the Wolverine stroked Hayu's hair and said, and I want to remain neutral on this matter. I have worked in this position for so many years, and it is very comfortable. I bask in the sun every day, be fawned over by the nobles, and chat with the priests. I don't want to ruin my reputation. What's the wanted order for? Let's look for Cholera. Didn't he come here a few days ago? Wolverine is actually a position among Parthen bird scavenger. Titles similar to this include crow, hyena, corpse frog, etc. They deal with things after the rest, and are responsible for cleaning, finishing and logistics. And in the process, they will also get a lot of benefits. To some extent, they also serve as a link between the resting birds and the outside world. But at this time, saying remain neutral is simply taking the stand of the Black Death. However, after the two guys listened, they just snorted coldly and said no more. As with the Black Death, no one knows how long this scavenger has been among the birds of rest. He rarely takes action. But the old people who have cooperated with him in missions are never willing to provoke him easily. With a pop, the one who drank the potion first suddenly fell to the ground on his back. Then his body began to melt. When the rotten skin saw such a scene, their eyes widened. Before they could react, their vision went dark, and they fell down one by one. The corpses on the ground also began to melt. At first, they turned into thick streams of blood, and then the blood began to turn blue, as if they had been decomposed, and turned into balls of foam. Watching this scene, Lord Wolf snapped his fingers, and then several mops and linen cloths in the corner began to wipe the floor. The area that had been wiped looked brand new and very clean. It seems like this thing can decompose all biomass. After seeing that the ground became clean, Lord Wolf seemed to be relieved. He turned his head and looked at the black fish lying at his feet. Shaking like a sieve, he opened his mouth strangely. Why don't you drink? Chapter 277. Then kidnap him. Lord Eyes. Hey, you cried, almost fainting. Let me live. Blackfish is no better than those idiots. At the very beginning, he really thought that Lord Wolf was planning to save him. But they speak too freely in front of themselves. I heard too much. Blackfish. This is much better than being burned to death. Lord Wolf patted his face and said comfortingly, in order to let you rest painlessly. Do you know how much hard work I have spent? Be good. Hurry up, just drink the medicine. It's still too late, and it might hurt a little. Blackfish suddenly jumped up and ran towards the window. His agile appearance was not consistent with his thick body at all. Disobedient child. Before the words were spoken, the blackfish began to be peeled off layer by layer like a banana. In the end, only a white skeleton and internal organs were left. The linen cloth and mop swept over the place where the blackfish had waited, and the tavern became as tidy as ever again. Looking at the completely clean tavern, the nobleman finally smiled. Two old friends. You now know the news, and I have collected the tale for you. A large number of people came to Biswi City today, bringing a large number of people with them. Goods. My shop is very busy. This guy who worked in the palace and had a wide network of contacts had indeed packed his tale. If so many people died in the old city today, no one would care. The position of scavenger also comes from this, which allows the bird of rest to deal with secular affairs without outsiders disturbing it. Having said this, the Wolverine Eve stood up. Don't forget to come and visit more. The guy left here after saying that. The two wizards looked at each other, and Venomous said leisurely, it seems that this guy is determined to stay out of the matter. Don't worry. That guy has a special status now, and has a lot of connections with the priests and the Duke. The Black Death will not go to him. Deathly smiled mockingly. This guy doesn't know what's going on in his heart. What were you thinking about? I really thought I could whitewash myself. But, dead skin. When the Black Death comes back this time, I always feel that the visitor is evil. It seems that it is not targeting you and me, but everyone. The poisonous bee narrowed his eyes slightly and said, our entanglement with the Black Death. It's just some trivial things. It's normal for everyone to make jokes with each other. It stands to reason that since this guy is so rich and always cautious, there is no need to stir up trouble like this. But this time, it was a little too unscrupulous. Who knows? Maybe he is crazy. Dieppe chuckled. Who knows what he wants to do? But I always feel that this time, he should be more than one person this time. After saying this, he paused slightly, and the two looked at each other. The poisonous bee said, CP, those guys who revenge the dead have been mixed with those lunatics. After you said that the Black Death guy will not receive benefits, do you want to be a lobbyist? Last time in his there are some things in the goods that are very similar to the things we got from those guys. This black tide has attracted all kinds of people here. There are too many people who want to get us to join the gang. And there are too many people who don't know whether to live or die. At this point, CP smiled sinisterly. If you want the Bird of Peace to surrender, you must first see if it is strong enough. After some discussion, the two people disappeared. The environment in the old city is complex and mixed. But the port has made this place the place with the most prosperous economy and the most stores. Gangsters like to establish strongholds here. And nobles also like to set up industries here. There are often rules for each street. Some places are lawless, while other places have order. Eve's store is located in such an orderly area, or in other words, there are special rules here. Because here, you will always meet some mysterious outsiders. If you don't understand these special rules, enter a certain store by mistake, or offend someone, then the result is often more penetrating than offending the person who cut his throat. But people who are in trouble, or who have messed with something dirty, also like to come here, because they can often find good solutions here, compared with asking for help from those superior priests. As long as you find the right person here, not only will your identity not be looked at, it will also be more direct and effective. As long as you have money. That's okay. The novelty and excitement caused many nobles and scholars to come and go here. Gradually, this place became the most special commercial district in Biswi City here. As long as you have money, someone can help you get anything. Several streets connect the place into a loop, with the auction house in the middle, forming a typical pedestrian street. Compared to other areas, there are more guards here, and it's also relatively clean, because the avenues and waterways lead directly to several wealthy areas in the new city. It is very convenient to travel here, and as long as you go into a few small alleys connected to the main street, you can buy alchemy products, materials, or novel gadgets. Some shops are even directly named wizard houses, and there are 7 or 8 with this name. When Anthony traveled here, he was greatly impressed by this, and he once felt like he was back in the school city. However, after he visited every store, he found that they were all hacking scammers. Indeed, although there are more items here than in the auction house, they are also cheaper. But there are a lot of scammers, and there are a lot of fakes. What really made magic products begin to appear in large numbers was this dark wave. He attracted almost all the wizards on the continent. But unfortunately, wizards often engage in scammers, and the guys they sell are even more difficult for people to identify. No wonder. The profits are so high. So even Ive stores have a lot of these deceptive gadgets. After all, many things are not suitable to be sold to nobles. There must always be something to attract their attention and satisfy their curiosity. Also pick out their wallets. In front of a store with a vulgar plaque, like the Wolverine's Mysterious Magic Den, mysterious magic was specially emphasized. Several guards were resting in front of the store's glass curtain. After seeing the boss come back, he smiled and said H, low, and left. Is took out the key and opened the door of the store, and returned to his den amidst the ringing of the bell. It is said to be a small nest, but the things inside are dazzling. Moreover, everything is labeled in great detail, and this identification ability puts even many scholars to shame. But when Ive stood behind the counter on the left, combing the feathers of the concentric birds and preparing to make a few communication pins, the first batch of customers who came through the door during this golden hour were somewhat special. Logically speaking, the middle-aged scholar could identify the fakes even if he was blind. But he once lingered next to the golden touch and the flying broomstick. 3,000 silver foxes can take me flying? Is it really so damn cheap? The middle-aged man said in surprise, while eating the peanuts in his hands while waiting for the guy to return to his nest. He stayed far away. I have been looking through those glass curtains for a long time. Now I can finally come in and take a look. Compared with other stores, there are a lot more interesting things here. No wonder Whiskar said that this store is one of the most popular among the nobles in this neighborhood. The young scholar coughed slightly. Oh, I'm sorry. After hearing his companion's reminder, the middle-aged scholar muttered quietly, knowing that he should get down to business. But when his eyes came to the golden hand, he could no longer move. It can only be used once, Boss Eve said while combing his feathers and lowering his head, as if he knew what the customer was interested in without even looking at it after all. He had sold 70 or 80 pieces of this thing. Generally my clients always choose the larger rocks. Aji, how much does 100 golden lions weigh? Cough. 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 Boss, my name is Frank. The thin man patted the pocket on his waist with a look of helplessness. 7 or 8 pounds. Maybe. There are some silver foxes in it. But there are also some gems. The conversion is almost the same. You don't really want to buy it. Bar? Your Excellency. Oh. Sorry. I know I should be quieter, but this thing really has the Midas touch to gold? What is the prerequisite? If I put it on the ground a little bit. George's eyes suddenly lit up. I was shocked at my own cleverness. Well, strictly speaking, the raw material is gold, I've said slowly. So, if you want to choose a stone, I don't recommend choosing one that is too big, because it contains half a gold lion. It's gold, so it can only be plated with 12 grams. George was slightly startled. Are you hacking kidding me? Black Death. Ives finally couldn't help but raised his head. He looked at the young scholar and said helplessly, What on earth are you doing? Singing an oboe? Playing a prank? This is prime time, and I am very busy. What do you want me to do for you? Ives didn't know why the Black Death would bring a bumpkin. But if he couldn't figure out who the Black Death was, he would be really blind. The young scholar coughed hard, and his face turned red. He looked at his boss and said, Sir, this is the Wolverine. Ahem. Riscard. I know. I was just doing an interview, George said to Riscard awkwardly. Roscard? Ives frowned. He looked at Black Death, and suddenly had a feeling this seemed to be this guy's real name. When Ives looked at the ordinary middle-aged man, with a very firm willpower in his eyes, and no smell of devil on his body, Ives' expression became even weirder. He had never seen the Black Death treat anyone with such deference. Sir, as a scavenger, he is not only very good at cleaning up those corrupted areas, the goods from our big farm trip can also be taken out through him. In addition, he is also the most powerful appraiser among the resting birds. If we go to auction, if you know how to choose goods, you must take him with you first. Hee hee. It will be very interesting for the resting birds to see us getting together. In Riscard's words, George looked at this person carefully for the first time. Scavenger, Hugh Eves Wolf. A family submerged in the dust of history. A bloodline cursed by the gods. Constitution, 5 Wisdom, 23. Comprehensive combat effectiveness, 8-. This is the 3rd lore master you have discovered. And these 3 wizards each have their own strengths. Hugh can obviously solve a problem that you have always had a headache: the contaminated area and the disposal of those corpses. You no longer have to think about wasting the spark of hope. And the citizens and scholars no longer have to worry when doing dangerous and dirty work, or experiments with high infection rates. Tip: when Shio joins, the shelter's ability to identify items will become more complete. No wonder Riscard said he was a bit difficult to deal with before. This guy not only knows a long list of black magic, but his ancestor seems to be Italian werewolf. Judging from the fact that Aji can defeat many wizards with half a hand. If this guy, after changing his body and taking some resistance-increasing potions beforehand, even without using magic, he quietly came over and pounced. Ordinary wizards would probably be like little chickens, who could be kneaded. After this guy transforms, his physique will probably reach 8 points. More ruthless than many werewolves. George believed that with his resistance and 15 points of constitution, after rushing over, he would be able to defeat him with a few punches. But with Riscard's strength in single combat, it might be a bit difficult to deal with him by yourself. Of course, if it is a group battle, Riscard only needs to release his men, or awaken a carefully modified demon in his jar. And I am afraid that even half a bird apiece will have to kneel to this real Black Death. The Black Tide makes such demon wizards and necromancers become frighteningly powerful. George thought that Riscard had finished what he said. After hearing the last words, "You have to take him with you first," George nodded and concluded, "Then just kidnap him." At this moment, listening to the calm tone of the man in front of him, the words pet and owner suddenly flashed in Ives' mind. Immediately afterwards, His figure disappeared in front of everyone. George scratched his face, walked behind the bar, and flipped through the bill. He felt that this guy was too naive. Since you have already come to your door, why don't you step on it first? And everyone who stepped into this door today, except himself, had a way to catch this guy back. However, now that we have stepped on the point, things are not so troublesome. The moment this person disappeared, he saw a virtual image walking out of the back door like a ghost through Siljek's sight. After a while, he returned to the house again and opened several secret doors. Start moving in and out. If the bartender of Stinky Fish were here, he would find that this situation is very similar to the scene that happened in the tavern. But what George saw in his eyes was far more than those rotten skins. In another dimension, this room has lines outlining space and time. These timelines have been connected with Siljek's dream. At this time, in the eyes of the seven-colored demon spider, they are like a spider web. The tattoos on George's body kept flicking the cobwebs in laughter, making the little bug that had got into her trap nowhere to go. In the eyes of that little bug, the entire shop had disappeared in his eyes, replaced by a huge maze. In fact, Yves gave up completely the moment he saw the maze suddenly appear. However, the laughter kept chasing him, putting the most feared things in his heart into this maze, and kept chasing him. He kept running around, not knowing where he was, and not seeing anyone around him. In that panic, the brass bell on the front door also began to ring, as footsteps and breathing began to appear in the shop. The sound of the door and the bell became more and more messy. George, who was standing behind the bar, raised his hand that was flipping through the ledger, fished it aside, and grabbed the head of the man who almost hit him. It was only then that Yves was pulled into reality. And at this moment, he realized that his hair and body were already dripping with sweat, and the magic power all over his body had been absorbed by some invisible and gluttonous demon in the maze. Got to be clean. Looking at the man in front of him, Yves's eyes were full of fear, and in his eyes that looked at him, it felt like he had seen through his soul and everything. He knew who the person in front of him should be. With this little golden hand, you actually sold 78 pieces in the past 2 years? TSK. 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 You guys do seem to be good at robbing. You should be able to put people at ease when it comes to shipping. At this point, George put down his hand holding Yves, patted his shoulder and said, You will not compromise your talents here. Yves's pupils shrank slightly. The name he used in Birds of Peace was indeed his real name, but he only had the middle name Yves, and only he knew about it. The name Zio hadn't been used for many years, and it couldn't help but bring back memories that he had almost forgotten. When he was at home, only his parents and brothers asked him to divorce. Outsiders and servants only called him Duke Yves or Master Yves formerly. Master later. By the end, he had completely forgotten the word Hugh. He no longer doubted his guess, and respectfully made a surrender ceremony based on the knowledge and demonology. Let's go! Aji! Don't forget to show him the list later. Having said this, George walked out of the bar and walked out the door. When passing several counters, he didn't forget to pick up the list. He picked up a fist-sized gem on the bar, tossed it, and stuffed it into his pocket. Aji, who was wandering at several counters, after hearing this, curled his lips helplessly and followed him. Boss, my name is Frank. Frank wouldn't call the Black Death boss. Looking at the man who was full of curiosity about everything in this world, Yves behind the bar felt dizzy. Someone next to me suddenly called his name. Hugh. Yves turned his head and looked around, and found that it was the Black Death whose eyes were full of mischief. Don't forget to bring your money, Black Death said in a low voice. The boss likes people who know their faces. Chapter 278 Sanctuary's new equipment, Hellwalker. From a long distance away, George heard the bustling sounds from the open door on the first floor of the auction house. The first floor is an open area, where people and livestock are mainly auctioned. The largest number of lords visit here. George saw a few familiar faces on the road, but they didn't recognize him. And they couldn't recognize him. Out of yourself. According to Riscard, everyone who has seen this face is basically dead. Those who are still alive are all friends in the circle. However, those nobles started chatting enthusiastically with Yves behind them. What's the name of that noble? George scratched his ears and couldn't remember. There were too many nobles seeking to flatter him tonight. Everyone knew that they remembered his name and identity, but he did not have such a good memory. It's Viscount Manghai Fort. Riscard's memory is obviously better. Yves has always enjoyed a good reputation, and many great nobles and scholars have secretly entrusted him with shipments and purchases. George nodded. This young man who came here is indeed a bit special. It is said that he is also responsible for the logistics of the palace wizard and the laboratory. Today is a complete connection with Rusgard. And everything will be very convenient in the future. It can be said that an important spy has been placed with Fernando and the palace wizard. It can be said that half of the forbidden books and formulas mentioned by Rusgard have been acquired. In fact, Ives was the cleanest of the Parthens. The guy who cleaned everything: corpses, goods, and money. After he came to Biswi City, he worked hard to build up his reputation. Later, various nobles, scholars, court wizards, Fernando, and his hereditary title gave him more and more endorsements. Because of this reputation, he has always acted as a middleman between various nobles and scholars. The people and organizations he interacts with are very mixed. And the mysterious black magic organization of Res Bird has always been hidden very deeply, so that almost no one in the world knows this name. This makes it impossible for anyone to know which organization he belongs to. In other words, everyone thinks that he is the interface between the palace wizards and their private affairs. The power belongs to the royal faction. But no matter which side he belongs to George and others, his most important identity is that of the middleman. There are many goods for wizards, and goods that are inconvenient for nobles to come forward. They will all be auctioned by this great appraiser. There are secretly mixed in the products of Parthen birds. All the money from Anchi bird shipments was washed by him, and then distributed to everyone through his hands. So when the resting bird sees that he is bringing two strange wizards together at this time, it will be very interesting. George brought him into this auction today just to alert him. And the resting birds will inevitably be restless. It is simply tampering with everyone's money bags. Tonight's auction is not a small one. And there might be something big that needs to be laundered by Ives. So when the Black Death brought Ives into this auction, it became a thorn in the side of all the resting birds. Being able to take down Ives, Black Death, and the friend beside him may be extraordinary. But for bold terrorists like the rest birds, they will never run away at the slightest hint of wind. If they really run away, there's no point in having this bunch of rubbish. George felt that they would most likely gather together, or someone would come to test them. If you are braver and the things you have to wash today are heavier, you may be able to close the net tonight. And there will be people in Rusgard's laboratory tomorrow. After chatting with Rusgard for a few words, he no longer cared about the two wizards. It was as if he wasn't worried at all that the new guy would betray him or run away. The more casual George acted, and even took the initiative to create opportunities for him to escape, the more respectful and nervous this guy became. And he didn't dare to be careful. Aji and Siljak, who had been paying attention to the newcomer, knew that the boss had already started to walk the dog. The dog was not tied to any shackles, but the invisible shackles in his heart were caused by himself. The lock is getting tighter and tighter, because there was still some time before the boutique auction house upstairs. George and others did not rush upstairs and took a look around here. There are many people in the auction house, and this area is almost crowded. Most of the people who traffic people in this area are Landry and Alda people, and most of the people who buy people are people from Rodink. Because the black tide has gradually subsided, there are too many lands and estates in the south and west waiting for people to reclaim them. Many lords would come here to take a look because they did not have enough people and slaves due to the long-term population loss. Most of these people and livestock were brought back by the lords, who had the strength to lead troops wandering outside. The demon spiders once encountered such a caravan in the north of Biswi City. Although these slave catchers were a little evil, they reunited the scattered refugees and led them to find the city in the fog. All the refugees who were chased by the zombie tide would actually be saved if they met these lords. And in order to have a bite to eat, they will be more obedient after being marked as slaves. There are even those who are willing to take up arms in their hunger. For those lords outside, people and livestock are just additional gains in treasure hunting. The Rodum people will take them into their own territory, and the lords of other countries will exchange them for silver foxes that are easier to carry in the city. The physical condition of the people who can enter the city is extremely guaranteed. It can be said that he was treated by the priests for free, and the slaves and livestock that can enter the auction house are among the top quality products. These men and women were tied together by the slave traders, standing on boxes or high platforms, dragging someone over and shouting a low price. The onlookers began to raise their hands and call to buy. The purchasing power of 3,000 silver foxes is still very high. If you want to buy a little girl, you can buy one for 5 silver foxes. I can take away more than 100 of these ingenious and beautiful maids, as he used to call her. TSK. In fact, the price has been very high recently. A few months ago, the price was 2 or 3 times lower than it is now. Counting further back, You don't have to spend any money at all. However, prices have stabilized now, and the market prices of many things have gradually become the same as those in the south. The place is very lively. Occasionally, when a very beautiful woman or a very strong man appears on the stage, there will be a loud shout of buying. The slave traders were so busy that they were sweating profusely, and their fingers cramped from counting the money. Often in a successful auction, the goods sold would be 10 times more expensive than serfs. Seeing this, George called eyes over with some doubts. Shio, why can that male slave sell a silver fox for more than 190 yuan? He has some strength, but the nobleman who bought him is so delicate and tender that it doesn't look like he wants to take him to the battlefield. Sir, you don't know something, I've said very gentlemanly. In addition to the brothels in Bishui City, there is also an underground fighting arena in the old city. In addition to regular people-to-people fights, there are many special programs. What the nobles like to watch the most is the battle between the foot fighter and the scavenger. It is very bloody and exciting. Some time ago, a mutated ogre was sold on the underground black market in the old city. So the foot fighter, the quantity is somewhat in short supply. You city people still know how to play. George clucked his lips and couldn't help but feel a little admired. Sir, in fact, the ones traded here are all raw goods, that is, new fighters who have not undergone special training. Those well-known fighters may be sold for tens of thousands. Hearing this, George turned his head and looked at Aji. He didn't know how much this guy could be sold for if he was sold. The fund should be enough, and this guy would definitely be able to run back. After seeing the look in his boss's eyes, Aji guessed what this black-hearted boss meant and couldn't help but shudder and tremble. The place where the livestock is being auctioned is much quieter than here, and the auction itself is more advanced than population. However, most of the cattle brought here are used for breeding, and the price of better breeding cattle and rams may cost hundreds. George even saw a few mutated horses, although their bloodline was just ordinary goods. Unlike the top-notch luxuries in the Black Pearl Ranch, they were still photographed with thousands of silver foxes, which made him touch his own money bag. I feel a little weak in my heart. However, this is already considered the price of a special grade horse. Many war horses owned by lords only cost 700 or 800 silver foxes. Therefore, not everyone can afford to ride this kind of horse. And the influx of a large number of lords and the demand on the battlefield have also made the price of horses in the north much higher than in the south. Boss, I heard that there are often horse racing horses near the city-state of Bishui City. They are really business savvy, and they directly raise the price of horses. And now many noble purebred horses carefully raised by the great nobles of Rodink. Now there are no masters. So many lords are now willing to run east. And the Brotherhood has also begun to receive some tasks recently. Aji said with shining eyes. There is a bounty called Green Mane. If you provide information, there will be thousands of silver foxes available. These people are really crazy. George clicked his lips, with a sour taste in his mouth. Land is so cheap now that a farm costs only 300 to 500 silver foxes, and a small manor with a wooden house, a mill, and hundreds of acres of fields cost about 3 to 5,000. It does sound a bit scary that this animal can be sold for such a high price. But it's no wonder that the most expensive thing now is a good horse. Aji said. There are suppression teams everywhere now, and many lords want to go to Qishan to join in the fun. A good war horse can save lives at critical moments. In this way, items needed for the war should be very expensive. Antiques, works of art, etc. are much cheaper. Thinking of this, George felt a sudden surge in his heart, and he regretted giving away all those Qifeng horses. Back in the valley, the old soldiers don't need horses. With their endurance, running on legs is actually faster than marching on horseback. And King Fengma was a bit overwhelmed by these heavy armored soldiers. But the armed aristocratic troops need a lot of horses. Otherwise these guys will be much slower when they run away. I don't know how much money Martin made in Luoya City. When Ian brings people here, I should be a rich man after all. Right? Ian may not bring all the funds raised by the nobles. It depends on how much equipment can be purchased in Luoya City to arm the new army. But along the way to the west, Tanya and others collected a lot of good things in many deserted manors. Those antiques, artworks, spices and treasures are all in the hands of the army. After shipment, the value is several times more than what Hongzhuang harvested. Boss, you are also a rich man now, Aji said quietly, looking not far behind him. The two wizards were hanging behind them, whispering to each other. George's eyebrows raised slightly, and his mysterious demeanor became more intense. After a quick tour, everyone went upstairs. Originally, George planned to go directly to the lounge on the top floor, but after seeing an interesting auction area upstairs, he couldn't help but stop. The used space here is much less than downstairs. Compared to an auction, it is more like an art exhibition hall. But what was on display was armor and weapons. George discovered that the equipment here actually used alchemical techniques. Alchemy products have always been very rare on the mainland. But the dark tide caused all the collections of the great nobles of Rodunk to be brought here by the treasure hunting team. In addition, many wizards swarmed in, which led to an increase in all kinds of alchemical products. The Duke series of policies are also biased towards equipment building. So high-end armor has become the mainstream. George is not too interested in ancient armors. Their appearance is either gorgeous or simple, but they mainly show history. The customers he met were also collectors and nobles who were ready for ransom. What he is keen on are the new techniques. Armor similar to Storm that can resist elemental power is very common here. And George discovered that the best things sold here were also for fire. As for the weapons, they are all aimed at burning properties. It seems that the lords firmly believe that flames can purify evil spirits. George discovered that some equipment seemed to be standard, and the auction method was also very interesting, starting from 10 items. Bidding within 72 hours. Some weapons can indeed cause harm to spirits, and can even kill blasphemers, I've said leisurely, holding a long sword that had been bid for more than 2,000 silver foxes. His fingers on the sword's spine. With the last stroke, a ball of blue fire suddenly ignited between the two fingers. This long sword has been made to look very similar. The color of the fire can reach this level. It can be said that it is fake and real. After saying that, Ives placed the long sword back in the long golden Nanxian wood box. The scholar who had just finished the introduction turned dark after listening to it. But after he looked at the wolf lord in front of him, he finally closed his mouth. He obviously recognized the big boss in front of him, and knew that he couldn't afford to offend him. Sir, there is nothing interesting about the things here. If you are interested in these things, I can introduce you to a group of interesting things in Biscuit City. In fact, most of them are made by the Enamel Hammer, although we don't deal with each other. There are many, but I can guarantee that they will never dare to fool us. George nodded. From Rusgard, he learned, most people in the Birds of Rest are not interested in alchemy. What they are really concerned with is the study of dark magic, biology, pharmacies, and demons. The more taboo it is, the more interested these guys are. The earth-shattering deeds this magic organization has done have also made the Bird of Rest a feared terrorist in the eyes of most wizards. So as long as these dark wizards are trained well, the wizards in Biscuit City can be controlled. Rusgard had already exchanged some information with Ives on the way. Now he has a thorough understanding of why this special existence suddenly appeared here according to his own thinking logic. Therefore, even though I've said so, after seeing that the new boss's eyes were always directed towards those standard armors, he still introduced it with understanding. Although he didn't know why the boss paid so much attention to these things, Ives could guess from the thin follower that there should be a group of very powerful followers around the boss. The equipment that Ives picked out were all the equipment that was truly made by the wizard of the Enamel Hammer. George was more interested in some of the heavy armors, and learned that these were specially forged for the knights on the front line. You should be able to find that although their styles are slightly different, they are generally similar. In fact, the materials they use, the alchemy process, and the structure of the elements are all the same. Alchemists call this structure as the Hell Walker. The wearer can walk through flames without being harmed. The fire resistance of these equipments has reached more than 20, and it is easy to make up 100 sets. And their structure, flexibility, and defense are far superior to the Storm. The latter contains so little rare metals that Anthony's clever woman can make a meal out of a pile of broken copper and iron coming out of the Storm. Its design concept is beyond this era. Obviously, it is extremely suitable to use them as the new armor of the Knights of the Black Lake. After returning to the shelter, this type of armor will be optimized by many wizards, and it will be able to reach a better level in terms of performance and cost. But the price of the 3,000 silver foxes made George feel a headache. The cheapest 3,000. The most popular set. The bidding has reached 4,000, 5,000. Don't worry, sir, I've said with a smile. This kind of armor is worth 1,002. Looking at the bandit in front of him, who had completely integrated into his role, George knew that this $1,002 should be the cost price. The main cost of armor is manpower. Apart from this, it is not worth much. As for alchemical products, a larger part of their cost is intellectual property compared to precious elements. So if you throw away these things, it is not worth 1,002. It takes several craftsmen half a year to build a piece of armor. A few alchemists guard the alchemy furnace and direct the craftsmen to produce things in a much shorter time. The resting birds are obviously a group of people who are better at robbing than the alchemists. I've said that being able to buy a batch at this price is already a great honor to the alchemists and the forces behind them. If it weren't for Bisui City, it would still be under the control of the nobles. Anxinio takes goods, but has never had the habit of paying for them. Chapter 279 is getting bigger. After this matter came to fruition, George felt much more relaxed. Lord Wolf has a lot of face here. In addition to his good relationship with several major shareholders, there seems to be other reasons. George didn't know the reason for this, but after the manager saw him bringing people upstairs, he didn't ask for an invitation at all, but directly welcomed them to the rest area. As soon as he entered the door, George heard the elegant music. The people talking softly in front of him made him think he was in a large salon. The various halls are cleverly interspersed by corridors, and large and small areas complement each other. Whether the nobles have similar interests and want to gather together, or they want to have a long talk without restraint, or they want to enjoy elegant music and have a quiet rest, you can find a suitable place. After Lord Wolf entered, many people smiled and nodded, and cast friendly glances at him and the friends he brought. Some people were directed at Lord Fernando behind him, and some were directed at his profound knowledge. Some people know that his identity is somewhat special. But no matter what, everyone knew that the scholars he often interacted with were not ordinary people, they were either palace wizards or opposition bachelors. This caused everyone to cast curious glances at these two unfamiliar scholars. After sending away a few scholars who wanted to come to visit, I've said to George, "Sir, because we did not make a reservation in advance today, the good seats in the auditorium upstairs at the auction are already full. I have people make reservations on the first floor. We have left a few pretty good spots. If you don't like it here, we can go there now." In fact, only a few people can enter this lounge, and most people are already in place at the auction house. "No need. Just stay here for a while." George lay comfortably on the big sofa and looked at a very quiet corner in the rest area with interest there. He saw a few acquaintances. I didn't expect these girls to come over too. Yes. It seems that Fernando invited me to participate in this auction at the banquet before. In George's sight, Tanya, Lorna and Sophia were playing pot throwing, and Fernando was picking up the dice for the ladies in a very gentlemanly manner. The great adventurer Earl Brenda stood there and boasted to the three girls. Obviously Tanya played the best, but Lorna used cheating methods to stay at the top. The good-tempered Sophia has always been the last person, but she is very happy. These three girls focused most of the eyes in the hall. Some nobles couldn't help but want to come forward to talk, but they were stopped by the eyes of several Iron Wall knights in ordinary clothes. Today in Bisui City, a group of big shots came. After seeing George's gaze, I've said in a low voice, "Did you see the young lady with long green hair? Her brother?" At this point, Yves suddenly closed his mouth. After a pause, his face suddenly turned pale. After blinking hard, he stopped talking about the matter and introduced another group of people. During Yves's mechanical introduction, George looked at Riscard with an embarrassed face. "Riscard, I am actually a member of the Seven Gods." All the mental exchanges between these two guys were heard by Siljak without missing a word. He couldn't understand what they were thinking. But when I thought about it, I realized that I had indeed inherited the legacy of the Seven Gods. Although the whole process was contrary to what they had guessed, it seemed that this matter could no longer be explained clearly to these two desperate guys. Listening to what the two guys said in his mind became more and more terrifying. George stood up numbly and walked away to another place. He secretly used Siljak's mental power to disrupt the sticks flying into the throwing pot, and felt great pleasure in the evil smile. Lorna suddenly turned her head and glared fiercely at the troublemaking wizard not far away. It was obvious that she did not recognize this guy. After she whispered to the two playmates beside her, the three girls glanced at the troublemaker, and then a knight drove away the scholar with squinting eyes. At this time, it was very close to the start of the auction. After George saw that Yves's face had returned to normal, he proposed to go there first. When entering the venue, George saw temporary participants paying performance bonds, but his group had skipped this procedure. "Sir, not everyone has to pay a deposit. For example, I often visit the auction house and have a lot of inventory here. In addition, many large chambers of commerce also have contracts with the auction house at this level in auctions. The amount is usually very large. Currency is very difficult to liquidate. Therefore, Many nobles who belong to the Chamber of Commerce themselves will choose to pay for goods in a more convenient way. The Chamber of Commerce has a large amount of liquidity. The nobles have many fixed properties in the Chamber of Commerce, which makes sellers who are anxious to get money more willing to come here. And the nobles can slowly pay the Chamber of Commerce with their own mortgage. Bank. A word flashed in George's mind. In this world, although the banking system has not yet been perfected, the economic structure formed between the major chambers of commerce has already taken a prototype. In fact, the development of alchemy technology has begun to allow the prototype of capital to slowly appear. The space of the auction house is actually not too big, but its layout is like an elegant opera house. In this entire circular space, the main color is red, supplemented by gold. The large suspended ceiling on the dome and the chandeliers on the stands upstairs illuminate the place brightly. When George and others came in, the first floor was almost full of people. Amidst the noise, the person in charge invited them to the small stand on the edge of the first floor. Although the view here is not as good as the upstairs stand, it is very comfortable. While looking at the dome murals, the bidders were already taking their seats. After George's eyes searched here for half a circle, he found Tanya and others. It seems that because they were also grabbing seats temporarily, they did not occupy the best position. But he was sitting in the stands on the second floor diagonally opposite. George noticed that many nobles were talking about the gems and silver in the Black Pearl Valley. It seemed that the news released in Fallen Leaf City had reached here. To them, this seemed like an extremely good investment opportunity. In addition, these people are also very interested in treasure hunting and alchemy furnaces. Especially those Randalls. They seemed to be very aware of which alchemical furnace was unearthed in which castle, and who got it, and were very envious of it. In fact, in order to prevent strategic items such as alchemy furnaces from leaking out, Biswi City's policy actually has restrictions in the beginning. Such things were not allowed to be traded. And various lords also had agreements with Rodunk. For such treasures, can only be sold to Biswi City. However, the black market trade could not be blocked, which led Biswi City to finally change its policy and allow bidding in the auction house. But no matter who got it, they could only use it in the city. Shio, will there be an alchemy furnace in the auction house today? In today's finale, there are indeed a few extremely special good things. However, there are no alchemy furnaces. They have appeared less and less in the auction house recently. Now those that are dug out are basically flowing into they fell into the hands of several forces and became a continuous cash cow for them. ISV said slowly. These things were once placed in those castles, and the nobles racked their brains all day long to study how to use them to burn scrap iron. Can be said to be a cruel creature. Now, they really have a chance to shine. George understood what Ives meant from what he said. These alchemical furnaces are now in the hands of the wizard. Do you know who owns most of these things? George came here just to be a bandit, and he was very concerned about this kind of thing. At this time, Yves was completely synchronized with Rusgard's information. After hearing what his boss said, he understood what it meant. After thinking for a while, Ives quietly snapped his fingers, and a slight change occurred in the cubicle of the small stand. The sound required a special frequency to penetrate, and people outside could hear it without using mental or magic detection. Undetectable, he replied. Sir, in fact, there are not many completely independent groups like ours on the mainland. Most wizards are dependent on the nobles. Whoever has the most mineral veins, channels, and silver foxes will have the most scholars around them, Ives said eloquently. So half of the alchemy furnaces in Biswi City are actually controlled by the Duke, whether it is Fernando or the wizards under several great earls who get them. They will eventually, it's meant to be placed in the palace. It's just that the Duke ends up taking the object, and they take the money. As for the other half, they all belong to the Randalls. This group of vampires are here for money. For those lanes, supplies, and the reinforcement of Biswi City, the Duke had to make concessions. I've said, the furnaces are distributed in various urban areas, making them difficult to transport and requiring many people to look after them. Now that Yves' information has been basically synchronized with Rusgard, he has completely understood what this person wants to do when he comes here according to his own logic. So what he said directly focused on what George was paying attention to. After hearing what I said, George frowned slightly. If the situation in the furnace is so complicated, they may not have time to grab more before leaving. And those Randall people, after receiving the news of the defeat on the front line, probably took advantage of the convenience of shipping to take away the things in their hands as soon as possible. However, after seeing the boss frown, Rusgard smiled slightly. Sir, if you want to take these things away, it is actually very simple. Although the alchemy furnace is large, The only things that are really difficult to copy are some core components. Once the birds of rest come to our door, the scholars who look after the furnace will know what to do. Looking at this old guy, George's eyes lit up slightly indeed. This old guy was very knowledgeable. After a few words of conversation, the auction gradually began. The first ones to be photographed to warm up the scene were all collections of great aristocratic families. Some of them were remuneration received by the lords during the purges, and some were taken out by the rodent nobles themselves in order to organize the army, but in order to look good. They would always find a middleman to take the photos. As for some of the more obvious family symbols, it's easy to say they were lost in the dark tide. Many of the gadgets were put up by the agent Eves. Some of them were sent for auction under the title Wolverine's Mysterious Enchanted Cabin, while others were reentrusted by Eves to certain clearance teams. But which ones were picked up by Ives from illiterate mercenaries, and which ones were entrusted by the nobles, only he knew. However, no matter who made it or where it came from, what is brought to the auction house are precious treasures with a long history or reputation. Each piece of jewelry has a name, and the paintings may be hand-me-downs from painters such as Van Gogh and Leonardo da Vinci. Ancient armors and gold coins are of great collection significance. Each of these items aroused great interest among the nobles under the auctioneer's description. Even after hearing this, George suddenly felt that if he bought these things and used them to give to women or decorate the castle, it would definitely be a respectable thing. For collectors, auctions during this period after the Kuroshio are simply a once-in-a-lifetime experience. These heirloom treasures have been pushed down to extremely low prices. After buying them now, wait for the dark tide to end, or even the fog to dissipate in a few decades. Their value will increase dozens or hundreds of times. Scholars are also extremely enthusiastic about these things, because among those jewels, no one can be said to be special. Sir, except for the items that may be temporarily put up for auction tonight, I have seen most of the items before, I've said slowly. Although there are many famous items in today's items, they are all general. It would be very uneconomical to save them for alchemy. They are not as real as those raw stones. Generally speaking, the more stories a piece of jewelry has experienced, the more likely it is that it will develop some magical power through contact with people. But according to Ives, today's things probably don't have anything as good as the heart of Black Pearl. As for this kind of thing, generally as long as it passes through the hands of Ives and does not need to be in the auction house, the seller will ship it through a safer channel and at a more satisfactory price. But when a few things were auctioned, George's eyes widened. During the bidding, he looked at the excited and nervous faces of Tanya and the three of them on the stage, and knew that she was the one who put it up. But the painting that was eventually photographed for 700 yuan of silver fox made all three girls feel depressed. Unlike jewelry, foreign nobles now have a tacit understanding of the prices of such collectibles. Isaac sighed and said, The Kidnapping of Davina. About a fairy tale, it is one of the more precious collections in DeLong County, although there are some dirty marks on it that have not been repaired. Its former price was far more than that. Anyway, 700,000 yuan has been accounted for. George clucked. The price of this thing was calculated in his mind. Previously, when Gale was in Yongfeng City, he used wine to receive goods. Speaking of which, the price of art has increased a lot now. Sir, the painting you just auctioned can be left to me to repair next time. If we arrange some suitable channels to sell it to the south, its price will increase a lot. I've said. He didn't dare reveal the price for fear of irritating his boss. Judging from the products he has shipped, this painting requires at least 5,000 silver foxes to make the base. However, in the subsequent auctions, these two guys began to show their understanding. There is a piece of Mrs. Shahua's brooch, which is made of rubies and bricks. More than 100 gems form a lifelike red rose, which is extremely gorgeous under the light. After Tanya saw this thing, she couldn't put it down and wanted to keep it for herself. George also snatched it from her several times because of this. Its total weight is 103 carats, an average of less than 1 carat per stone. If we look at the market price of this period, a 1-carat gemstone of good quality would be considered good for 5 to 10 silver foxes. Without the attention of wizards, the price would probably be even lower. However, according to George's initial estimate, this piece of jewelry with excellent craftsmanship was considered a large piece of the harvest. It shouldn't be a problem to fetch 2,000 yuan of silver fox at auction. But once Rusgard started raising his hands, things started to change in the crazy bidding among scholars and nobles. In the end, it was sold for more than 12,000 yuan in silver. After all, I've made more than 10 million? Looking at the final price, George's eyes widened. Sir, although this brooch has no age or story, it is of excellent craftsmanship, and the Battle of Demon Slaying in Hongzhuang adds a mythical color to it. Ives took the opportunity and handed over his flattery. Lie. For the price of 12,000 yuan. There is no need to let it gather dust. George was slightly stunned. He looked at the great appraiser in his eyes, as well as the scholars and nobles around him who were quietly paying attention to this. And suddenly a lightning flashed in his mind. This thing was just put up tonight, and very few people have seen it. But if the real value of this thing can be recognized by someone at a glance, it is probably the great appraiser Lord Wolf, coupled with the mysterious color given by the scavenger Demon King. These two acting liars. Scholars really have a lot of twists and turns in their stomachs. This time I am going to make a fortune. Chapter 280 My Little Brother is Shenhao. The successful auction of this collection made Tanya blow a kiss to the final bidder, and secretly wink at Riscard, who was obviously a rich man. This money-worshipping girl, who only has money in her eyes, is a mother if she has breasts. If there are scholars who would be interested in the jewelry of Hongzhuang, it must be extremely reasonable. The actions of Yves and Riscard caused a wave of bidding in the auction house. The jewelry and works of art that Tanya selected were finally auctioned for more than 80,000 yuan. Excluding what Riscard got, the overall income exceeded expectations by 3 or 4 times. Looking at the final figures, George's eyes widened and he breathed heavily. Tanya, who was in the stands diagonally opposite, was covering her little heart, her face flushed with excitement. After this round was about to end, the nobles seemed to feel something was wrong and stopped following. But Riscard became interested. Faced with the 3 final pieces of jewelry after that, he directly took action and pocketed them all. Among them was a ruby, sapphire and gold bracelet, which Sophia seemed to be very interested in. It seemed that the Duke's daughter had a lot of private money, hundreds of thousands of silver foxes, and was very elegant. She was simply a little rich woman. However, after Riscard reported the number of 7,000, the girl was completely heartbroken although she could still follow. It was too extravagant and too crazy. Looking at the pile of earrings, a necklace and the pair of bracelets auctioned by Riscard, George couldn't remember these things in the red manner. Judging from what I've said, these 3 items seem to be sold by the big nobles in the city butchering houses, because they place orders earlier and have more people paying attention. Everyone knows the true price of this thing. So in the end, they were all taken away by this generous wizard. Some of the guys who had followed him for the photo were ashen-faced after seeing him acquire these items. Suddenly I realized that the wizard was not here to pick out special items, but was just interested in jewelry. George could guess that Riscard's purchase of these 3 things was somewhat of a cover-up. Indeed, as jewelry, these 3 items are good treasures handed down from generation to generation. But seeing the cost of more than 15,000 silver foxes made him secretly feel pain. However, Riscard's face seemed calm, and he didn't care at all. It's like spending random money to buy some gadgets for the boss. Sir, these 3 items are definitely worth the money. Each one is no worse than that brooch, I've said with a smile. I noticed them when they were appraised by me. They are very worth buying. A gift for the ladies. George's eyes lit up slightly, and he realized that the scholar was indeed very good. In the subsequent auctions, George was no longer very interested and was just watching the fun. After chatting with Yves, Riscard also closed his eyes and began to fall asleep. However, the auction has entered a heated period, because most of the items being auctioned are land deeds, manors and castles. Nothing can better demonstrate a noble status and financial resources than a castle. And the sky-high luxury castles, like the Black Pearl Manor Castle, very similar to Windsor Castle, you can check it out, are the dreams of almost all nobles. As for the land deed, it was a tool for the nobles to obtain huge wealth. Real estate is generally divided into 2 types. One is freehold, and the other is leasehold. Most of the freehold property rights were in the hands of the nobles, who had unconditional ownership of the property, including not only the building itself, but also the land it occupied. As for leasehold property, you only purchase the right to use the house. The owner of the land occupied by the property is the permanent owner of the property. For example, the entire Bishui City belongs to Duke Violet, no matter whose name is written on all the buildings in Bishui City. They are actually just the owners. So no matter how luxurious the house is, no matter which noble built it, or whoever the deal was later, in addition to paying a small amount of ground rent to Archduke Violet every year, the lease also had to be renewed with him after the lease expired. This includes auction houses as well. Freeholds are rarely auctioned, as this is related to the future continuation and wealth of the entire aristocratic family. But the emergence of the Kuroshio has given those eager to buy land a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Not only are land auctions becoming common, the prices are also very low. George saw with his own eyes that a down-and-out baron, who was the only one left in the family, threw his family's land and castle into this auction in a legal way. And because of the unequal treaties made by the three countries, both the Duke and His Majesty had to agree to this deal. Now, even if there are many nobles in Rodunk who can afford to buy land, they don't have the ability to clean it up. The ancestor of this baron was probably a great baron just like Austin. Although the castle is small and medium-sized, it has a complete defense system, more than a dozen towers, and walls up to 10 meters high. What is even more commendable is that the main material is composed of granite and stone pine. The same is true for Johannes. But it has fallen into disrepair, and many parts have been replaced by poor earthen materials. But this castle retains its original appearance. This kind of castle is by no means comparable to the small castles that can be built with 50 or 60,000 silver foxes. It would cost more than 200,000 at least, coupled with a small town bordering it, and the more than 10,000 acres of land around it. I am afraid that the overall value, in a better period, could be auctioned for 30,000 to 40,000 gold lions. But the final transaction price was only a few $100,000. It can be said that it included all the furniture in the castle, the houses in the town, and the surrounding fields, all of which became additions to the castle. And it was also given a 5-digit price tag. Fold over. But the baron was very happy with this result, because in the agreement, the winner of the bid will have the grain produced this year in the more than 10,000 acres of land delivered to him in the near future, no matter what the final output is. It will be calculated as 2 bushels of wheat per acre. This is a win-win outcome. The buyer is from the south, and he has no shortage of food. And it was already late July. As long as all the zombies there were cleared away, he would not lose money after the autumn harvest. So for him, it was just a matter of paying a batch of grain first, and lending the baron a few ships. The baron also paid good attention to it, regardless of whether the black tide was about to be wiped out. He had already had enough of this place. He wants to take these resources away from this battlefield, find a suitable area, and start everything again. Although the price of land is slowly rising, the price of land in the south is also much more expensive. But after the fog began, even in the south, there was a lot of free land. As long as he was determined, he would not worry about obtaining the permanent property rights of the land. Listening to Isa's story, George's eyes suddenly lit up. This kind of polished commander, with only a few retainers around him, can come to the valley with the money and food they have. They are simply big fat sheep set by God. If they don't deceive these people into the valley with their belongings, how can they be worthy of God? George rubbed his palms together fiercely. This thing is so maneuverable. The land of the valley is more fertile than many places in the south. And it's also cheaper. For nobles, it is simply the first choice. It also has a great guarantee in terms of credibility. There are too many people who can endorse the valley. Not to mention the Duke, just Sophia, and the Divine Grace Knight. That's enough. As for the land, there are hundreds of castles and manors in the hands of Count Black Pearl alone. Not to mention her vassals. As long as they are willing to transfer the freehold, you can literally take your pick. There was just a group of lords in the western region who were tricked into the valley with so many mouths. Gaster is worried about the dwindling supply of silver foxes and food. Now the people who send money and food are here. What? Not necessarily settling down in the valley? It's okay. You can come and take a look. At that time, Tanya only needs to use her reputation to make a guarantee. And those nobles who plan to see the land will take her handwritten letter to the bandits' den or visit the valley. Krobber and Gaster will definitely arrange things clearly for them. Ha ha ha! George couldn't help laughing heartily. Aunt Tanya, the old wizard down there seems a little strange. Sophia couldn't help but poke the backbone of him. The wizard's eyes that glanced over from time to time always made her feel a little scared, and couldn't help but remind her of her childhood. Horrible stories heard. But she always felt that those eyes looked familiar. Tanya glanced down and found that the wizard was looking at her with a silly smile. She couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. Ignore that disgusting guy. Wait until I get out of Sophia. His friend is so rich. So let's forget it. After retracting her gaze, Tanya looked at the pieces of land that were auctioned off, touched her chin and began to think deeply. I have to say that she and George thought of going together. But this down-to-earth girl was counting in her heart how many vacant lands and castles there were in the valley. In the land auction, most of the people who got the land were the nobles of Landry. In comparison, the funds in their hands are more abundant. And these sea coachmen are more greedy and enthusiastic about business and assets than the Eldar people. In Iza's words, these people exchanged the blood they sucked in rodent for pieces of fat. Soon the auction was coming to an end. Taking advantage of the enthusiasm, the auctioneer took out some items that had low prices but were very popular and easily fetched high prices. Two things slightly aroused George's interest after seeing the mixed-color black horse that the auctioneer personally led from behind. George immediately recognized its pedigree on Dina's war horse. When compared to the normal Ondina's thoroughbred horse, it seems to be extra tall and strong. Because I have Ondina's in my hand, Dawn of Light's notes on it are very detailed. Generally speaking, this adult war horse that has undergone special training in the competition field is better than William, who has just turned 2 years old. Interestingly, when the horse was brought up, the nobles all looked towards Ives. This is the hottest championship horse in the field recently. At this point, Ives explained to his boss, "It is considered to be the product of our hands." George nodded and understood what was going on. "Is the cost high?" "High." Ives curled his lips. "It cost us more than 300 silver foxes. The materials are not easy to find, and cost-saving methods are not suitable here. So it costs a lot to buy and clean those raw materials a lot." These words made George's eyes light up slightly, thinking of Anthony's special potion garden. If one were found near Biswee City, the priests would definitely capture these wizards and burn them to death. This war horse, which was invested with more than 300 silver foxes by Anchi Bird, was eventually auctioned for more than 18,000 silver foxes. The two vassals of the Duke were extremely interested in the horse. But the final winner was the noble Randall in the middle of the third floor. After passing several items, for strong men carried something covered by a bright red silk satin. When the auctioneer opened it, a beautiful ancient armor was revealed, which attracted a burst of exclamations from the auction house. There are many ancient armors appearing today, but compared with this one, the others pale in comparison. Even George held onto the sofa and sat upright when he saw it. For this guy, who has visited the Black Pearl Collection and the Great Tomb Chamber, there are very few things that can catch his eye. It can even be said that he has only seen two things that can reach this level. One is George Weahy, and the other is the dark black armor now. Compared with the delicate Georgeville, it is more primitive. If George Weah is the gorgeous war eagle soaring in the sky, it is the silent ancient beast on the ground. Although he couldn't see the complete remarks of this armor, in terms of basic defense, it seemed to be much lower than George power. The scales on George Weah are very strange. Their defensive power is not as low as that of adamantine armor. But logically speaking, using them like this would be better than making a piece of leather armor directly. Judging from various battles, George always felt that they should have a little increased resistance. But there has been no detailed remarks on their real data. Anthony suspected they were dragon skins. When the auctioneer reported the low price of 8,000, Risgard suddenly opened his eyes. "I had this armor of Risgard." "No, you didn't." Risgard looked deeply into his boss's eyes and gave a short, affirmative and precise answer. "Sir, you really don't." Isif looked at the armor in the distance and said slowly, "Its real name is Sea Demon Snake, and the so-called Hellwalker is based on its structure. There are not many good things that can be imitated by alchemy. In order to waterproof it, the enamel hammer paid me a lot of money." Following Ives's few words, Dawnlight suddenly completed part of the armor's remarks. Overall resistance plus 40. The sound of the bump made George feel dizzy. I completely understood its true meaning. Not only could this armor be a perfect blueprint, but with a few modifications, Vault could wear it. Like Chung Yaojin, who came out halfway. Risgard pulled up the item that was about to be successfully auctioned several times. Hearing the explosion of 30,000 silver foxes, the eyes of the scholars on the main stand on the second floor went dark. Their heads were buzzing, and they gave Ives a fierce wink. Ives glanced at them, with a hint of disdain on his lips. If we say that before, considering various reasons, this popular item could indeed be handled in a low-key manner for them. But now, this armor is useful to him even if the boss doesn't wear it. He can find a few knowledgeable bachelors to study it, and the money will be transferred to him. Once the product is thoroughly researched, promoted and distributed, all the money will be wasted. He has done this kind of thing too many times before, and they are going to decide on this armor. The faint smell in his eyes made the group explode, and this competition finally led to a craze in the auction house. Many big nobles who don't know what's going on don't know what secrets this armor hides, but they can't help it because they have money. More and more people joined in, and the price kept rising, reaching 60,000 yuan in a blink of an eye. Tanya and others grabbed their clothes, stared at themselves, covered their faces, watching the battle of these rich people. When they saw the group of wizards slowly holding out the signs in their hands, and directly calling out the number 80,000, the three girls' minds were slightly shaken, and they looked at the three guys downstairs. Come! Chapter 281. The spotlight falling from the sky. This number immediately cleared the venue, and the group of people in the main stands on the second floor were ashen-faced. Where could they collect so much cash? A dozen of them together are not enough. However, the Black Death and Wolverine looked very indifferent. The people of Parthia have always had the confidence not to rely on the great nobles. I never like spending money to buy fixed assets. And Wolverine knows that the richest people in the society, if they are not scavengers, must be the Black Death. The restless birds have destroyed countless organizations, like the Enamel Hammer. And every time there was that black-hearted guy. And all of this money became deposits for his wizard tower. Wolverine absolutely believed that he alone could equal the entire wealth of Enamel Hammer. If we include the forces behind Enamel Hammer, it may not be enough. Then adding yourself is definitely enough. George didn't know that two of the richest dark wizards were tied to him. But he felt a little shocked when he heard the numbers reported. He calculated that even if the two guys didn't have enough money, they should still have enough with what they got today. So I felt relieved. But at this moment, a group of people upstairs pressed the last hammer. 90,000! The young man in the main stand on the third floor said a number leisurely. He played with the two ancient gold coins in his hands, and looked at the wizards in the stands downstairs with a smile. It seems that he quoted the price not because of the true value of the armor, but because it was interesting. It seems that he should be the leader of this group of people. Randall people who don't know whether to live or die. Ives looked over there with a gloomy face and said. Rusgard glanced over there lightly, and remembered the man's face. 20,000! Money is an external possession, and the most important thing is to make the owner happy. But if the price exceeds this price, he will not follow again. He's going to grab it. This number that suddenly jumped up made the Randall nobles slightly stunned. It seems that they have figured out that the group of people downstairs are bound to get it. A trace of anger flashed across the face of the young nobleman in charge, as if he wanted to snatch this thing that others loved. But in the end, after the person behind him whispered a few reminders, he suppressed the unknown anger in his heart. Indeed, this is not what I came for today. He looked at the group of rodents in the stands on the second floor, and finally Fernando's playful face made him stop. When the last hammer was struck, the silent auction room triggered a burst of exclamations. Rusgard glanced slightly at the group of people upstairs, curled his lips, and felt a little disappointed. Rusgard was neither salty nor weak, but the anger in George's heart rose. How many silver foxes does a small castle cost? In my poor land in DeLome County, there are only 2 small earth castles in total, the boy shouted. And then, there was no one left. The more George thought about these 40,000 silver foxes, the more his heart ached. He looked at the group of people upstairs with a sullen face, and asked Eves about their identities. I've said, that is the second Prince of Landry, the Duke of Treasures Gillian. Most of the ships in this blue water city-state belong to him. George, this group of people, has taken note of it, and he will definitely have to settle the score after autumn. However, Rusgard settled the matter as he knew it. And tonight, George finally knew why this guy was still so salty after spending 120,000 silver foxes. It was the grand finale of the entire auction. When the veil was lifted to reveal the devil's skull, George rubbed his eyes fiercely, thinking he was hallucinating before his eyes. I never imagined that this kind of thing would be put up for auction. He had seen this demon's head in Rusgard's laboratory, but the horns were 1 section smaller. But even so, in this Clearwater city, if anyone can kill it, it will definitely be a very terrifying person. The auctioneer was telling the legendary story about this head, and the nobles all looked at a certain supernova on the second floor. The great adventurer Count Brenda was calm and composed in the eyes of thousands of pairs of eyes. He raised his chest and gestured to the nobles to stop the crazy applause and noise of the crowd. Looking at the Count, Tanya and Lorna showed some respect on their faces. Sophia held her hand, her eyes full of admiration. When he saw the head, for a while, George thought of Lynn, who didn't know who stayed in the tavern in Biswee City. But at this time, when the lone hero was confirmed, his face could not help but be filled with deep shock. Ives looked at the Count upstairs, with a meaningful smile on his face, and slowly told the story about the head. But this story is somewhat different from the one told by the auctioneer. In this dark tide, many people want to be the demon-slaying hero, but many people don't want to. Many people want to be baptized in the temple and take on the reputation and identity of a Templar knight. But many people can't avoid it, Ives said calmly. No matter who in the Holy Court made this contribution. They only look at things, not people. Even if they only need to quietly pay a donation, the history of the demon-slaying heroes will be gone. Appeared. This allowed more people to join the feast brought by this black tide, and also gave us the opportunity to make a fortune in Anya. George suddenly came to his senses and knew the person who really killed the demon. They are not lone heroes, but a group of the boldest and strongest terrorists and the most top-notch biopharmaceutical scientists on the continent. This group of people must not join that Al wishes. He must receive it. The money from this head's auction today is the best bait. Aji, go get ready. Aggie opened his mouth, finally dropping his name as Frank. He glanced at the big adventurer on the second floor, then called a waiter and walked out from the back. Ives slowly laughed, and he turned to look at his boss. Sir, this black flame demon is the 5th demon head in this blue water city. It is also very powerful. With his own strength, he defeated an army of 10,000 people. That battle was actually a bad use of the Parthan birds against the noble troops. The nobles originally thought that there were only some ordinary monsters there. Otherwise, no one would go there during that time when the main force was on the front line. When they cleared the central area, they came into contact with the source of the disaster that had just been born, leaving behind an eternal nightmare. When those cowards fled into the fog like lost dogs, we wiped the butts of those cowards. Naturally, we got the head. When latecomers went to that area, all they saw was an empty castle, and the demon head that was brought to Blue Water City by a famous count. And the story he experienced became an eternal legend. But this story has only been circulated in private. People have guessed who beheaded the head, but the count who hides his merits and fame has never personally admitted this. After the resting birds thoroughly cleaned it, and had a good talk with the Earl, who was trying to gain both fame and fortune, the object that had been picked up by the Earl was sent to the auction house for a reasonable reason. Sir, this head has been treated very cleanly. Much more cleanly than those handled by the court wizards originally. We plan to leave a trace of its soul behind. But as long as it is more obedient, after the head is sold, he can come back after changing hands. How could a real demon-slaying warrior be possessed by a demon? And how could those idiot priests see our methods? But unfortunately, Bishop Avery suddenly became interested in it some time ago. In order to give him a look, we had to put its soul into the spine, which made the buyer of the head cheaper. In the midst of Isa's bold declaration, George's stomach suddenly growled, and the auctioneer ended his story and bid a low price of 100,000. This price made the well-informed George feel frightened, because the castle and land just now were not much more than this. However, nobles flocked to it, and wealthy scholars raised their hands crazily in order to study it. The price jumped higher and higher. Amid people's exclamations, more and more people stopped buying. Speaking of family wealth, the nobles sitting here today have terrifying assets in their hands. But most of these assets are fixed assets that have been in business for generations. It sounds extremely tempting to let the knights under you become a temple. But there are too few nobles who have the strength to spend their spare money in exchange for such luxury. If I have this spare money, I might as well train hundreds more knights. So the people left at this time are all wealthy businessmen who have a lot of liquidity in their hands. They want to use this money to really squeeze into the upper class and let his son change his name. Or maybe it's the top group of great nobles. Their families don't lack hundreds of knights, but only a few temples. But when the price reached 700,000, many people finally realized that this low price was just for everyone to participate and have fun. There was silence in the venue. Only 2 parties were left. This one is Fernando from the 2nd floor, and the other is Randall from the 3rd floor. For Fernando, he does not lack the name of the temple at all. He has such channels. Not to mention going to Avery. Even the Divine Grace Knight could easily get what he asked for. And Rodent had already captured 2 demon heads in this dark tide, both taken by the Duke. So more of this is not too much. And less of this is not enough. What's more, the church has already been settled in Biswi City. So the Rodent Kingdom really has no desire for this thing. But if Randall wants to get it at a good price, Rodent will get it even if he spends more military expenses. And Fernando, out of personal grudges, was willing to spend hundreds of thousands to get this thing. Even if you keep it at home, keep it as a collection. The Randalls could see through his thoughts. But for this head, the Treasure Duke had to burn the anger in his heart and shout out a high price. So far, the Randall people have not harvested a head in this Black Tide battle. If he brings this head back to the kingdom, its significance is self-evident. Therefore, for the second prince, this head is of great significance, not to mention the throne. The position of the prince is definitely determined. In the end, the bidding price reached a crazy number of 900,000, enough to arm more than 1,000 knights. How many great lords have more than 1,000 knights under their command? If a lord can have more than 100 knights in his hands, he is already very powerful. If there were such a number of knights, they would basically be able to dominate the area, and no one would dare to mess with them. It is not wrong to say that he is a little king. Many large families may have spent several generations to accumulate such an armed force. So this price is unbearable for any big noble. Count Fernando, the big businessman, thought about the messy collections in his home that were gathering dust, and finally showed a "Have a nice day" smile to the Duke of Treasures, Jillian, and stopped. The corners of Duke Jumbo's mouth twitched slightly, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the dozens of large ships with thousands of materials on the auction table below. There was silence in the venue. After a moment of confusion, the auctioneer quickly struck the hammer. It seems that it has been determined that today's auction has ended. 1 million. A person slowly stretched out his hand, and the faint voice in his mouth broke the silence in the venue. Thousands of pairs of eyes looked over, and what they saw was a young scholar who touched his chin and showed some nature to the head. The stands on the third floor exploded with the boss next to him. Rusgard, the forbidden wizard, who was more than 200 years old, seemed to be dizzy at this moment. He closed his eyes and remained unmoved by the boss's crazy screams. The hammer sounded slowly. George stared, grabbed his hair, and thought about how to run away tonight if this happened in his hands. He would definitely not be able to afford it with the money, and the price at which this thing is sold will eventually go into your own hands. It hit his hand. It looked like he was just sitting around with money in pocket. But the key is that he never comes back until he is gone. He couldn't even get out the money he had gone to. So he was left with a pile of debt. It wasn't until the angry low voice upstairs slowly sounded 1,200,000 that George was sweating profusely, opened his mouth with a smile on his face, and extended his thumb to the big man under his hand. It must be best to sell this thing to others, because this 1.2 million is for nothing. What kind of HL is striding? Those who are not striding. Equip 2,000 of them first. At 10,000. 1.21 million. Once! Hearing the sudden sound from the front of the auction house, George was slightly startled. He looked at the red-faced auctioneer in front of him, and then at his outstretched hand, his face ashen. Even the secret glances from upstairs on the second floor can no longer be seen. The old wizard gently patted his heroic leader. In his indifferent eyes, George read a word: be patient. He looked at his great thinker, and suddenly a flash of lightning flashed in his mind. Yes, this is only an extra 10,000, and it looks like he really wants to buy this item. For the group of people upstairs, at this time, maybe you are going through a complicated inner battle. Sir, please don't worry. The old wizard leaned on the sofa and looked at the demon head on the auction table indifferently. I should have enough cash. George's face turned pale. However, in less than 0.01 seconds, the guy with the corpse was in the focus of the entire venue. His face became extremely indifferent, and he stood up pretending to be there. The nobles who were sending compliments, smile and hold your chest to indicate. That extremely brilliant look was like the best winner of the Academy Award who was about to go on stage to accept the award. Except for the spotlight falling from the sky. And this acting skill seems to have finally worked. When the voice upstairs, which suppressed anger and said calmly, 1,250,000, sounded, the Academy Award winner's acting skills reached their best moment. His embarrassed expression kept changing, and he whispered to his companions as the hammer struck. Finally, when the third hammer hit the ground, he stretched out his hand. But the time was so short. I could only ponder for a moment and show a look of regret in the accent of the auctioneer's declaration of invalidity. But this strength made all the nobles at the venue forget his embarrassing behavior before. Today's wonderful auction also made all the nobles stand up and couldn't help but applaud. In this lively scene, the three wizards hurriedly left the hall in a low-key manner. And a tall, thin waiter who didn't know when he appeared on the second floor, serving the lady, also guided the ecstatic adventurer out of the stand. Before leaving the house, George felt the victor's gaze and sarcastic smile from the third floor. He quietly turned around and gave him a have a nice day smile in response. On the face of Treasure Duke Jillian, there was a sudden burst of ashen color. Idiot! Chapter 282 Demon War. While taking a break in the independent lounge specially prepared for payment, George sat on the sofa and thought about such a question. How much does the 120,000 silver fox weigh? How big a treasure chest is this? How many is enough? In the memory of this world, He once remembered that when he was a child, his father used an old wine barrel to store silver foxes. The small wine barrel, which was about half the size of an arm and about 3 gallons, could hold 5,000 silver foxes after adding iron hoops. Fox. After the silver fox was filled with more than 100 kilograms in the wine barrel, the knights rolled it on the ground and loaded it into the carriage. Every year, creditors would take away 2 barrels or more than a dozen cartloads of good wine from his house. "Sir, come here and help me." Rusgard looked a little embarrassed after reaching into the bag for a long time. George came back to his senses, walked over, put his hands into the bag on the ground, and gently pulled it out. With a faint clattering sound, a wine barrel with an iron hoop was pulled out. This wine barrel is not big. It looks much smaller than barreled water, less than 1 gallon. But the content inside weighs about 300 kilograms. Looking at Rusgard, who put away the bag and kicked it to roll on the ground, George blinked hard, and a word suddenly flashed in his mind: Grandet. When Rusgard took out the wand in his arms and used it as a crowbar, he opened the lid of the wine barrel. Then, with the sound of his spell, hundreds of golden objects flew back into his bag. Looking at the various large and small gold coins flying in the sky, George opened his mouth. "Rusgard, how much money do you have?" The old wizard did the math and said, "About 40 or 50,000. Speaking of this, Rusgard muttered in a low voice, "But I seem to have lost some inexplicably a few days ago. 1.5 million. George's eyesight went dark, and he felt like the world was spinning. George had heard Aji say that there were a lot of good things in that bag, and George also guessed that there should be a small vault inside. But I didn't expect to have so much money. "Sir, this demonic center is very expensive," Lord Wolf, who was sitting on the sofa drinking tea, said. "This guy has made a lot of money over the years in order to build a forbidden level wizard tower." Wizard tower? George knew that this was the core building of the Forbidden Academy. But this was indeed the first time he heard this word from these two people. Rusgard nodded and spoke. From his words, George learned that this guy has been preparing for the wizard tower. The things he had collected before were enough to build a basic wizard tower. After all, according to the market price of Biswi City, the highest level alchemy furnace, that's hundreds of thousands. Later, in the Dark Tide, Rusgard, as a senior acolyte, led the monsters to help the evildoers. Not only did he have a shadow in the fall of the royal capital, but many of the monsters raging in the territories of the great nobles were also caused by him. The purpose is the small treasury of those big nobles. Although most of these small treasuries were rescued by the nobles, some of them were still taken into his hands. So if he hadn't purchased many instruments later, he would have had more than 40,000 to 50,000 gold lions in cash. However, these 40,000 to 50,000 golden lions are still somewhat out of reach for a demonic hub. And no matter how rich you are, you may not be able to find one. Because this kind of thing that transcends the times has always been unique to the Forbidden Sanctuary. After all, in this technology monopoly, finding an alchemical furnace that a forbidden wizard considers to be an outdated alchemy furnace in the hands of a noble would be considered a stroke of luck. However, if the great alchemist is there, it is not impossible to break this technical barrier. Anthony mentioned this matter to George. "Rusgard," George said with shining eyes, "I'll take care of your forbidden wizard tower." When Ives heard this, he spit out his tea. He wanted to say that he also had more than 10,000 gold coins in his hand to invest. During the chat, George looked through the holy book. Judging from the news delivered by Aji, Earl Brenda seemed to be still chatting freely with Duke Jumbo and others. 40,000 gold coins are harder to transport than 4,000, and harder to count. In addition, George and others came out earlier, so they will be slower than themselves. George stayed in this lounge for a short time before the agent brought the things over. After settling the payment, George and others chatted here again. Not long after, a male waiter knocked on the door and walked in. Then, amidst Ives' surprise, he handed him a note. "A scholar asked me to pass it on to you, Lord Ives." After saying that, the waiter left respectfully. The three of them looked at each other and picked up the note. There is a text written in ancient script on it. The two wizards looked at each other and looked at their boss. "It's the notes of Cholera. He said slowly. "He asked me to talk to the Black Death Party. In addition, he told me that the time and place have changed, and the money will be divided tonight logically. Speaking of which, Earl Brenda should be heading to the city tonight. I will slowly transfer the money away." At this time, George also received a message from Aggie. He said that Earl Brenda would go to a manor on the south bank of the Senez River, and he had already followed them on the boat. In addition, he also told his boss that a ship had been prepared for them, and was somewhere in the port. I know the location of the manor. It is in a good location, and is relatively quiet. I often go there to deal with some things. That place is the place where Cholera mentioned. Ives narrowed his eyes slightly and said, It seems he is afraid that we are looking in the wrong place. George laughed and said, They are indeed a group of bold guys. It was already late at night after everyone went out, and the harvest nobles had basically walked out of the old city. The streets were empty, and there was the sound of night watch soldiers patrolling in the distance. George and others passed through several alleys, and then gradually heard the sound of the rushing river Senas. After exiting the alley, in front of us is the large port with thousands of sails. In the middle of the night, the lights are brightly lit here. The workers were sweating profusely on the dozen or so piers shrouded in gauze. People of different identities were mixed here, dealing with the port soldiers and civilian officials who came to inspect. After seeing these three scholars, a few idle and wandering rotten skins immediately waved and led them to a fast boat. Several boatmen on the boat were dressed very neatly, and their eyes were like blades. After seeing the three people boarding the boat, they silently raised their sails and paddled, driving the speedboat upstream. Not long after, a manor on the river bend on the south bank slowly appeared in front of everyone. It seemed that this manor had just been renovated in the past 2 years. The core house was not large, covering an area of more than 500 square meters. But its architecture, the style is very novel and fashionable, which is very different from many manor villas of this era. It looks like a British-style villa. There is a small garden and fountain on the shore side of the villa, connected to a small pier on the riverbank. A small cargo ship with 100 materials, about 10 meters and 30 tons of displacement, was docked. After landing on the shore, the boat left. Whether this group of people wanted to visit the Earl, or they had some thoughts about the money, the cutthroats didn't seem to care. They only know that in this Biswi city, some people are not allowed to make decisions. The great adventurer is one of them. Not only may he have the strength of the Night Dyer, he is also their big customer. The black tide has caused many new stars to suddenly rise, and the great adventurer Brenda Earl is one of them. But it seems that he made his fortune earlier. Troubled times only pushed his reputation to the extreme. The manor was particularly quiet today, with only a few of the Earl's confidants here. They had been waiting at the pier for a long time. After seeing the guests arriving, they welcomed them into the manor without saying a word. George noticed that these people were all very stout and looked a big gangster. However, his eyes were dull, as if he had lost his original mind. Brenda was a pirate for a while, and these are the people who followed him loyally later, he said in a low voice. A fat man suddenly winked at George quietly. George's eyes passed past him and scanned the eyes of several other people. So quietly, their hearts were occupied by Siljek. Sir, Earl Brenda was just a down-and-out nobleman who wandered around the continent as a bard. After hooking up with an old lady, Brenda got his first pot of gold. After that, he began to run some small businesses in sea trade. But he and his ship fell into the hands of a group of pirates. However, he brought back a pirate ship. I've used his spirit to convey a message thoughts. I have to say that this guy is a talent, and there are some reasons why he can win His Majesty's favor. If it weren't for this guy taking a few of the things we did into his own hands, and then trying to devour us, a batch of goods, we really can't tell how valuable he is. George's eyebrows raised. He didn't expect that this wasn't the first time that this guy wanted to swallow the bird's goods. Just a few days ago, that guy wanted to transfer the head quietly. He thought we had no one on the priest's side. Ives curled his lips. If this guy wasn't too courageous, we get along very well. He. Stop joking. Wolverine, how many guys who have worked with the Bird of Rest survived the last transaction? Black Death laughed hoarsely. It seemed that after entering this manor, he no longer hid your voice. George touched his nose and knew that his performance had been poor, and his two subordinates had completely lost the nature of acting. It should be said that in Eastbound, he failed to play several roles well. No matter who he played, he eventually became a bad guy. He looked at the door in front of him and rolled up his sleeves. The fat man and the old wizard sighed secretly. Sir, among us rest birds, there are actually some rules of the game. Ives couldn't help but want to remind. The two jokes the Black Death made tonight. Everyone seems to be undoubtedly trying to separate them. A piece of cake. But it's too troublesome, so there's no need to say it. The fireplace and lamps illuminated the place brightly. 8 kind-faced scholars were chatting politely with a nobleman on the sofa. If it weren't for the twitching of several servants foaming at the mouth on the ground, the sound of chewing would come from the shadows from time to time. People will definitely think that this is just an ordinary academic symposium. The nobles on the sofa wiped the sweat from their faces while talking. The barefoot witch in front of the fireplace did not ask or answer any questions during the whole process, but was more interested in playing with the huge demon spine covered with barbs in her hand. Until finally, she felt someone coming ashore and walking towards the villa. Then he smiled slightly and ended the conversation. The moment she opened her mouth, the entire hall fell silent. The nobleman stared at the carpet under her feet, waiting for the final verdict. "Oh, Brenda, it seems that this is indeed a coincidence. So, did I blame you wrongly?" The witch's voice was very pleasant, like a crisp nightingale. However, in Brenda's ears, it sounded like a death knell, because Cholera never missed a beat. He was not qualified to let her make a mistake. Brenda couldn't help but her legs became weak, and she knelt on the ground. He crawled over tremblingly and began to kiss the instep of her feet. His whole body was trembling and his face was filled with prayers. And he no longer looked like the mysterious master at the auction house. He knew that unless the 7 gods descended to earth, he might not see tomorrow. "It's too troublesome, so there's no need to say it." The door panel suddenly burst open, and with a roar, several stout servants rushed into the house, and then stood on both sides of the door, standing there like knights. But unfortunately, there were only 4 or 5 people, and they tried their best to put on a show. This made the wizards look extremely strange and dumbfounded. Then, they saw a middle-aged wizard with his hands behind his back, walking into the living room while looking around. "Black Death, what are you doing?" Suddenly, the witch forgot the lines she had prepared. After scanning the middle-aged wizard's face, her eyes fell on the young wizard's face. "Sir, this is Cholera. In Rusgard's self-centered opening remarks, Eyes was stunned for a moment, feeling a sense of déjà vu. Looking at the people at the door, the wizards who had recovered their spirits all laughed coldly. The woman's eyes narrowed slightly, and she clenched the demon's spine in her hand. Only halfway through Rusgard's words, the floor beneath the 3 of them suddenly cracked, and black-red flames rose up, turning into a sky-wide fire in an instant, covering everyone at the door. The bodies of those servants were instantly turned into charcoal in the black fire, and the surrounding floors and furniture were also ignited. The fire swept through half of the living room in an instant and began to spin. The flames spreading everywhere formed the shape of a demon's head, and with its ferocious laughter, it wanted to devour the wizards as well. But under the control of the witch, it could not spread. There seemed to be something in the darkness in the hall that was disturbed by the flames. They put down the food in their mouths, climbed around the dome and walls, and quietly looked at the door. And a bigger thing made a deep sound from its mouth, and its restless hooves dug up the bluestone ground. "Cholera, did you scare my pet?" The wizard suddenly widened his eyes when he looked at the black flames rushing towards his pet. "Damn it! This demon suddenly lost control." Looking at the demon's spine that suddenly shattered in his hand, Cholera turned pale, and the magic power in his body became uncontrollable like a red dam breaking open. The moment this weird scene appeared, Count Brenda turned over and escaped from the most dangerous area, and was about to turn out of the window in the blink of an eye. No one in the entire hall noticed him, and he was done in the excitement. But after flipping outside, he was caught in a net and caught outside the window. The fire covered the windows, and no one saw his figure anymore. At this moment, the first reaction in the minds of the wizards was that the Wolverine had done anything to deal with the demon, or that the cholera had also spread. But then they realized that this statement seemed a bit untenable, because each of them checked this thing. However, it was already too late. The black and red behind him seemed to be out of control, and rushed towards the entire hall in the blink of an eye. Several wizards looked at Cholera fiercely. She could no longer control her body amid the demon's backlash. The next moment, everyone made a decision: give up on this idiot and leave here. However, this small hall seemed to have suddenly turned into an endless maze from which there was no way to escape. An extremely strong and powerful demonic aura spread in the hall. The monsters in the hall had a more sensitive sense of smell than wizards. The moment the flames lost control, these things that had fought with the black flame demon were completely destroyed. He lost the courage to resist and ran around in panic in the unprecedented extreme fear. However, in this maze, they didn't even have a chance to escape, and were eventually swallowed up by the fire. Their flesh was absorbed like nutrients by the shadow of the black Balrog's head in the flames, causing the shadow to grow larger. The black Balrog, who suddenly rebelled, began to roar excitedly. The monster that had been digging at the bluestone ground finally broke away from its master's control in this breath. As the ground trembled, it started rampaging with red eyes. The chandelier on the dome was blown off in the blink of an eye. It turned out that this was a humanoid bull-headed creature over 3 meters tall with convoluted muscles. It was wearing a battle armor with extremely high flame resistance. Even the flames of the black Balrog could not harm it at all. After seeing its figure, the center of the flame let out a soft cry. And then the maze opened a way for it, allowing it to rush into the center of the black flame. Then a dull, loud noise erupted in the hall. Then, there was complete silence. This scene only happened in a split second. After the wizards saw the incoming flames bypassing them, the creatures under their control were already terminated. The hall turned into a prison of flames, and the wizards were surrounded by flames that were constantly flowing and licking away. The scene was like returning to the original demon battle. Chapter 283 Overshadowed. After being trapped in the cage of flames, the desperados who found themselves unable to escape aroused their ferocity and fought back desperately. It seems that the will of these wizards is very strong, and even the demon lord cannot control their thinking instantly. But the black flame demon they faced this time seemed to be much stronger than before, and they couldn't help but start to doubt during the resistance. A small spider claw suddenly hooked in the black flames, and the phantom of the black flame demon's head was put into her mouth amidst the frightened pleas, and she started chewing greedily. The sweet power continued to fill her longing body, and the black-red flame began to turn blue. The wizards who saw this scene suddenly lost their minds in extreme fear, and the entire villa suddenly became hazy at this moment, and was completely pulled into the maze. In this endless cycle of dreams, they gradually began to be unable to distinguish between illusion and reality. Every time they used a spell, the magic power in their bodies would be drained. The enemies they faced became more powerful and fearful. In the ridicule and laughter, the cracks in their thinking gradually spread, and helplessness and despair gradually emerged. Indeed, although the demon lord is extremely weak at this time, this weakness is far less than the suppression of the hope fire. Although the willpower of these little bugs in front of her far exceeds that of those noble lords who dare to take up arms in front of her. These dark wizards, whose hearts are full of darkness and filth, are like rotten eggs. Easily this will allow this treacherous devil to find a gap. It was their leader who collapsed first. She was not pulled into the maze. She just watched the scenes unfold, and also saw with her own eyes how terrifying and weird the thing in the center of the flame was. Almost at this moment, her mind completely collapsed. Her vision went dark, and her head felt dizzy, and his own magic power, using this wand as a medium, poured into the ghost fire like a flood. This is something they simply cannot fight against. Courage often comes from ignorance. She only knows that this deformed and twisted thing should not exist in H.L., nor should it exist in heaven. Gradually, the flames became smaller and smaller, and the shadow with 6 wings became clearer and clearer. Brenda finally saw clearly the thing in the flames, or rather, that majestic body. He descended to earth like a guardian from the kingdom of heaven. His golden armor covered his huge body. On the armor, many divine patterns could be clearly seen. His surroundings were covered in dazzling white light, and shadows of guardian angels kept appearing. The 2 wizards and a male servant in his arms were staring at the armored giant above him in stunned silence. The body of the bull-headed creature was already lying on the ground. Its head cracked like a watermelon. But this time, it seemed that he only used 1 punch. Brenda's eyes were in confusion, looking at the god in his eyes. He kept looking for the light wings behind him, but what he saw was a transparent wing formed by 6 golden insect claws. Wing membrane. And if you look closely at the golden armor, it seems to be the ferocious chitin with barbs. A small spider crawled around on his chest. When her Calicere moved, all the wizards knelt down. Rosgard. Look! I said before, I am the archangel under the 7 gods. Count carefully. Are all my slaves here? In this prison of raging flames, the imprisoned slaves looked at this thing that could no longer tell who they were, with the power of the 7 gods and the shape of H.L., and knew that they could not defend themselves against him. Ives and Rosgard looked at each other, nodded deeply, and knelt down. The light of dawn, trembling with anger, provides you with a pertinent suggestion. Let your alchemist change the appearance of this EDA. Looking at the group of scholars on the boat whose eyes were full of enthusiasm, and who looked at him secretly from time to time, George looked out the window at the surging river and sighed deeply. These 8 newcomers have already introduced themselves, and under Rosgard's guidance, they have become more and more aware of each other. These 10 rest birds are not all the manpower of the entire organization, but they are almost enough. At least they can be regarded as catching up with everyone who will come to Biswi City in the future. In addition to having in-depth research on black magic, these people can help the shelter better understand darkness and demons. They are also the world's top biological and pharmaceutical scientists. Moreover, the quality of this group of people is extremely high. The lowest one is B level. And Cholera, who has the most rich combat experience, has reached A+ in one-on-one combat. When he picked up the wand, he had already reached the terrifying strength of S-. Today, George used the power of the two great demon lords to completely conquer this small team, which can be regarded as establishing the most powerful magic team in the future of the shelter. If they have a divine fire in their hands, these 10 people may not be able to compete with the demon lord, of course. The premise is that the pets in their hands will not be suppressed by the fire. The equipment he holds will not backfire under the bewitchment of a higher level demon. Everything that happened today also made George understand the shortcomings of dark wizards when dealing with demons, compared with the determined knights. Although these people are powerful and knowledgeable, they only have interests and self in their hearts. In order to obtain more powerful power, they often bend their knees easily. And the pets and rare objects in your hands are also extremely easy to backfire. The wizards had previously speculated about themselves and had been communicating mentally regarding their identities. Rusgard and Ives have already explained their identities with serious faces. The identity of the two of them is that they are wizards who have joined the Holy See one after another. The name the former once used was Rathbone. When the name was spoken, for a while, even the resting birds doubted their guess. However, these wizards, who hold the deeper secrets of the world, are more willing to think about things in a wrong way out of their own wishes. So after George heard their spiritual communication through Siljak, he couldn't help but come to the bow of the ship as he looked at the increasingly low satisfaction of the Dawn Light. He knew that even if the satisfaction level of this major shareholder who had been kidnapped by him was negative, George would not worry about being fired. But I still need some comfort. Light of Dawn. You can't blame me. Ahem. You have to think about it this way. These complete black wizards are no better than knights. They will only surrender to the most powerful person, not to mention the god of mist. Who is the real one? The master can also make them sell you as a treasure. But my identity can be your armor. Obviously, I am more powerful than that Aloysius. At least in everyone's eyes. Moreover, the world that I, the master, will build in the future is more in line with their values. Only with human beings can the traitor stand under the supreme throne and enjoy the wealth and status. George continued in his heart. Don't worry. I will train them well. Among the people who have joined the shelter for so long, which one was not motivated by profit in the first place? When they completely surrender to my lustful power, you will become the existence they dare not peep at. This misunderstanding will become a good transition period. Later, I will train them to become dawn singers, throwing away the interests and darkness in their hearts, and possessing light and hope. At that time, I stole the master of the kingdom of heaven from there, and became the CEO regained by the light of dawn. The light of dawn can regain such things and flatter me every day. It is obviously more powerful than the 7 gods. After the flattery was filmed, a note appeared in front of George. According to the above tips, Forbidden Academy has already taken a prototype. George knew that at this point, the first batch of teachers from Forbidden Academy had gathered together. It's just that after returning to the shelter, these teachers still have to train them carefully. After appeasing his major shareholders, George gave Rusgard and Ives a look. Then the two guys opened their mouths, and the wizard's conversation shifted to serious matters such as palace laboratories, potions, formulas, libraries, raiding various wizarding forces, alchemy furnaces, etc. The resting bird often arranges and prepares for some big projects, and when it comes to discussing plans, it can be said that it is very familiar. In their opinion, what the master wants to do here is already at the right time, place, and people. If they don't do it well, it would be a shame for the 7 gods. Seeing the group of terrorists talking about their plans amidst the sinister laughter, George on the bow of the ship turned his eyes to Brenda. This person had never heard the words from Rusgard's mouth. He looked worried about gains and losses. George could see that unlike the wizards, who mastered the deeper secrets of the world, Brenda believed more in what the Holy Sun preached. This is not only because of his starting point of thinking, but also because he is still alive. This is the biggest proof. But no matter what, Brenda knew that it seemed that her legendary adventure would probably come to an end once this group of wizards joined the Holy See. They have been whitewashed, and they themselves have become completely black. That gentleman has more reliable channels, and he is worthless to him. George waved and called him out. Looking at the slumped colleague in front of him, George smiled slightly. There are some things that Mr. Avery has not announced today. You must have guessed it, Brenda. The 7 gods sent me to come here to assist Lord Wickwhite. With the holy relic of the Holy See in my hand, I calmed down another black tide in the Western Territory and sealed 2 of the 3 demon heads. As you all know, the remaining one is in the fallen royal capital. But what I don't know is that behind it, there is something even more terrifying. This secret is still unknown in Biswee City. I hope you can keep what you saw today a secret. Brenda looked at her feet and nodded slowly. Rusgard had already said these words once. Sir, please rest assured. Even if these secrets are told, no one will believe them. At this point, Brent smiled bitterly. He looked at the person in front of him and said with a complicated expression, Sir, I am ashamed of everything I have ever done. Now that I can see you, a real hero, all the stories I have made up are boring. The corners of George's mouth curved slightly, to be honest. He felt that this guy was a little too presumptuous. His stories are not much worse than the Valley stories Tanya told in front of the Duke, and are even more shocking and exciting. And, for this big liar, Dawn of Light actually gave a hero rating. Although he is only D, he has multiple identities such as a bard, a trainee wizard, a throat cutter, and a pirate. This seems to indicate that many of this guy's stories are not completely plagiarized. But he is not the original author. And for some stories, maybe he really experienced it personally as a war correspondent. Just like the battle between the Bird of Rest and the Black Balrog. He summoned 10,000 people, but they all fled, but he didn't. And he survived. The man in front of me can be said to be a real talent. Especially the last story he had prepared for himself. If this head was successfully sent to the Holy See, the Bird of Rest will be destroyed as a result. And he will be the one to save the entire Blue Water City. And when these dark wizards are caught by the Holy See, no one will believe their confessions. Brenda will be completely cleared, and all his stories will no longer be impeccable. It's a pity that everything is in vain now. Being able to stay alive was a huge gift in Brenda's eyes. George smiled slightly. And he heard that this guy had a sense of leniency in confessing to the world. But he would never allow it. This Count and Fernando are known as the twin pillars of the Kingdom of Rodunk. Although he does not hold the real power like Fernando, he has a transcendent status in the court and among various countries. The Holy See has high praise for him. His Majesty regards him as the highest advisor. And even the Duke has to consult with this great adventurer when he encounters problems. This person is very important to him. After being trained, it will not only mean that he will adopt a person who is equivalent to Fernando as his younger brother, but in the future, he will also become the chief diplomat of the shelter. It's so damn appropriate. As for these wizards, George also needs to use Brenda's reputation to arrange a reasonable identity to enter the palace. This great adventurer knows so many wizards that even the Bird of Rest was very vain of him at the beginning. Therefore, if he introduces several foreign wizards to help his good friend, Knight of Divine Grace, develop potions, it will undoubtedly be a great endorsement of the identity of the resting bird. And with the cooperation between him and Ives, George is confident that all the wealth of the palace wizards can be wiped out. Pack them up together with your belongings. Both Martin and Rusgard have always been my cheating assistants. This main force came here for no reason. How could I let your body be stained? He looked at the big liar in front of him and clicked the words. Brenda, the Parthen birds have a bad record in the past. Although they have been taken under my command this time, the Holy See will not allow them to appear openly. George's words stopped here. But Brenda understood what he meant. This adult would not take the initiative to reveal anything about her past. He knelt down on one knee with a face full of shame and said, Sir, thank you for your life-saving grace. But I can no longer bear this excessive reputation. From now on, I will confess to the Duke and your Majesty that I have let down their love. Everything Brenda is today comes from his name. He does not hold real power like Fernando, but this title gives him a transcendent status in the palace, making his Majesty regard him as his top advisor, and making the Duke consult with this great adventurer whenever anything happens. In the past few years, the resting bird behind him has pushed the name he worked so hard to reach the top. This position made him the mysterious demon-slaying hero and the strongest in everyone's eyes. And he has been enjoying the dividends brought by these things. But what he experienced today, and the person he saw made him feel that the gorgeous coat he was wearing had become foul-smelling. The words spoken by Brenda now have the meaning of repentance from the bottom of her heart. He knew that this confession would ruin his reputation, but it also gave him an unprecedented sense of relief. Redemption. This word suddenly flashed out of George's mind. He looked at the person in front of him and couldn't help feeling slightly surprised. I didn't expect this guy to be a bit benign. Dawnlight feels that there are too few shameless people like you in this world. Looking at the notes in front of him, George explained, 11 now, about the light of dawn with Brenda. Brenda, sometimes you can't look at the original intention of what a person does, but look at the results. Although you carry a false reputation, what you do has nothing to do with the relationship between the Majesty and the Duke. although His Majesty did not listen to your suggestions in the end and went to Chishan alone. The gathering of the Southern Kingdom, the arrival of the Noble Coalition, and the persistence of Biswi City to this day have had your dissatisfaction. Small credit many lords came because of your reputation and persuasion. And the teams that wiped out monsters and rodent also came because of you, and fought with you as their goal. Now you will use this reputation, put it down. What do you want them to do? George suddenly raised his head and described this shameless statement as righteous and well-founded. I have always believed that as long as a person can let go of the past, truly stand in his own identity and position, and do something good for people, then this reputation has the meaning of existence. And as long as they are in your under the guidance, I will target you and walk on the right path. Then you should inherit this reputation, identity, and status. At this moment, Brenda's mind felt as if she had been struck by lightning. He looked at the man in front of him, looked at his burning eyes, and heard his words. Brenda, no matter whether the good things you have done before are enough to deserve your current reputation, now, I will give you a real qualification, because your future adventures will be more exciting, and you will also be the one to write the original novel. And these original works will make all your previous stories eclipse and be forgotten by everyone. Chapter 284 Son of Minos. Every inch of land in Biswi City is worth every inch of gold, especially in this palace on the water. In this palace, the locations of gardens and squares are undoubtedly the core areas. George rubbed his eyes, which had not slept for several nights, and focused his attention on the flower ladies who were playing and tending to the garden. The Duchess seemed particularly fond of the big musk. It is now mid to late August, and all kinds of flowers are in full bloom in the palace, which is refreshing. Smelling this aroma made George feel much better after a long journey. If he hadn't seen the Duchess in front of Sophia, after taking a look at his old mother-in-law, who had always been very dissatisfied with him, George set his sights on the corridor and quickened his pace with the people around him. The road to the Silverleaf Palace intersects with the road to the political palace. This is the time when the palace meeting starts in the morning. There are many ministers, civil servants, and lords on the road. I don't know what the content of today's meeting is. The ministers on the road are all worried and talking in low voices. When several ruling ministers surrounded by civil servants saw the Earl of DeLong County passing by, they immediately smiled. After saying H, low twice, they found that the two earls were not talking about sex and did not seem to intend to participate. This time the palace council. So he politely held his chest and stood on both sides of the corridor, making way for this group of people. Looking at the departing figure, the dignitaries and ministers couldn't help but talk in low voices. For George William Austen and Earl Brenda to become good friends. Everyone in the Rodent Kingdom was extremely shocked and not surprised at all. Even Fernando. Originally, he was having a headache about the Duke's son-in-law's laboratory. After arranging for Lord Ives to focus on the connection, he was thinking about whether he should go to the legendary Earl, who never saw the beginning of the dragon, and ask him to help him write a few letters. Introducing some of his old friends into the laboratory. He has already prepared his speech. The proposal prepared by Grand Maester Raphael is indeed very important to the plague situation in the entire Blue Water City. But Wei Chung didn't expect that George could directly invite this guy for help. If the Earl of the Red Dragon comes together with them, the three most legendary figures in Rodent's history will be together. As His Majesty and the Duke often said, Earl Brenda never disappoints. In just a few weeks, the new laboratory's team and objects were not only assembled, but its scale began to exceed that of the palace team. It is said that even Landry's Purple Flower Duke has recently become interested in investing in several projects in that laboratory. I took out part of it and joined the laboratory. Count Black Pearl's newly formed suppression team or the Noble Gold mining team. When combined with the Count, the two gimmicks seemed to have a miraculous effect. On the one hand, many nobles believed in the strength of Black Pearl. On the other hand, because of the vision and reputation of the great adventurer, his old friends were also willing to pay. This caused the funds of the new army and the laboratory to expand even more. It seems that not only the nobles are interested, but also the scholars. In the past 2 days, several palace wizards have applied to change laboratories and join new projects. The look on his face was as if he would kill his whole family if he didn't agree. Unfortunately, the only cash cows in the palace were these chief executives. Fortunately, these guys who were planning to change jobs were finally appeased by him. After hearing his complaints, the Earl of DeLong County actually sent several of his great scholars over. Now the two teams are working together more and more perfectly, and some results have been produced. After entering the door of the laboratory, George found that the number of laboratory scholars and apprentices seemed to be more than last week. With the magic power supplied by the alchemy furnace, the scholars were either brewing cauldrons or preparing magic potions. Bottles of potions were continuously produced. A few old black lake oil sticks, who were strolling around the laboratory and serving as experimental materials, saw the Lord coming and led the group into the core experimental area. After George nodded with several judgment knights guarding the top secret area, he ordered his men to put down the materials he'd brought back from the demon spider, and went with Brenda to the compartment where Rusgard was. On the huge experimental table, a giant with twisted muscles was lying. The dead skin seemed to be trying its best to straighten its broken head, but in the end, it was replaced with a wooden bull head. The experimental data is out, sir. Rusgard took off his thin leather gloves, rubbed his bloodshot eyes, rummaged through the messy desk and cabinet, and handed George a sheepskin scroll. Originally I was going to conduct a complete experiment at the border manor. But the thieves from the Timbiak came to steal something. I thought I had finished this Son of Minas when I evacuated the eastern border. Son of Minas is Rusgard's name for this high-level demon. It was one of the goods that was hacked by his old friends in the Parthen Bird. The name Son of Minas comes from the many messy mythological documents about the outer world in the Forbidden Sanctuary. Anthony believes that these documents pieced together by forbidden wizards from the time and space lines are not accurate. If strictly speaking, this kind of powerful, bull-headed and human-like thing should have another pronunciation. But no matter what they are called, these guards of Garrixt are the reason why George has not slept well these days. He has already seen the strength of this thing, and it cannot withstand the power of a blow at the level of a great demon lord, or a seraph. However, this kind of strength can indeed serve as the main tank for the resting birds in the battle against the Black Flame Demon. Compared to the Black Balrog with smaller horns, the Son of Minas is slightly more powerful than the former in terms of pure hand-to-hand combat, and slightly lower than the elite blood demon like Jeffrey. Taken together, the physical fitness should be above 20+. And if it's a battle between you and me, it may not be able to defeat the thick-skinned Snow Frost Ogre. If Goran hits it, it will turn into mincemeat in no time. But the key point is that this is only the performance of the Son of Minas when his muscles rotted and he lost his brain and reason. The real power of these demon warriors is their superb martial arts and agility that is as strong as their strength. Rusgard once saw with his own eyes a Son of Minas, who was wearing armor and wielding a long-handled giant axe. After playing with Goran for a while, he quickly jumped onto the giant's huge body and split it open with an axe. Head. Black Balrog? These early-stage troop leaders, who are highly intelligent and can play tricks and act as commanders, cannot be called high-level demons. Jerry Jones is. According to Rusgard's inference, there should be dozens of them. But according to Siljak, they are just elite regular troops. When the Blood Moon descended, there were countless regular troops like this that emerged from the cracks in the world that were oriented with time and space anchors. These things don't need to be organized. They only need to have a human army of thousands or hundreds. 330,000 plus 50,300. And they will be cut clean by them like wheat. Rubbing his head, George withdrew his mixed thoughts, glanced at the parchment scroll in his hand, looked past the things he couldn't understand, and focused directly on Rusgard's summary. According to your, in other words, 8 points of physical fitness is the limit of not being crushed. Crush is an unfamiliar word to wizards, but now they have learned something from this existence from outside, which means that physical confrontation is impossible. When an axe strikes, there is no other option but to dodge. Judging from the condition of this material, it is indeed the case. Rusgard stroked his beard and said, but according to my observations, high-level demons can burst out evil power. The power of evil flashed the power of justice of the Dawn Knight in George's mind. In this material, there is no additional physical bonus, nor are there any additional improvements brought by advanced equipment and the words of the ancient gods. So if this thing gets angry, the Dawn Knight is probably the lowest standard for fighting them. Okay, I don't expect more than a dozen people to pin it to the ground. The corners of George's red eyes twitched, recalling the weird environments in the Sand Sea. According to the latest inferences of the wizards, there is a crack in the world with a space-time anchor directed there. Now this hidden danger has been eliminated, but there are still many unknown dangers in the royal capital of Neradunk. These cunning things are hidden deeper than me. We absolutely cannot stay in Rodunk. Now more and more people are boarding the boat. Before winter comes, the Noah's Ark I built in Biswi City must be gotta open. The other 6 temple troops of the Holy Court, the Lords of Divine Grace Knights, and the Temple Knights are all in the south. If the flood does not go south, but comes west, the real power of this world will probably have to watch the excitement from outside. Watching on the sidelines is probably the best situation. It would be interesting to adopt the tactic of adding fuel to the devil's cunning schemes. Originally we thought that the war in the north was a world war, Brenda suddenly said silently. But it seems that this is just the prologue. It's a world war, Brenda. But it's just World War I. George took out the ancient gold coins and sat on the sofa to play with them. He waved to Rusgard and signaled him to take out the main things for the day. He called Cholera, who was secretly looking at him not far away, turned to look at Brenda and said, "About the ancient demon snake. What does the Duke mean now? Has your Majesty got a reply?" Regarding the terrifying whirlpool in front of him now, he had to reveal more. It can be said that in order for everyone to go all out to survive in this world war, Tanya has even hesitated to influence the Ark project and persuade the Duke. The incident was covered up by Brenda, whose story was scarier and more believable than Tanya's. Also wiped Tanya's but once. You know, sir, Brenda sighed, I have always been a staunch opponent. My views have made me a lot of money before. But now this kind of fallacy has been regarded as it is a thorn in the side that blocks the way to make money. George nodded. He knew that this great diplomat could not go too deep into this muddy water. Otherwise he would be disliked by the nobles, and the impact on investment would be small. The big deal would be that there would be fewer people on the Ark, and the shelter would attract less attention here. Some nutrients. But if it arouses His Majesty's dissatisfaction, and makes him, and the Duke pay attention to these people who advocate defeat, there is no telling what will happen to the Ark project. Dead end. George pursed his lips. He knows that the outcome of this world war cannot be changed by anyone. It is the best outcome that Biswi City can achieve its purpose of delaying the pace of the Kuroshio and allowing the South to have more time to prepare. But there is still good news. Sir, Brenda said here and looked at the Cholera, who came over cautiously. The Knights of the Holy Black Lake, who were ordered by the Duke and the Bishop, led the priests to Biswi City, did a good job of combing and caught a lot of smelly fish. In addition, under our suggestions, His Majesty still listened to some suggestions. There are also a few big fish. Daphne raised her eyebrows and interjected. He blocked half of Brenda's words. Daphne is the real name of Cholera. This innocent-looking witch with a sinister heart is not a professional scientist. According to Rusgard's words, my laboratory. Please stay away. However, she managed the shady activities that George arranged for Anyao in private very smoothly. Some time ago, after Tanya came into contact with the Nightmare Brotherhood, this organization that served George also made a lot of efforts for the resting birds hidden underground through Tanya. As a bridge on the surface, George did not. I hope the Night Dyer knows that the Bird of Rest is also serving him. Sir, during the net closing operation last night, the last few rats in Biswi City were escorted to the Biswi Temple by Volp. After saying this, Daphne took out a small bag from her arms. She winked at her master from the corner of her charming eyes, and put the still warm bag in the boss's hand. According to what I said, those guys should all be burned to death by Volp on the spot. The church has just been erected. There are really too few guards. In fact, the Biswi Cathedral is what everyone calls it, in the official name of the Holy Court. This cathedral has inherited the name of the Cathedral of the Royal Capital, so it should actually be called St. Paberite Cathedral Church. The Great Cathedral of the Royal Capital was originally one of the 7 great cathedrals, and Paberite was a divine form of the 7-in-1 god of protection, symbolizes rebirth and reproduction, and is also somewhat related to love, exploitation and victory. The divine powers of the 7 gods are mixed and intertwined with each other. Sometimes, what they control depends on what time it was written in the Holy See, how to define it in the teachings. This cathedral appeared at the beginning of the establishment of the Kingdom of Rodunk, symbolizing a northward advance of the 7 gods' faith. Now, in the view of the Holy Court, the Northern Territory is about to be recovered, and it is perfect for the new Holy Church to inherit this name. After taking the bag, George casually put it into his iron belt, knowing that the group of lunatics who had wanted to win over the resting bird before were probably completely overturned by the resting bird this time. After combing through the white and black areas, Biswi City was indeed basically completely clean. When the time comes for me to run away, I will feel less guilty about my father-in-law. There's a wedding coming soon. The baptism of the Knights of Divine Grace will also be held on the same day. Chapter 285 The Smashed Temple. Unlike Daphne, Brenda was very polite. He waited for the woman to finish speaking, and the boss looked at him before continuing the good news in his mouth. Biswi Great Cathedral should indeed have a real church force stationed there. Your Majesty also feels that this matter will have an important impact on the battle situation on the front line. In order to be more powerful, my lord has compiled some of my stories, and this new force has also been determined. The Growry Cathedral has sent the knights over. These glory gods of war, there are 7,000 guards in total. Some will serve as the knights of the temple, and some will serve as guardian knights and trainers. The order that believes in the 7 gods has a total of 7 cathedrals, and their history is older than the church. In the beginning, the greatest honor of a cathedral knight was to go to the holy court and wear the holy robe, until the 3 temples were established at 3 historical turning points. The power of the temple became greater, and the Templar Knights also had a new source. Gowrie Cathedral is one of the 7 cathedrals, as is the cathedral in the royal capital of Rodenk. The military strength of this church is very high, although the religious knights here do not have the title of a church, nor are they equipped with a church. But because of strict training and frequent combat, its operational power is probably more powerful than many of the Templar troops, who have no name and often stay at home. When these knights donned holy robes and were equipped with divine pattern armor in the great cathedral of Blue Water, there were now 3 temple troops in the north. It seems that His Majesty and the bishop did listen to some of Brenda's suggestions, but in the end, it was for the sake of profit. I have done my best to be benevolent and righteous. This army replaces the Knights of the Black Lake to protect Biswi City. It is enough. George looked at Riscard, who came back from the door, and saw the 8 potions placed on the table. His eyes became extremely complicated. He knew that there was a huge whirlpool north of Rodenk, and it eventually evolved into a doomsday storm. It is time for me to go upstream, block this vortex before it turns into a storm, and reduce the difficulty of this doomsday. It's better to get out early and not gamble. The turning point of history is right in front of me. In this multiple choice question, there is a lot of confusion before and after. Maybe I should advance. Maybe I should retreat. No one knows whether the answer is right or wrong. But once you make the wrong choice, you will be doomed. These potions are a product of this choice to wonder. They make it possible for the soldiers of the Black Lake to fight against the higher demons. It also makes it easier for the Judgment Knights to escape after entering the vortex. Indeed, they are a necessity, and it is best if they appear early. Moreover, this opportunity to lie on the kingdom and suck blood is rare. But there are only 100 Judgment Knights, and 100 sets of these potions are enough. The remaining materials can be made just as easily, so there is no need to be so urgent. But every time he tossed and turned in the middle of the night and thought of a strange sea of sand, he would repeatedly urge Riscard to progress the experiment. These studies indeed took a long time, and a lot of money was burned. These are truly mature and stable products on the table now. They are even more complete than the potions that Tanya brought with her new army to Chishan some time ago. A few days ago, because the laboratory did not have enough materials, George made a special trip to the northern mining area to get all the monsters that the spiders had killed during this period, as well as the materials that had been intercepted from attacking the caravan. In addition, there are many corpses of demon spiders. Although these demon spiders are not fully developed and are half-sized things, they are enough to be used as materials. Sir, these 3 are complementing potions. The latest products customized for the Knights of the Black Lake. Riscard stretched out his hand and pinched the shoulder of a Black Lake soldier who had fully recovered and was showing off his muscles. Said, although due to time constraints, we cannot perfectly transform the formula from the Holy See, the effect is still extremely significant. These 3 complementary potions can stimulate the potential of the Black Lake soldiers who have taken the potions. In addition to a slight improvement in physical fitness, they can also greatly improve plague immunity, scavengers, improve physical fitness and recovery, blood giants, and improve physical fitness, resistance to darkness, power of 8 claws. According to the test data, the current physique of the Black Lake soldiers is completely immune to the corrosive infection caused by zombie bites. In addition, there is basically no need to worry about tetanus and wound infection. Speaking of this, Riscard said he took out the dagger from the soldier's waist and slashed the soldier's arm. An embarrassing thing happened. The sharp-handled dagger didn't even cut the skin on the soldier's arm. In the end, it was the soldier himself who cut a gash on his arm. The cut was a centimeter deep, but within a few breaths, his arm began to bleed. And in just a few minutes, the wound stuck together. At this rate, tonight, there will only be a red mark left on this wound. Although this kind of self-healing ability is not comparable to that of a werewolf blood descendant, it is enough to be called a Superman. And George also knew that this meant that without the treatment of external chance, many fatal injuries to ordinary people will not threaten their lives or even affect their combat effectiveness. Brenda, who was accompanying George next to him, saw the scene with some shock in her eyes. Sir, if you go to war with a certain lord, they will see a group of terrifying soldiers with 5 or 6 crossbows stuck in their bodies. But they still cannot fall. 5 or 6 crossbow arrows? George shook his head. The soldier's physical fitness in front of him had reached 8.2. Including the strong amulet, it is 8.5. The physique of many white-robed knights, which is about the same. With such muscle strength, even if this soldier was shirtless, if a crossbow arrow penetrated his muscles, he would probably be caught in them. If he unfolds the mark of the vampire ancient god again. So even if the current Black Lake soldiers are not infected by the blood of the fallen, they are equivalent to an army of ogres plus scavengers. So in the eyes of the lords, what they saw was probably a group of troops that could not be killed at all. Regarding dark resistance, the data given by Rusgard is basically consistent with what he observed, an increase of 20 dark resistance. This is already equivalent to a level 2 dark resistance, Holy Seal. The combination of evil invincible, runes and gems itself increases the darkness and fire resistance by 20, as well as a part of the purification effect. Even with the blessing of dawn and holy water, ordinary soldiers in combat will now be able to reach 75 points of darkness resistance. This means that many of the black magic in the hands of Brain Spider and Rusgard cannot effectively harm these soldiers. They are completely immune to things like blasphemers and demons. After introducing the 3 complementing potions, Rusgard picked up the black, red, and blue potions on the stage. I named this type of potion Relieving Potion. It is based on the results of the Palace Wizards and basic potions over the years. In order to speed up production efficiency, we have adjusted some formulas, reducing many complicated debugging processes and improving success. The efficiency has reduced a lot. However, compared with the current products of the Palace, this potion can be said to be a different kind. The Palace Wizard's removal potion can immediately remove the corrosion, internal combustion, freeze and other effects caused by black, fire, and ice. These new products in Rusgard's hands can not only produce this effect, but can also greatly restore injuries while the medicine has an effect, and greatly increases resistance over a period of time. This number, according to the calculation system you gave, is estimated to increase the resistance by 12 to 15. Having said this, Rusgard looked at George with burning eyes. The resting birds are helpless against your troops. As for the Black Balrog, as long as the flame resistance increases by another 40 points, it will see a group of people marching into the darkness. In the flames, the reckless man, who was unharmed, chopped it to death with his sword. George nodded. When cooperating with Cholera to clean up those Biswi City, the Black Lake soldiers of this team in the laboratory had already proven their strength facing such a group of fully armed police forces. Biswi City, the Dark Wizards were pushed to the ground and beaten like pieces of rotten skin. The Hellwalker suit is being purchased. After equipping it, although the soldier's fire resistance will not reach 75, it can reach 60 to 65. When facing the Black Balrog, when he activates Blood-Sucking or Dawn Light Rain, he will indeed be in the same position as Rusgard. As for the Judgment Knights, after equipping them with new equipment and taking the Dissolving Potion, they have mastered the Holy Seal of High Resistance, and their fire resistance has exceeded 90, and their dark resistance has reached 110. Compared to Jerry Jones, this statistic is no more impressive. Even Siljak would feel his scalp explode when facing 100 B-level heroes like this. The Judgment Knight's physique is much stronger than that of the Black Lake soldiers. After taking the replenishing potion, his physique has reached over 13. Especially for Volp and another guy who has been bathed in Grond's blood, their physique has reached 16. In a state of unstoppable anger, the power of justice burst out. It's enough to compete with the material on the experimental bench. As for the Black Flame Demon, I'm afraid a team of people can beat the Black Flame Demon to death in the fire. There is also an antidote potion. If this potion is based on the glands of the demon spider, it will not only have the effect of detoxification potion, but will also be immune to demon-level toxin damage for a period of time. One antidote to the plague, or, in other words, a blocking potion. Rusgard believes that given the current situation, they do not have time to develop an antidote to the Type 2 plague. But this transitional product can have a blocking effect. In other words, this medicine is a consumable product. There is no permanent immunity to Type 2 plague. However, it can infect a person's life. If Robert had had a bottle of this potion in his hand when he met the Lord at the big farm, that guy wouldn't have to become a scavenger. These 8 potions are undoubtedly extremely powerful supplements. It is the basis for the Knights of the Black Lake to survive in this dark tide. As long as these things are fully equipped, demon-level magic can no longer pose a threat to them. The only flaw is that the materials they require are too complex. Although they can be purchased in this Clearwater City, the cost of development is extremely high. Just the gems to be burned and the mithril used are 1. A fee was paid. And this is something that was obtained with the help of the demon spider and the materials in the hands of the resting bird. Otherwise, if you buy everything on the black market, the cost would probably be several times higher. Not to mention those materials that are unique to the South. Even the materials for scavengers and blood giants are also very expensive. But even so, including this unnecessary expenditure, overall, the average cost of each potion is about 100 silver fox, which is equivalent to a piece of mail armor that is not too bad in quality. A set of potions is 8, which is 800 silver fox. During the discussion, Brenda looked at George and asked curiously, "Sir, I would venture to ask, we have been working hard to produce these potions. How many people do you plan to meet their needs?" The corner of George's mouth twitched. He turned over the ancient gold coins in his hand and said, 3,000. He doesn't worry about money, because during this period, under his auspices, the fraud teams under him have already taken all the money from the nobles. Although he only knows now this specific number. So he cares about money, according to a knighthood that can dominate a party. The cost at the beginning of its establishment is only 4 to 5 million silver foxes. But the Black Lake soldiers spent many times this amount including the armor. It was probably 10 times more. But no matter what, this real Templar force has been smashed out. After hearing the boss's words, Brenda nodded. He knew that this Knight of Divine Grace had a Templar order in his hands. But he also had many lords from various countries who followed him. So he couldn't help but want to confirm. 1 potion for each of 3,000 people is 300,000 silver foxes. 8 potions is 2.4 million, including the 1.8 million for armor replacement. It is 420 silver foxes. The standard equipment for each person is 1,400 silver foxes. But Brenda was not surprised by this number. The equipment of the temple is generally astronomical. The thorn birds are considered a medium-sized unit, not counting the talisman words. The equipment of the main elite knights is upwards of 4,000. Both the armor and the war horses are top-notch. And many Templar knights with titles on their heads are equipped with equipment that is even more expensive than this. As for the instructors, these Grey Knights, who are expected to be promoted to Templar Knights, the equipment can far exceed those of off-duty soldiers. Basically, they are customized according to the standards of knights. And the equipment must exceed 1,000. For some children of a noble family, the horses under their seats may cost 800 or 900, which can be said to be $1,000 horse. And there are usually 2 war horses pointing upwards. Therefore, from the perspective of Brenda, who often participates in political affairs and knows how much money this battlefield vortex consumes, this amount of expenditure on clothing is not surprising. But George's heart twitched. How much money did Baron George's little fiefdom produce in a year? Oh! Now he is the big Earl of DeLong County. If the new territory is cleaned up, the output of the winery in the old territory will be similar. In total, there are only 15 or 6,000 silver foxes a year. My lord said this. Brenda looked out the door, where a judgment knight came over. Boss, the Duke invited you and Earl Brenda to the palace for a meeting. I hope you can come and have a look. The veteran scratched his hair and said, The guard who came over said that he saw you here today. George sighed. As his father-in-law, he very much hopes that he can participate in political affairs. But how can he have such time? For this reason, he specially applied to the Duke for a business trip some time ago. He went out with a great adventurer to search for traces of the ancient demon snake. By the way, he settled the matter and made new arrangements for the demon spiders. But this morning, I happened to bump into those ministers. The Duke must have thought of himself because of this. Sir, according to the time, there should be news from Miss Tanya. There should be another good news today some time ago. The funds from the nobles have come, and this should be from His Majesty's side. Here, Brenda smiled slightly, with a meaningful look in her eyes. George raised his eyebrows and stood up. We'll talk on the way. Chapter 286, The First World War. George knew that the nobles had invested a lot, but he had some questions about Brenda's extra gains and his specific operations. The potions have been being produced when Tanya and others left, although the 2,000 Black Lake soldiers did not take the complementing potions. Each of them took 2 or 3 sets of other potions. Now the 3 complementary potions are being produced one after another, with the target being the latest 8 potions, totaling 3,000 sets. If you do the math, the total cost is far more than the money in the resting bird's pocket. Hellwalker armors have also been replaced and purchased, and Volpe and others brought more than 500 sets. For these more than 500 sets of armor, not only all the enamel hammers were eaten up, but also the inferior quality Hellwalkers produced by other alchemy workshops in the city were all purchased by the new army. Each of these more than 500 sets of armor costs 1,200. But the equipment replaced by the Judgment Knights and Black Lake soldiers was not sold, but was given to the outstanding knights of the new army. So this is another 600,000 Silver Fox expenses. Added together, these things have exceeded the Golden Lion in my fraud budget. But after Tanya and the others left, Brenda was still purchasing these armors. And they were all purchased through the channels of the Chamber of Commerce. The price of these goods is definitely more than 1,000 and 2,000. The minimum is 3,000 Silver Fox and upwards. Brenda has recently placed a batch of orders for 500 sets of armors from several chambers of commerce, which together may cost more than 1 million Silver Foxes. George really didn't know where he was going to get the extra money, but he never let himself worry about filling this gap. "Sir," Brenda said to George as she walked. "Sir, we collected 190,000 gold lions in the early stage, which is 5.7 million Silver Foxes. Most of them came from Mr. Riscard and the auction. The total funds obtained from the business are 90,000 gold lions. In addition, Lord Wolf contributed 10,000 gold lions, and the other 8 rest birds contributed about 20,000 gold lions, including the investment from the nobles. It is exactly 10,000 golden lions. The money has been spent so far, and there is still a shortfall of less than 2 million. Brenda stroked her mustache and said, "In addition to the production of potions, involves 500 sets of armor. Our expenditure there are other things that cost nothing in the end. One is the establishment of the team, research consumption, labor costs, and the transformation of the magic furnace. We spent a total of 600,000 Silver Foxes. In addition, the rent of the laboratory, the wear and tear of the instruments, and the subsequent loss of gems and mithril will cost another 900,000. Wanting who this is the number I arranged for someone to report to the Duke. Obviously the estimate is too high, but the money was still allocated. You mentioned it before, and wanted to share some of the research results. When Biswee City falls, the treasury all the money and it was lost in vain. So I used the information given to Biswee City in the plan to take out the money from the vault, which just filled the vacancy in the laboratory." George nodded. This operation was by no means as simple as Brenda said. To put it bluntly, it was a perfect sale. "The second expenditure is the thing you asked me to do, the core component of the alchemy furnace," Brenda continued, "although I had a lot of chats with Miss Daphne and those Landry boatmen and scholars. Okay, but after the whip was cracked, we still had to give some sweeteners. We actually spent 200,000 yuan to get 8 sets of core components of the alchemy furnace and some precious accessories. By the way, I also rented 100,000 yuan, 20 large ships with thousands of materials for the ARC project." George nodded. He knew the money. It was he who arranged for Brenda to do it. And this guy not only got the job done, he also exceeded his initial expectations. From Brenda's words, George learned that part of the 200,000 Silver Foxes was paid by Brenda to the Dire Brotherhood. Now many of the crew members have become the Count's subordinates, all hacking pirates. In addition, some members of the Dire Brotherhood were also interested in joining the Count's team during this exchange. George and Brenda turned a corner in the corridor and entered the castle. Brenda also lowered her voice when she said this. "The third payment is 300,000 yuan. It is given to Miss Tanya to meet the military expenses of the new army. She is somewhat short of funds, but I will give her all the remaining loot from the Red Village." George's heart twitched. The remaining items in Hongzhuang actually totaled 30,000 Silver Foxes. If you look for them in the auction house, they will sell for more than 100,000 at most. However, the money came out from the left hand and went in from the right hand, so it is not considered a loss, Brenda said. "I gave all these collections to various nobles." George's eyes darkened. "In addition to them, I also sent a batch of products to the Duke and various nobles, and promised His Majesty that I would provide the front line with go all out to produce a batch of medicine. Our price is 2 million. Brenda touched her mustache and said, "So the 2 million funds allocated by the palace will come over in the next few days. When the money is paid to the Chamber of Commerce, the 500 sets of Hell Ramblers will also arrive." Obviously, Brenda has no intention of delivering the 2 million order. Judging from the time, the delivery will be in winter, when the Blood Moon has arrived, and their fraud group has also run away. After hearing this, George already understood what his team, with the cooperation of Brenda, had done. The money came and went, but in the end it all fell into the pocket of this big liar and was added to the laboratory. He also completed the preparation of the alchemy furnace and the purchase of armor. This made the logistics of his temple army finally complete. Having said this, the two of them had already entered the conference hall. Amidst the noise in the hall, they stood on the edge of the crowd. This was their old position. The hand of the king is sitting on the throne, discussing with the nobles and ministers the matter of frontline supplies. Oh, sir. The 500,000 gold lions that the Mithril treasury loaned to Rodenk have arrived. Presumably the 2 million silver foxes that His Majesty allocated to us should also have come from here. Brenda touched, he stroked his mustache and whispered to the boss. Over the years, Biswi City has accumulated countless wealth as a trading center. But disasters continued year after year. Coupled with this war, Biswi City's treasury is almost empty. Now the Rodunk Kingdom has owed debts to many large chambers of commerce. Presumably, this money can only be paid off slowly after regaining the lost territory and the royal capital in the east. 500,000 golden lions. The corner of George's mouth twitched. He knew that war was a huge gold-swallowing beast. But these figures were still frightening. How much money did Rodunk spend in total in the past 2 years? Isn't it with the Southern Kingdom? Is there an agreement? Sir, many expenses do not cost us money. But the remaining expenses are still very huge. Brenda rubbed her mustache and said, Sir, in this battle, the Kingdom of Rodunk mainly supports the Iron Wall Knights, the Red Dragon Knights, the Red Dragon Guards, and the Griffins. The Knights and the Thorn Birds also received a share of the medicine from the palace. Together, these main forces are about 30,000 people. He continued, Fortunately, the 30,000 main forces are not like your elite force, which has such top-notch war equipment. However, so far, the kingdom's consumption on pharmaceuticals alone has reached a figure of around 20 million. There are also 300,000 people from the Noble Alliance. Although the Noble Alliance did not charge commissions from Rodunk due to the agreement, Rodunk has to pay for the food and fodder for these 300,000 people, coupled with the residents' herbal medicine, the church's medical expenses, the battle losses of Rodunk's own army, wages, rewards, fortifications, and ships. For these money, Fernando, the money lover, is really worried. George pursed his lips and suddenly discovered what this war was really about, and why the upper-class nobles and elites of Rodunk were so greedy for money and this political gain. They had to get their money back. The kingdom also needs to get its money back. This battle can be fought only if there is blood transfusion from many southern countries and the Holy See. Secondly, there are the several large chambers of commerce that support the Kingdom of Rodunk, and the nobles who flock to Biswi City like crazy and contribute various expenses. As for various cash cows in this war, such as auction houses that charge commissions, taxes, land rents, alchemy workshops, etc., if Biswi City did not have it, I am afraid it would not be able to support it at all. Maybe future shelters should have more economical buildings like auction houses. More channels and material sources should also be needed. The prelude to the arrival of the Black Tide has just begun. This eternal battle against the Doomsday may take many years. The valley's resources alone cannot sustain it. In the conference hall, the nobles stood around, following the Duke's instructions, and stepped forward one by one to speak. The crowd was slightly noisy, and there were whispers everywhere. They were talking again above, and they were also talking below. From time to time, the Duke would need to yell to get some quiet time. When George, who was having a lively chat with Brenda, saw the Duke's staring eyes, he couldn't help but tremble in his calves and closed his mouth under the father-in-law's dissatisfied gaze. Adeline has always hoped that her son-in-law can stay with her and participate in political affairs during this period. But this guy has no interest in such things and can always find reasons to sneak out of her. After pretending to listen for a while, George's attention was distracted again. After making a face at Sophia, who was looking at her secretly from time to time, while she was stunned, her eyes habitually searched the crowd. But after a moment, he remembered that Tanya and others had already left with the new army. In this Clearwater City, everyone is using all resources to complete the equipment of this new army. After all, they will follow Ark to escape back to the sanctuary and become the troops of the Lord of Dawn. During these days, George was very busy with the Ark project. During this period, he went to the northern mountains again, arranged the magic spiders, and brought back the materials. So George didn't know the details about the new army, but Brenda knew it very well. Sir, the Knights of the Black Lake have left 500 in Luia City and 500 in Biswi City. The remaining 2,100 members are the main force of the new army. George nodded. There were indeed 500 Black Lake soldiers in Luia City. These guys had completely integrated with the local vultures and rotten skins. When the Ark project begins, the robbery will begin. The same is true for Biswi City. Brenda continued. Of the remaining 50,000 new troops, part of them are noble private armies. Most of them are led by the Lords of Rodunk, and the total number is more than 30,000. These guys who join in the fun are completely cannon fodder. However, fortunately, they all spent their own money. Otherwise our fundraising would not be enough. Judging from the armed equipment of a powerful baron, even if it is to arm 3,000 militiamen led by 100 knights, it will require hundreds of thousands of silver foxes. According to the figures recorded by the palace, the cost of arming is about 20 to 30 gold lions. The iron helmet has 3 gold lions. The armor has 6 gold lions. The leggings have 6 gold lions. The iron boots have 4 gold lions. The exquisite long sword has 3 gold lions. The spear and shield have 2 gold lions. And the war horse has 12 gold lions. 100 people are more than 3,000 gold lions, although most of the knight's equipment is their own. At the time of canonization, both the fief and the equipment are taken from the lord's pocket. As for the militia, they are generally equipped with cheap weapons such as cloth armor, leather armor and spears. The total price ranges from a dozen to dozens of silver foxes. Although more than 90% of the people in this army are cannon fodder. Forming such an army is equivalent to building a small castle with walls. And in addition to this money, there is also a lot of battle damage, repairs, and maintenance. If these 30,000 people are put together to participate in this war, tens of thousands of silver foxes will definitely be spent. Brenda said, among these 30,000 troops, there are more than a dozen lords, big and small. Some of them have experienced the dark tide, and some of them have escaped from the east. The soldiers in their hands still have some courage. It's just that the equipment is not as good as that of Yudlin. There are also some soldiers who were called up temporarily. As you said, there is a shortage of people in the valley. So the number of refugees in Flea Bottom has decreased by 10,000 recently. George knew the quality of these refugees. However, in order to stutter, these people can still take up arms. Brenda, although these 10,000 people are not as good as real soldiers, most of the refugees we selected have some skills. Brenda nodded, understanding what the boss meant anyway. They were all collecting people's heads to show to His Majesty. There was no intention of letting this unit actually fight. After the Blood Moon, the new army fled, and there would be no problem dealing with those zombies. As for these refugees, the most important job is actually logistics. After all, this gold mining team has to bring back a lot of things. Sir, we still have some good soldiers who can fight. Brenda stroked her mustache and said, the second group of people, 6,000 of them are subordinates of Yudlin and the others, and the rest are all gathered by us. The wandering knights and mercenaries who have risen up, most of these people are veterans who have experienced the Black Tide War, totaling 20,000 in total. The equipment is all armed according to the standards of the Knights. Although those wandering warriors have equipment on them, most of them are clumsy. Therefore, most of the funds raised by the nobles were spent on them. According to the standards of the Wild Boar Knights, the cost of 3,000 people is probably more than 4 to 5 million. The quality of each of those infantry soldiers is very high, but their equipment is poor. So many of them need to change their equipment. According to the standards of the Knights, at least one must be equipped with an iron helmet, iron inlaid leather armor or mail armor, hard leather boots, weapons and shields, which together cost more than 100 silver foxes. Brenda rubbed her mustache. So, the new army can be said to be an army led by the Templar troops, with 20,000 knights as the backbone, and accompanied by 30,000 auxiliaries. The money in Miss Tanya's hands is basically it's all spent on this. It's a pity that the new army cannot use the funds allocated by the palace this time. Otherwise, the 500 Hell Walkers that the Chamber of Commerce has in hand can be collected today. George nodded, feeling a little lucky. The teams around me are indeed very capable. Without them, I would probably be helpless. Everything is almost ready now. When the Blood Moon comes, the Ark plan will begin, and I have to do my last duty in this Biswi city. From today's meeting, George could already tell that Chishan had delivered the latest news this morning. No alchemical artifact can communicate over such a long distance between Chishan and Biswi city, so this news may have been a few weeks ago. In the news, Earl Red Dragon and Earl Jagger of Thorns each beheaded a demon. So far, the Battle of Chishan has ushered in the final victory. His Majesty and the Lords, in order to stabilize Chishan's foothold, used this as a springboard to march into the royal capital. At this time, the remaining monster forces near Chishan had also begun to be wiped out. His Majesty Phillips was very satisfied with the performance of the new army in the Battle of Chishan, although this force seems to be mixed between good and bad in the eyes of George and others. Among the 300,000 coalition troops, it is not as good as Erda's main force. It can be said to be a real star team. Therefore, His Majesty is very much looking forward to the fact that this new army led by the Rodunk Temple troops can show off its talents in the battle of the royal capital ahead. Thinking of this, George couldn't help laughing. In fact, according to His Majesty's original strategic plan, he planned to attack the royal capital in one go. However, Brenda's big deception and the suggestions made by the powerful people at home and abroad with whom he secretly colluded forced His Majesty to adopt a more prudent approach. So according to the current plan, the human army will clear the area around the royal capital before winter. This is the most important thing for the coalition of nobles from Elda and Landry. And it is also in the interests of Lord Rodunk. Therefore, His Majesty had to pay the deposit first. Therefore, the frontline teams will hold Qishan during the winter, and then weaken the monsters in the royal capital throughout the winter. At the beginning of spring, it is the time to officially march towards the royal capital. It's already mid-August. Wait until the first heavy snowfall at the end of October, and the blood moon will come. George couldn't help but feel a little lucky. During this trip eastward, he changed many things. The army will not follow the devil's temptation and enter the royal capital. The area around Qishan will also be cleared, so that the defeated army will have a way to escape. The Type 2 plague will not make the Thorn Birds, Griffins, Iron Wall Knights, and Royal Guards lose their combat capabilities. Many hidden dangers in Clearwater City have also been cleared away. Many people still have a chance to escape to Biswi City, the last fortress, and they can at least hold on until the coldest part of winter. At that time, the southern countries and the Holy See will have time to react and form a second line of defense. Ark will also be able to take Biswi City's most precious resources and talents away from this place. In the world's first war, although mankind failed, it was finally able to retreat in an orderly manner and preserve its strength, and also completed the strategy of weakening the power of the Kuroshio and delaying the pace of the Kuroshio. Brenda suddenly poked George, bringing her boss back to his senses. George looked around and found that the people in the hall had begun to disperse. Following Brenda's gaze, George saw the Duke slowly standing up from the throne. From the forgetful look in Grand Duke Adeline's eyes, George knew that this father-in-law must have something to do with him. He patted Earl Brenda beside him and headed towards the Duke's office. Chapter 287 Aloysius. You win. George didn't expect to meet the old guy Wallace on the road. I haven't seen him for a few days, but the old guy seems to be more energetic than before. It is not an exaggeration to use the word spring breeze to describe it. After seeing George, this guy stopped him enthusiastically. After a few words of greeting, George learned from him that the documents from the Holy See had come down yesterday. Now, Wallace can be called the true Bishop of Black Pearl, and the title of Knight of Divine Grace can only be announced to the world after baptism. Sir, this document comes later than the St. Pablo's Cathedral. It can be seen that the Cardinal Council attaches great importance to you. Wallace touched his beard and said in 2 words, the Holy Court's hesitation was given a better reason. After hearing this, the stone in George's heart finally fell to the ground. The smile on his face became brighter. In fact, based on the contribution made by Priest George in the valley, and the demon-slaying exploits of Hongzhuang, as long as someone helps him organize things in the Holy Court, the title of saint will never escape him. Even the resume of the Holy Sun is not impossible after all. The Holy Sun is scattered all over the world like the words of the talisman. The Holy See has used various methods over the past thousands of years to make it possible for the talisman and the Holy Sun to be born in the Holy Court. But identifying the Holy Sun is still a big problem. After all, before they mastered the advanced chant or Holy Seal, they look no different from ordinary people. But once the Sun uses power such as the heavenly arms, many visions will often appear because of the purity of his power. The most representative one is the light wing. This is also the case when certain God-favored ones use heaven-level power. Of course, the Son of God often has extraordinary talents, and those favored by God cannot compare with the Son of God. But when learning hymns or holy seals, they can get twice the result with half the effort. But no matter what, the Holy Sun is extremely difficult to identify, which makes the Holy Court often encounter some misunderstandings when searching for the Holy Sun. Even now, the Holy See does not know how many of the Holy Suns in the Holy Court are genuine. This made Avery bold enough to handle this matter. And he also believed that George, a guy like him, would never be able to master the Kingdom of Heaven level hymns or holy seals in this life. After all, even he couldn't fully grasp it. Not to mention the legendary Kingdom of Heaven's coming and Kingdom of Heaven's salvation. However, although the names of saints and saints are very popular, the significance of Knight of Divine Grace is too great. because he is one of the highest level temple knights, and has the mission of guarding the Holy Court and the 7 gods. He also has the title of commanding the Holy Court and the Temple Knights. It can be said that this is a truly real power. After hearing this, the stone in George's heart fell to the ground. The smile on his face became brighter. Although after Avery reported the document to the Cardinal Council, his identity meant that he had a source. So whether or not the false reputation of the Knight of Divine Grace will come to pass is no longer that important. But the identity of the Holy Son means that he does not have to worry about exposing his identity when using certain hymns. The Knights of the Dawn are very different from the Knights Templar. The source of its power comes from its own faith itself. Therefore, they do not need the approval of the 7 gods. They only need to recognize themselves and know what their true beliefs are, so that they can use the most pure power to guide the sunshine. There is no need to say more about the meaning of the Knight of Divine Grace for this big liar. While feeling relieved, George couldn't help but think, it seems that among the Cardinals, Vic White's power still occupies the main force. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to get the title of Divine Grace Knight. However, it is also possible that the situation in the Blood Moon has been decided, and the lurkers are appeasing these people, hoping that they can support this victory, because he knew that the Duke had something to do with him. George did not intend to talk to him anymore, but Wallace seemed to want to follow him. After learning that Grand Duke Adeline had also summoned him, the two of them came to the Duke's office together. The door was not closed tightly, and there were sporadic but loud sounds coming from inside. When the two pushed the door open, they found that Charlie Winsinger in military uniform was leading several leading knights, standing in front of the sand table with Justice Adeline, discussing matters related to the defense line of Biswi City. George scratched his head and felt a little embarrassed. He didn't expect that his brother-in-law would come before him. Moreover, Fernando was sitting in front of the Duke's desk, looking at George, who had just started, and the old god was there. After Wallace came in, he greeted Fernando, then sat on the soft chair next to him, and started drinking tea and chatting with him. George looked at these two guys, then at the knights discussing military affairs, and finally chose to sit with them. After taking 2 sips of tea, he crossed his legs, reached out and took out the ancient gold coin, and started playing with it comfortably. I have no consciousness of being a son-in-law at all. After listening secretly for a few words, George understood what the Duke and the others were discussing. Fernando looked at this curious guy and smiled slowly. He leaned over slightly and whispered, "After the new model is borrowed from the Mithril Library, Biswi City can do more in military affairs. Regarding this matter, the Duke has always had some plans, but Charlie the Count seems to have a different opinion." George nodded and involuntarily glanced at Earl Charlie, the Duke's eldest son. To be honest, although I have been staying in Biswi City these days, and often go in and out of the palace and this hall, but he had never met his brother-in-law several times, because as the main leader of the Iron Wall Knights, Charlie has been in charge of the military affairs of Biswi City. The word, "Tiger father has no dog son," is truly interpreted in Charlie. And this young version of Duke Adeline doesn't just look like his father. He is 24 or 5 years old, the same age as Robert. But he became a knight earlier than him, and won the title of Grand Knight early in the Iron Wall Knights by virtue of his ability. When Archduke Adeline raised his troops to clear Water City, his son followed him all the time, and helped his father to defend the entire Biswi City defense line. After the war in Biswi City, Charlie led troops to follow His Majesty for a period of time, and was personally canonized as a Red Dragon Knight by His Majesty for his combat effectiveness on the front line. Later, under His Majesty's order, the knight went to Violet Castle and took the princess to Blue Water City. After the situation was completely stabilized, Grand Duke Adeline, who was deeply involved in political affairs, completely handed over the military affairs of the Blue Water defense line to his eldest son. The small meeting ended quickly, and Archduke Adeline affirmed Charlie's suggestion. "I have already left the military affairs of Biswi City in your hands. I will handle this matter according to your wishes." From the way the Grand Duke looked at his son, George could see that the Grand Duke Yongfeng had no regard for his. "My son is extremely satisfied." Charles and the other knights bowed to the Duke and then left. When passing by the desk, Charlie patted George on the shoulder as a greeting. George nodded slightly, gave him a smile in response, and then saw the Duke's glance. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch twice. To be honest, at the beginning, my father-in-law could be said to be more and more pleased with me, but the situation didn't seem to last long, which made George guess that some of the things he did in private might have been discovered by Adeline's eyes and ears. Greed. This is the meaning that George can often interpret when Adeline looks at him. This look made him feel helpless and at ease. Grand Duke Adeline picked up a glass of water, moistened her throat, and came to her desk. After seeing the Duke coming over, Bishop Black Pearl nodded slightly. The Earl of DeLong County stood up and bowed. Here he is a vassal who is a duke. And he is also the son-in-law Fernando. Although his title is slightly lower, he does not need to be so serious. Sit down, George. Grand Duke Adeline nodded and sat behind the desk. It seems that our ancient demonic snake is just a rumor? Indeed. Brenda and I followed the footsteps of his last exploration and went deep into the northern mountains. This time, we got real confirmation. After sitting down again, George crossed his legs and fiddled with the things in his hands. After receiving the gold coins, he nodded slowly and said, We went deep into the cave and found those underground spiders. After we cleaned up the broodmother spider, the hidden dangers in the north were completely eliminated. The wizards were very interested in those materials. I was interested. So I asked Raphael to send some of the materials to Grand Bachelor Gerald. Archmaster Gerald was the one George had beaten in Winsong City. He was Sophia's teacher, and now he was also the leader of the court wizard team. But regarding the underground spiders, George did not lie. But these underground spiders have actually become the food of the demon spiders. This time, I went to the northern mountains and discovered these things. He asked Brenda to pick out some scattered corpses. And after this guy came back from the underground, he suddenly got some new inspiration and wrote a new long poem. Presumably, it will start to spread in Biswee City in the next few days. Although this story is not as shocking as the hazy ancient demonic snake, it is closer to reality, and equally wonderful. The west and south of the Dragon's Back Mountains are now completely quiet. Grand Duke Adeline couldn't help but sigh. It has been 11 years since the fog began. After hearing the Duke's words, the three of them also expressed sighs. After opening his arms, Fernando nodded, looked at everyone and said, From the news coming back from Chishan, there seem to be some scattered monsters in the northern highlands and the icy wilderness north of the mountains. But there are few people there. And there are only a few. The monsters that can't form a zombie tide are no longer enough to be feared. So the top priority is not the northern highlands. George agreed with Fernando's words. After all, it was worthless to the devil. And although there are some savages and giants, they are not the birthplace of the Kuroshio. The origin of the plague is in the Red Dragon's Mouth north of Darkins. Miss 2. It is a volcanic area, and it also has the largest extinct volcano in the Northern Territory. According to the adventurers who fled from the royal capital, the fog first began during that unprecedented volcanic eruption. Now the volcanic eruptions have subsided, but the continent's environment has completely changed. Many scholars believe that the plague appeared as the glaciers melted. The plague in Rodunk was also brought by the mountain people in the mountains to the north of the Darkins. Rusgard believes that this theory has some truth, but according to a more realistic explanation, the word man-made should be used more accurately. The devil concealed this disaster and the deeper secrets of the world in the breath of nature. And this kind of breathing is actually a manifestation of the world beginning to collapse. But no matter what, from a human perspective, things have become extremely reasonable, even in the eyes of wizards. Logic has a closed loop. The name Black Flame Demon comes from that volcano. George, what are your plans after the baptism and wedding? The Duke put the cup in his hand on the table, clasped his fingers, and looked at his son-in-law. George sighed secretly. Ms. Adeline, according to the time, the first batch of medicines produced for the front line should be produced just after the baptism. I just heard at the meeting that the next batch of supplies to be shipped to the front line will also be prepared and completed at that time. Although the battle situation on the front line has been stabilized, it may not be completely peaceful on the road. These things are very important. I will lead the Black Lake Knights and follow the baggage troops to Chishan. The production time of the medicine was a little later than the baptism, and the gathering of the baggage was a little later. Come to think of it, it was already October. Although there will still be some time before the blood moon, it allows me to quietly rush back to Biswee City and have a good robbery. By the time the troops of Blue Water City began to suppress the riots caused by the vultures, the defeat on the front line had almost come back. You can just apply oil on the soles of your feet yourself. Don't bring potions and go earlier. Charlie will lead the Iron Wall Knights to deliver the potions and luggage. The Duke rubbed his thumbs and said, In this way, you and Charlie will be able to catch up with the royal capital just in time. The first achievement of regaining the royal capital in the battle should be taken back by us Rodun people. George was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but repeat, Just in time for the battle in the royal capital? The Duke and Fernando smiled at each other. Wallace stroked his beard and remained silent, as if he hadn't heard, looking at the expressions of these three people. At this moment, George suddenly felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The so-called winter defense was just a rhetoric used by Phillips to appease the nobles. The territories near the royal capital are the richest areas in the entire Rodunk. There are a large number of alchemy equipment, a large number of properties, and small treasuries of Rodunk dignitaries, a large number of precious documents, and a large amount of Rodunk history and nobles. Secret. How can the Rodunk people endure the unscrupulous plundering of this place by the coalition of nobles? George! The plague has been spreading for 11 years. Grand Duke Adeline suddenly stood up. For every day that the million corpses in the royal capital exist, the plague and corruption will leak out. The Eastern Territory will be peaceful every night. The warm and fertile land in the east, and near the Red Dragon's mouth, will have to be cultivated one day later. Grand Duke Yongfeng suddenly looked at the trembling and pale George with his sharp eyes. The disaster has never ended. It has just begun. The Grand Duke's loud voice resounded through the entire hall. After this war, there will be the terrible famine, the dead silence. The cold winter is coming, and the next 4 seasons will be chaotic. The Kingdom of Rodunk, in order to survive this disaster, we must prepare early. This black tide has now gathered a large amount of food from the south here, but we are not willing to borrow money from the whole country. How many years can these resources in exchange for us in the north survive? The warm red we are bound to win Dragon's Mouth, and Biswi City will not be able to withstand the huge flood in the future. From Grand Duke Adeline's scorching eyes, George could see that there was one sentence he had yet to say: the battle between the north and the south. It turns out that this war is not what Elda and Landry were concerned about. It is Rodunk who really needs this war. Phillips and Adeline carefully planned a big picture. They asked the 2 southern countries to use all their resources to regain the royal capital for them. Let them fill Rodunk's barn with those precious grains. Let their army be exhausted in the eastern border of Rodunk. Let Rodunk's cavalry invade south easily. The battle for the royal capital is inevitable. Scenes from the Battle of Hengzhuang suddenly appeared in George's mind. He saw that between Qishan and the royal capital, the coalition of nobles who were involved in the elimination of monsters encountered an overwhelming tide of corpses rushing from the royal capital, and fell into a bitter battle. The most elite troops of the Rodunk Kingdom took this opportunity to go straight to the royal capital and pocket the most precious things in the royal capital first. George's eyes went dark for a while. He always thought about the nobles with the worst thoughts. But what he didn't expect was that they gave him a big surprise in the end. Phillips wants to trap and kill 300,000 noble coalition troops. George's head was buzzing, and he slowly looked at Wallace with burning eyes. From his power-hungry eyes, he suddenly realized, in this inevitable battle between the 3 countries, Avery's Holy See forces have made a choice. The priest and Fernando stood up slowly. The Duke took out 4 scrolls from the desk and laid them flat on the table in front of George. One of these 2 notaries represents the Holy See, and the other represents His Majesty. The scroll is the inheritance document of Grand Duke Yongfeng. 4 scrolls? In quadruplicate. George looked at the documents on the scroll, and suddenly realized that he had already been deeply involved in the chess game of the Rodent Kingdom's grand plan. The Black Pearl Valley is the best springboard to the hinterland of Elda, in the hearts of His Majesty and Prince Adeline. The Black Pearl Grand Duke has proven himself in this black tide. His greed and ambition will also be satisfied in the south. No one is more suitable than him. He is qualified to enter this door. Countless words like empire, emperor, and prince kept flashing in George's mind. He looked at this scroll, and saw that countless power and wealth were all poured into this long scroll. Indeed, I stood at the turning point of history. Stood in the dream woven by the rodent people, and became a protagonist in the history books. But when the blood moon rises, the fog dissipates. This illusory history will also turn into dust and smoke together with the dream and fog. Under the witness of Wallace and Fernando, George slowly stood up, pressed his fingerprints on the 4 scrolls, and signed his name. It wasn't until he walked out of the room and walked into the big musk garden that George slowly came back to his senses. At this moment, he stood in the center of the Rodunk Kingdom, standing on the back of Rodunk, the red dragon. When he looked forward, he saw the abyss beneath the mist. When he looked back, it was still the same. Aloysius, you know mankind too well. You win once. You spent 11 years setting up such a situation. This time, it's your turn to win. Chapter 288 Holy Wedding. The most important historical turning point. If the Biswi Palace, which covers the entire area, is the most magnificent building in the Biswi city where wine and gold flow through the river, then this Biswi Cathedral, which was built in the same period as it, has a tower that reaches into the sky. That is the most glorious part. Undoubtedly, no matter how glorious the cathedral is, The Biswi Palace should be the center of the city. But today, the center of the city has to be transferred for one person. Priests. Priests and monks must be busy for this purpose. And dignitaries. Lords and ladies must move and gather here for this purpose. But no matter who they were, they all showed their most enthusiastic smiles on this day, including Avery and Duke Yongfeng, who were standing on the top of Blue Water City. It's just that these two elders are different from others. Their smiles are more sincere. The time is almost up, and the choir downstairs is performing its final exercises over and over again, and the sound is continuously transmitted to this prayer room. And George also stretched out his iron glove and turned another page. His eyes turned from the shelter to the mountains to the north of the Blue Water City. In that cave, hundreds of large and small demon spiders were busy like priests entering heaven. But the difference was that they'd been knitting here for nearly 3 months. This left the rolled spider rugs with nowhere to put them, and they had to be transferred to Brenda's 120 large ships with thousands of materials. George's eyes moved, and the colorful little spider on the map in the book understood it, and slowly crawled to the south bank of Biswi City on the map. After standing south of the Senas River, it slowly crawled north toward the direction of Biswi City, leaving a thick little spider web behind it. After the spider web covered 9/10 of the width of the river, Siljek finally stopped on her lower legs and looked at her master. After estimating the progress, the Book of Dawn followed its owner's heart and scrolled the map, finally stopping at a castle near the royal capital. Here, dense red dots are overwhelming, and more than 40,000 new troops and the Red Dragon Legion around them stand on the high walls of the castle, guarding with difficulty. This has been going on for a week, and today it seems to be happening a little more. George touched his chin and couldn't help but began to think. This scene was within the expectations of the rodent people, but the time seems to have advanced. Even His Majesty Philip seemed unprepared. Obviously, this zombie coming out of the cage was a real accident. The door was suddenly pushed open, and Aji ran in panting. After throwing the bag in his hand to Rusgard, who was standing behind George's sofa, he sat opposite the boss's sofa, took a deep sip from the wine bottle, and then picked up the snacks on the coffee table without saying a word. He wolfed it down loudly. Gradually, the snoring began, and the courier who was halfway through his meal started snoring with the snack in his hand. After taking the bag, the wizard took out a blue crystal from it. Looking at the latest masterpiece of this youngster, he couldn't help but touch his beard and nodded. Amidst the snoring, the pages of the book turned slowly. Occasionally a hymn was passed downstairs. The groomsmen in the hall were quietly wiping their swords, playing with their wands softly, and reciting spells. It seems like a real war is waiting. There was a knock on the door suddenly. Before the owner could speak, someone pushed the door open and walked in without warning. The new Archbishop of the Valley, who was in full dress, stood at the door. He looked at the followers in the hall and was slightly startled. Then he laughed happily. What a group of lovely military people! Hee. There is no need to be so nervous. The Duke and Sophia are about to arrive. Wallace lowered his gaze to the sofa and smiled a little brighter. Are you in a hurry, George? George slowly closed the book and said with a smile, the time is just right. On the way, Wallace explained some of today's key issues to George. Sir George, originally this baptism should have been earlier, but the Duchess hoped that they could be held together. You know, she is the true heir to the valley and also has a lot of influence. In the view of the Holy See, the inheritance rights of the Duke, the Knight of Divine Grace, is guided by the God of Love, and his marriage to a secular woman does not contain any political factors. What the son or the saint does thereafter is entirely up to him. Due to the competent factors, the Holy See will not recognize anything after all. Many holy sons have not been extradited throughout their lives. But today's baptism, in the eyes of the nobles, is different. In fact, regardless of Avery Lord Wickwhite, both hope to have a pious, steadfast, and stable family in the north. George nodded, knowing that today's political factors are greater than all other things. The nobility and the Holy See were obsessed with politics and interests, which made George sigh a little about the future situation. It is conceivable that even if the Kuroshio moves deeper to the south, ridiculous political and profit activities, like those in Biswi City, will continue to occur under the pressure of disaster. But no matter what, today's political marriage is powerful for the future of the valley. And Yongfeng City also needs to have a reasonable reason to be included in his pocket and become the corner of the sanctuary. So he gladly accepted. Following the conversation, everyone had passed through the corridor and arrived at the room on the side of the main hall. Various hymns from the choir were ringing outside the door. and many priests had been waiting in this side for a long time. According to the steps of the ceremony, the groom should enter the main hall from the room next to the altar, accompanied by the priest. The senior pastor will conduct the ceremony in front of the altar. Some people in high positions have a large number of followers, and the team of groomsmen and priests behind them will also be very large. And perhaps, in some king's weddings, the cardinal of the cathedral, or even the cathedral, may stand in front of the altar to preside over the ceremony. If there is a word holy in this king's name, the pope may also be present for his loyal vassal, and be the master of the ceremony. However, it is extremely rare to be personally accompanied by a cathedral bishop. This is like a certain feudal official who can greet guests at the door, but will not go to the road and lead your horse to the door for you. Moreover, how could there be two feudal officials and two archbishops in a cathedral at the same time? However, the situation today is different. Not only are there two archbishops in the church today, but the baptisms of the Knights of Grace and Knights Templar are also held at the same time as the wedding. So for Archbishop Wallace, his role today is extremely appropriate, because the person beside him is not only his good partner in the future, but also has an extremely special identity. So today in this group of priests, not only the Archbishop is accompanied, but also the Deacon Bishop Ian of the Valley Cathedral, and Dan Austin, who came back specially to accept the position of Deputy Bishop after returning to the Valley a few days ago, also accompanied by priests. The holy armor of the groom and best groomsmen shone brightly, and the three bishops and the priests of Zhongda University wore formal robes of bishops and priests. Under the gaze of thousands of pairs of eyes in the main hall, he walked into the main hall. On the tall glass windows, many heroic stories about the Black Tide War are painted. It is roughly similar to the real scene, except that the hero has wings on his back, and angels also participate in each battle. On the dome, mythological stories about the 7 gods are painted. Skilled craftsmen ingeniously arrange them so that the gods in the stories seem to be watching the main hall. Standing in front of the altar, George faced the altar and looked at the tall glazed windows in the main hall and the paintings on the dome. I couldn't help but recall the scenes of myself in St. Wilmic's Cathedral. And in this memory, like a bystander, he saw many memories of his past. He couldn't help but look at the location of the choir. George once imagined the scene when he re-entered the church many times. He imagined that the dignitaries of the entire kingdom of Elda were standing here for him. And he imagined that the adults of the kingdom of Roden were not far away for him, came thousands of miles away. But despite all his brainpower, he couldn't figure out why he could become a Templar Knight, or why these people came here for his baptism. Maybe marrying a princess. Unless the queen's wedding is also held on the same day. Eating soft food, starting from that day, became George's great goal. As for the identity of this bride, there has always been a suitable person. Maybe only she can make the whole country fall in love. Maybe only by becoming a Templar can she have the chance to win a bride like her. That day, he finally found a reasonable reason for this grand ceremony. He never thought he would kill his bride. The music suddenly started playing, and the choir sang a hymn they had practiced most in their lives, witnessed by the 7 gods in the dome. The bride, who was dressed in fine clothes, walked into the hall accompanied by the most powerful escort in Rodenk. Looking at the blank face behind the veil, George's mind suddenly exploded. The face of the bride in her dream kept overlapping with hers, and the bride she had imagined suddenly seemed to be more than 10 years younger. A fragment of memory that should not have existed overlapped with that fantasy. "George, you are going to be her knight." The father handed his daughter over to her husband, and George suddenly burst into tears. Some things cannot be changed by humans. After lifting Sophia's veil, George looked at the absent and confused eyes with a complicated expression. This little accident at the wedding did not affect the subsequent baptism. But this is just the first accident of the day. Under the auspices of the bishop, the knight in military uniform, surrounded by his followers, knelt down on the ground hand in hand with the duke's daughter. The choir began a solemn hymn. The holy water in Lord Avery's hand was sprinkled in the sky. Time seemed to suddenly stand still, and the fog above the church suddenly dispersed during this solemn ceremony. This was an accident that no one had ever imagined. Even George had never thought that the 7 gods would quietly prepare such a gift for themselves. The light suddenly enveloped the entire church. After passing through the glass window, the heroes and angels on the window were reflected on the water droplets in midair, forming phantoms of angels. The stirring of the fog outside the window reacted wonderfully with the Tyndall light spot, causing the shadows of these angels to move, as if they were bowing their heads and raising their swords to bless today's baptized people. At this moment, thousands of pairs of eyes suddenly widened and focused on this place. in the witness of the 7 gods on the dome. The angel came to the mortal world. The old god muttered words to the present Bishop Avery, closed his eyes, and sprinkled out streams of holy water. The dignitaries of various countries watched this scene as their scalps exploded. The Duke, Duchess and Fernando looked at what was happening in front of them, and suddenly felt dizzy in their minds. They couldn't believe that this great divine grace would really come to Rodent and the Winsinger family. Originally, the 3 of them were still speculating whether George's resume was secretly fabricated by the old guy Avery in order to gain greater leverage. But at this moment, all the doubts in their hearts had been completely dissipated with the appearance of the miracles in front of them. In the silence, thousands of people in the temple slowly knelt on the ground. They clasped their hands together and began to pray devoutly in tears. After the choir member paused for half a moment, he suddenly sang the passionate tune. Bishop Avery suddenly opened his eyes in surprise and saw the scene in front of him. There was a bang, and the holy basin in front of him was almost overturned by Bishop Avery. This is the second accident. In this accident, Lord Avery used his professional skills to maintain the mysterious demeanor on his face. In the end, it did not affect the baptism process. George raised his head slightly in surprise, looking at the suddenly fanatical atmosphere in the hall and scratching his head. From his perspective, he could not see the reflection in the water, and the followers behind him also believed that it was normal for their boss to induce such a miracle. In the main hall, everyone watched the scene enthusiastically. The baptism host and the baptized people continued the ceremony indifferently. Indeed, the confirmation of the Son and the night of divine grace went through several twists and turns in the Holy See. There are still many people who believe that today's scene is entirely due to political factors. But after today, the identity of this group of people will no longer be in dispute. No matter what they do after that, no matter what magic they show, this is how it should be. No one would ever guess that the priest who suddenly appeared in Biswi City was actually just a poor man from the countryside. Even if someone knows his original identity and what the followers behind him originally did, they are still the undisputed Son and Holy Church. Just like what all Dawn Knights are thinking. They are all the guardians of God who were inspired by your majesty. They are destined to stand at the center of this world. Undoubtedly, everything that happened today is solemn and sacred, and it will definitely be an important turning point in history. Horse hooves clattered outside, and the solemn door of the church was suddenly knocked open with a loud bang. Amid everyone's surprised glances, a red dragon knight rode into the temple with the anxious shouts of the temple guards behind him. The blood-covered knight went straight to the center of the temple, surrounded by the guards. He glared angrily, and his murderous aura scared the crowd around him back half a step. Then at the last moment when his life was burned out, he took out the letter in his arms, then fell off his horse and died in front of the Duke. Chapter 289. The dam breaks. Marching into the gate of H.L. Several high priests standing next to the corpse sighed slightly after taking a look at it. Avery slowly walked down the steps. A holy power gradually gathered in his hand, but a hand quietly pressed his hand. Living. The Archbishop looked at Count Fernando, who shook his head slightly with a sense of surprise. Then the Archbishop understood clearly and watched the heroic spirit of the warrior rise from his body. He extradited him in a silent prayer in his heart. Arrived in heaven. At this moment, you could hear a needle drop in the hall, and everyone's breathing was suppressed at this moment. The Duke picked up the blood-stained letter on the ground with a face as deep as water. While flipping through it, his chest seemed to have been hit hard. At this moment, his breathing was extremely heavy. Zombies in the royal capital suddenly surged out like a tidal wave, and the 300,000 noble coalition troops who were fishing for fruits were so scattered that they could not form a real situation. Indeed, this was His Majesty's original idea, and the situation was also within the plan. But there was a little accident. Although it was not mentioned in the letter, His Majesty would never leave any written evidence of such a thing. But the Duke was able to guess that this tide of corpses was definitely not caused by His Majesty, because it's too early, and His Majesty and the Thorn Bird are together. At this time, he and the 300,000 coalition troops had fallen into the black tide. Under the gaze of everyone, Grand Duke Yongfeng took back the letter in his hand and slowly closed his eyes. He saw 2 roads ahead. The first one is that if he were to guard Biswi City now, he would definitely be taking advantage of the situation. After His Majesty's death, Rodent will completely fall into the hands of the Winsinger family, and there is no need to worry about His Majesty's sudden repentance. Of course, there is another option as long as you lead a group of elite knights to solve His Majesty's siege. The plan will be back on track. But he didn't like either path, because none of the original dreams and plans were the results he expected to see. In the heavy and depressing atmosphere of the hall, Grand Duke Adeline suddenly opened his eyes, breaking the dullness. "Why are you panicking? Rodent has experienced everything." Seeing these sharp eyes sweeping across everyone, the restless noble suddenly became a little calmer. After a moment, Archduke Adeline looked at his son, took a deep breath, and made his decision. His loud voice resounded throughout the hall. An earthquake collapsed the dilapidated city walls of the royal capital. The remaining Black Tide forces surged out in the shock. At this time, the Eastern Territory has been shrouded in haze again, the Grand Duke continued. And those greedy noble coalition forces are only interested in harvesting the treasures from all over the Eastern Territory, and are not prepared for this. At this announcement, the nobles were shocked. The sounds of breathing echoed endlessly in the hall. After a few minutes of silence, Grand Duke Adeline suddenly yelled, "Rodunkers! The 200,000 allied troops of the Rodunk Kingdom once guarded Biswi City and were besieged by the Black Tide. The Thornbirds came to fight to relieve the siege. Now, 300,000 coalition troops are under siege in Dakins. History has repeated itself, and this time, someone must stand up." Grand Duke Adeline's eyes suddenly swept across the nobles of Rodunk again, and finally the nobles of Elda and Landry. In these eyes, someone looked directly into the Grand Duke's eyes. With high morale, some people avoided looking and lowered their heads. Some people touched their chin and rolled their eyes, looking at these people with different thoughts. The Grand Duke slowly nodded. The situation was just as he thought. These nobles never let him down. The many words of His Majesty Phillips echoed in Adeline's mind at this moment. He understood that with his stubborn ideas, he really could not bring everyone together to fight against this doomsday disaster. And the plan proposed by his close friend since childhood was indeed the most beneficial to the future of the Rodunk Kingdom. But this time, he will do it according to his own wishes. He opened his mouth and told about such a period of history and such a covenant. 1,200 years ago, the northern nomads were like the haze hanging over the sky, killing your men and sons, and enslaving your daughters and children. The iron hooves kept moving southward, building up buildings in the capital. In this holy war for survival, the kingdom of Rodunk was first established in Dakins, vowing to forever fight against the troubles coming from the north. And Landry and Elda also vowed to fight for this north, shield and provide eternal support. History has reappeared. The north is shrouded in a dark haze. The three countries join hands and stand side by side again. The king of Rodunk is calling warriors from all over the world. The prince of Elda is waiting for rescue. The lords of Landry are looking forward to the flag of the kingdom flying on the battlefield." Grand Duke Yonfeng raised his arms and shouted. At this moment, no one was thinking about the commission anymore, because as the Grand Duke said, they were fighting for survival, and their king and prince were calling them. This is the mission and honor that a noble should have. And a true noble should not abandon the covenant that has been in conflict for thousands of years. Earl Lyden suddenly stepped forward, and the Eldar nobles followed his steps. He said, "The Eldar people will never give up their princes and friends. I will lead all the lords to follow the Weinzinger." Under the flag, the kingdom's follow-up troops will also come to support later. "Your Majesty Duke Adeline." Treasure Duke Jillian suddenly stepped forward and said, "His Majesty Rodunk summoned the Landry people with a covenant. Landry will never give up on him at this most critical moment. Allies, Landry will send an army to Bluewater City to supplement the lack of military strength here. My 3 flat-bottomed ships are now docked in the port. They can carry the forward troops through the sea fog and sail in the shoals, enter the river mouth and reach the center of the Black Tide. After that, when my ships heading to Landry capital return to the clear water, we can also go to the Black Tide to meet the disintegrated troops of the Noble Coalition." At this point, the nobles from the 3 countries stepped forward one after another, and in their speeches, the next strategy took shape. Grand Duke Yonfeng will mobilize 3,000 Iron Wall Knights, and the Clearwater Great Temple will also dispatch 3,000 Glory Templar Knights and a group of priests. 50,000 noble troops will follow the Duke's Iron Heel and take a boat to the center of the Kuroshio, while rescuing the large aristocratic coalition forces scattered around Chishan and Darkins. They will redirect these forces to Chishan's defense line to complete the real defense. The Duke's eldest son, Earl Charlie, will stay in Biswi City to take charge of military affairs. Elda and Landry's subsequent troops will arrive in Biswi City one after another to replenish the strength here, and go to Chishan in batches to stabilize the defense line. As for George, this special person who has just taken on the title of Knight of Divine Grace, this future successor of Grand Duke Chanting Wind, like Earl Charlie, is the seed of Naradunk's future. The more than 1,000 troops he had left in his hands could no longer influence the battle situation ahead. The big fish he fished out in Biswi City also proved that there was a need for a real holy temple with experience. Therefore, the Duke wanted to keep him in Biswi City as a backup force and as the future fire of Rodunk. When the battle situation on the front line is completely out of control, or perhaps both His Majesty and the Duke accidentally die on the battlefield, he will become the last rock in the sea of Blue Water City, helping Charlie Winsinger Dakins to let Rodunk survive the post-war crisis. Disaster. George, who was listening, couldn't help but close his eyes. Today's situation was already within his expectation. Being able to confirm this now, it can be said that the time is just right. And it can be said that he has completely given up. It was already early September, and it took more than a month for the forces lingering around the vortex to completely sink into the center of the vortex. He could tell that the dream of Rodent mentioned by the Duke a few days ago was not spun by the Duke, but by the sinister Phillips. The Duke did not fully support Rodent's sinister plan to kill 300,000 noble coalition troops. In his opinion, human beings should use all their strength to deal with the remaining black tide like a lion fighting a rabbit. What the Duke prefers is for all human beings to unite together to survive this unprecedented disaster. Vic White's vision is indeed unique. He chose the most correct person to guard this blue water city-state and resist the black tide. And this person did unite the forces of various countries. But he also happened to send them into the tiger's mouth. George could already guess who caused the so-called earthquake. The outpouring of the dark tide in the royal capital was only a little ahead of schedule. But it had such a huge chain reaction. His timing and judgment were perfect, which was the finishing touch of this conspiracy. George opened his eyes, and he saw the surging flood formed by human troops rushing forward towards the whirlpool. He stood in the center of the flood and tried his best to build a dam to stop it. But in the end, even he himself was washed away to pieces. And even the 50,000-ton salvage boat he had built with so much effort was swept into the center of the whirlpool. Indeed, the Duke's current arrangement is simply a God-given opportunity for him. Martin and the remaining 1,000 people in his hands will then command the rotten skins and vultures without any hindrance. One group will be responsible for plundering supplies onto the ship, and the other group will be responsible for driving the residents southward. Although Tanya and others fell into the whirlpool, they were still able to break out of the siege before the blood moon. It's just that they couldn't think of a way to make the noble troops retreat as originally planned. They can no longer retreat. If the new army can escape more than half of the chaotic fog, it is already a victory. So he didn't like this strategy, because it meant that he failed completely in front of Aloysius. So like the Duke, he also has more choices. But the difference is that he knew about it earlier and had more time to think about it. He suddenly took a step forward and said, "Lord Adeline, please forgive me for not being able to comply with your decision." The crowd looked sideways, and the hall was in an uproar. The Duke looked into his firm eyes, and suddenly guessed his decision. George said righteously, "As a vassal of the Winesinger, as a subject of His Majesty, and as the leader of the Knights of the Black Lake, I cannot stay in Blue Water City." And Lord Avery, feeling the call of the seven gods, came to in the dark tide. I stripped off my secular clothes and led the Pope to designate me as a Knight of Divine Grace. My mission and glory should be at the center of that dark tide. This is a high-sounding reason and a declaration that a knight should make. These words made the morale in the hall even better, and the Duke couldn't refuse them. Indeed, keeping George in Biswi City was due to his two small selfish motives. One for Nalodunk's future, and the other for his newly married daughter. At this time, the original situation was no longer necessary. The changes in the royal capital made the situation extremely complicated. The moment the Duke decided to keep George, what was on his mind were the words of Natanya and Brenda. Maybe this black tide is not as simple as everyone thinks. Although this conjecture is too crazy and too unbelievable. But he should leave a way out for Rodent and prevent his son-in-law from taking risks with him. However, as he once thought, his daughter's husband may not be a caring person, but he must be someone who can stand up at critical moments. A true knight. This is the declaration and consciousness that a knight should have. And the Duke cannot refuse. The moment Archduke Adeline agreed, the old god was always there. As if Bishop Avery, who was watching from the outside, suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at Wallace and said, "Take someone with you and Mr. George." These gentle words were full of an irresistible command. It's like asking a domestic slave to follow the young master. And what he ordered was an archbishop with the same position as himself. But Archbishop Wallace was happy with it, nodded happily, and stared at this knight of divine grace, who was very likely to build a second temple after the battle in the royal capital. This pre-war meeting began and ended on the wedding day. The lords went back to mobilize their troops. The Duke and George took a small amount of baggage and boarded the Duke of Treasure's fleet at dusk that day. 6,500 knights and 100 followers of the great adventurer slowly boarded each ship. The 3 highest-ranking people in the fleet, after arranging the necessary matters, had arrived in the cabin on the 3rd floor of the building ship. Behind them, there are great adventurers, demon-slaying warriors, and a person who holds an important top secret. Sir George, have we met somewhere? Looking at the ancient gold coins that George was playing with, Duke Julian's thumb was rubbing the big ring on his index finger with a thoughtful expression. He felt that this was not a habitual relationship building. This person's eyes were too familiar to him. Not far away, Rusgard, who was drinking tea and listening to Brenda telling Alexander a story, touched his nose and pretended not to hear. Looking at the curious Duke of Treasures in front of him, George smiled and did not answer. Came to the Duke's side by the window. This is the first time 2 people have had a height comparison at close range. George visually estimated that his father-in-law is probably close to 2 meters tall. After touching his head, George stopped squinting secretly, followed the Duke's gaze, and looked out the window. In the afterglow of dusk, the lights on the shore were already lit. The crowd at the port was noisy, and the glory god of war troops sent by Avery to see him off were holding high the torches of divine grace. They formed a long dragon on the shore and dispersed all the fog around the port. A horse on horseback suddenly came running and interspersed in the center of the procession in the temple. The bride who was standing immediately had not yet taken off her wedding dress. She looked at the large ships that were about to set off and wandered anxiously on the shore. Looking at his daughter, the Duke sighed secretly. Don't speak up. At this time, the man next to the Duke suddenly whistled, finally attracting the searching eyes. George reached out and took out the pair of bracelets from his arms and threw them out of the window. The bracelet traced a trajectory in the sky, and the afterglow of dusk sprinkled it with a touch of red and gold. The bracelet that must have fallen into the water suddenly shone with dazzling holy marks, and accidentally fell into the bride's arms. At this moment, a thunder exploded in the minds of Sophia and Duke Shenbo. Sir Gillian! George winked at his bride and said to Gillian, You must have recognized the wrong person. The ships moved and the fleet set sail. George looked at the silly bride on the shore, blew his own kiss, and shook his arms. The fog gradually obscured the ship. The watchmen in the watch room on the top floor and the sailors on the watch tower were holding magic talismans and nervously looking at the surging river water. In front of the big ship, several small boats were clearing the way. On the boats clearing the way, huge torches of divine grace were burning. Wherever they passed, most of the fog was dispersed, leaving a spacious passage. George's eyes in front of the window were shining, looking at the faraway port. He couldn't help but be distracted for a moment. He looked at the rushing river beneath the boat and thought of the flood. He finally jumped in after the dam collapsed and jumped into the rushing flood, and decided to contribute to the flood. Indeed, the destination of this flood is the huge black whirlpool. But he and the 500 Templars around him will become the explosive barrel hidden in the flood. This explosive barrel will blow up the black whirlpool to pieces. He wants to use these 500 people to exchange for the 330,000 people. Of course, if more people can be brought along, there will be a greater success rate. Since this is what Aloysius wants, then I'll make it happen. See if you are qualified to hold what I give you. Surround Wei and rescue Zhao. This is what he will do next. He finally knew what was calling him in the royal capital. It's called a hornet's nest. He poked this hornet's nest. Mr. Duke Adeline. Ignoring Duke Jumbo's livid face, George took a deep breath in the fresh air outside the window. He looked at his father-in-law with burning eyes. It's time to tell you my mission to the mortal world and the top secrets I hold. George looked out the window and said his shocking words. In the royal capital, there is a gate to H.L. Lord Wickwhite once sent a great scholar to the Black Tide to serve as a high-ranking acolyte among the mist cults. George looked at Rosig. Duh. His name is Rathbone. Under the Duke's doubtful gaze, George gritted his teeth. He cursed at his heart. Aloysius, this time, I will let you win. And I will help you dig up this dam. But don't hacking regret it. Chapter 290 Earl Red Dragon. The heavy rain and strong winds dispersed the fog on the sea, and hundreds of ships, large and small, slowly passed through the violent wind and rain. A bolt of lightning pierced the sky, piercing the darkness in an instant. The lookout hand touched the water on his face, looked ahead, and saw the signal from the ship ahead. Turn right. The dedicated ahead hit a reef. The sailors passed slogans one by one in the wind and rain, and several helmsmen hurriedly turned the steering rudder. The entire ship followed the ship in front and changed its course, avoiding the reef ahead. There was a shaking in the cabin, and the Duke of Treasure retracted his gaze, sighed and said to George, "This sea area is more complicated, and things will go wrong if you deviate slightly from the channel. In this kind of ghost weather, you can't see the sun. It is also impossible to refer to the stars. Alchemy instruments alone cannot guarantee the most accurate positioning." After hearing what he said, George, who was holding hot tea, nodded, counting the sacrifice and candlelight. 3 ships have been destroyed today. These ships with special names were specially created to serve as scapegoats, to keep the waterline high. It was filled with large rocks. Therefore, if you are not afraid of hitting the rocks, you should be afraid of not hitting the rocks, because the cost is low. The 3 ships combined can only cost 2,000 silver foxes at most. Judging from the hand comparison of this rich man, a mere 2,000 silver fox eggs are not counted. As long as he is happy, he may easily throw away 20,000 silver foxes. But the people on those sunken ships were good sailors. Although there is an escape boat, a rescue boat will be sent here. But in this horrible weather, it's really difficult to save people. George! Duke Shenbao took a sip of black tea and said, "Is your wizard telling the truth?" Speaking of this, Duke Shenbao couldn't help but hesitate. He had seen the face of Rathbone, a wanted criminal, so he recognized it after the wizard teared off his face. So he has no doubt about his identity. Mist cultists, minions of the devil. This is what the Holy Court has always preached. But a person of his status still knows a little bit about some things. This is a person who must die in the political struggle of the believers, and holds many top secrets of the Holy Court. It was Vic White who killed him. Bluewater City is dotted with old-school hidden spikes, and Vic White's political enemies are always paying attention here. So if Rathbone suddenly appears in Bluewater City, what the Holy Church will do is burn the wizard and everyone who has come into contact with him to death, or tie it back. Even Avery couldn't save the wizard. Even the great lord who had just taken the title of Knight of Divine Grace had to be slapped down together. So this person is not just someone he pretends to be. The person in front of me took a huge risk when he said this name. Treasure Duke Gillian believed that if the ship had not left Bluewater City and Wallace was his staunch supporter, the cunning Earl of DeLong County would never have exposed the identity of the wizard. So there is a lot of credibility in what he said. However, those words were too shocking. Door of H.L.? Lurker? A demon walking on earth? The person who said these words is simply a bold heretic. When he heard those words from George that day, Duke Jumbo just hated himself for being in the house. Whoever heard such things would be unlucky. This is dragging yourself down. In Gillian's view, there are only 2 possibilities for this matter. One is that the Holy See is really contaminated. One is this Holy Son, a degenerate who hides evil intentions. Gillian knew that sometimes the more incredible the news, the more likely it is to be true. After all, Avery's eldest grandson, even his grandfather, and Vic White had moved out. So as a melon eater, he is obviously more willing to believe the former. But if this news is made public, then whether it is true or false, even if the Holy See is just a fig leaf, this Knight of Divine Grace, his grandfather, and the extraditor will all be done. Therefore, the current situation is indeed very likely to be the most critical moment, as this guy said. Indeed. George looked away from the window and looked at the Duke and others on the other side of the sand table. If it hadn't been at the last moment, how could I dare to say these things? These words are indeed from the bottom of my heart. From the unexpected situation in the north, we can see that there are definitely lurkers in this Biswee City. This time, he was at the end of his rope. Regarding Aloysius, in fact, only Rathbone, the guy who was wanted by this master, guessed his existence. I guess he was in the Holy See. The appearance of George, and the release of the sacred power in his hands allowed the wizard to confirm it. Apart from Rathbone, I am probably the only one who firmly believes that Aloysius is in the Holy See, because he has seen his physical body, and seen the Archbishop. Vic White believed in the prophecy that he heard from unknown sources, and believed that this dark tide was controlled by a force. But he also believed in the Holy See, not to mention Avery. Although he is one of the reformist patriarchs, he will never tolerate someone throwing such dirty water on the Holy See. So once Avery heard what he said, he would definitely be tied to the Holy Court, or executed secretly. Don't let your feathers get stained. But if you want the Duke to follow you and work hard, go change the strategy and agree to allow 300,000 people in the north to evacuate back to Biswee City. He could only confess everything about Rathbone. Otherwise, it would be unreasonable for the Holy See not to send troops if the Gate of Hell really existed. The Holy See would have spent all their damn money to level the fallen royal capital of Rotunk. The only reason why the Holy See did not do this is that it has been contaminated. Of course, the less people know about this top secret, the more reasonable it is. But according to the Duke, this top secret must be known to Vic White and Avery. And that's what George claimed. Anyway, the sky is high and the Emperor is far away now. Wallace, who is unknown to many top secrets, has a mission to fulfill the words and mission of the Knight of Divine Grace. The seed planted by Vic White and Avery 10 years ago. He is convinced. What's more, the look in Avery's eyes when leaving and the words, "You go with him." This kind of words to protect the young master really made him think deeply. With such a great achievement in defeating the Gate of Hell, he, as the Archbishop of the Holy Church, is now firmly established. On this day, Wallace suddenly discovered something: he might have the power to become a dragon. Vic White will definitely become the Pope. And the blood relative of Avery next to him will be the next Pope. If George, after destroying the Gate of HL, said that he would go to the Holy Court to clean the gate now, Wallace felt he would be the first to raise the flag. Of course, first he had to see that the Gate of Hell really existed. Secondly, he did not see Avery again and exchange information with him. As for the psychological journey of Wallace, a fan of officialdom, George had a clear mirror. Looking at the excited Archbishop who was discussing matters with Rusgard, George knew that everyone was on board now. He couldn't help but sigh secretly. To wake up these people, they'd finally resorted to deception. Even so, many people are still skeptical. I'm still a little unbelievable. I mean, the other thing you mentioned. The Banshee's hair has always been a legend. Duke Shinba's face was a little pale, and he said, "The Red Dragon River. I've been here many times, but never seen these things." George was slightly startled. He looked at the big money man in front of him and realized that what this guy had actually been paying attention to was just his boat. "I hope so, Jillian." George patted this guy's shoulder, tightened his robe, and walked to Brenda's side with black tea in hand. Jillian looked at this guy's back. His face suddenly turned pale. "His grandma. Why did the temperature drop suddenly today?" After hearing what the boss said, Brenda rubbed her hands, withdrew her eyes from the Duke and the others, and whispered to George, "The weather at sea has always been weird. This is not bad. It is still offshore. Before, when I was doing business in the Forbidden Sanctuary, I encountered all kinds of weather during that big voyage, and even saw the colorful solar storm dot." George clicked his tongue and put the black tea on the table. He knew that this guy was going to start bragging again. After listening to a few words, he lost interest. Then he looked towards the Duke. It is now late at night, and the Duke and the knights are holding oil lamps and standing in front of the sand table, carrying out a review surrounded by gold and silver. In the past few days, there have been more and more small flags rubbed on the sand table. Each one represents a location where nobles are stationed. Judging from the quality of the Duke and the top military team around him, the accuracy rate should be above 80%. George asked Rusgard to draw these locations on the map, and then handed them over to Volpe. In the plan he and the Duke agreed on, they would go directly to His Majesty's location, and then lead the most elite troops to the royal capital. The 300,000 allied troops of the nobles will be led by Volpe and others. After that, these people will withdraw from the east and return to Biswi City. On this road, in order to eat this piece of meat, the demon will definitely let the zombie tide use all its strength to chase and intercept it. We will even send some of our real power too. And their elite troops will take advantage of the opportunity and attack the royal capital directly. George quietly patted the Book of Dawn on his waist and counted the contents. He thought in his mind, "With the God's grace fire in Wallace's hand, there should be exactly 6 walnuts in my hand. It's enough." After the discussion, the military generals yawned and went back to their rooms to catch up on their sleep. Because of the days of sailing, everyone was not in good condition. Many landlubbers get their legs shaking every time they see the huge waves outside their windows. Many people have even vomited many times. We will arrive at our destination tomorrow night. According to the route, we will enter the inland river soon. At that time, the ships will be much more stable, and it would be a good time to take this opportunity to strengthen the army. After everyone left, the Duke walked over alone, picked up the black tea on Brenda's table, and poured a cup of his own. "I hate taking boats," the Duke said, looking at the heavy rain outside the window. "Duke Jillian, please close the window. The waves outside make me a little dizzy." Duke Jillian closed the window numbly. After the sea breeze in the cabin became smaller, Grand Duke Adeline felt a little more comfortable. He looked at the pastries on Brenda's table and couldn't help but feel sick. Picked up the black tea and took a sip slowly. These black teas were brought over by Brenda, and they were said to be products from a certain mysterious school city. Risgard scorned this, but it was undeniable that they did seem to have some magical effects. Sure enough, after Grand Duke Adeline took a sip, she felt energetic again. Looking at the tired and excited eyes of Archduke Adeline, George suddenly felt that his father-in-law was more confident than himself. He had said something to himself before: if you had come here with something earlier, why would I, Adeline, need the rescue of the Thorn Bird and the 300,000 cowards? He does have a reason to be so arrogant. Because this, Lodunk's god of war, devout guardian of the 7 gods, Saint Adeline Walton Winsinger, is on the same level as Alexander. In Dawnlight's description of him, there is this passage: when a person will reaches a certain level, he will be able to overcome all difficulties and create many impossibles. Standing in front of you is Rodunk's backbone. He is a person recognized by the 7 gods. Dawnlight liked him too. Comprehensive combat power, SS+. George had never seen how the Duke fought, but he knew that this general was stronger than himself. Based on this, the combat effectiveness is probably only A at best. So this evaluation of Dawn of Light is based on the overall situation. But regardless of this rating, it mainly tends to resist monsters, lethality, magic power, or dominance. The difficulty levels in the royal capital are all truly H-lish. Whatever was in there, he showed it all to the Duke. George has always been a little confused about where this old boy's confidence comes from. Perhaps the Duke still didn't understand enough about the true terror of demons. Maybe it's because of a person. Before this, George always thought that this person was Jagger. But in fact, the Duke, the commander-in-chief of Rodunk, doesn't seem to have such a high opinion of Jagger. I don't expect the Thorn Birds to stay with His Majesty and not take the prince to evacuate alone. I don't expect them to go to the capital to die with us. The Duke suddenly looked at George with a burning gaze. But as long as Earl Red Dragon follows, we have a chance to defeat the Garrett you mentioned. Earl of Red Dragon. George touched his chin. This was not the first time he heard this name. He couldn't help but ask curiously, how does he compare to you and Alexander? Me? What I focus on is not martial arts. How can you compare me, the commander-in-chief, with Earl Red Dragon? He is as pure a warrior as Alexander. Having said this, Grand Duke Adeline looked aside, sitting next to the wall, holding a big wooden bucket and eating like crazy. The corners of his mouth twitched. I don't know if it's because I feel like vomiting or because I'm reminded of some bad memories. This brat is indeed very powerful. He is a monster. But he is still far behind Earl Red Dragon. The Duke looked at George seriously and said, if that Garoxer is the same as what Rathbone described, then I am afraid that only the Earl of Red Dragon has a chance to defeat this demon. George nodded. He looked at Alexander, who was already sleeping soundly while holding the barrel, and his expression became strange. Chapter 291. This is the real Dark Tide. If the Demon Lord is left alone, he will be killed by people, let alone a human hero. According to Dawn of Light, although S-Class heroes are people who can pose a threat to the Demon Lord, the probability of an S-Class hero defeating the Demon Lord is only possible when the right time, place and people are right, and the hero reaches his limit. Maybe, just like the legend in the mythical story, the impossible becomes possible. In fact, according to most situations, if the battlefield conditions are favorable to the demons, then not to mention even SS, the Demon Lord can also fight a group, not to mention the one in the royal capital. But it was similar to Anubis in its heyday. Siljak was like a child in front of it. The most important thing about a hero's power and role is that his will infects the people around him. If you are alone, you will never be able to defeat 1,000 like the Black Flame Demon. But judging from the Duke's words, he seems to have absolute confidence in this Earl of Red Dragon. George's head couldn't help but search fiercely. He couldn't remember that there was such a person in the Rodunk Kingdom. The Duke told himself that after Earl Red Dragon helped Vic White clear out the hidden dangers in Windsong City, Vic White gave him a sword. Vic White, who came from the Holy Court, was above the rest. After all, there were many heroes in the Holy Court, and there were many heavenly weapons hidden there. But even this reformist patriarch has such great confidence in the Count's strength. How powerful is this pure warrior? George couldn't help but frown. He felt that this person's shadow was flying in front of his eyes, but he couldn't catch it. Grand Duke Adeline said that this guy had a chance to take on the title of Earl of Holy Dragon. However, he was extremely prejudiced against the church, so he ultimately did not accept the knighthood of the Holy Court. The Duke took a sip of black tea, looked at the sand table and said, George, what I'm most worried about now is whether the Garrix will really move its guards away from the gate of hell as you said, chasing the fleers led by you. Grand Duke Adeline already knew very well what her son-in-law was going to do. He plans to walk the dog. I have to say that this idea is indeed perfect. But there is a huge gap between reality and ideas. Grand Duke Adeline didn't have much expectations for George's predictions and the fantasies in his mind. Because no matter what the king has in his heart, nothing can change his will and determination. What he was thinking about was why the young man in front of him always had such great confidence and certainty. Don't worry, my Lord Duke. The corners of George's mouth curved slightly. It will make this decision. Grand Duke Adeline looked at her son-in-law with slightly complicated eyes. The fleet finally arrived at the mouth of the Chiria River near the coast at dawn. Here, the fleet stopped for a while and made corresponding preparations. After that, we went upstream along the river mouth in a heavy rain. As the fleet went deeper and deeper, we could gradually see groups of figures wandering on the river bank. As the fleet passed a castle, the crew heard shouts of death and cries for help. Seemingly seeing the fleet marching in the rainy night, the people in the castle burst out from their numb despair with unprecedented hope and desire for survival, and waved their arms crazily towards this place. The shouts became louder and louder, penetrating through the heavy rain and falling into people's ears. The Duke closed his eyes and ordered the fleet to speed up and sail away from here. When the castle gradually faded away, George saw the corpses being attracted to the castle by the sound, gradually submerging it in the black tide. The rain is getting heavier and heavier, with no intention of stopping. It was getting darker and darker, and nothing could be heard outside. Only the rain pounding on the cabin and deck, and the shouts of the sailors. He thought in his mind, it's a pity that Lorna and Tanya are together. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such trouble for what Riscard said. But this is good. I want to give everyone a vaccination in advance, so that when I get to the capital later, my legs will feel weak, which will cause trouble for me. At this time, more than 20 Black Lake soldiers, who had been to the sea, had already gotten up from their beds. They came to the cabin and, together with Brenda's followers, helped the sailors of the Duke of Treasures to move large bags one by one. Bucket. In the center of the cabin, the wizards had already boiled a potion cauldron. In addition to the resting bird, there are more than a dozen famous people from various places on the 3 ships. On the other 2 high-rise ships, Lord Wolf, Dead Skin and Venomous Bee are on board. George also ordered them to stop poking for a while. After all, it was mainly for the Duke to see the hornet's nest, so he is not worried about a few first-floor ships. But what about the other boats? They have almost completed their mission. When Riscard came back, he took the wooden spoon from the wizard, smelled it, and started scooping it into the big bucket. I only added a few spoons to each bucket, but it was enough for today. When the medicine came into contact with the water, the sailors actually heard Melodia singing in the water. Then I saw a lot of foam coming out of the water in the buckets, filling the big buckets. Sailors smeared the sticky foam on their bodies, and some knights who were preparing to go to war were also preparing to do this. But the crew members kindly reminded them that it was best not to wear armor to fight on this deck. This is not only because the ship is unstable and heavy equipment is inconvenient for combat, but also because no one can be saved after falling into the water. Leave some more, and then paint them on the ship wall, Riscard said. It rained too much today, and the diluted chemicals will be washed away in a short time. So we have to force our way through a certain distance. That's all. Everyone nodded, understanding what he meant. Brenda's expression suddenly became strange. He guessed that the words in Riscard's mouth must have been instructed by his boss. It was completely deceptive. Seeing Archduke Adeline's questioning look, Brenda's heart tightened, but she smiled on her face. This smell reminds me of an experience. Earl Brenda raised his eyebrows and said, when I was in the South China Sea, I once hunted a kind of sea monster. It was bigger than this building ship and was omnivorous. The body secretes a kind of mucus that smells similar to this. When we get it on the boat. George clicked his tongue. If the sea monster is really as big as a ship, judging from the sailors and ships in this world, no one will be able to get it on a certain ship. But if this guy had seen the body of that thing, it might be true. Because these potions were made by forbidden wizards by studying the sea monster. Brenda successfully changed the subject, and the Duke curiously talked to him about the forbidden sanctuary. At this time, Duke Jumbo on the other side quietly pulled George's sleeve. Your Excellency Xiao George. Duke Shenbao looked at these big buckets and said with a pale face, are you really lying to me? Don't worry, Jillian. George patted him on the shoulder and said, I was just joking. These things are actually played by wizards. Dot. Daphne suddenly opened her eyes. "Coming! Your Majesty the Duke!" The ancient gold coins in George's hand kept jumping on his fingertips. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked out the window and said, "Tonight, you will see the real darkness hidden in this world. See the real black tide." The huge building ship shook suddenly, as if it had hit something. Immediately afterwards, there were bursts of sounds of ropes breaking around the ship. The speed of the ship was significantly slowed down, but it was still moving forward with great effort. Dense black water plants began to spread on the deck. They brought up a lot of silt. After touching boxes, barrels and other objects, they would wrap around and slowly pull them down. Many bloated and disgusting corpses slowly climbed onto the boat along the water plants. Seeing the strange changes on the deck, the Duke's eyes widened. His beard and hair grew thick, and his whole temperament suddenly changed. He picked up the huge war hammer and went out. As a result, the hull of the boat suddenly swayed, and the Grand Duke stumbled and almost fell on the boat. He couldn't help but curse loudly. George looked at the big landlubber with a dark look on his face. "Just stay with me honestly. This is just an appetizer. Save enough strength to show off your power when you go ashore." The Duke put down the hammer and said with an ugly expression, "I'm afraid the deck will be damaged." George nodded, and then looked out the window blankly. Just now, he suddenly remembered someone. That man appeared in the shelter with 3 swords. This person is the only SS-level guy I've ever seen. A pure warrior. A person who single-handedly eradicated a demon sect and changed the direction of the world. His name is Lin Yu. This person was almost forgotten by him. He had never seen him in the entire Bishui city. But after meeting Alexander, everyone would often mention a person named Lien. Contrast him with Alexander. Later, everyone often compared themselves. Earl Brenda and Ryan. Lien is Earl Red Dragon. This is a typical Western name, which made George once think that it was a local aboriginal. I never realized that it sounds homophonic to Lin, based on the ancient dialect of Lin. When trying to introduce himself, everyone can guess that his name is Lien, which is already pretty good. If the Duke did not go on an expedition, but lent this person to His Majesty as a bodyguard, it is definitely possible. It's been 10 years since the fog began. From the stories the Duke told himself, there were also sources of disaster in the western region. The reason why Vic White was able to clean up the huge hidden dangers in Winsong City so easily was also because of the Duke's great help. However, the light of dawn told him that Adeline's most powerful general had never drawn the third sword. At this time, many soldiers of the Black Lake who had been on boats or even went out to sea rushed out following the sailors of Duke Jumbo. Together with them, there were also Brenda's followers, under the leadership of the captain. These people resisted these monsters while trying to push the debris on both sides of the deck into the river, allowing the water plants to catch these moving things and let go of the ship. The soldiers of the Black Lake are very strong, often with a flick of the long sword in their hands. A large piece of water grass will fall off the deck. But although they are not afraid of water, they are not good at fighting on water. In the heavy rain, the boat shook, and it was impossible to stand firmly on the deck. Some of the brave men who went to fight with the sailors soon fell to the ground in the heavy rain. If it weren't for his strength, he would have been saved by the living corpses and water plants and pulled into the water. On the other hand, although those sailors were not very effective in combat, they were very powerful on this boat. Although it was difficult to kill the swollen corpses, they could always find a way to get the living corpses into the river together with the water plants. But it was Brenda's followers who performed best. The machetes and muskets they showed actually shone in the mist of the night. They are all divine weapons. Killed the most monsters. This was the first time that George saw these warriors fighting, and the notes on them were revealed one by one. Elite pirates, elite adventurers, etc. Each of them has a reputation that is much more powerful than Brenda. There are also Brenda's followers on other buildings. Unlike common adventurers, adventurers seem to be able to adapt to combat in various environments. They are like adventurers who have integrated all professional abilities, and even know some simple magic. These people have extremely strong comprehensive abilities. The life-saving ability is also extremely strong. They used everything available around them to get many water ghosts into the river. No one died from beginning to end. Several of them performed most outstandingly. Not even worse than Alexander, who wandered here. It seems that most of the most powerful adventurers among the 7 kingdoms have been gathered under his command. Looking at Earl Brenda, who looked indifferent, but actually felt panicked, George finally understood why the Duke and His Majesty were so blind and so fond of this great adventurer. All his tricks were focused on eloquence, escape and survival. But the group of followers around him are a proper team configuration of legendary adventurers. coupled with this man's superb acting skills, it's no wonder that his reputation is spread throughout the Seven Kingdoms. At first, the situation on the deck was evenly matched. But as the ship moved forward, the silt brought up by aquatic plants gradually covered the deck. The heavy rain did not wash them away, but made the silt full. Gradually the mud seemed to come alive, and wailing sounds began to appear on the water surface. Many hands began to stretch out from the mud-covered deck. These people who died unjustly were looking for a scapegoat. Many sailors were pulled by these hands around their ankles while screaming. Then they found that the ground under their feet seemed to have turned into a swamp. They could not escape no matter what. In the blink of an eye, they sank into the swamp under the pulling and pressing of countless hands. Inside, whenever someone is devoured, a wailing human face will appear in his place. It looks very similar to the scapegoat just now. It calls out the names of its companions while crying. Many people will go too far after hearing this. Then he seemed to be stunned and jumped into the water in a daze. When this weird scene appeared, the situation on the deck immediately collapsed. Only the 24 Black Lake soldiers and dozens of adventurers were resisting. But at this time, in the river, many white shadows began to protrude from the bottom and float out of the water, traveling in groups among the crowd. After the contact, the sailors trembled all over and soon lay motionless on the ground. At this moment, a hymn was sung a cappella from the window. The Black Lake soldiers who were still fighting on the deck suddenly felt great courage in their bodies after hearing this familiar voice. The battle situation in front of them seemed to have collapsed, but they suddenly felt confident that they would win. More than 20 people sang hymns and rushed to the group of monsters on the deck. At this time, the priests who were stunned at the window reacted. A stream of sacred light shone in their hands, constantly expelling and purifying those things on the deck. Many stunned sailors, under the blessing of this holy power, the evil spirits in their bodies flew out in pain. After hearing these bursts of singing, Rusgard raised his eyelids, knowing that everyone had seen enough. Chapter 292 The Blood Moon is coming. Cholera and others have already learned these things from Rusgard. Not only do they know what they are, but they also know their weaknesses. So after seeing Black Death take out his magic wand, they resisted the excitement on their faces and started doing the same thing with him. One by one, the wizards pointed at the faces in the mud, and those faces were pulled out by a force, forming a big mud bag. Many hands around the mud tried to push back the big mud bag with a human face, but they were pulled out of the mud by spells, revealing naked women with pale bodies. The eyes of these women were dead white. Their bodies were soaked and rotted, and they were covered with lots of mud. It was like a tragically dead refugee who had just been pulled up from the bottom of the river. The moment they were pulled out, the temperature on the deck dropped sharply. The swords seemed unable to penetrate their bodies, and several rays of punishment struck these banshees. However, instead of dispelling the powerful resentment on their bodies, they instead made them cover their faces and scream. In the wailing sound, the people in the building felt dizzy for a while, and many sailors fell to the ground with blood from their noses and mouths. Banshee! Wallace's scalp suddenly exploded. Rusgard cast a very dissatisfied glance at these bad guys, and the spell in his mouth began to change. And then the water droplets in the air formed a water mirror. The moment those banshees saw themselves in the water mirror, they suddenly let out a heart-rending sound of fear, and then the resentment on their bodies started to burn. Several adventurers seized this opportunity and stretched out their weapons again, and this time, they were killed easily. The other birds of rest also had clever tricks, and soon many banshees were subdued. At this time, the priests all knew the key to this. Under the leadership of Wallace, the priests no longer used the introduction of punishment and judgment. Instead, like the choir, they united and sang a psalm together, a very special introduction to the high psalms. Great dispersal. When George saw the scene, such a word appeared in his mind. Sure enough, this introduction had a great effect, no less than that of dawnlight rain. In this force, the resentment on those evil spirits gradually dissipated, as if a strong coat had been stripped off, and they began to become fragile. And those weak drowned people began to flee in a panic. Soon, many people who were originally entangled were out of danger. Under the command and leadership of the adventurers, the situation gradually stabilized. The water plants continued to wither, but more and more people climbed onto the boat. The wizards knew that the game was over and stopped trying to pull the hornet's nest in the swamp. After cooperating with the priests to deal with some monsters on the deck, they awakened the magic on those big buckets. Then they rolled out of the door, as if they were alive. The slime in the bucket covered the deck and sides of the hull, and the water plants immediately retracted into the water after contact. And when there are fewer aquatic plants, there are fewer and fewer monsters. Seeing the opportunity coming, A wizard closed his eyes and summoned the wind element in the air. After the sails suddenly raised, the adventurers roused the courage of the sailors with shouts, gritted their teeth, and quickly maneuvered the ship. Speeding away from here, the remaining water plants were torn apart by this force. When no water plants came into contact with the ship anymore, the mud on the deck seemed to have lost its magic power, and the hands inside shrank back. After the fleet left here, everyone seemed to have experienced a dream. Can't believe what happened today. The fleet suffered heavy losses, and only the ships transporting grain, grass and horses were not touched by the evil spirits from beginning to end. There are no sergeants on board these ships, so there is no need for any vaccinations. Therefore, after entering the river, the wizards on the boat made all the preparations according to Rusgard's previous instructions. But for the other ships, it's a little different. It can be said to be thrilling. The Temple of Glory and the Knights of the Iron Wall are pure marines. They are all good at riding horses. But when it comes to water battles, many of them may have never been on a boat in their lives. So today, after the Grand Duke learned about the situation and plan from George, he ordered everyone not to go out. However, after these people heard the noise outside, they had already been unable to sleep. They lay in front of the window and watched the scenes happening on the deck and on both sides of the ship. They felt like their scalps were exploding. Indeed, as Templars, their natural mission is to fight against evil, and they came here by boat with the determination to die on the battlefield. But are there really so many hacking things like this? However, their will is extremely firm, and their mentality is much better than that of the sailors. After the battle, after receiving the order, they began to clean up on the deck. At this time, priests and wizards also came to the deck, comforted the sailors, and rescued the wounded. After the mud was washed away by heavy rain, many sailors who had been swallowed emerged from the mud. Because the priests and wizards intervened in time during the battle, many victims did not stay in the mud for long. But the injuries on his body were very strange. It looked like he was completely dead. On the surface, they look like drowned people who have sunk into the sand. When their clothes are removed, they will find that their bodies are covered with horrific bruises and handprints. Seeing that these people are still cold, they can't be saved at all costs. The priests purified his body with precepts and even fed him holy water. But it still had no effect. The body is getting colder and colder. Their souls have fallen into H.L. Several priests closed their eyes, showing expressions of pain. They have seen people who were possessed by demons and fell into H.L. Although the situation is different here, it is essentially very similar. In this situation, it is extremely difficult to save the souls of these victims, let alone resuscitate them. But those dark wizards, who had resurrected many dead people, used their unusual thinking to come up with a plan. After the discussion, the priests couldn't help but widen their eyes. They guessed what these guys were planning to do: call out spirits. Resurrection of evil spirits. Resurrection of souls from the underworld. Song of the immortal. And resurrection of the dead. The priests looked at those wizards and found that these guys' methods were all the most advanced magic. But they were also the most evil forbidden arts. Things are not that complicated. Rusgard suddenly patted the priests around him and said, "If the person who survived is not right, just kill him." Wallace's face turned livid. This was simply blasphemous to the soul. "I think we can give it a try." Lord Archdeacon then suddenly looked at Wallace and said, "I remember him." A heavenly holy word technique suddenly flashed in Wallace's mind. But this holy word technique is a top secret. Not to mention the people who master it. There are very few people who know the holy word. I was lucky enough to witness a miracle and feel the wonderful power contained in the holy word. He secretly recited it, but has yet to understand it. But this elixir seems to have been studied on this holy word technique for a long time, just like myself. "Where did you see it?" Wallace frowned. "Lord Wallace." Dan raised his eyes and said, "Our patriarch has listened to all the true sayings of the 7 gods." A thunder flashed across the sky, illuminating Wallace's heart. After suddenly waking up, he signaled Dan not to say any more with his eyes, and arranged for the priests behind him. After seeing Wallace move, Rusgard slowly took out a bronze mirror full of spells from his sleeve. The magic mirror stood in the air amid the wizard's spell, and many wizards looked over with envy. Wallace, who was frowning on the side, looked inward and found that the picture in the mirror began to change, and finally stopped over the area where he had fought before. "I didn't expect that one day I would fight side by side with a group of dark wizards." Wallace shook his head and looked at the wizards, who were drawing spells on each sleeper. He had no doubt that, except for Rathbone, who had been an undercover agent, many of the wizards on the ship might have a few wanted notices above their heads. However, There are also many cleansed wizards in the Holy See. Many people, including the pharmacists protected by Vic White, were also unclean. And the priests on the ship are not those stubborn and restless old-fashioned people. Some of them belong to the reformists, who are about to join the Valley Cathedral. And some are priests, who were born in the valley. So at this time, the priests closed one of their eyes, as they often did before. During the soul summoning, the powerful magic power of the wizards, like big hands, pulled the sailor's soul that had sunk to the bottom of the water out of the mud. In fear, these souls followed the guidance and flew towards the black hole in the sky. But they were followed by many evil spirits, trying to pull them into the water again. Wallace stretched out his finger towards the magic mirror, and then a small group of evil spirits in the air began to burn with screams, letting go of the innocent in his hands in pain. Immediately afterwards, the Archbishop injected a sacred power into the sailor's soul, and then the body of the almost dissipated soul began to solidify, turning into a dazzling light ball and flying into the sky. The souls of many victims finally fell into the sky. At this time, the magic mirror completed its mission and was taken back by Rusgard. But the rescue of the victims was carried out until the last minute. In the holy words of Wallace, Dan, Ian and others, the shadows of angels appeared, and from their arms, groups of light and shadow fell into the air. The priests were sweating profusely as they watched the miracle come, and guided the holy words. But those light balls were flying randomly, and would soon return to the sky. At this moment, a series of profound and obscure spells sounded, pulling those souls deeply from heaven. With the help of wizards, the priests finally extradited the light group into the sailor's body. A sailor on the deck suddenly spit out some water and woke up in a daze. Then came the second one. Gradually, many people woke up again, feeling as if they had had a dream. In the end, except for those unlucky ones who fell into the river, most people were rescued. It's really miraculous. The combination of magic and faith finally produced such a miraculous effect. I feel like I have understood the true meaning of heavenly salvation. Archbishop Wallace looked at the sailors, who had reawakened one by one, and his expression gradually became complicated. Stand up. He suddenly had a feeling that there seemed to be a certain relationship between the heavenly salvation and those forbidden arts. And the history hidden in this relationship contained a secret of the temple that could not be known to outsiders. Everything that happened today was beyond their understanding. The sailors don't know what forbidden magic is forbidden. And the Templars and the Iron Wall Knights are all rough guys. And they don't have as many tricks in their minds as the priests. They just saw their comrades resurrected in this miracle. They received great encouragement. And the nightmare they had just experienced could no longer scare them. Amidst the comfort of the priests, the knights and sailors cleaned up everything on the deck like a chicken blood. The speed of the ship also increased a bit. Several corpses, some water plants and some mud were carried back by the brave Iron Wall Knights. And everyone gathered around them and began to inspect them. These banshees' hair were finally planted. After checking the water plants and mud, Rusgard stroked his beard and said, "They are as lush as those grown in the laboratory. It seems that the blood moon is almost here. Coming." George looked at the almost burnt banshee on the ground for a while and nodded. One word flashed in his mind: demon. Indeed, these are not demons, but real demons. However, their shapes are very special. Those water plants are actually their hair. These demons have no intelligence, just like those water ghosts with confused consciousness. But the power of hope required to seal them is slightly higher than sealing the brain spider. They are indeed more difficult to deal with than those demon spiders. It can even be said that if you don't know how to deal with them, they are much more powerful than any low-level demons. Especially in this water. One would not dare to use the holy fire unless he planned to burn the boat. It can be said that today's battle, after Rusgard and others opened those hornets' nests, is close to the level of the tomb in the necropolis. And this river is just an ordinary area, not a source of disaster. It seems that, as Rusgard said, the blood moon is coming soon. The thing on the ground suddenly twitched a few times, and suddenly raised its body. Archduke Adeline smashed her to pieces with a hammer. Then she completely turned into ashes. As you can see, George pursed his lips, looked at the Duke, and said, "This is the real black tide." Looking at the gradually burning corpse, Grand Duke Adeline looked gloomy. He had indeed seen such a scene in his life. The situation was also worse than today. When the fog first came, many monsters and ghosts that had been sung in the stories appeared. In the western region, there was such a witch who had been sleeping for centuries. She appeared in the world along with the locust plague that filled the sky, which once made the nobles of the western region think that the end was coming. That battle left a profound impact on the Duke. Although these banshees are far from comparable to that witch, this number is extremely terrifying. If this is the real black tide, and this kind of monster will become as common as zombies after the blood moon, then what is the difference between this world and H.L.? He suddenly had a feeling that the so-called blood moon would definitely come earlier. That gate to H.L. Even if it cost me more than 200 kilograms, I still have to smash it. Chapter 293: The Holy Hammer That Dispels the Mist. At dawn, the fleet finally arrived at its destination. Looking at the distant fire in the rain, and the deafening shouts of killing, Duke Jumbo stared at the river in front of him, wondering how the fleet should dock. He couldn't help but look at the man who insisted on stopping the fleet. "Sir George, all our boats have been damaged, and there are simply not enough lifeboats. 20 kilometers further, there is a small pier. Thank you for bringing us here, Lord Duke Gillian." Having said this, George touched the ancient holy book on his waist, and looked at Grand Duke Adeline with a smile on his face. Can you swim?" Grand Duke Adeline's vision went dark, and he suddenly realized that he was simply a fool for believing this guy's words. But what made him feel incredible was that the moment this unreliable son-in-law unfolded the sacred book in his hand, his followers all looked at him enthusiastically. At this moment, a ray of dawn suddenly penetrated the clouds in the sky and formed a beam of light around George. The Black Lake soldiers knelt down one after another and began to pray towards the sky. The Iron Wall Knights and the Glory Temple also received their infection, knelt down on one knee, and began to pray devoutly, constantly embracing the hope in my heart towards this ray of dawn. "George!" Adeline looked at the sunshine in the sky and shouted with a livid face. He was too familiar with this scene. But the distance covered by the divine grace fire was simply not enough. So it was obvious that this fire would be wasted like this. At this time, the fog had receded to a distance of about 10,000 steps, and the sunlight finally stopped at the edge of the distant battlefield. Looking at the scene, the Duke's face turned pale, the priests looked puzzled, and Wallace looked at the Knight of Divine Grace with a strange expression. He was holding a war hammer and muttering something. At this moment, a pair of light wings suddenly stretched out from behind the Divine Grace Knight. He gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, then threw the holy hammer in his hand into the distance. Under the blessing of the holy marks and the heavenly weapons, the holy hammer disappeared into the void like a burning meteor in the blink of an eye. Aji suddenly blinked hard. He knew that he should not doubt his boss. He also felt that according to this situation, the warhammer should have shattered the void and flown towards the mist. But with his eyesight, he could feel that the warhammer suddenly disappeared the moment it lost its power. But at this moment, the fog began to clear. With a clang, the holy book in Wallace's hand suddenly fell to the ground. The eyes of Grand Duke Adeline and many knights went dark, and they watched the mist in the distance being repelled by the Archangel. In an instant, the sunlight began to spread again, spreading for more than 6,000 steps in the blink of an eye. When that ray of sunlight fell on the battlefield, the fog was like a dam collapsing, rolling wildly, and keep receding. Everyone was staring into the distance. No one noticed that the Knight of Divine Grace secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The timing is just right. At the moment when the sun shone on the battlefield, the living corpses slowly raised their heads in confusion. They looked at the sun breaking through the clouds in the sky, and suddenly remembered their names. The heavy rain formed rainbows in the sunshine. After moistening the land, the filth in the soil began to dissolve. The seeds that had been buried underground for more than 10 years began to germinate, and sunflowers and blue jelly grass bloomed. Then, the corrupted monster gradually began to burn in the light rain, extraditing those wandering people who could not rest in peace to the kingdom of heaven. On the entire battlefield, zombies continued to fall down one by one, lying among the flowers on the other side, and truly began to sleep. The remaining thousands of blasphemy-level monsters and demon species continued to emit mist, and the mist continued to dissipate and decompose. And as the power of despair in them became less and less, these monsters also began to collapse in panic, chasing madly towards the distant fog, trying to escape from the shroud of the dawn light. But the mist dispersed further and further away, and as far as the eye could see, there was a field of flowers blooming under the sun. The troops on the battlefield felt the overwhelming hope at this moment. This power added a strong protective clothing to their bodies, filling their bodies and dispelling their fatigue and hunger. Those who saw this kind of miracle coming for the first time knelt down and prayed to the sky with tears in their eyes. The veterans sang hymns of praise and songs of hope and rushed towards the monsters. And as the hope in their hearts gradually rose, the sunlight spread farther and farther, and eventually more than 50,000 steps and more than 20 kilometers were covered by the sunlight. "What kind of divine grace is this?" What kind of shocking power? Wallace's lips trembled. He turned his stiff neck and looked at the sacred figure in front of him. In the sky above his head, hundreds of angels descended into this world during his prayers. In their hands, there are many wooden boards and zhuangzi. Until those angels descended from the sky, completed the work of the temporary dock, and returned to the sky. The minds of Archduke Adeline, Duke Jumbo, Wallace and others were still in a state of silence. The final battle in the distance has begun, and 6,500 soldiers have come ashore and lined up in front of Archduke Adeline. At this moment, the Divine Grace Knight suddenly rode up to Grand Duke Adeline's side. When the sergeants discovered that the Divine Grace Knight would launch a charge with them, their eyes suddenly became extremely hot. For the soldiers, they actually don't have a complete idea of where they are going next or what they will face, because they are the real soldiers of this world, and they stick to honor, orders, and obedience. And the Duke and the generals will not reveal the entire battle plan to everyone. They have always followed the commander in battle like this. No matter what they face, they never hesitate or flinch. But in the river today, after witnessing that nightmare, many people couldn't help but feel a trace of panic in their hearts. But at this moment, even this knight told them that he was about to lead them into H.L. They no longer have any fear, because they saw those angels. I saw my comrades come back to life under the prayers of the priest, seeing that the kingdom of heaven is with them, because the knights of divine grace stand with them and fight alongside them. This scene is simply like the mythical stories painted on the dome of the Biswi Cathedral. At this moment, Adeline looked at the knight beside her and her soldiers. Adeline suddenly understood why George's subordinates had such fanatical admiration for him, and also suddenly understood why the leader of the Black Tide would never let him go even if he tried his best. The Knight of Divine Grace suddenly raised the sword in his hand and recited a prayer. The scalps of the priests and knights who heard this sound suddenly exploded. Impossible. There is no way anyone in this world can light up the stigma for so many people. While Archbishop Wallace's eyes were splitting, more than 6,000 knights raised their swords with fanaticism in their eyes. Immediately afterwards, the weapons in their hands were lit like torches. Stigma holy fire at this moment. No one is paying attention to what the flame is. They only knew that the flame gave them a hope. And with unprecedented fanaticism, the Divine Grace Knight launched a charge. Chapter 294, Divine Evil? On the other side, after hesitating, Jagger finally led his soldiers to chase after the swordsman and rushed into the receding fog. And when the fog was completely driven away by the sunlight, he finally saw the thing hidden in the fog. These days, they have always suspected that in this fog, besides the elusive demons and blasphemers, there is a commander. At this time, there is no more fog to hide the culprit who forced them here. Looking at the ferocious and terrifying behemoth, Earl of Thorn's scalp exploded. He originally thought that the existence of this kind of terrifying evil spirit was a kind of blasphemy and sin, and existed only in people's nightmares and fantasies. But today, he suddenly discovered that perhaps this world had already been quietly shrouded in a nightmare. Abomination! That terrifying and ferocious behemoth was so twisted and deformed. Its entire body is like a 10-meter-high black tower, and it looks like a huge tower-shaped tumor covered with compound eyes. There are dense tentacles growing on the body of this black tower, and under the body are 8 large colorful tentacles with snake heads. It looks like huge roots under a towering old tree. Jagger suddenly remembered some rumors among the soldiers. The soldiers of the collapsers had always said that there were many eyes peering at them in the fog. In the end, they will all go completely crazy during the collapse and become blasphemers. Jagger still remembers that after he cut open the body of a companion, the muscles and internal organs of the chest were covered with dense eyes. It seems that since these soldiers accidentally saw the peeping eyes of the devil in the fog, their bodies and souls have quietly begun to change. It is hoped that the suppression of the fire and the soldier's firm will prevent anyone from becoming its slave just by looking at it. But this terrifying evil spirit is constantly transforming his own children. Whenever the snake head under its body swallows a soldier, a piece of sarcoma will peel off from the tumor of the main body, and a new demon will emerge from it. This newborn demon seems to have been transformed by the devourer. But these demonized ones have different shapes, and their original human shapes can hardly be seen. There is a kind of demonizer that disgusts the soldiers the most. Its legs have been replaced by 4 or 5 tiny insect legs. Its hands have turned into sickle-like bone blades, and its hunchback is covered with dense tumors. There are many huge bunches of grapes hanging on the back, and they are covered with many vertical pupils. At this time, under the sun, these eyes can no longer play their role in controlling zombies and influencing humans. But the tumors on the demons' bodies will, after absorbing blood, burst into pus and infect the people around them. The bodies of these demons contain strong acid. After a sword hits them, the weapon and the person will be corroded together. And these demons seem to be unable to be killed by ordinary damage, as long as they are not burned to ashes by the holy fire, even if many soldiers chop them into pulp. When a corpse comes into contact with the pulp, the demon will use that corpse to kill them. Resurrection. The arrival of the sun made the morale of the soldiers extremely high. But in this nightmare-like battle, many people began to gradually collapse. However, this terrifying evil spirit seems to have no intention of fighting, and the monsters around it seem to be collapsing. The anomalies that happened today, as well as the angel that suddenly descended from the dome, made the demons extremely panicked. He wondered if the kingdom of heaven was preparing for the final battle here, and he acted as the unlucky bait. They just want to get out of this damn place. A shocking sword energy suddenly swept across the battlefield, and a small half of its huge head was cut off in the huge roar, along with many monsters behind it. They were also chopped to ashes. Seeing the sacred flame on the monster's wound, Jagger knew that the Red Dragon Count had finally drawn his third sword. But such injuries seemed far from fatal to the demon. The holy fires were quickly extinguished in the pollution, and more monsters surrounded the swordsman. At this time, Jagger had already led the Thorn Birds to fight a bloody path on the battlefield and rushed in front of the evil spirit. Looking at the giant snake tentacle that suddenly bit him, Jagger jumped up from his horse and pierced the snake's head with his sword. The head of the strange snake was quickly reduced to ashes in the flames, but a new head grew again at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing such a scene, Jagger suddenly felt a deep sense of exhaustion in his heart. But the soldiers who kept dying in the distance made the Templar's hair stand out, and his whole body burned with the holy fire. And he rushed towards the demon again. Although the two of them did not achieve any success with a single blow, the monsters were scattered into a mass amidst the shocking momentum of the sword. At this time, the three armies led by the Griffin Knights, Thorn Birds and Black Lake Knights had already seized this opportunity and completely surrounded the last enemy. Most of the living corpses among the monsters have been put to rest, and there are hundreds of thousands of souls that have been saved by the light of dawn. But the remaining tens of thousands of blasphemous monsters and more than 2,000 demon species are still terrifying. Counting the incomplete new army, the number of human troops exceeded the enemy's 6 times. Under the encouragement of the dawn, they were fearless and regarded death as home. But only the most elite of more than 6,000 people can compete with them. As soon as the monster charged, pieces of human soldiers flew into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of meters of demons fled from this place. If the Thorn Birds and the Red Dragon Earl hadn't bitten the monster's core force, they would have completely broken away from the encirclement and fled towards the mist. At this moment, the Divine Grace Knight had already arrived with his army on horseback. When the evil spirits saw the heavenly guards descending from the sky in front of this army, they were so frightened that they almost stopped in their tracks in an instant. He wanted to retreat crazily. However, at the moment when they were engaged in battle with those heavenly forces, the demons couldn't help but froze for a while, and were surprised to find that the strength of those angels was almost the same as themselves. But the best opportunity to escape from here has been missed. George has led the knights around him and rushed into the monster group like a sharp sword. After defeating the monsters in front of them, Grand Duke Adeline and Alexander led the 500 Black Lake soldiers to leave the team and rush straight to the source of sin. Looking at Alexander's retreating figure, George felt relieved. Although the huge source of sin is at the level of a demon lord, it is a very common demon in H.L. Siljek knew its weakness, and he had told it to the Duke and others through Risgard. He led the knights with concentration, charging while gathering the scattered soldiers. These soldiers are his lifeblood. In addition to the new army, there are also many members of various knight orders. Each one of them is the seed of the Dawn Knight. If one of them dies, he will feel sad for a long time, even under the suppression of the light of dawn. These more than 10,000 blasphemy and demon-level monsters are still a group of extremely terrifying enemies for the 60,000 troops on the battlefield. But in front of 6,000 temple-level soldiers, these weakened monsters are vulnerable. Although there are only a few hundred people who can actually use the holy fire, their corpses will still be ignited by the sword of hope. The iron hooves trampled all the way, leaving patches of ashes on the road. After a charge, these more than 10,000 monsters, like the courageless militiamen, began to rout while fleeing in panic. The situation began to turn one-sided. The battle situation also suddenly collapsed. At this time, in the center of the battlefield, Alexander's roar suddenly came, and as a violent collision sounded, George, who was leading the knights to charge, looked back and saw the giant on the ground. using his shield to knock over the huge black tower from the roots. The huge tentacles of the source of sin danced wildly in the sky, desperately trying to support the body. But the heroes and soldiers behind the giant had already arrived, adding the final push to the collapse of the giant tower. The huge one eye hidden under the body of the source of sin was finally exposed. The swordsman seized the opportunity, leaving a cyan afterimage behind him, and rushed into the one eye with his sword. Under the monster's crazy movement while screaming, split the black tower from the inside out. This time, the devil finally lit the fire that could not be extinguished. Finally, it burned to ashes under the sun. Countless souls surged out of its body, and under the guidance of the light of dawn, flew into the kingdom of heaven. Chapter 295 Kill Him. After the battle, all the leaders met on the battlefield. George seemed to be out of character today and remained silent throughout the entire process. At most, he just nodded. Many people who knew him well thought he was unhappy today. Jagger, the Red Dragon Knight, and the Griffin Knight thought that this Divine Grace Knight was originally so arrogant. He was indeed very arrogant. After returning to the castle, he did not even visit His Majesty, who was staying at the castle for defense, but went directly to the tower where the Knights of the Holy Black Lake were stationed. No one was willing to clean this kind of battlefield. Only Alexander led the Black Lake soldiers to do this happily. Wizards are very keen on those things on the battlefield, but during the day, it is not suitable to collect those corpses in full view of the public. Therefore, except for some special gadgets created by Riscard, other materials can only be produced quietly later. After the priests checked the wounds, the soldiers moved the luggage on the temporary dock. Because most of the vehicles have been lost, they can only rely on manpower. Tens of thousands of soldiers formed a huge queue between the dock and the castle. The team spread for more than 10 kilometers, looking like ants moving. Looking at the surprisingly long but very scattered team outside the window, George couldn't help but sigh. After the new soldiers joined the front line, the strength in the hands of His Majesty Phillips has reached 100,000, although 60,000 of them are auxiliary soldiers. Among the 40,000 sergeants, the worst ones are the Knights of So-and-so. In addition, the Thornbirds, 8,000 Griffin Knights, and 20,000 auxiliary soldiers who later joined them were added. The overall military strength has reached 130,000. These 130,000 people can be said to be the most elite troops among the 330,000 noble coalition forces. But at this time, only half was left. After communicating with Volpe, George learned that they had retreated hundreds of kilometers westward. During the retreat, people continued to be separated and broken. Baggage continued to be lost, and the entanglement of monsters became more and more terrifying. When they arrived, most of their luggage had been lost. The generals also suddenly understood that with the current situation, the troops could only defend this place and fight to the death, and could no longer fight and retreat at the same time. In this fog, the worst situation is not to encounter monsters, but to be cut off from supplies, Volpe said. Monsters have been deliberately attacking our baggage, and the further the team retreats, the tighter the siege becomes. It seems that they are deliberately delaying time and not letting us leave this place. A baggage team of more than 60,000 people must be at least several kilometers long. In this heavy fog, it is impossible to avoid the situation of humiliating people and losing things. The demons had never attacked the coalition's food and grass before, which made the generals think that their enemies were a group of brainless zombies. But now they are gradually showing their claws. In fact, according to the current situation, as long as the devil blocks the river path, so even if the blood moon doesn't come, these more than 300,000 people will definitely die if there is no one to support them. At this point, George had taken off his George power and replaced it with the sea demon snake. Looking at the armor that Volpe slowly put on, George sighed slightly, with mixed feelings in his heart. I don't know if it's because I can't let go of Volpe, or because of his George power and my own little William. Originally, he thought that this armor and this war horse would follow him for the rest of his life. He raised his head and said, Volpe, this trip has a difficult mission. I hope that the fire will be in the bag on the waist. If you can't use it, try not to use it, because the main force of the devil will definitely follow the sun to find the Knight of Divine Grace Ed. The distribution map of the noble army deduced by Grand Duke Lin is on my horse. For rescue, you must do your best, because after we arrive in the royal capital, they will relieve the siege. What George was worried about was not saving the remaining troops of the nobles, because as he said, the most difficult part of the entire Great Escape was not now. It was the journey south from Biswee City. From now on, Volpe is George William Austin, and this Knight of Divine Grace has been forever remembered by the world and the devil. After millions of refugees fled the city, he would hold onto the city for a while with the Temple of Glory and the Knights of the Iron Wall, and then evacuate southward as a backup force. Earl Charles will definitely cooperate with the evacuation of the refugees because this is the Duke's order. His suicide note is now in Volpe's hands. This suicide note is true because Grand Duke Adeline did not know that this trip was very likely to be successful. He must leave a way out. And after George revealed all this on the road, this great knight of divine grace has completely gained his trust. But regardless of whether the Duke is dead or not, Volpe will inform Earl Charles as George. George could not predict how far the refugees would be able to evacuate, but he knew that from now on, Divine Grace Knight Volpe would become the leader of the Glory Knights and the Iron Wall Knights, and become the vein pursued by the Black Tide. Wherever his horse's hooves go, that's where the main force of the Kuroshio will go. Therefore, the main force of the Kuroshio must go south and eventually meet the main force of the Holy See. Therefore, if Archduke Adeline really dies, George feels that his father-in-law can finally get some sleep. Sir, before we leave on this trip, I will definitely fulfill your instructions. As George sighed, Volpe suddenly knelt down on one knee, tears flashing in his eyes. This armor and war horse you gave me, I will treasure it for the rest of my life, and please cherish yourself. George closed his eyes and nodded. Indeed, this time he must value himself. Looking at the history books of the two worlds, those who can have the last laugh may not be the strongest, but they must be those who can do it again despite countless setbacks. Don't worry about winning. Think about defeat first. George felt that this was really necessary, and he had already considered a retreat. Regardless of the outcome, he will return to Biswi City and advance by boat. There are two plans for this boat. One is the fleet of Duke Jumbo. Duke Jumbo has now been completely tricked to death by him. On the way back, the river was filled with banshee hair. If the wizards left on the ship don't nod, no ship will be able to return. However, accidents may always happen, but a ship can always be found in the port near the royal capital. And just find a boat, even a small sailboat. Brenda and his followers can help him return safely. Of course, even without a boat, if he insists on leaving in this dark tide of blood moon, then the devil in the Book of Dawn can at least disguise his identity and let him leave this place. While thinking, the two of them were almost ready. After checking their faces again, Rusgard and Aji said that there were no mistakes. This time, Aji didn't make a move, because although his technique is superb, it is not as good as Juing. And after looking at the faces of these two people, he determined that Rusgard was much more powerful than Frank in this matter. At George's signal, Rusgard handed a bag to Volpe. In addition to the 2,000 potions needed by the Black Lake soldiers, there are many other things in this bag. For example, something that can infect a corpse into a child of sin. After giving the instructions, George looked at his Judgment Knight and said something like this. The timing of the collapse of the royal capital wall was too perfect. Therefore, Grand Duke Adeline and I both suspected that under the alliance, there may be a werewolf among them. So we cannot directly reveal the purpose of going to the royal capital this time, let alone mention the real situation of the Gate of Hell and the Black Tide. Instead, we need to use a reasonable reason to disguise and explain. Hearing this, Volpe nodded. They can't get rid of those demons. It's like they have control over their movements at all times. Therefore, Phillips also suspected that there were mist cultists among them. Only Adeline and I and a few others know about the Gate of Hell, so no one knows the true degree of danger there. Therefore, when the Duke said that he would organize a group of elite troops to occupy the empty royal capital first, and using this as a base to slowly eliminate the Black Tide will be a very reasonable plan after all. It seems that the royal capital has the most supplies. And this was the original plan of the Rodunk people. George paused and thought, if he had not told the so-called top secret to the Duke, he would indeed have supported Phillips, and the two of them would have gone to the royal capital together. Although the source of sin has caused so much trouble to people like Phillips. But all it takes is a spark of divine grace to bring it out of the fog. Linyu, Jagger, Volpe, Tanya, Rona, plus the Black Lake soldiers and Thorn Birds. It won't be a problem to deal with that guy. Of course, this configuration is the most ideal situation. In fact, Rona and Tanya will never take action in front of Jagger. However, even if they didn't take action, Linyu and Jagger, with so many Templars, would have a good chance of finishing it. If you add the 6,000 people led by Archduke Adeline, as well as the Archbishop Wallace and his priests, then this demon lord, who is not even comparable to the 11-year-old Siljak, will have no chance to escape. Of course, ordinary soldiers would definitely suffer heavy casualties. But if this kind of thing is not beyond human imagination, then it is indeed like this. Because before the blood moon comes, what the devil wants to do is to contain the human troops here, not scare them away. After a pause, George said, however, after this battle, no matter how deceptive the Grand Duke is, some guys who cherish their lives may not follow us. At this point, George looked at Volpe and said, anyone cannot come with us, but not Phillips, because you can't stop him from returning to Blue Water City. Of course, you can also stop him. George's eyes suddenly flashed with anger. At this moment, looking at the boss's cold eyes, such a word suddenly flashed into Volpe's mind. Regicide. Chapter 296. There is a werewolf among us. The King of Rodent must never return to Blue Water City. This sinister king who can control all situations can do anything for profit. His existence is an accident to the Ark Project. And there must be no accidents in the Ark Project. Grand Duke Adeline believes that His Majesty Phillips is a good king, and he is willing to do everything for the future of the Kingdom of Rodent. So he will never back down at this critical moment. But George doesn't think so. In his opinion, this king is a creature with profound interests. If he were a truly rational person, the appearance of the source of sin and the transformation of the monster would be enough to stop him from putting himself in danger and continue with his original plan. Unless something's not right with him. The Duke is not worried about letting the king walk through this dark tide by himself. Nor is he worried about Phillips following the demon-baiting force led by me. But before the Knights of Divine Grace begin to support various nobles, the demon does not dare to provoke this. Therefore, I have discussed with Grand Duke Adeline. If Phillips plans to retreat or follow me to support various nobles, then Grand Duke Adeline will persuade the king that I will escort him to Chishan first. Later, in this less dangerous area, the king and I will divide their forces into two groups, seducing the demons along the way, and providing real support to various nobles along the way. The king cannot fail at such a critical period. And now we being in the hinterland of the Eastern Territory, it is obvious that Phillips cannot propose to independently lead the Red Dragon Knights through this dangerous territory. So he can only choose to follow you. If so, you will kill him. George narrowed his eyes slightly. The sad soldiers will win. He felt that if Phillips did not plan to go to the royal capital, he must want to return to the safe home of Biswi City. The so-called support for the coalition forces is also the best one among the many high-sounding reasons. After that, if the situation is stable, then, when the news of Archduke Adeline's success comes from the front, Phillips may choose to go to the royal capital to cooperate with Archduke Adeline in wiping out the remaining forces of the Black Tide and become the savior and hero of Rodent. If the situation is unstable, then Phillips may have to seize the military power from Tanya and others along the way, and then rub oil on the soles of his feet. Hearing this, Volpe understood. He thought of the special things in the bag that had been handled by Rusgard, and instantly understood what the boss meant: murder and framing. Volpe added, even if Archduke Adeline doesn't mention this matter, then I will escort His Majesty Phillips all the way. Looking at Volpe, George nodded slowly. In fact, George had a more terrifying guess about this king. The strategy formulated by His Majesty overlaps too much with the devil's needs. Thinking of this, a chill could not help but flow out of George's back. If Phillips were a werewolf, he couldn't imagine what would happen if he returned to Blue Water City at such a critical period. Therefore, even if Volpe takes the risk of dropping this bomb, Volpe must be allowed to escort Phillips all the way. If this bomb explodes outside, it is better than if it explodes in Biswi City. Of course, this possibility is very low, because when His Majesty said something like returning, he must have thought that the Divine Grace Knight would escort him. Obviously, if he refused, then things would be too strange. I'm afraid even the Duke will doubt him, and the nobles would never allow the king to travel through this dangerous area by himself. In addition, if Phillips had any problems, he would never follow that terrifying Knight of Divine Grace. That Knight of Divine Grace, who dispersed the fog with a hammer blow and summoned the heavenly armies, was really terrifying. Even the fallen angels dare not say that they can deal with him. So if Phillips has a problem, he will definitely follow the Duke's troops. I specifically showed this terrifying strength just to keep the werewolves away from Volpe. It can be said that before the blood moon comes, the devil will find a way to use his troops to contain the Divine Grace Knight's troops like a new army. But the leaders of the demons will definitely hide as far away as possible. Who can guarantee that in that day and night relationship, this Knight of Divine Grace will discover his own tale? Therefore, George made a bold guess. If Phillips chose to protect himself wisely, he advocated retreat, then he is most likely human. If he behaves erratically, choose to follow Archduke Adeline's troops, then the probability that he is a werewolf is very high. In this way, not only can we stay away from the terrible bomb of the Night of Divine Grace, but we can also find ways to control the troops of All Saints Church. The condom is ready. It all depends on whether the thing they got in is a big prey or a small prey. At this moment, Riscard took out 2 small bottles of medicine, cut off their nails, and put each into a bottle of medicine. After watching Volpe drink it all in one gulp, George's eyebrows twitched slightly. He took the wizard's potion and poured it into his mouth. After a moment, George looked at Volpe in the mirror and suddenly felt a strange feeling. It's like the person in the mirror should be me. He opened his mouth and found that not only his voice had completely changed, but also his grammar, habits, and every move were full of Volpe's flavor. Rosgard, what kind of potion is this? Can it even affect my thinking? George touched his chin and looked at the wizard with a frown. The wizard looked carefully at the sweeping eyes of George and looked at Aji. It really looks like. Aji sighed and said, even I can't recognize it. Over the years, people around George have been subconsciously imitating their boss all the time. Among them, Volpe and Martin are 2 ardent fans. At this moment, Volpe's body shape has changed, and Volpe has completely integrated into the character. Sir, Volpe said, when Riscard was in the Holy Court and the royal capital, he used this set of things. They have been proven in actual combat. The appearance is indeed perfect. But, George nodded and said, but, I still have a question. Are you planning not to take action in the royal capital? Or are you planning to clean up everyone who sees you? If George takes action, his identity will be exposed, and this double act will eventually be exposed to the eyes of the devil. How could I not take action? And those demons are probably difficult to clean up. But this will not affect the overall situation. George gritted his teeth and said, I must smash the Garoxtra's head this time. Then bring its head to you. Help me return this head to the Holy Court, so that the Pope, the Cardinals, and Aloysius can take a good look. George ignored the wizard and Aji shaking heads and sighed, sorted out the George power on Volpe, and said, after you and I returned to Blue Water City, the Knight of Divine Grace finally went to the Holy Court's lair in the south, or returns to the small stronghold built by one's own hands in the Rose Cathedral. It will be a very difficult problem to predict. The main force of the Black Tide will be from the south. Volpe, millions of refugees, aristocratic alliances, major kingdoms, and Holy the Court and the other Knights of Divine Grace made it impossible for the demons to ignore. But the moment the weight of George fell into the balance, it was decided that the valley would fall into the second place. Take the most elite Dawn Knights in the valley to show off their skills in the south. My Black Blade, let these seeds take root and sprout in the south. George looked at Volpe with burning eyes. I believe that even one day, the demons have discovered your identity, and you have become a leader they cannot ignore. After finally explaining some matters, George asked about the details of Volpe's interactions with His Majesty and others during this period. As George expected, this guy was taciturn in front of these noble civil servants and the king. Only the generals who led the new army and the aristocratic coalition would communicate with him frequently. And these people will be taken away by Volpe. So after they parted ways, the only people George would come into contact with were those who were unfamiliar with Volpe. At that time, as long as he follows the instructions of Riscard and Aji, he will speak less. Archduke Adeline could not recognize him either. After the exchange, everyone went out. The Judgment Knights and Black Lake Knights, who were guarding the corridor on the way, all looked at him with blazing eyes after seeing the boss coming. George nodded slightly to these people. And by the way, he also called out a few people's names and praised them for, well done. When everyone came to the main hall of the castle, His Majesty was sitting on the Lord's throne, leaning on his chin and thinking, just as Adeline stood below, talking to the leaders. Phillips was over 40, almost the same age as Adeline, but he looked like he was in his 30s. He is a little thin and has a mustache. His appearance looks very ordinary, a typical Rodenk appearance. Only those eyes looked very shining. Unlike many kings, his armor does not have so many patterns in gold, silver, and precious stones. It also looks very inconspicuous. At this time, he did not wear the gorgeous king's robe, but simply wore a crown on his head. This was the first time that George met the new king of Rodenk, whom he had heard about for a long time. He forcibly suppressed his curiosity, did not look at it, and focused his gaze behind George. The moment George came in, everyone in the hall also looked sideways. Yudlin and others suppressed the excitement in their hearts and nodded slightly to George. When Jagger, Robert, and others looked over, their eyes were complicated. Earl Red Dragon, who was leaning against the wall, touched his chin and looked over curiously. I always feel that this thunderous foreign devil looks a bit familiar. But it didn't take long for everyone's attention to shift to the Duke. Chapter 297. You finally got the trick. Archduke Adeline's words had been discussed with George on the ship before. To sum up, there are two things. First, after the monsters from the royal capital poured out, the eastern territory of Roden had fallen into the black tide again. Now the aristocratic coalition is extremely scattered and surrounded. The source of sin is obviously the most terrifying demon in the capital. And these demon king level things have now emerged. So it is no longer suitable to stay in the East Territory at this time. The Grand Duke suggested returning to Qishan or even Bishui City. I'll make progress slowly next spring. Second, the coalition forces needed support to obtain relief. And the situation was urgent. In order to buy time and provide supplies, the 60,000 strong army here was divided into two groups. One group was the elite troops led by Adeline. They would first support those allies close to dangerous areas such as the royal capital. Along the way are the troops led by the Divine Grace Knights, who will be responsible for supporting the allies on the periphery of the Black Tide and reopening supply routes with them. When these words were finished, many leaders had different expressions. What Grand Duke Adeline said can gain everyone's popularity. The swarm of monsters after the earthquake in the royal capital has left the coalition forces in dire straits. And because of winter and supply problems, the soldiers' desire to fight is no longer high. But as to whether the depths of the Eastern Territory are now a dangerous area, many people think that may not be the case. The appearance of the most terrifying demon king, the source of sin, is not beyond human expectation. But this everything has escaped, and the level of danger in the royal capital has probably been reduced to the lowest level. If there is an elite force, the royal capital can be successfully captured. So the resources there, even though many of them are already polluted. But after the divine fire is purified, picking can definitely support tens of thousands of people through the winter. In addition to these resources, the biggest fat and greatest achievements in Kuroshio are also in the royal capital. Everyone has been fighting tooth and nail for so long just for these things. Whoever advances as far as the royal capital will get all the merit, glory and wealth first. After that, all the other 300,000 people work for nothing. Many people couldn't help but start to speculate whether the current situation is exactly what the Roden people want to see. Did Philip secretly go to the royal capital some time ago? That big devil like the source of sin. Was it caused by him accidentally? George saw all these people's thoughts. The nobles did not know the top secret they had made up, and they had not discussed it in depth with Rathbone. Therefore, their understanding of the Kuroshio still remains in their previous impressions. Indeed, the big earthquake made the situation much more difficult. But in order to lure more human follow-up troops to the east, the gadgets sent by the demons did not exceed human imagination. In fact, they just completely blocked supply lines such as rivers and coasts. The so-called Holy Court has been corrupted. The so-called Gate of Hell, and the Devil's Conspiracy. Even if George stands up and announces it to everyone now, many people will never believe it. Therefore, what Adeline said at this time is very appropriate. There are currently 8,000 Templar Knights here, including 2,500 members of the Knights of the Black Lake, 3,000 Glory Templars, and 2,500 Thorn Birds. There are also 3,000 Iron Wall Knights, 5,000 Griffin Knights, and 5,000 Red Dragon Knights. Altogether there were 21,000 people. 2,000 of them, the St. Black Lake Knights, will form another army with the Knights of each Lord. Of the remaining 19,000 people, 6,500 were determined to follow the Grand Duke. If you take any one of the Red Dragon, Griffin and Thorn Bird, there will be 10,000. Judging from the luggage and time, these more than 10,000 people are probably the limit for traveling to the royal capital. But with only the All Saints Church level troops here, the Grand Duke believed that they could complete any beheading mission or any destruction mission. But this is simply not true. The Real Gate to H.L. is the Blood Moon. No matter how many time and space anchors are destroyed, the invasion of demons has become inevitable. Therefore, no matter whether the death squads destroy the space anchor or not, they will definitely die. But what they did will be the first time that humans dealt a heavy blow to the devil in a real sense. This strike will make the future apocalypse less difficult and buy the world more time. George believed that if he really told Adeline everything, the Duke would be willing to take people to death in order to give the world more opportunities and time. But this is so despairing. So he had many things. The Duke also concealed many key things from everyone, such as their top-secret weapons, and the true strength of these 10,000 people plus the Divine Grace Knights. It will also be a game with the werewolf hidden among humans. Today, Adeline released this wrong information. It will definitely make the devil make wrong decisions. The ultimate goal of the demons is to keep these 300,000 strong army and subsequent troops in the east. And the strategic plan made by humans is exactly in line with their strategy. George believes that this trip will be very interesting. Everyone has almost finished the discussion now. Except for His Majesty Phillips, who has been silent. Basically everyone expressed support for this combat plan. But many people are still hesitant about how to branch out. George felt that among these people, the ones who were most likely to retreat to the second-line force of the Knights of Divine Grace, because of this little stimulus, were the king and the king of Rodent, the crown prince of Erda. Of these two people, the former is a true emperor, and his power and mentality are terrifying. He would never be like those second-rate kings in history, who were stabbed to death by taking risks with wild boars when things were uncertain, or were shot to death by crossbows while leading a charge on the battlefield. George felt that these kings were simply weird. The latter has the mission of protecting the Elder Lords. Between occupying the royal capital of Rodent and rescuing the Elder Lords, he will definitely choose to support his vassals. What's more, the Grand Duke has already proposed that Tanya and the Knights of Divine Grace will follow the new army. So even if he is stupid, he will not be so stupid. And because Jagger is a vassal of Elda, it is very likely that he will follow Robert. But things were beyond his expectation. In his passionate speech, Prince Robert directly stated that he would go to the deepest part of the east with Adeline. His reason was very simple. He completely believed what Grand Duke Adeline said. Believed that the depths of the east were the most dangerous place. And believed that the Divine Grace Knight would be able to rescue the lords on the periphery of the Black Tide. Therefore, he said that he would go deep with Grand Duke Adeline to rescue those lords, who were difficult to rescue. Looking at this young man in his 20s, George suddenly found that he was thinking too much. Not all princes are smart. And among kings, there are many fools. He suddenly understood why Prince Robert was the chief heir, and had accomplished so many great achievements in the Black Tide. But in the kingdom of Elda, why are there still so many people willing to side with Uncle Robert? Robert may have been a true knight, a true Templar. He is pure, straightforward, loyal and brave. But he only lacks calmness and reason. However, he is by no means a good crown prince or a good king. The second person to express his stance was Jagger. He said he was going, which did not surprise George. Your Highness Robert, as the Crown Prince of Elda, you must not put yourself in danger. I will follow Archduke Adeline to support the lords who are in danger during this trip. Please follow the Knight of Divine Grace to support others. Xiong compared with the Griffin Knights. The mission of going deep into the Eastern Territory is more suitable for the Thorn Birds. Jagger said solemnly. The supply road is extremely important. And there may also be a large number of demons on the edge of the Eastern Territory. Although the troops of the Divine Grace Knights are large, there are too many lords under siege on the edge of the eastern border. The Divine Grace Knights troops alone may not be able to rescue all the Elder Lords. Speaking of this, Jagger took a deep look at Archduke Adeline. Robert raised his eyebrows when he heard this, wanting to be stubborn. But Jagger beside him stabbed him hard. Only then did Prince Robert suddenly understand what Jagger meant. The Knights of the Black Lake, faced with the choice of giving priority to supporting the Rodunks or the Eldars, might choose the former. Duke Adeline's route may not necessarily be to support allies who are close to dangerous areas like the royal capital. Robert had some doubts about what Jagger had guessed, because he believed in the character of Archduke Adeline. At the same time, I also felt a little disgusted and unbelievable about this dark business. But what these Campbells who firmly support themselves often end up being verified. So he couldn't help but frown. It wasn't until His Majesty Philip suddenly stood up that Robert opened his mouth and completely believed what Jagger was saying. And George's pupils suddenly shrank. At this time, His Majesty Philip suddenly stood up. From his shining eyes, Grand Duke Adeline knew that his good king had made a decision. We have all witnessed that godly evil appearance. I didn't expect that in the 2 years since the fall of the royal capital, something like this would be born out of the resentment and nightmares of the millions of victims. Philipsy looked at Grand Duke Adeline. Adeline, the situation is as you can see. You should understand why I was so eager to enter the royal capital before. Grand Duke Adeline lowered her head and held her chest. Without saying a word, he really felt that if he had not stubbornly planned to stick to Biswi City, but had devoted all his strength to march eastward with His Majesty Phillips, then maybe this human army is already standing in front of the gate of H.L., fighting the final battle, and the situation will not be so serious anymore. I still have this urgent need. The royal capital of Rodent has become the most polluted area in the entire Black Tide. If it is not purified, more and more terrifying demons will breed from it. Philip slowly walked down the steps, looked at everyone and said, "So, I don't agree with Adeline's plan at all." George's pupils shrank slightly. And at this time, the king had already reached the front of the crowd, under the attention of all the leaders. The king raised his head and said, "Everyone, those lords who are in danger need someone to save them. But there must also be a group of people to bring the fire of the 7 gods to the capital and purify it. Otherwise, after this winter, no one knows what will happen again." His Majesty Philip looked at everyone with stern eyes and said, "Today, 8,000 Templar warriors and many knights from all over the world have just arrived here to open their chests and pour out their blood for the kingdom of Rodenk. As the king of Rodenk, I cannot take a back seat and be a coward. Wearing a crown must bear its weight. At this time of life and death, I will lead a group of warriors to the royal capital. If you are willing to follow me to the death, please follow me." The nobles and knights of Rodenk became more motivated after hearing this. Jagger and others secretly sneered after hearing this. If anything, Adeline's words before were somewhat concealing. So what His Majesty Philip said is already a clue. The veterans present at the scene all saw that the king was going to the royal capital to pick fruits. But he said these words so righteously, and gave his followers a coat of glory. Jagger knew that after the king expressed this, no one could compete with the king for the first victory in the royal capital because he had called this army together. Philip played them so badly. He would never let the king eat all of this big fat piece of meat. His Majesty Philip's last words were the final word for the entire strategic plan. Although the ultimate goal changed from dark to clear, it was unanimously approved in the end and did not change the final path. The Thornbirds, Red Dragon Knights, Iron Wall Knights and Glory Temple, plus 500 Black Lake Knights, form a force of 14,000 people. This force will go straight to the royal capital. The others will be led by the Divine Grace Knights and the 2,000 Black Lake Knights to perform the support and relief work. However, when the king of Rodenk has a desperate plan, how many of the lords can calmly win the victory after the lords rescue the siege and wait for the good news ahead? If these people find out again at this time, the further they go to the periphery, the more monsters they will meet on the road. The further they go to the places where treasures are hidden deep in the east, the less pressure they will have. Then how many people will give up the glory and wealth ahead and return to Biswi City regardless of it? As for the supply issue, the follow-up troops will get through it. The monsters may also cooperate. When the main human forces left Biswi City and went deep into the eastern territory, the Blood Moon is completely here. George withdrew his gaze from Philip's and looked at the ground. He felt that there was probably only one person who had the right to make such a decision decisively and lure such troops to the royal capital. "Garoxter, you've finally fallen for the trap. But I really didn't expect it. You have a great appetite and courage. But since you plan to seek death, don't blame me for not giving you a chance." Chapter 298: The Mastermind versus the Mastermind. In fact, George has been thinking about this werewolf for a long time. He suspected 4 people in total: the Duke, the King, Archbishop Avery and Fernando. These 4 people were involved in Rodenk dreams. The first thing George thought of was Archduke Adeline, because he is too important. This suspicion reached its peak when he called on the 3 kingdoms to go to the east in the temple. But if the Duke was in Blue Water City, it would be difficult for him to grasp the timing so well. Moreover, looking at the Duke's resume, if he were a werewolf, let alone the Blue Water City, the entire western region would have been finished long ago, and the demons would not have to work hard to carry out this big plan to lure the king into an urn. As for the Rodenk dream, the Duke was not the main advocate, and relatively speaking, the real werewolves should be the staunch main attackers. Not to mention that Dawn of Light was so satisfied with him. Bishop Avery was influenced by the light of dawn, and judging from this guy's identity and position, the devil chose this person to corrupt him, which would have little effect on things in the north. Fernando's situation is the same as Bishop Avery's. Then the most likely one is this king. It seems that this king is the most unlikely person, because everything he owns is based on Rodenk. Destroying Rodenk was no different than destroying himself. But among all the people in the north, only this king escaped from the royal capital. He claimed that he was in a manor outside the royal capital when it fell. But his wife, son and family all died in the royal capital. There is something strange about this matter. Therefore, he is the one among the 4 who has the best chance of having deep contact with the devil. Archduke Adeline once said to herself, before he succeeded to the position of Duke, he had always been with him in the royal capital. It can be said that I have been playmates with this king since childhood. The king has been extremely intelligent since he was a child and has shown his extraordinary abilities. And after more than 30 years, the two met again. The Duke once again deeply admired His Majesty's wisdom and talent. Compared with more than 30 years ago, both of them have undergone tremendous changes. The Duke became the backbone of Neradunk, which is not surprising given his resume. After all, Grand Duke Adeline has experienced too many things in these 30 years. However, what Philip's experienced was a bit ordinary. If we say, this king has been a smart man since he was a child. But with this person's intelligence, he is still not up to the level of the mastermind who could control the three kingdoms, including the Holy See. The Duke believes that the fall of the royal capital caused a great change in Philip's. A comprehensive sublimation occurred from the inside out. George thinks so too. Previously, this idea that sent chills down George's spine was still a guess. But now, he was almost able to confirm who this person was. He felt that the only one who had the ability to play the whole situation like this was Garoxter, who was entrusted with the important task by Aloysius. Perhaps there may be such a brilliant adjutant under this demon leader. But when the human army expresses its intention to go to the royal capital, who has the right to make such a decision decisively? In this dark tide, I'm afraid there's only Garrixt. Phillips 3. Evaluation. You always feel that this king is a little special. Comprehensive rating. You don't know him well enough. You think this king is a demon. This is an extremely bold guess. After listening to your report, Dawn of Light also felt that this person became more suspicious. What do I need from you? If the light of dawn could penetrate all the fog and see through everyone. So what else does the CO do? The corners of George's mouth twitched slightly, and he withdrew his gaze. It seems like the fog is getting thicker as the blood moon approaches. Under the influence of the ancient god's aura, Dawn's vision was getting worse and worse. George raised his eyes and saw that the team in front could not see the end, and he could only vaguely see the flag. The horse's hooves stirred up bursts of dust all around, and it seemed that as it went deeper, the earth became more and more withered. Thinking of the sound of drums in his stomach, he took out a handful of dry fried noodles from his bag and poured the water in the bag into his mouth like the knights around him. After a few bites, you've finished your lunch. Archduke Adeline brought over all the Chiefone horses from the new army. It can be said that he made a very wise choice. Nowadays, these horses have not eaten well for several days, but they still maintain strong energy. After a while, the pace of the team slowed down, and a group of people rode towards the left wing. After a quarter of an hour, they caught up with the team from behind. George looked back and saw a lot of ashes on these people, knowing that they had just cleaned up a group of corpses. Just as George expected, the army marching towards the royal capital, although it was a little slow due to the obstacles of monsters, was generally very smooth, and no big devil-level things were seen again. So judging from the distance, we will arrive at the royal capital tomorrow, before the blood moon comes. As long as the human troops remain in the east, the demons will not easily expose their true power in order to attract follow-up troops to rescue them. Otherwise, when the follow-up troops discover the tragic situation in each area, humanity's entire plan will change amid the fear. Defending Biswi City has become the safest way. After Vic White learns about the situation in the east, the Holy See may send troops to support Biswi. Therefore, in fact, if the Knights of the Black Lake and the Thorn Birds were not too important and had been heading towards Qishan before, the Tower of Sin would not have been dispatched. At this time, the army that the demons most wanted to stay in the east was heading towards the royal capital. Therefore, the demons did not waste their strength to stop this temple force, but calmly waited for this force to die. He stopped his thoughts and followed closely behind the banners of His Majesty and the Duke with many knights. That day the troops were stationed in an abandoned castle manor. The knights discovered that in this manor, there were only scattered monsters wandering near the cemetery. The whole castle was deserted. It seemed that the monsters that had been wandering around here had already followed the tide of corpses to the west. The fog at night was very thick, and it was dark and hazy more than 20 meters away. But in the eyes of the knights, the surroundings were bright. The black tide made the Holy See fully open the word of divine runes to the main force of Blue Water City. And the establishment of the Great Holy Church of Blue Water also made it possible to produce such strategic materials in Blue Water City. Among the Red Dragon Knights and the Iron Wall Knights, most people have a divine pattern weapon, and the most elite knights even have a set of temple equipment. As for the infantry knights, they all at least have top-notch amulets. So even though the night was filled with fog, the range of 1 to 200 steps was still clearly visible to the eyes of these 14,000 people. Because the castle is not big, many people are stationed in the houses outside the castle. After the bonfires were lit everywhere in the evening, people were constantly walking around and patrolling outside. making the sound of armor clanking and clanking. The biting cold wind passed through the ruined castle, sending chills all over the body. George tightened his robe, looked away from the broken window sash in the castle hall, and handed Alexander the last board on the ground. After the big man took the wooden board and the long nails, he reached out and patted them, and the last hole in the hall was nailed. However, the sound of wind passed through the gap, whistling into the room like a ghost. It makes people feel bad. After sitting by the fireplace, George stared at the flames inside and became stunned. Just as George guessed, Volpe and others were facing great pressure. However, 2,000 Black Lake soldiers and 5,000 Griffin Knights, plus the powerful wizard Lorna, made the journey safe in the end. Those small groups of demons who came to test them, after becoming ice sculptures, completely believed that the most powerful leader and the top secret weapons in the Valley Necropolis were here. This saves the Knight of Divine Grace from having to worry about how to take action. Just a few days ago, Volpe and others finally rescued various lords on the road according to the established route, and led this large force to the Whitestone Castle. Whitestone Fort is one of the best fortresses in the east. It was also the first area cleared by the coalition forces in the Battle of Chishan. So there is a lot of material there. It is the place most likely to be flooded by various coalition forces. And just as the Duke speculated, several large coalition forces gathered in the Whitestone Castle, coupled with a large number of people led by the Black Lake and Griffin Knights. The total strength has reached 150,000. The arrival of the Black Lake Knights and the Griffin Knights defeated the group of monsters surrounding Whitestone Castle. After that, there were fewer and fewer monsters, and many lords near Whitestone Castle also rushed to that place. But starting from yesterday, it seemed that monsters from all over the east were rushing towards White Rock Castle like crazy. It was as if the monster deliberately gathered all the troops in Whitestone Castle, and then completely surrounded it, preventing the large troops from leaving the eastern border. The submergence of the black tide made it more difficult for the troops to move in this heavy fog as the number of troops increased. On the contrary, a small group of elite troops can move quickly through the tide of corpses. Therefore, if these 150,000 people were in this tide of corpses, they would probably be unable to move forward without external help. But George believed that this kind of pressure was not enough, because judging from the time, if the main force of demons in the royal capital was dispatched, they should have arrived at White Rock Castle yesterday. But judging from the casualties, Bishar Castle did not encounter the main attack of the demons. So he planned to unleash another axe today. Allow yourself to see them. An Iron Wall Knight walked over from upstairs, seemingly looking for himself and Alexander. Hearing that the Duke and others were having a meeting upstairs, George raised his eyebrows and pulled Alexander to stand up. Last night, he told the Duke some interesting news. I thought this old guy would lose his patience and tell His Majesty Phillips. But judging from the situation at Whitestone Castle, it seems that the Duke has not revealed the news to anyone yet. This made George a little disappointed. We will enter the royal capital tomorrow. Tonight, he should expose this matter. After pushing the door open and entering, George found that many people had gathered in the meeting hall. The fire was burning brightly in the fireplace, and many candles and torches were lit. But the whole room was a little dark. Only the map on the wall was fully illuminated. After seeing the last two people come in, His Majesty Phillips nodded slightly to them, and then motioned to the Duke in front of the map to continue. George stood around several knight captains and looked at the map. It was discovered that it was an aerial view of Darkins, with all the roads and buildings in the entire Darkins royal capital drawn on it in detail. I'm afraid only the royal family can have this map, and there are even many secret passages drawn on it. There were some areas that even the Duke couldn't explain clearly at the moment. His Majesty Phillips needed to pick up the long stick to explain and correct. The entire capital of Darkins is located on a mountain in the north, and Darkins Castle is a tall and majestic rock castle built on the mountain. Underneath Darkins Castle, there is a huge hole directly connected to the center of the mountain. It is said that a red dragon was originally entrenched in that pit, and the first family of Dakins built this castle after slaying the dragon. The world-famous Red Dragon Knights got their name from this. The story about the king and the dragon can no longer be traced, but the underground fortress of Darkins is rich in gold and various rare minerals. Thousands of years of development have made this place one of the largest cities in the world, and the tall buildings built around Darkins Castle form the most prosperous area of the royal capital. Rusgard spent a lot of time in that underground fortress, and it was also the home of Garrixt. This is the rear area of the demons. They did not waste these precious mineral veins, so there are many special demons who are busy in that underground fortress all day long. It was here that Rusgard came into contact with the demon spider for the first time. Although the demon spiders here have mottled blood, After doing some research on this, the wizard recognized their ancestor at a glance after seeing Silyak. Therefore, if there is a time and space anchor in the royal capital, then it is most likely to be here. There is another place where the empty anchor is equally important. It is a place where demons study the plague and the corpses of clergy. Once the results are announced, the plague will once again increase to a higher level. It is located on the east side of the royal capital, and its name is Paybrick Cathedral. The largest cemetery in the royal capital is also here. All the knights stationed here have been corrupted and demonized. The large number of talisman words that could not be used and destroyed by the demons were also buried deep in the cathedral by the demons. Obviously, it is not easy to break through these two places. The inner city of Darkin's royal capital covers an area of 80,000 acres, and the outer city occupies a total of 150,000 acres. Phillips pointed to the map and accurately stated the detailed data of the royal capital. The entire area is named King Square is the center and can be reached from 8 main roads. Judging from the coverage area of the divine fire, this will be the best place to ignite it. However, I do not recommend that we light the fire here. After His Majesty Phillips briefly described the situation in the royal capital, he rarely spoke. George did some calculations in his mind and found out that 150,000 acres is exactly about 100 square kilometers. In ancient times, this was considered a super city. The radius of the divine fire is 10 kilometers. So as Philip said, when it is lit in King's Square, most of the royal capital will be enveloped in sunlight. In addition to the interior of the Duckensberg and Paybrick Cathedral, in order for sunlight to shine here, it must be ignited internally. Jagger mentioned a question. In the Black Tide in the east, we have not seen the blasphemous knights wearing priesthood armor. I don't know if they are still wandering in the royal capital, or sleeping in Pabori the Grand Cathedral. And, having said this, Jagger stretched out his hand with an ugly face, pointed near the main hall and asked, "Is there a sleeping red dragon, His Majesty Phillips, engraved on this big tombstone?" Phillips looked up and said, "That's the Temple of Valor in Rodent." "So?" Jagger asked with a dry throat. "Are all the heroes and priests of Rodent for thousands of years buried there?" Phillips and Duke Adeline both closed their eyes and lit the dots. Hearing this, the knights in the hall took a breath of air. George lowered his eyes slightly. He had long known how difficult these two places were. If we really want to attack these two positions, it may take 10 days and a half months. But he never planned to storm. He planned to use Garrick's own plan to kill it. Last time, you used your hacking information to catch me off guard. Things are turning. The man behind the scenes raised his eyes slightly. This time, it's my turn. Chapter 299 A Thunder. Jagger felt that if there was a big battle in the royal capital, it would probably be here. Although Darkin's castle is an important location, the troops will also be stationed here in the future. But in this castle, there are only mindless monsters wandering there. So it's very simple to break into it. But if in the middle of the cleanup, a large number of blasphemy knights came from behind, things would become serious. On the contrary, Paybrick Cathedral is also very suitable for sticking. So obviously this is the best option. Indeed, the gates of H.L. are a top secret of the devil. The only people who know about it are at the level of Siljack. Rusgard has been in the Black Tide for so many years, and has never seen the air anchor at that time. It wasn't until after communicating with Siljack that he guessed a few places that he, a senior acolyte, had never been to. For example, only high-level demons can enter and exit the deepest part of the underground fortress. The other place is the deepest part of the Temple of Heroes. Senior acolytes can enter there, but there is always no return. According to Rusgard, those lunatics all cut their own throats there. Therefore, there is a gate to H.L. in the royal capital, a top secret that even the senior acolytes cannot grasp. The devil believes that no one can know about it, unless it is a demon lord who rebels with a core member of the royal capital. This little information gap is the only good card in George's hands. Whether you can play well depends on human luck. During the discussion, everyone was arguing over where to light the fire. Obviously, if the fire is lit in King's Square, it will cover the largest area. But Duckin's Castle and Paybrick Cathedral are a bit more difficult to deal with. There are not many sparks of divine grace. Often only the Holy Church can gather the power of faith to produce it. But as the fog spreads, the fire of divine grace has become less and less. The fire brought by the thorn bird had been exhausted after the Battle of Chishan. Originally, His Majesty Philip still had one in his hand. But when he was surrounded by the source of sin, the fire was ignited. Unfortunately, that terrifying evil spirit was too treacherous, which prevented the sunlight from covering the real army of the devil. Later, It was the Divine Grace Knight who lit a fire and exposed it. So now all that's left is the spark in Bishop Wallace's hand. Gradually, everyone turned their attention to Archduke Adeline. After watching the Grand Duke slowly raise his eyes in deep thought, the hall gradually became quiet. Grand Duke Yongfeng suddenly looked at Wolpe and asked, "How is the situation over there?" Philip's expression suddenly became strange. He always felt that there seemed to be something wrong with Adeline today. Volpe replied respectfully, "Your Majesty the Duke, we exceeded the maximum contact distance last night. But if nothing else happens, they should set off tonight." Everyone was a little surprised when they heard this, wondering if they heard it wrong. Grand Duke Adeline nodded and said solemnly, "Judging from the situation during the day yesterday, there is no pressure on Whitestone Castle, so it is enough to have the Griffin Knights presiding over there. The battle for the royal capital is extremely important. It determines the future situation of the entire Eastern Territory. So yesterday I notified the Divine Grace Knight and asked him to lead a small group of elite troops to the royal capital after settling the Whitestone Castle. As expected, they should set off tonight. So judging from the strength of the heavenly armed forces, they should arrive at the royal capital to join us within a few days." Heaven's armed forces. Phillips felt as if he heard a thunder, and couldn't help being slightly startled. Under the surprised gazes of everyone, he nodded and said with a smile, "The arrival of the Divine Grace Knight is indeed great news. However, wasn't the original plan to come with the army after they saw the monster retreat?" It was the original plan for all the coalition forces and the follow-up troops to march on the king before winter came. And the Divine Grace Knights supported the various lords' troops for this purpose. Of course, according to human habits, winter is in November, and the first heavy snowfall last year was also at this time. So it seems very early. Therefore, according to the situation, the Divine Grace Knight will be in the east before the blood moon comes, and has not already entered the royal capital. "Your Majesty, this is indeed the original plan, and no changes have been made," Archduke Adeline explained. "But the two troops are just one behind the other. After Whitestone Castle saw the monster fade away, it knew that the king had great victory for the capital. The lords will definitely become impatient and rush towards the capital." The news of the arrival of the Divine Grace Knight excited the people in the hall. The knight's power was already well known. Judging from his power to shatter the fog, the so-called source of sin might not be able to withstand his blow. What's more, he leads more than 2,000 Templar knights. But the sky is full of heavenly weapons. It is said that there is more divine fire in his hand. And the fire ignited from this knight's hand can not only spread to the edge of the field of vision, but also play a role in suppressing demons. War never happens overnight. Grand Duke Adeline's loud voice resounded through the hall. "The capital is the origin of the Black Tide. We must be careful." After hearing Grand Duke Adeline's words, the leaders nodded deeply. Although all signs have shown that monsters have emerged from the royal capital, the strange sights encountered by Duke Jumbo's fleet in the river made people not be more cautious. The situation in the river was indeed revealed by many knights, and it was impossible to prevent it. But their perspective is different from that of the Duke and others. The former thinks this is a coincidence, while the latter understands the top secret and knows that this is inevitable. Therefore, people believe that they were the same as the source of sin caused by the earthquake in the royal capital. Wizards also gave a reasonable explanation. Corruption and the large number of dead people who fell into the water caused the birth of banshees in the river. Grand Duke Adeline said, "So we cannot take it lightly. It is our strategic purpose to purify the capital. But we do not have to go our own way and take root in the capital to carry out this long-lasting purge war. So we must prepare for a long-lasting war. We must be determined and be prepared to evacuate at any time if the situation goes beyond imagination." These words were approved by all the leaders, and even His Majesty Phillips, who was most eager to purify the royal capital, could not find a reason to refute. "Everyone, the Paybrick Cathedral is a precious treasure in the capital. They are extremely important to us. And as you said, this is the place most likely to exist in a place with a lot of evil spirits. And in this long-term purge war, we cannot allow the remaining monsters in the royal capital to attack us from all directions from the fog. And as you have said, if we want to truly purify the royal capital, most of them will monster expulsion. Then Kingdom Square will be an extremely important place to light the fire. Tomorrow, we will march to the royal capital. If everything goes well, after the fire is ignited and the remaining monsters are expelled from the royal capital, we will first explore the Darkensburgs. We only have one divine fire. If darkens, the condition of the castle is as bad as that of the cathedral. Waiting for the Knights of Divine Grace will be the best decision. And if things can be done, The treasures in Paybrick Cathedral are waiting for us. Amid the passionate responses from many leaders, George looked at the fire in the fireplace. About there. Chapter 300 Fear and Instinct. For the Holy Temple troops, the Paybrick Cathedral is a precious treasure in the royal capital. This is even more true for the Iron Wall Knights and Red Dragon Knights, who lack divine pattern suits. So humans have great reason to suspect that there are a lot of monsters here. The main force of the demons had reason to ambush here. Everyone knows what it will mean when this powerful force is treasured by the great hall of the kingdom of Rodunk for thousands of years. Regardless of whether there are the unconscious blasphemous knights, the source of sin born in chaos, or those cunning demons in the royal capital, there is no reason to move the treasure there without knowing the human plan. Of course, Garrixt has such a reason. But if it transfers the things there, it will definitely not allow humans to easily capture the cathedral. Because once the cathedral is captured, humans will find that there is nothing there. Then, from the perspective of humans, the situation is too strange. Human beings are bound to make two guesses. What is that in this black tide? There is an existence that can take away everything under the eyes of many chaotic and evil people in the royal capital, or in other words, all the monsters in this black tide are obeying orders in it. With a single order, collected these things. One is that the dark tide in this royal capital is deeper than human imagination. But no matter what guess they make, once humans find that the Great Hall is empty, and there are a large number of monsters in Duckensburg that are difficult to attack, the cautious Archduke Adeline will definitely make a decision to change the plan. For example, after lighting a fire in King's Square and purifying the royal capital, find a safe stronghold and wait for the arrival of the Divine Grace Knight. Or you can leave this place directly and attack this place with 300,000 coalition troops after winter. Garrixt has worked hard to let humans enter this royal capital, and will never let humans have a chance to escape. It should be something like the Tower of Sin. Then the Son of Minas should be arranged in the main hall. It's a pity that the Knight of Divine Grace is here, and we won't go to that cathedral either. In the evening, when Archduke Adeline was inspecting the camp, she happened to meet the Archbishop of the Valley, Wallace, who had finished praying for many nights. Naturally, several great knights of the Black Lake were also by the bishop's side. Archduke Adeline suddenly sighed and said to Bishop Wallace, "Your Majesty, rest in peace. Today is an hour earlier than usual." Wallace nodded and said nothing, and Wolpe beside him laughed coldly. Calculating the time, Whitestone Castle was the site of a violent attack after His Majesty entered the Dreamland. A large area of blue dots suddenly went out the moment he rested. George was not worried about the safety of Volpe and his party, because he has a Jerry Jones on his hands. After George included these scarabs in the book, the magic patterns were able to disappear and were replaced by divine patterns. And not all Jerry Jones is evil. If it weren't for people like Siljak who knew the secrets of H.L., even in the eyes of the Forbidden Wizard, it would still be the scarab related to dragons. And it is the mount of the sun god in many myths and stories. In addition, in the past few months, the great alchemists of the enamel hammer, under the coercion of the rest bird, have transformed the appearance of many EVAs. So if the demons attack with all their strength, what you will see is an extremely terrifying knight of divine grace wearing silver armor. As they patrolled, there were more and more Black Lake Knights, Glory Temple, and Iron Wall Knights around. Everyone also came to the camp where the Black Lake Temple rested. The old soldiers were very sensible. After seeing these people coming, they did not take the initiative to say H.L., but they all left a distance. The guys patrolling around the barracks also cheered up. "Master Bishop, there are 100 pairs of eyes staring at me right now. If someone slips away at this critical moment, someone will wipe away tears. My Lord Duke, please don't scare me. If you are not sure, can you take the initiative to say H.L. to me?" Wallace smiled. In the various battles in his life, Grand Duke Adeline experienced too many intrigues. It can be said that as one of the most powerful generals among the 7 countries, his methods and abilities are by no means inferior to Philip's. Without his help, the king would not be able to play with Elda and Landry like dogs. This can be seen from the first moment Philip showed up and found this partner. And this time, George also chose this powerful partner immediately. Adeline and Bishop Wallace. As the 2 biggest leaders of this unit, it is too normal for them to meet every day. Wulp looked at the bonfire in front of him and suddenly opened his mouth. "Sir, it seems that I don't need to say more. Lady Adeline, you already know that you have lost this bet." In fact, now for George and Garrixt, things have reached the most critical moment. No matter what happens, even if they know that the other party has doubts about their true identity, both of them have to bite the bullet and move forward. Grand Duke Adeline pursed her lips. I didn't say it was that person. Sir, I came to you today for an important thing. I hope you can always believe in me, instead of listening to its words and doubting who I am at the critical moment. Tomorrow, you can let Lin Yu keep an eye on him. The moment the fire of divine grace is ignited, there must be something abnormal. Indeed, tomorrow's most important general will not be able to kill the wrong person with his sword. George believed that this Your Majesty would never be as bold as Aloysius. The latter's hiding method is absolutely perfect. But if he is killed by a sword, he may really die or return to H.L. He felt that when Garrix walked on Earth, even though he was perfectly integrated into this body, even the fire of divine grace and the light of dawn could not see through it. But he will never seal all his power, completely become an ordinary person. This demon lord, who will become a fallen angel after the blood moon, should be able to wake up at any critical moment. Unlike those masters, they can't even tell who they are, and they can't wake up when others call them. Then, under certain circumstances, you can find out what's special about Garrix. In fact, killing Garrix here is obviously going to avoid a lot of trouble. These 14,000 people stoked the fire and picked up their kitchen knives. Not to mention that the blood moon hasn't arrived yet. Even if the blood moon comes, the fallen angel will still be piled to death. But their real purpose is not to kill a Black Tide leader. This great spy cannot die until George confirms that there is no problem with the direction of the royal capital. Of course, what George was most afraid of was that when he hit him with a hammer, the guy fell to the ground, and everyone saw that he was really dead. That and this porcelain. He was in trouble. These 14,000 people will never burn his body to verify whether King Rodunk is really dead. Grand Duke Adeline's expression became extremely complicated. His Majesty Phillips did discuss the werewolf thing with him. He felt that it was a bit strange that the source of sin had been following his troops. He had to suspect that there was something special in that royal capital. Archduke Adeline's response was to comfort the king. He said he didn't quite believe the stories Brenda told. Of course, he also mentioned that we can only know what the situation is after entering the royal capital. So today, he simply expressed that he should be more cautious in the royal capital, and proposed that we should be ready to withdraw our troops at any time. Indeed, the king's words were a cunning temptation. The duke must not express his doubts at this moment about the possible existence of a demonic conspiracy, or even the existence of some ridiculous werewolf among this determined team. And from what the duke did in this matter, it can be seen that he had indeed turned a deaf ear to George and began to doubt the king. The perspective of thinking determines what people can see. In the past, Archduke Adeline had never had any doubts about his majesty. He had never thought that there would be any demonic spies among humans. It was even hard to believe whether the demon really existed. But doubt is like a poison. When he believed in the beginning of that top secret, and believed that even the Holy Court had been corrupted, the medicinal properties began to spread continuously. Indeed, even these things have happened. So what other bad things are impossible? Sometimes Adeline can't help but think that if there is news worse than the gate of H.L. in this world, then maybe it is herself. Or maybe His Majesty has been completely corrupted. This thought made him toss and turn, unable to sleep peacefully. The more difficult it was to sleep peacefully, the more he wanted to prevent it from happening. The Duke slowly closed his eyes, as if he was making a final struggle. The Earl of Red Dragon has been with His Majesty for a while. If there was something abnormal about him, he should have discovered it long ago. Sir, George said eloquently, just like wild beasts and natural enemies, fear will stimulate instinct. Grand Duke Adeline's body suddenly stiffened slightly, and she looked at the person in front of her. He understood what he meant. Although the Red Dragon Earl could pose a threat to that terrifying demon, he and Alexander could even do the same. However, it's not to the point where it's heartbroken due to fear. George said calmly, Sir, seize the opportunity tomorrow and don't let it escape. If someone escapes at this critical moment, someone will wipe away tears. Chapter 301 Rodunk Royal Capital. In the early morning, torches were lit in the camp, and in the dim light, they began to march towards the royal capital. The noble coalition forces have exhausted all these strategic materials after the Black Tide struck. The total number of divine torches brought by Wallace and others was more than 10,000. So the knights lit ordinary torches. Although they cannot dispel the fog, they can allow the team behind to see the formation changes far ahead. Before daybreak, the collapsed city wall on the west side of the royal capital finally appeared in everyone's eyes. Today's royal capital of Rodunk is dilapidated and withered. Near the city wall, you can also see many huge wooden structures. They stand erected in the mist, looking hazy like the wooden skeletons of tall buildings. As the team slowly moved forward and past this weird building, The knights discovered that the beams of the tall wooden bodies were covered with dead people. The cold wind blew, and the dead began to sway like wind chimes. And many rats and cockroaches fell to the ground. These deceased should have been dead for more than a few years. Dried flesh and blood have no value. Demons would never waste corpses like this. So these masterpieces are the work of humans. George closed his eyes. He knew these things. Rusgard mentioned it to him. When the plague first spread to the royal capital, there was an extremely dark history. At that time, a large number of refugees gathered near the royal capital and built shacks under the city walls. They tried their best to enter the city, but the plague that gradually spread in the royal capital made people in the city panic. These refugees were eventually hanged here. This strategy of the nobles also prevented refugees from gathering here. Ironically, the plague eventually broke out in the city. The deserted manors are uncultivated, and the open wine cellars are untouched. Hungry rats roam the putrid streets, gnawing at the undisposed corpses. Wild dogs pulled out buried bodies in the middle of the night and tore them into pieces. All over the capital, people are superstitious about those ridiculous treatment plans. The conservative priests perform exorcisms on patients, imprison them with mercury, and even burn the sores with hot irons, believing that this can drive away evil spirits in conjunction with hymns. The bachelors induced vomiting, bled, defecated, and even used dried toads to place on the black spots. But all they did could only make the patients experience more painful torture before death. Maybe the devil has already taken control of this city before the black tide really comes. In this heavy fog, they used some tricks to isolate this place from the outside world. In this closed royal capital, they played with these humans wantonly and watched them bury themselves with their own hands. When the whole city fell into despair and panic, the belief in doomsday quietly grew from the darkness, turning the place into a real hell on earth. The demons took over without any real force in the end. They just let the resurrected dead fill the last straw for the collapse of this dam. He easily captured this important area. What happened in the royal capital of Rodent was a huge stain on the conservative faction of the Holy See. Therefore, it was eventually sealed in history by the Holy See. But everything shows that the fall of Rodunk royal capital was caused by a terrible man-made disaster in which the Holy See was involved. And that ridiculous demon army did not exist at all. Most of the horror stories about the Black Tide were later spread by the Holy See, because the real powerful people know all this. So far, the southern countries have never regarded the so-called Black Tide as the ridiculous doomsday natural disaster. Near the collapsed city wall of the royal capital, there are some living dead wandering sporadically. Ghouls wander here together like wild dogs, pulling out the corpses buried under the ruins to feast on them. The army galloped over on horseback, and hundreds of scavengers looked at the torrent of steel and fled in panic. But they were soon chased. The Iron Wall Knights seemed to be extremely good at horse fighting, and the scavengers who turned over to resist were no match for them. In the blink of an eye, the huge scavenger was repeatedly carried away by spears, decapitated by long swords, and was gradually submerged in the torrent. After passing here, some scouts carried the torch of divine grace and went deep into the city. The Duke and others stood on the city wall and looked inside, and saw torches traveling safely in the distance. The situation seems to be just like the information that humans have learned. It seems that the monsters in the entire city have flocked to the east after the city wall collapsed. However, after discussion, everyone decided not to rush in all the time, but to adopt a more prudent plan. The scene they saw on the ship still remains in the minds of many people. Your Majesty also heard about that strange scene, so this caution is reasonable. The 14,000 people were divided into 3 groups, marched parallelly on the 3 avenues of the outer city at different speeds, and began to travel into the city. On the one hand, this is conducive to the expansion of the formation and avoids being trapped in an ambush after being huddled together. On the one hand, it is also conducive to turning around and evacuation. Of course, if the team at the front suddenly goes the wrong way in this dark fog, the team at the back will not be able to react for a while. Especially on this side of the royal capital, there are ruins everywhere and no signs at all. However, with Duke Adeline's military qualities, such a problem should not arise. At this time, the sunlight has not completely penetrated the fog, and the city is dark. The torches in the hands of the scouts in front dispersed the fog, and the fog-free avenues interspersed together like a maze. The whole city was dead silent. On both sides of the road, most of the tall houses had collapsed, and rags and dirty debris were flying in the cold wind. The gravel caught the horses' hooves, slowing down the knights, although occasionally something pushes away the tiles and emerges from the ruins. But they were all easily solved by the knights. The big thing in my imagination never broke out from the ruins. It was as if the royal capital had truly become a dead city, and everything had escaped. But the mood of the soldiers became more and more tense. They were all battle-hardened people, and although everything in front of them indicated safety, the quiet silence made them smell something unusual. Jagger suddenly frowned and listened with his ears pricked up. After a while, sparse sounds suddenly appeared around him. Pieces of debris in the ruins were tossed around. He looked into the distance and saw black floods spreading from all directions. Looking at the densely packed red eyes in the fog, Jagger's scalp suddenly exploded. There were countless big rats and insects and flies all over the sky. They set off a black tide in the city, instantly submerging the scouts, who were not in a hurry to escape. The man and horse only had time to scream in agony before they were eaten clean by the hungry rats in an instant. For a moment, Jagger was almost frozen in place. He thought about what he would encounter in this royal city, but he never expected to encounter such a group of enemies. In an instant, the black flood rushed towards the knights. Jagger roared and drew out the sharp sword in his hand. The long sword made a clear and long cry like an eagle fighting in the sky. Then, the holy fire that filled the sky followed the point of his long sword and destroyed a large swarm of rats around it, disintegrated into ashes amid the screams. The sounds of punishment and the shouts of the priests resounded throughout the team, and the holy fire almost lit up the entire sky. The Thornbirds, the unit that truly mastered the skills of the temple, showed their true strength at this moment. In an instant, the incoming black tide was blocked in front. These insects and rats, which live in darkness and fog all year round, seem to be extremely afraid of the light that can dispel the fog and darkness. In these bright lights, the rats were temporarily dispersed around them, but there were more and more small red eyes of bears pressing together in the surrounding fog, as if they were endless. They were driven back again, and came back again and again, screaming in hunger, peeping at the living flesh and blood. Just wait until the manpower is exhausted, and you will have a full meal. Looking at the terrifying swarm of rats in the distance that had covered the ruins with a thickness of more than 1 meter, Jagger could not help but feel cold all over. He suddenly realized that this was not something that human beings could fight against at all. At this moment, a troop appeared in Jagger's field of vision in the distance. Chapter 302 is too dazzling. Hundreds of knights suddenly came on horseback, holding high the torch of divine grace and the flag of black pearls in their hands. They walked among the rats, dispersing the fog and the insects and rats together. In an instant, he was in front of Jagger. "Why are you still standing there? The Duke will not waste his divine grace here. Follow me to King's Square as soon as possible. The rats will naturally disperse." Amidst the shouts of Volp, the knights suddenly discovered that they had a sharp weapon in their hands that could deal with these things. They took out the torches they had been reluctant to light and followed the knights of the Black Lake, looking at the surrounding rats following the team. Jagger couldn't help but look ugly. He knew that these things that were more terrifying than corpses and demons would always follow this team, until everyone dies. Divine fire and torches can only dispel them temporarily. But when the sunlight fades, these things that hide back in the ruins will reappear. Wizards may have a way to keep these things away from people, but powders and torches are also limited. And during that night, as long as you are bitten accidentally, you will be infected with various diseases. The Duke's plan was to launch a protracted campaign of suppression in the royal capital, and stay here for a long time until the black tide recedes. He could imagine what kind of difficulties they would face in this royal capital. "This house is so collapsed that no sunlight can get in at all." The voice of Wolpe suddenly brought Jagger back to his senses. He couldn't help but look at this person with a strange expression. He felt that Volp was very strange today, and the tone in his mouth at this time was also very different from usual. It seemed that the moment the team entered the royal capital, his temperament slowly changed. Wolpe looked at the troops approaching from both sides, turned his head and bared his white teeth at Jagger, and said, "Let's go. Lord Jagger, the torch is about to go out. King's Square right in front of you." Under the shout of the Grand Knight of the Black Lake, Jagger's heart suddenly tightened. Looking at the Knights of the Black Lake who suddenly accelerated their horses, he led the Thornbirds and couldn't help but follow closely. At this time, the teams on both sides had also lit torches. Under the Duke's order, the teams gradually gathered together. The Black Pearl and Thornbird troops have also surrounded the Windsinger's flag. They were like the heads of arrow feathers, constantly dispersing the darkness and fog in front of them, leading the large troops at the rear and rushing into the fog with all their strength. The passage originally dispersed by the scouts seemed to be covered in fog again, with the appearance of insects, flies and rats. But the new mist passage retreated before the flag of the Windsinger. 14,000 people followed closely behind the flag in front. They looked at the hungry rats wandering on both sides, and just wanted to get to King's Square as soon as possible to light the fire. The Knights of the Black Lake and the Knights of the Iron Wall loyally protected His Majesty Philips in the middle and ran forward. Gradually, in the fog ahead, the surrounding ruins grew taller and taller. In the haze, a huge castle gradually appeared in front of people's eyes. If the most prosperous square in the royal capital of Rodunk is King's Square, then the most majestic one is Longest Square. There are defensive towers erected around this square, and the Dragon's Throat connected to Duckensburg is a line of sky formed by two huge walls as tall as mountains. This thin line of sky is the corridor. There should have been a gate, but the gate has completely collapsed, and the huge stone walls 20 meters high on both sides have almost sealed the place. There is no doubt that this is an extremely dangerous super fortress. It is a super fortress that cannot be breached from the outside. But in the end, it was quietly submerged in the black tide. Looking at the majestic Duckensburg, His Majesty Philips and others looked at a loss. Unexpectedly, the team would take the wrong path amid the chaos caused by the rats. I never thought that with Archduke Adeline's military qualities, he would make such a low-level mistake. Everyone couldn't help but look at Duke Adeline. But he was looking at the huge ruins of the city gate in front of him in deep thought, and seemed to have forgotten that the torch was about to be extinguished. Several groups of Iron Wall Knights have already entered the castle to check. It seems that this accident forced the Duke to change his original plan and plan to light a fire here. If the situation in Duckensburg is better, the troops should be stationed here. As for the main hall, we can only enter slowly. It has become impossible to capture the main hall in one day. His Majesty Philips looked at Archduke Adeline and sighed slightly, and said comfortingly, "There should be a lot of food and grass in Duckensburg. It is also a good choice to light a fire here. The area with fire, as the center, has the best purification effect. So although there were some surprises, achieving this goal was obviously acceptable. And with the situation of the Rat Pack, the significance of lighting a fire in King's Square is no longer very significant. The remaining monsters in the capital have most likely been eaten up by the rats. Even the corpses in the big hall should be much fewer, although there are not many torches left. The cathedral is not too far away from the area covered by sunlight. If there were terrible evil spirits there shouldn't be so many rats in the middle of the journey." So after Philips finished speaking, everyone couldn't help but nodded. "Your Majesty, you are really considerate." The Grand Knight of the Black Lake, Volp, who was beside the Duke, suddenly laughed. This casual tone was obviously not very respectful, which made several Red Dragon Knights around him frown. Philips glanced at him slightly and didn't pay much attention. Instead, he looked at Archduke Adeline and said, "Let's light the fire in Duckensburg." Iron Cage, the Duke said these three words with a very complicated expression. "Adeline?" Philips looked slightly surprised, as if Grand Duke Adeline didn't hear His Majesty's voice. She withdrew her gaze from the grand door full of cracks in front of her and looked at Wolpe. Seeing such a scene, everyone couldn't help but be a little surprised. At this moment, they suddenly had an extremely strange feeling. It was as if this loyal man to His Majesty Philips had transferred his trust little by little to the adjutant of the Divine Grace Knight. Your Majesty, I have the same idea." Volp raised his chest and saluted the Duke, and said, "Let's light the fire here." Volp looked extremely respectful to Archduke Adeline, but the tone in his mouth was not like giving advice to the leader, but more like telling a partner of his decision. Seeing Archduke Adeline nodding slowly, Philips couldn't help but look at Wolpe with a strange expression on his face. Volp felt this gaze, and he turned his head and looked at the king deeply. This gaze is so dazzling, just like the eyes of a hunter who has been following his prey for a long time in the dark jungle. Philips has never seen anyone show such a look to him in his life. But in this world, there are indeed a few people who are qualified to do so. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in his eyes. A thunder exploded in his mind, and his pupils almost stood up at this moment. At this moment, Archbishop Wallace suddenly stretched out his hand and crushed the necklace around his neck. His action was so decisive that no one around him had time to stop him. Looking at the sunlight that suddenly fell from the sky, many people couldn't help but turn pale. Obviously, if a fire is lit and darkens, it should be lit deep into the castle even under the pressure of the rats. After all, no one knows what is inside, and lighting the fire here can only purify the upper area of Duckensburg. But the adjutant of the Divine Grace Knight seemed to have great confidence in the situation inside, and Duke Adeline seemed to gradually believe his crazy and bold guess, and completely boarded his pirate ship. The rats quickly faded away in the pursuit of the sun. The sunshine suddenly became so intense that it made me feel a little dazzling. "Let's go into the castle and have a look." The king covered his forehead and walked towards the castle. There, the sun was already shining into the Hall of Darkens. At this moment, the Earl of Red Dragon, who had been leaning on the big gravel and watching coldly with his sword in his arms, suddenly changed his expression slightly. He looked at the king's back and raised his eyebrows slightly. Just now, he saw a flash of blue flames around those eyes. Chapter 303 Iron Cage. When the Duke and others followed His Majesty into the castle, the knights had already occupied various areas in the castle. During this period, the lords analyzed the situation in the capital of Darkens for a long time. They felt that after the plague came, Darkensburg and the Great Hall had become the last fortress of the royal capital against the plague. So the storage materials here should be extremely sufficient. The situation seems to be as everyone guessed. And the storage materials in the castle are very sufficient. Various traces also showed that when the king's guards faced the surging corpses coming from the city, the supplies here also provided them with great help. In several areas on the front side of Darkensburg, there are still many fortifications that have been breached by the zombie tide. The walls, floors, and even the dome of the castle were covered with black bloodstains and desperate scratches. A swarm of scavengers seemed to have visited the place later, dragging corpses everywhere. The remains of the corpses became food for rats, and the intact corpses escaped after the earthquake. The arrival of George and others allowed the power of divine grace to cover this place again. Sunlight poured in from the ruined dome and window sash, dispersing the fog and the rats in various halls. And those scavengers who had not left here before during the earthquake also fled here after feeling this sacred power. After the knights cleaned up the scavengers that had not left the castle, they used Lord Wolf's scavenger potion to clean up the place. While searching for those possible supplies, everyone was busy with something, and no one noticed that a small figure had arrived at the deepest part of the castle, and quietly buried a golden scarab with a spider tattoo on its back, and 20 gold and silver scarabs in the soil. These secret warehouses for storing supplies have been marked on the map by His Majesty Phillips. And although this Red Dragon Knights was reformed in Biswee City, it was originally the Violet Knights. Not familiar with the situation at Darkensburg, but the knight already knew it by heart. So it didn't take long for the first batch of supplies to be found. Fortunately, these strategic materials were well sealed so that they were not eaten by rats or polluted. At a glance, these supplies are enough for more than 10,000 people for more than a month. And this is just the harvest from one area here. If we can continue to explore deeply and find all the inventory in the entire castle, it should be able to be used by 50,000 people for several years. But when the knights penetrated deep into the area inside the castle's mountain, they had to stop. They were shocked to find that it seemed that because of the earthquake, the collapsed mountain had blocked all access to the area below the castle. Since Darkens Castle is built on a mountain, many building materials are gifts from nature, that is, whole blocks of large bluestones. Some walls are simply stone walls embedded in the mountain. Therefore, after they collapse, they are like the huge gate blocking the passage, which is unbreakable and cannot be opened. Judging from the situation, unless the entire area is re-excavated, it will be possible to reopen the downward passage. And such a huge project is like rebuilding this area in Darkens. Therefore, even if these more than 10,000 people are working at full strength, it will not be possible to open up and stabilize this place within a month or two. But even if the strongest underground fortress cannot be used, the team can still hold on here with the several layers of area above. Just the sliver of sky outside the castle can be said to be a barrier that cannot be opened by one man. Obviously, if you choose to stay here, it will be an extremely wise decision. It's really good. After George hammered the extremely solid boulder twice with his fist, he clapped his hands and looked at Grand Duke Adeline and smiled slightly. Even if Goran comes, there is no way to get here. Looking at this iron cage, Duke Adeline slowly closed her eyes. Seeing this, he already knew the bet, and George might have won. At the very beginning, two people analyzed the situation in the royal capital. George believed that both the cathedral and the Darkensburg might be arranged by demons into a clean iron cage suitable for human troops to guard, because these two places were the last strongholds of the Rodent people when the royal capital fell. So both places have reason to be places where a lot of evil spirits exist. There are reasons why it is such a good place to stick to for a long time. There is a reason for the cathedral to be filled with blasphemous knights. And there is also a reason for the blasphemous knights to be eaten up by rats. There is a reason for Darkensburg, the last refugee camp of mankind, to have a large number of scavengers, giving birth to something bigger than the sin of sin. The source is a more terrifying and powerful evil spirit. There are also reasons to allow humans to rest as they are now. But no matter what, the devil will only deploy heavy troops in one place. George believes that they will never let the entire royal capital become a place where humans cannot stay. so that the best nutrients in these black tides will run out of the royal capital after hitting the wall. If this powerful force composed of 14,000 Templar-level knights is determined to leave, even the main force of the devil cannot keep them all. Besides, the blood moon has not yet come, and the demon army has not yet come to this world. Therefore, the current power of Kuroshio cannot compete with the entire world. A lot of the demon's power was used to control the 300,000 coalition troops in the east. The Divine Grace Knight in White Rock Castle even allowed the demons to dispatch part of their main force. Therefore, if the demonic power still in the capital is really strong against this army, even if it can win, I am afraid it will not be easy. What accident might happen? Therefore, a comfortable iron cage where you can rest has a reason for its existence. The purpose of Garoxt is to allow humans to stay in this warm water and be slowly cooked. Now that humans have come in, the main demonic forces hidden in the main hall can come at any time and block this iron cage from the outside. When the gate of H.L. under the castle opens, it will become a big tomb where the sky and the sky are not responding, and the earth are not working. Humanity will wait here for the elusive news of the Knight of Divine Grace, and eventually become the nourishment of the Black Tide. The plan was very good, but something happened unexpectedly. Grand Duke Adeline slowly opened his eyes. He took out an ancient gold coin from his arms and threw it to Volpe. He reached out and took the gold coin, then turned it around and played with it on his fingertips. There doesn't seem to be any worry about how to open this place and find the gate to hell. Seeing the gold coin being skillfully played within this man's hands, many knights around him who had come into contact with the Knight of Divine Grace suddenly wiped their eyes hard. Rusgard and Aggie looked at each other and sighed secretly. Chapter 304 I Am God Stick. At this moment, Philip's face suddenly turned pale. He thought of many things at this moment. Indeed, something unexpected happened. Garrix never thought that he would follow the human troops to this cage. This is nothing to worry about, because according to its prediction, humans may not attack the main hall immediately. It may even look for opportunities to cause internal strife among this human force. But the Divine Grace Knight, who was supposed to stay at Whitestone Castle, seemed to be in this team, and he seems to have doubted himself. So I'm afraid this troop was not deceived by it. Instead, he kidnapped it. Now, this boss deep behind enemy lines has been completely surrounded by 14,000 holy churches. Phillips finally burst into laughter. Yes, they may have doubted themselves, but these people had no reason to know the devil's overall plan, let alone who he was. Phillips didn't know how this Knight of Divine Grace used to make Archduke Adeline doubt him. But among this team, there are 8,000 rodent knights. Maybe the devil is very afraid of the Templar Knights. But when these knights fight with the Templar Knights, no one will win or lose. And as long as he keeps his human body when he is dying, let alone these 8,000 people, even Grand Duke Adeline will stand up and defend the dignity of the king's body to the death. Of course, the Knight of Divine Grace has great appeal. In this choice, there may be many Templar Knights who will side with the new Knight of Divine Grace. But as long as some of them stand behind the king, it is enough. By then, it was unclear who the devil was. Moreover, this blocked passage cannot be opened by human power at all. Not even by the servants of the kingdom of heaven. Maybe this Knight of Divine Grace has already instigated some demons. But if he is really so stupid and chooses to command the demons, Phillips may really laugh out loud. Obviously, no matter how you look at it, the Knight of Divine Grace who persuaded Adeline to come here is more like a devil than himself. And as long as you don't want to, no one can let you reveal your true identity. If I guess correctly, our Divine Grace Knight has already arrived here. The joy on Philip's face seemed to come from the bottom of his heart. He looked at Adeline and said, Adeline, you really hid it from us. It seems that there will be no problems in capturing the main hall today. After the words fell, many knights confirmed their suspicions. For the Knights of Rodunk, although the Knight of Divine Grace was not their spiritual leader, the appearance of this powerful ally made them all look ecstatic. For the Templar Knights, the Knights of Divine Grace meant more to them. So they were overjoyed and could not help but show a bit of fanaticism in their eyes. George raised his eyes, and from Phillips's calm eyes, he understood what this guy was thinking. He laughed coldly in his heart. Pretend? Garoxter, you'd better keep pretending like this. I will let you watch that time and space anchor be destroyed by me today. The ancient gold coin in George's hand turned over. Looking at this guy who didn't shed tears even if he saw the coffin, he smiled meaningfully. Your Majesty, we are all here. How can we not go in and take a look? Phillips's pupils shrank slightly, and George turned to look at the surrounding knights and said loudly, The underground fortress of Darkensburg is the most suitable place to hold. If we can occupy this place, then even if 1,000,000 corpses flood back, even the royal capital cannot shake our heel. This is indeed true. If the passage can be opened, then using the underground fortress below as a springboard is obviously much better than just occupying the upper area. The underground fortress contains the largest amount of materials and treasures in the entire royal capital. They can stay here as long as they want. And if the Divine Grace Knight has a way to get through here, then naturally there is a way to get through a secret passage out. So the team can come out anytime they want. The entire Duckensburg is like an iron wall. No one can attack this place from the front. Even if there are tens of thousands of terrifying demons in the main hall, they can still be wiped out slowly. But can the Divine Grace Knight really get through here? Grand Duke Adeline actually had doubts in her heart. But this guy never seemed to worry about how to open the passage to the door to H.L. He couldn't help but look at Alexander with a surprised expression amidst the discussions among the knights. And then asked, "George, you just said that not even Goring can shake this place." "Indeed. Gron can't do it." A ball of holy fire slowly burned in George's hand. "Because they are not gods." These words were like thunder exploding in everyone's ears. They all looked over and saw the Divine Grace Knight slowly pulling out a burning holy hammer from the flames in midair. Then, the sun focused here from the ruined dome. The knight knelt down on one knee, holding the holy hammer in his hand. During the devout prayer, the shadow of the angel appeared in the air, holding up the long sword, and began to pray for him. Bless. In this blessing, huge wings of light suddenly stretched out from the knight's back. The dancing wings of light burned the holy fire, and the knights of divine grace in the flame slowly stood up and waved the holy hammers blessed by the angels in their hands. Amidst the shouts of the Divine Grace Knight, the holy hammer drew a trajectory in midair and hit the ground under the boulder. During the violent impact, the hall shook violently. The dust was flying, and this hammer was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, causing a strong earthquake. During the whole process, Philip's eyes widened, wanting to release his spiritual power to see how powerful and magical this hammer that could break away the fog was. But the Red Dragon Earl, Alexander, the Valley Priests, and wizards didn't care about any miracles the Divine Grace Knight was going to perform during the whole process. They just followed the orders of the two bosses and stared at him. In an instant, the ground began to collapse. And at this moment, the ground seemed to shake thousands of times in an instant, causing the extremely solid ground to sink like quicksand. This scene was so unbelievable that Phillips watched helplessly as the passage that had been blocked by the spider all night suddenly appeared in his field of vision. The devout knights also started cheering and praying with tears in their eyes. This scene is too incredible, like a trick performed by the most elite magician, or a miracle created by an omnipotent god. But no matter what, its authenticity far exceeds those myths that have been circulated for a long time. Amidst the fervent prayers and shouts of the devout believers in the hall, big beads of sweat on Philip's chin fell on his chest, and he looked at the Knight of Divine Grace blankly. He didn't know how the chief archangel under the 7 gods in this rumor, which had been confirmed by Vic White, did this. But he knows that he must not take this blow. Porcelain? You have to see what kind of car it is. Chapter 305 gives you a lot of insights. The holy hammer turned into flames and disappeared after one blow. The Divine Grace Knight took a deep breath, and his powerful lung capacity blew aside the dust and smoke around him. When the dust and smoke cleared, the disguise on George's face and body had been completely burned by the burning of the holy fire, revealing his true appearance. He clapped his hands, turned his head, and slowly looked at Phillips. Under this gaze, the hair on Philip's body suddenly exploded, and he couldn't help but feel dizzy in his head. He didn't know what this divine knight meant. I don't know if this person is completely sure who he is, because he just had every reason to hit this hammer on himself. After looking at these two people, the Duke pondered for a moment and said, "Earl Jagger, please lead the Thornbirds, Red Dragon Knights and Iron Wall Knights to guard the upper level of Duckensburg. Your Majesty, please also lend me the situation in the royal capital may be more complicated than we thought. After we go deep into Darkensburg, we need troops stationed outside." What the Duke said actually sounds extremely unreasonable, because there are many royal secrets involved in the royal capital. Therefore, it is most appropriate for the Red Dragon Knights to go deep into Darkensburg. So the Red Dragon Knights couldn't help but look at each other in shock after hearing this. And Jagger was also deeply surprised. Phillips looked at the enthusiastically cheering Templar Knights around him. His expression changed for a long time, and finally he smiled and said, "The Red Dragon Knights are not familiar with the situation in the underground fortress, and it is indeed not suitable to go deep. Ai Dellen, let them stay here as you wish. with Earl Jagger leading this force, I can rest assured. Having said this, Phillips looked at the Red Dragon Grand Knight beside him. Old John, you and the Thornbird troops are setting up defenses here. We will go back as soon as we go. As soon as the words fell, the Red Dragon Grand Knight was ordered to retire. At this point, the Knights of the Black Lake took over the work of the Red Dragon Knights and guarded His Majesty Phillips. Seeing such a scene, the Knight of Divine Grace and Grand Duke Adeline looked at each other. Their eyes seemed a little confused, but their tense faces seemed to slowly relax. When the two men looked at His Majesty again, their expressions became relaxed again. All this fell into Philip's eyes, and he couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. It no longer makes any sense who is following him. If he didn't reveal his true form, he wouldn't be able to catch the blow. So this is not porcelain that he can touch at all. This terrifying Divine Grace Knight did not hit himself with a hammer, which seemed to indicate that he and the Duke only doubted him, and did not identify who he was. And if he had a choice, he would never want to fight them here. Now, he couldn't help but raise his head and look at the sun on the ruined dome. In his eyes, today's sun is much dimmer than when it appeared some days ago. This is a very normal behavior. But in the eyes of those who have already confirmed who he is, it has another meaning. George had always suspected one thing. He felt that there were only two possibilities for Garrix to make such a bold deployment. One is that he is not afraid of these 14,000 people going to the time and space anchor. One is that the blood moon comes earlier than everyone imagined. George didn't know how strong the fallen angels were, but as the 12 demon wings under the command of Aloysius, their strength should be no less than the chief archangel he had been playing. Seeing that Jagger was about to leave, George grabbed him and said, Earl of Thorns, I have something for you. Having said this, George motioned to Ruscard to take out something. After seeing the boss's gaze, the old wizard glanced at Phillips with a guilty look. Then, in the midst of Phillips' strange gaze, he took something out of his sleeve and recited a spell. Phillips looked at the thing strangely and recognized it at a glance. It was a small, tattered bag made of hundreds of pieces of leather that had been smacked on the chin of the warped demon. And the alchemy method used came from the demon's craftsmanship. At this moment, Phillips couldn't help feeling slightly dizzy, and finally fully grasped this information gap. Immediately afterwards, the king, Jagger, the Duke and others opened their mouths, and saw bundles of Divine Grace fire spears, and Divine Grace arrow feathers flying out of the bag. The number is 50,000 to 60,000. Take this little gadget. The Red Dragon Knight and the Iron Wall Knight don't know how to use the holy fire. However, in this Divine Grace fire, the effect of the Divine Grace fire is almost the same as that of the holy fire. Give them 5,000 blue withers. George touched his chin, feeling a little distressed about the cost of these arrow feathers and throwing spears. The arrows and spears in the bag together cost him tens of thousands of silver foxes. Your Excellency, Chiao George. Phillips opened his mouth and asked a question that everyone was equally concerned about. How many torches did you bring here in total? George counted the torches he had made using the Book of Dawn and the power of hope accumulated in Blue Water City, and the ones he had made with the power of hope collected from fire after the battle at the Tower of Sin. Not much. George touched the ancient gold coins and said, This bundle of arrows cost 7 or 8 silver foxes. Phillips turned pale for a moment. Obviously this guy is not worried about divine favor. Just like in my dream. Looking at the broken statues in front of him, George sighed to the Red Dragon Knights around him and began his explanation again. The corners of Philip's mouth twitched and his ears pricked up. At first, he suspected that these things were told to him by the spy. But the more I listened, the more frightened I became. The interior of Duckensburg has changed tremendously in the past few days, and it is impossible for the spy to grasp it. But the Divine Grace Knights seem to understand this clearly. It seems that just as this Knight of Divine Grace said, the Goddess Sanctuary has already brought him here many times in that dream, and his understanding of this Duckensburg seems to have really been here for many years. Occasionally he would turn over the pages of his book, as if reviewing the words that the Goddess Sanctuary had spoken to him. In his eyes, Siljek has gone deep into the lower levels. At this time, she had faded away from her EVA and was hiding in the darkness. Her vision is constantly revealed in the book, allowing herself to see the place clearly. In this Duckensburg, no demon can detect the actions of this demon lord. And even if Garrix reveals its true form, it will not be so easy to find this big demon of the same level as it. Seeing the huge castle in front of him gradually revealed in front of his eyes, George secretly began to think about it. He thought in his mind, no matter when the blood moon comes, Duckensburg will be completely blown up today. The important items here must be moved back to the shelter. Otherwise, even if the time and space anchor is destroyed today, I will lose everything. At this time, Hilak had gone deep into the underground fortress, and Aji had already explored a large circle in the upper area of Darkensburg. George flipped through a few pages of the Book of Dawn, unfolding the situation that Aji had explored before his eyes, and slowly evaluated it in his mind. It seems that, as Rusgard said, the upper area of Darkensburg has become a place for the acolytes to work and experiment. There are only a small number of dark demon-level monsters inside to maintain order. The leader should be a big demon. TSK. 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 It seems that we have been discovered. Hee, little bastards. I am here to rob you today. He looked at the lower area again and found that where Siljek had explored. He found that before reaching the location of the time and space anchor, there were only some demonic auxiliaries, such as acolytes and demon spiders. They are frantically trying to find a way to block the underground. Take your time. I don't have any heavenly armed forces. You have to come out with the guards at the air anchor at the same time, which is really difficult for me to do. Although most of the demons are outside Eastland and Darkensburg, there are also many things inside. After seeing the knight behind him coming in, George looked at the Duke and said, Miss Adeline, let's clean up the upper level of Darkensburg first. After we go to the lower area, Earl Jagger can also use this place as if the third line of defense carries out guard work. The sky and the city wall are the first line of defense, and the defensive layout of the war hall in front of Darkensburg is the second line. The passage on this side of the mountain is the same as the sky. It is a stronger third line of defense. Adeline nodded. He knew that George still had the divine fire in his hands, and it would not take much time to clean up the upper level. And if there is something in this, they can't just go on like this. This not only exposed himself to enemies from both sides, but also left a huge hole for Jagger. Besides, it's time for these knights to understand the real situation in this royal capital. Lord Adeline. After seeing Adeline nod, George said, Let Earl Red Dragon go too. Your Majesty. Let's wait here for a while. Seeing the Divine Grace Knight so assured of himself, Phillips felt a little bitter in his heart. He nodded and asked his 100 personal guards to follow Alexander and others. He seemed to think that having the Divine Grace Knight as his bodyguard would be enough. George thinks so too. But these two guys have different thoughts in their hearts. Before arriving at the space-time anchor, this guy was determined to be a coward. Today I will let you learn a lot about it. Thinking of this, George closed the Book of Dawn. At this moment, dazzling light radiated from his hands. This scene is like the Divine Grace Knight letting Divine Grace fall from the sky without any help of fire. Philip's eyes widened as he watched the hazy fog in the hall dissipate and be filled with a huge sacred power. The candlelight and torches on the walls and domes suddenly surged at this moment, and the hall seemed to be shrouded in daylight. The light continued to spread, and in an instant, the entire upper area of Darkensburg was completely enveloped by divine grace. The acolytes and demons who were hiding next door to the main hall and secretly observed the sudden influx of Templars felt a deep despair in their hair. Now they finally understood what kind of person it was that came to this Darkensburg. He brings a real judgment. Chapter 306. Hey, I'm an archangel. This power of judgment, under the fervent prayers of the knights, even penetrated several layers of the underground, causing the demons, who were busy sealing it, to scream in horror. At this moment, the Black Lake soldiers shouted excitedly. The face of the Glory Temple is also full of piety. The former had long wanted to rob the royal capital, while the latter was filled with glory in regaining the royal capital. Guardians of God! George raised the holy hammer and shouted. The God of Sanctuary told me that in this Darkensburg, there are doomsday believers hiding. They colluded with the devil and were responsible for the fall of this royal capital and the spread of the plague. The culprit! The knights were a little shocked by the words of the Divine Grace Knight. This is indeed the first time they have heard this statement. However, Grand Duke Adeline's approval attitude and the oracle announced by the spokesperson of God made this matter unquestionable. At this time, amid the morale boost of this miracle, in the midst of the imaginary last battle of the Black Tide, the soldiers were hot all over and their heads were congested. I just want to have a good fight. These great sins also gave them reasons to have more glory. They wish there was a gate to H.L. here, so that you can spread yourself in that mythical story and become an epic and legend. God is watching you. Today, it will be the time to prove you. Today, there is no innocent person in this dark place. The words of the Divine Grace Knight put on the last glorious jersey for the warriors. They no longer hesitated. Amid the shouts of murderous intent, they followed the footsteps of Earl Red Dragon, Alexander and others and poured in. All channels. There are only more than 4,500 Templar Knights, including Philip's and Duke Adeline's bodyguards, the Valley Priests, the Wizards, and Brenda's adventure group. But it is the most powerful combination in the entire Northern Territory. Rusgard is familiar with the traps here, and Aggie and Brenda's followers are even better at dismantling traps. With this great spy leading the way, all the various mechanisms that the acolytes had painstakingly arranged were in vain. In a moment, the sounds of fighting could be heard from the surrounding halls. Archduke Adeline has been on the battlefield for a long time. Even without the Book of Dawn, he can tell that a massacre is taking place in the Darkensburg. Your Majesty, Duke, if you are worried, just go over and have a look. I will just accompany your Majesty, George said, flipping through the book in his hand. He confirmed that under this fire, the resistance of each element of the sergeants increased by 30, plus the blessing of Dawn/7 gods, holy water, and potions. Even if there are no Hell Walkers in the Glory Temple, there is nothing to fear. As for the current Black Lake Sergeant, a team of people might be able to beat those demons to death in the Black Flames. So Adeline no longer needs to direct the battle ahead. But he planned to have a good chat with this guy. And since the Duke is on his side at the moment, it's best to keep him away from Philip's. It would be even better if Adeline could take a good look at what the demons are doing when they go deep into the battlefield. Under Philip's extremely reluctant gaze, Adeline finally left him politely. At this moment, only George and a team of Black Lake Knights were left beside him. It seems that although this guy has become less suspicious of himself, he is still a little worried. None of his subordinates knew what his identity was, and the senior acolytes had no reason to know. So I should still have a chance. After George saw that Volpe seemed to have led people back to Whitestone Castle in the book, he confirmed that the demons should be swarming back towards the royal capital. Presumably, the demons should have made this decision after revealing their true identities. Compared with what was in the royal capital, the Noble Coalition army was incomparable. Even if the time and space anchor is destroyed, the demons will at least get the things here back. Knowing that the Divine Grace Knight is here, you dare to come back. You are really courageous. It seems that the blood moon may really be in these days. Thinking of this, George put down the book in his hand, decided to pull back the monsters a little more. If monsters besiege the city, even if this army is strong, it will not be able to run far with its baggage. Your Majesty, let's go in and have a look. George took out the ancient gold coins in his arms, played with them in his hands, and said, There are many secrets of the Rodent royal family in the royal capital, but I'm afraid they cannot be revealed. To be retained by the royal family, it needs to be sealed by the Holy See. Even if Philip's had reason to refute this arrogant and rude remark, he was no longer in the mood at this time. He maintained his composure forcefully, and regained his composure from the summoning of divine grace in the scene just now. Honestly, I acted as a tour guide for this big guy. This person is definitely not a knight of divine grace. But something even more terrifying. That book is by no means a so-called sacred object, but an existence above the sacred objects, because it is connected to the gate of heaven. In the past, such authority could only be in the hands of the 7 gods. Self-defeating is the word that keeps echoing in Philip's mind. He suddenly felt that the time and space anchor in the Darkensburg was going to be destroyed before his eyes. Phillips couldn't help but feel hot and dull pain in his chest. He knew that the current situation was probably irreversible for him. But at least I have to survive. At least let the demons rush in, so that I can have a chance to get out. At least this force should not be able to take away everything in the royal capital from here. He moved his steps in the confusion, and saw the ruins of the royal capital rising one by one. Many monsters had no choice but to rush towards Darkensburg in the sunshine shrouded by the divine fire. The demon troops in the main hall also rushed towards Darkensburg with the flames on their bodies. But in that line of sky, the long cry of the Dome Eagle has begun to echo. And 10,000 knights are enough to keep these monsters at bay during the day. Of course, this matter is no longer something I can think about. He is thinking about a bigger problem now. If the blood moon comes as predicted, facing that irrepressible force, my small body will inevitably be exposed. What should I do? George is also thinking about this issue. He couldn't help but let out a cry of his own in his heart. Damn it. I have the most dangerous bomb tied to myself now. I hope I can fool you and let it explode into the light of dawn later. After this matter is over, you have to give me a raise. Give me a promotion. These words are a bit treasonous. After all, if this archangel is promoted, he will probably become the 7 gods. But the light of dawn seems to have its own plans. At this moment, a note appeared in front of George. In the library of Darkens, there is a legacy of the gods. Hurry up and get this investment. Dawnlight decided to use this thing that you later broke as your salary. And take it. After reaching it, you will naturally be promoted. The ancient gold coin in George's hand suddenly became slightly hot. Time and space anchors are extremely important to demons. Because although they have mastered the coordinates of this world, when the demons travel through the cracks in time and space, they will accidentally get lost in the turbulence of time and space. So if the time and space anchor is destroyed, it does not mean that the world has closed the door to demons. But it was a great loss for the devil. After all, if there is a huge army that breaks through a huge space-time rift, there is really no telling how many of them will come through smoothly. The time and space rift in Darkensburg is larger than the one in the west. But the demons have been preparing for this time and space anchor for many years. Although Phillips believes that the omnipotent master must have other preparations, this will undoubtedly be an extremely heavy blow to the devil. The various behaviors of the Divine Grace Knight seem to indicate that he has some understanding of the time and space anchor. But the question is, how much does he know? Phillips had suspected that that damn little bitch in the valley had turned traitor. But let alone this unreliable brat. Even many of his subordinates know very little about things in the East. There is no reason for the Divine Grace Knight to be so knowledgeable. But if you add a high-level acolyte, then one of the two people knows the secrets of the devil, and the other knows the situation of the Black Tide. So, if he can analyze this information well, he will indeed be able to predict things like a god. But the key point is that no matter what the reason is, the Divine Grace Knight should not be surrendered by the devil. The 7 gods can tolerate angels following human heroes, or the coming sun out of worship. But the devil will never be allowed to surrender to the Knight of Divine Grace. Nor will the devil be allowed to surrender to the angel. Because this is a precursor to depravity. And because it involves the biggest secret between gods and demons. Philip's mind was slightly shaken and confused. Like George back then, he finally grasped the information gap while guessing. But I can't stand it no matter what. At this time, everyone had reached the upper laboratory. The demons and acolytes here did not put up much resistance, and were killed by the knights. When everyone arrived, most of the soldiers who had captured this place were rushing outside the hall, fighting fiercely with the demons next door. There are more than 30 Black Lake soldiers in the center of the hall, besieging a tall black demon. There were many corpses of various weird demons around, as well as more than 20 trembling acolytes kneeling by the wall. Rusgard and several priests guarded these acolytes while helping the knights deal with the demon. This black demon's body shape is very similar to that of a blood-borne demon, but its head looks like a bat, with 3 pairs of compound eyes and a terrifying chevron-shaped slit mouth. When George and others entered the door, its body was already covered with spears with magic spider silk locks. He was spreading his magic wings and wanted to smash the dome and fly out. But a dozen Black Lake soldiers on the periphery pulled it down forcefully amid ridicule and ridicule. Seeing such a scene, George nodded secretly. He knew that the current Sergeant Black Lake had far surpassed the original Johannes 40 Thieves. The Black Lake sergeants around George did not move, but followed the boss's instructions to protect him and Phillips. Indeed, if this big devil suddenly rushes over, then both he and Phillips may have their secrets exposed. Phillips naturally didn't know George's thoughts. After he came in and saw the scene in front of him, he almost lost his temper. After seeing the knights around him blocking his sight, he couldn't help but stretch out his hand to push the knights aside. The strength that burst out from his arm made the Black Lake Knight extremely surprised. They felt that His Majesty's strength seemed to be much greater than Alexander's. But Phillips no longer cared about this. He stared intently at the spears engraved with spells and the magic spider silk behind them. "This is it!" suddenly exploded in Phillips' mind. "Your Majesty, please be patient. It will be over soon." George gently patted Phillips on the shoulder and moved his gaze there. "This guy is called Asold, and he is the supervisor here. Is a real big devil. Raphael worked beside it for a while, but later he was promoted by Garoxter. Did you see those spears? They are my wizards specially for it. Custom made. Sergeants like me are very good at using throwing spears." The corner of Phillips' mouth twitched twice. He could see that the wizard seemed to know the weaknesses of Asold very well, and the 30 or so Black Lake sergeants seemed to have practiced for this demon for a long time. Where did they seem to start? Biswee City? Those spears can only be made in Biswee City. Recalling the information he had obtained, Phillips couldn't help but feel a chill. This Divine Grace Knight began to make plans from the moment he led the Black Pearl troops. He used those spread rumors to perfectly combine the information Delina brought back, causing him to make a wrong assessment. Judging from various previous reports, this so-called Knight of Divine Grace was originally just a political product. His past experience indeed shows that he is as capable as Grand Duke Adeline. But who knew? That damn Avery would actually come true. This holy son was definitely not extradited by Vic White. But Avery. Not only that, he is definitely not as simple as a holy son. Just thinking about it for a moment. These sergeants in front of me were almost beating that big devil to death. At this time, a group of Black Lake sergeants in the inner circle threw chains and spears and rushed over while shouting angrily. In humiliation and rage, the demon opened his hands and released several terrifying red forked lightning bolts. After the lightning struck the Black Lake soldiers, lightning novae appeared all over the ground. All the sergeants who were directly hit fell to the ground without exception. And a few of the acolyte prisoners, who were unfortunately affected, were directly reduced to charcoal. But several sergeants who fell to the ground stood up again after twitching a few times on the ground. Seeing such a scene, the wild laughter in the black demon's mouth stopped abruptly. It looked at the cowardly humans around it, and found that what was revealed in their eyes at this time was not fear, but burning anger. At this time, the chains in the air have been put around, and the devil, who originally had many spider silk chains on his body, is now completely locked. Under the terrifying power of Sergeant Black Lake, it finally fell to its knees in a frantic struggle. At this time, the nearby sergeants had already rushed over, drove their spears through its shoulders, and nailed it to the ground like a hedgehog. George looked at the dozen Black Lake soldiers who had fallen to the ground. His expression moved slightly, and he could clearly see their vitality. Then the light in his hand lit up, and then several guys stood up. When the priests and wizards went over, administered potions to the few knights of the Black Lake who had not yet risen, and treated them. All of these rough-skinned and fleshy guys suddenly woke up. It didn't take long for these soldiers to rush to the next location, and the battle next door seemed to have ended. Looking at such a scene, the corners of Philip's eyes twitched slightly. In his imagination, with the power of the great demon Asold, even if it was weakened by the fire, it could at least defeat hundreds of Templar knights. But these 30 Black Lake sergeants not only subdued it, but not one of them died. Of course, there is a big reason for this because of Raphael. He seems to be very aware of the various weaknesses of Asold. But these Black Lake sergeants are simply not human beings at all, but each red devil. The vitality is simply terrifying, and its strength is much greater than that of a violent bear. Sir, you are here. Rusgard led several acolytes over at this time. After seeing that there were no outsiders around, he first made a noble salute to His Majesty Philips, and then introduced George these acolytes. Listening to this guy's introduction, George couldn't help but look a little ugly. He looked at Philips, and found that this guy's expression was also extremely strange. Looking at those pairs of fanatical eyes, George couldn't help but feel dizzy. He couldn't help shouting loudly in his heart, Don't. I am an archangel. Chapter 307 Logic Genius. Philips blinked his eyes hard. For a moment, he wondered if these guys who usually got along well with Raphael were also spies, who still believed in the 7 gods. But when he looked into the eyes of these acolytes, he found that their eyes were full of enthusiasm and admiration. This look was too familiar to him, because this is how they often look at themselves. But this kind of fanaticism and worship is even more intense at this moment. He suddenly realized that these acolytes were probably not spies, and this wizard seems to be recruiting people to join his gang. A knight of divine grace who recruits demonic fanatics? The acolytes naturally didn't know who the king standing in front of them was, and they all showed their sincerity. And in this life and death, they didn't even care about the king's face, and strongly hinted at the knight of divine grace. Obviously, if this adult really cares about their identities, he will definitely die. If you don't care, then you have to pass me some words. Seeing the hints from these flattering guys, George's face became even more ugly. He could tell that these acolytes were all extremely powerful scientists, and their former identities were well known on the mainland, no less than the members of the Resting Birds. It can be said that many talents from the mainland have probably been brought to this royal capital, and the people Rusgard picked out were very particular. They are all real wizards like Rusgard, that is, hypocrites. In their hearts, they have no respect at all for the demons they often secretly study. Joining the Kuroshio is just to realize your scientific research dream. Many people are extremely curious about how to make the power of gods available to mortals. This caused them to be regarded as heretics by the Holy Court. Therefore, some people may have some ideals in their hearts, but they just hope that the future world will give wizards more space, instead of being regarded as heresy if they propose a theory that is beyond the times as it is now. The future world that Rusgard built for them was simply the most ideal in their minds. After all, a world with humans is more attractive than a pure HL. And whether they are working for the devil or whoever they are, They don't care if the Holy Court can be transformed into a kind of one where the introduction and magic in their hands are powerful. Whoever is in a high position will be in a high position. Then, they are obviously more willing to go. Therefore, they have a very strong desire to change jobs. In George's view, no matter what kind of heretics these guys are, magic and academics themselves are neither good nor bad. Besides, there is probably no one in this world who knows the devil better than these devil's workers. George has always believed in the principle that if there are black cats and white cats over there, if they can catch mice, they are good cats. And he also believed that he could train these guys. The Light of Dawn is a very tolerant super life form. It does not control others with its beliefs. Nor does it consider anyone to be its believer. It just wants to create a world suitable for its survival and form a symbiotic relationship with humans. One does not need to study a doctrine. One only needs to have hope to resonate with it. You can tell something about this from a special wizard like the Dawn Singer. So in its eyes, there isn't even a distinction between races. In George's opinion, as long as the future Archbishop of Dawn has the right thoughts, he can be a master of divine power or a master of magic. How can it be happier to be a slave of the devil and think about how to sit back in the sacrifice pool every day than to be an archbishop with extreme power, wealth and status? For wizards, this used to be just a fantasy. But now, with the system of Dawn of Light, I can let them see the existence of this world. So if what I, the master, want to create is such a world, I can undoubtedly attract any talents to fight against the doomsday. Being a believer himself, it is extremely appropriate for these future wizards to believe in hope in their own way. If they can train it properly, the future technology tree of the shelter will definitely develop greatly. So these guys absolutely cannot be killed. He had to be pulled back to the shelter. Looking at Philip's extremely strange eyes, George explained with some embarrassment. Your Majesty, these are spies planted here by Mr. Wickwhite, and they have the same identity as Raphael. We were able to go so smoothly this time. It's all thanks to them. Phillips nodded stiffly, with only one meaning in his eyes, believe me. Hey, whether you believe it or not, I believe it anyway. After saying that, George waved his hand, completely correcting these people. Rathbone, please change your clothes for these meritorious officials of ours. After receiving the order, Riscard quietly looked at Phillips, then secretly laughed twice in his heart, and led the people down with understanding. The adults called him Rathbone, not Riscard or Raphael. He knew that the boss should understand what he meant. He will arrange these real talents. There is no need to use any execution method to clear your name, although a few more people will not be discovered by everyone. But obviously the identity of the spy is more useful. The acolytes did not expect that this gentleman would be so blatant in front of the king, and they couldn't help feeling ecstatic. It seems that the situation is just as they thought. This Knight of Divine Grace has absolute authority in this army. Maybe this king is also one of his own people. After seeing Riscard leaving, George sighed secretly. Then he turned his head, looked at the blank-faced Phillips, and said, Your Majesty, these people are all real talents. They just went astray before. You can rest assured that under my discipline, they will never do anything randomly. Philip slowly looked at Rathbone, who was called Riscard or Raphael, and watched as he skillfully ordered the surrendered acolytes and prisoners, and sorted and collected the documents, medicines, and instruments. As he looked, a bolt of lightning finally exploded in his mind. Rathbone, this Aloysius's biggest failure when he was confused, ended up following this person. He finally understood why Fernando mentioned to him in the letter that the Grand Bachelor Raphael had a special status and needed to be endorsed by him. He thought that this guy was the arrogant boy who once came to the royal capital and was expelled by the nobles. But he didn't expect that this wizard's identity was even more special. But who is this person? Recalling the information he had obtained, Phillips couldn't help but feel a chill. This Divine Grace Knight began to make plans from the moment he led the Black Pearl troops. He used those spread rumors to perfectly combine the information Delina brought back, causing him to make a wrong assessment. Judging from various previous reports, this so-called Knight of Divine Grace was originally just a political product. His past experience indeed shows that he is as capable as Grand Duke Adeline. But who knew? That damn Avery would actually come true. This holy son was definitely not extradited by Vic White. But Avery, not only that, he is not an ordinary holy son. However, in order to prevent the devil's biggest enemy from suddenly coming to this world, Aloysius has almost closed the door in the Holy Court. How could such a 6-winged or even 12-winged angel suddenly appear? And there was one thing that made him extremely unbelievable. That was Siljek's rebellion. Because of the old-fashioned beliefs of the 7 gods, their followers can hardly tolerate heresy. let alone conquer demons. The only thing that Phillips could guess was that this person had mastered the lost paradise of the 7 gods. This is the top secret of the gods. Really a top secret between the winners and the losers. As the chief angel, it is not surprising to know about Paradise Lost. But these loyal guards created by the 7 gods should never know these things. The higher and more important the angel is, the less likely he is to have too much contact with the devil. And the 7 gods will never give Paradise Lost to anyone other than themselves to control, unless he has obtained part of the authority of the 7 gods. Holy See? Philip shook his head secretly. The identity of this divine knight was too suspicious. The moment he saw the demon spider Silk, he believed that this knight of divine grace might have already guessed who he was. But no matter who he is, if he has the power of the gods in this world, he can exert his greatest strength at any time. But he didn't reach out and pinch himself to death. Angels would never do this. Like the guy named Volp. They are absolutely old school, incompatible with heretics, monsters, and demons. He watched all this in a daze, and gradually moved from being a tour guide to following behind the divine grace knight. He has already corrected his identity subconsciously. He began to expect that this was someone who was not in the same boat as him, but someone who had reasons not to kill him. But who could he be? George is also thinking about this issue. Who the H I am I playing? Phillips's absent-mindedness was all noticed by George. But in George's heart, he was actually more panicked than this guy. These 14,000 Templar Knights are all busy now. From the Book of Dawn, he had seen that the Duke led the troops to the incubation room in Duckensburg. Rusgard knew very well what was in that incubator. Naturally, George also knew it. He believed that those interesting things would definitely enlighten the Glory Temple. The demon spiders in the underground fortress blocked various passages very well, and also built temporary bunkers for defense. But they seem to have forgotten that they are dealing with the same enemy, not humans. So it all makes no sense at all. A voice suddenly passed through the Book of Dawn and rang in George's ears. Master, I am sure that this should be the low point where the time and space anchor is located. The magic environment here is extremely strange, and it seems to have been blocked a long time ago. Garrick seems to be here. A powerful band was placed. I tried it, but it is very difficult to get through here, and it may take a few weeks. Of course, with the help of the Brain Spider and the Spider Queen, I am sure to break it in a few days. The Rockster's magic. George slowly closed his eyes and saw the situation there through Siljak's eyes. There was a huge passage, and a group of Sons of Midas patrolled over. Siljak, hiding in the darkness, looked at them with a hungry and greedy look in his eyes. The flesh and blood of these pure demons is obviously richer in energy than other demons, although there are a lot of them. With Anubis around, Siljak is sure that in this darkness, like the predators in the forest, he will slowly hunt them all down and lay eggs. Create high-quality, powerful magic spiders one after another. George thought in his mind. Indeed, these aliens born from the bodies of the Sons of Midas will be a very valuable treasure after they are included in Lost Paradise. Thinking of this, George forced Siljak's eyes to look at the seal. The situation seems to be exactly what Siljak said. Perhaps he was afraid that there were spies from other masters among the demons. So in Garrick's when leaving, it was arranged like this. Master, I want to give you a child. George touched the veins on his forehead and asked her to get down to business. Go find the Duchess quickly. We may need a magic spider army. But don't worry. Wait for my order before taking action. After receiving the order, Siljak went to the lair where the demon spider was with some disappointment. Although you can't eat the Son of Midas, Duchess Electra is also a very good food. But as George said, now is not the time to completely push Phillips. After all, in order to perform this scene well, I have sent away all the guys who can fight with this big demon lord. If this guy goes berserk, no one can help him. It's a pity that Siljak and the others can't fight together with the Templar Knights. Otherwise, even if the Blood Moon comes and this guy is promoted to a fallen angel, his strength will also increase greatly with Siljak and Anyabai. Well, George is very confident that he can kill it. Sergeant Blacklake knew about the existence of the demon spider, and also knew that the labor reform prisoners imprisoned by Dawnlight could work for the shelter, and even fight under the control of Dawnlight. They have absolute superstition about their bosses, and they can always explain whatever weird things the Lord does. But others are definitely not allowed. George closed the Book of Dawn. He frowned in his heart, and started thinking rapidly, feeling the temperature of the ancient gold coin in his hand. The Dawnlight once had hints about traveling through time and space, and scenes came back to him. This item belongs to the 7 gods, and the gold coin in his hand is the key item to get it. After this operation, I am afraid that I will be promoted to a higher official position. This great priest suddenly had a new idea. I'm really a logic genius. This guy can definitely be fooled. George suddenly looked at Phillips, who was looking at the magic spider silk in a daze, and suddenly made an extremely bold decision. He said, "Your Majesty, I have something left in the library. Please accompany me to take a look." Phillips' pupil shrank slightly. Chapter 308 Incubation Pool. The laboratory is divided into several areas. The Templar Knights, led by Archduke Adeline and other superheroes, feel like walking into the door of their own homes when they walk here. After they killed the thieves entrenched here, they began to put all the evil, sacred, and even gold and silver treasures into bags and sealed them for the Holy See. Just as the Knight of Grace said, the team gradually deepened, and those in vivo experiments that dehumanized were gradually revealed before people's eyes. Vivisection, ice and fire tolerance experiments, plague experiments, body swapping, human-animal hybridization, human scavenger hybridization, and the effects of germs on fetuses were all heinous experiments that made these knights, who fought for glory from the very beginning. In anger, he started to go on a rampage. At the end, when the fog hidden above the royal capital was lifted bit by bit before their eyes, allowing them to see deeper secrets, the knight, who gradually woke up from his anger, couldn't help but start thinking. It seems that not all the people in the royal capital died from the plague, and the last warriors in Darkensburg did not just fight against the zombie tide. Everything seems to indicate that this black tide is far from what humans originally imagined. It should be an organized and planned conspiracy, and behind it, there must be a commander. Originally, they thought that the culprits were these mist cultists, because they were obviously smarter than monsters. And although demons were cunning and cruel, how could they have the same thoughts as humans? Therefore, the demons summoned by them should be just puppets and tools to realize the conspiracy of these believers. But when they discovered that the reality seemed to be completely opposite to what they imagined, the knights' three views couldn't help but collapse. When the knights came to the largest area in the entire Duckensburg, the demons in this area had been basically wiped out while resisting the team. When the soldiers came to this hall and stood on the high platform and looked down, they couldn't help but be deeply shocked by the scene in front of them. Thousands of large closed jars used to cultivate and transform various monsters were neatly arranged in front of them. The huge pool of resentment in the center of the hall is like a scorching small lake. The humans captured by the demons are numbly stirring the long sticks in their hands on the high platform of the corruption pool, boiling their fellow humans in the corruption pool. In front of Grand Duke Adeline, the densely packed heads and hands were struggling in the corruption pool. In their despair and crying, their souls gradually twisted together, and a huge and deformed demon was emerging from the corruption pool. Joan slowly stood up. Under its body are 6 huge hooves, which are so thick that they are even a little bloated. Several huge mouths were opened on the fat belly, which looked like an abyss. When you looked inside, you could see countless human hands and heads struggling to climb out. The demon's head looks like it was kneaded by a dozen black demons, with a big demon in the middle, and on its back, it was carrying something very similar to the source of sin. The floating tentacles were covered with ferocious and huge bone spurs. With a gentle blow, it pierced a black demon on the ground, feet into the mouth. The black demon who was eaten didn't seem to be afraid, but laughed crazily and cursed the intruders before dying. When the last demon in the hall was eaten by it, the demon opened its dense eyes. At this moment, the hall, which was as bright as day among the fire, suddenly became a little dim. It seems that the person who originally presided over this hall was a source of sin. Facing the invasion of the Templars, it frantically ate all the remaining demons at the last moment, allowing itself to hatch into such a deformed creature. Thing. The faint black fire burning in its eyes proves the success of this evolution. But those evil spirits that keep trying to crawl out of the body show that this process is so hasty. This makes it difficult for its soul to be completely integrated, making its entire body somewhat unstable. But no matter what, it seems to have lost the weakness of the Tower of Sin and is more powerful than before. This is something that has never appeared in the devil map of heaven. No one knows what it is. The devil's largest magic wings stretched out, bringing up pieces of fallen flames. The human captives in the entire hall, and even the acolytes, instantly fell into extreme madness, with countless eyes bursting out of their bodies. Looking at the scene in front of them, the knights began to think of the exaggerated things that the Black Lake sergeants often boasted, and began to believe what the Grace Knight said. Perhaps they are indeed the guards of God summoned by the gods. They must have some kind of mission when they come here. Archduke Adeline threw his huge war hammer in anger, and the war was about to begin. when the Knight of Divine Grace walked into the library, not directly into the royal secret room, and took out the box of forbidden books sealed by the royal family. Phillips was not too surprised. After all, these things were hidden here by the acolytes. So the moment those acolytes surrendered to the enemy, Phillips knew that the valuable forbidden books here would be collected as they are now. But when this man looked at the bookcases filled with history books, Phillips' expression became extremely strange. Indeed, I didn't dare to carry this thing with me, let alone put it in the area where I spent most of my time. But this library is different. The acolytes are very enthusiastic about this library that stores various secrets and collections of the kingdom of Rodunk. But the demons are not. Those forbidden books may be treasures to the acolytes, but to the demons, these so-called forbidden books only contain things stolen from them. So after the demons occupied this place, they quickly lost interest in it. In order to reward the acolytes, they even placed some of the books in their hands here. In addition, there are so many bookshelves here, with hundreds of thousands of books. A book placed here would not look special. Of course, maybe, there will be someone who is lucky enough to accidentally open this book. But in their eyes, this book is ordinary. And the devil who has the ability to see through the illusions he has set up will not wander around here. If you have time, you might as well think about how to sneak into your room secretly. But why does he know this thing is here? Your Majesty, I have something left with you. The ancient gold coin was turned over in George's hands, and his eyes glanced at Phillips. He said to the king, "Thank you for hiding it here, so that they did not discover its existence." Having said this, George looked at a bookcase. They should all covet this. Right. Philip's body suddenly swayed slightly. Chapter 309 Demon God. At first, it was hidden in the Holy Court. As a trophy of the Holy Court, it was sealed by the 7 gods. Aloysius unlocked its restraints and stole it. However, the devil discovered that some evil spirit, who lacked magical knowledge, but had terrifying power, actually tore the book into several parts in an unexpected way. In that terrifying force, the book was almost torn into hundreds of pages. The restriction left most of the pages in place, but some of them were taken away by the man. Later, Garax quietly stole this book from Aloysius. However, during research, it discovered that this fragment of the book, for some unknown reason, had been partially destroyed. It was hidden in the turbulence of time and space by the 7 gods, which made it impossible for me to fully interpret it. So, here is an extremely critical question. This thing was indeed sealed by the 7 gods in the beginning. So if it is said to be something from the 7 gods, then there is nothing wrong with it. However, if it is another person, it is indeed more reasonable. After all, the demons had always suspected that the 7 gods were dead. And this person is the real owner of this book. At this time, Philip suddenly saw that the Knight of Divine Grace had glanced over the bookcase and set his eyes on him. At this moment, looking at the eyes that looked at him quietly, a thin layer of sweat broke out on Philip's forehead. He knew that he was facing a choice. This decision is not about any treasure, because it simply doesn't matter anymore. Instead, it determines your own destiny. By handing it over, you have confirmed your identity. But it's also possible that this guy is deceiving himself. If you hide it, you may lose this possibly only chance to live. Siljek can live, but he has no reason why he can't. At this moment, Philip's acting skills reached their peak. He suddenly frowned in confusion, and after thinking for a moment, he looked at the Knight of Divine Grace. If you say I have hidden a book here, then it can only be this one. Having said this, Phillips walked to the bookcase and took out a book from it. Then, he looked at the knight with some surprise. It is my most beloved single book, and all my subjects want it very much. Let it go from me. The writer is an extremely famous scholar. This book was written by him personally. So for those who really know its value, it cannot be exchanged for $1,000. What do you and this scholar have? Does it matter? What does it matter? George smiled without any respect for the king. More like answering a servant's question. That depends on how you look at it. In George's opinion, this servant should be a servant of the 7 gods. George shouted in his heart, from today onwards, the 7 gods will come to the world. Having said this, he took over the treasures of the world that had already been illuminated by the light of dawn. And the moment he reached out and touched it, Philip suddenly felt a great power. This divine power attracted the sunlight and dispersed the film on the book, revealing its true appearance. It was a half-volume fragment. Looking at this fragment, Phillips tried his best to maintain his composure, but Rusgard felt dizzy in his head. All this time, the wizard has been thinking about a question. Until some time ago, Aji borrowed half a book from Anthony. The boss said that this half-book is an instrument that stores the power of blue withering. But Rhuskar doesn't think so. As forbidden wizards, he and Anthony both knew this thing. Its name is the Book of Life and Death, and it hides the secret of immortality. The person who wrote this book is a true immortal. Death meant nothing to him, because he is the god of Hades. His name is Morpheus. He is a master who once came to this world and was defeated by the gods. He is also the demon god who is extremely worshipped in the hearts of demons. He is the ever-present imitator of Aloysius, also the forerunner of Aloysius. Aloysius once took advantage of the time when Morpheus disappeared to invade the river Styx controlled by this master. That's why the seven-colored demon spider's egg fell into the hands of Aloysius. It turns out that the ancestor of that little kid was one of the magic wings of Morpheus. But now the seven-colored demon spider has become a demon wing of Aloysius, became a demon group led by this master. And if Morpheus has obtained the authority of the seven gods, then he has become the seven gods at this moment. At this moment, Phillips looked at the man in front of him with surprise and uncertainty. So does George. Because the moment the book's true appearance was revealed in front of him, a memory that shouldn't exist suddenly reappeared in his mind. Thousands of pages flew into the sky under his violent destruction. He grabbed some of them and fled there in a hurry. However, an ancient gold coin was dropped from the cuff and sealed together with the second half of the book. The seven gods told themselves that this ancient gold coin would make it impossible for the fallen to decipher it. Indeed, these magics are too terrifying. A little acolyte just picked up a few pages and was able to manipulate the mist to use that kind of terrifying magic. And after reading the first half of the book, a forbidden wizard created the terrifying blue wither. Rhuskar came over at this time. He took out the other half of the book from the bag and wanted to combine the two volumes. But they couldn't get along. It was as if there was a missing part between them, which made him look confused. But the moment the two books came into contact, the hot ancient gold coin in George's hand suddenly made a crisp sound. And then the pages began to turn, and an ancient gold coin suddenly flew out of the book. The few pages of the book also appeared because of this. The flying ancient gold coin fell into George's hand and merged with the hot one. Looking at Philip's dull eyes, George said with a dry mouth, "This is a seal left by me as the seven gods. These two gold coins are the lock and key." At this moment, a flash of lightning flashed across Philip's mind, and two blue flames suddenly appeared in his eyes during the thunderous lightning strike. The entire library seemed to be shrouded in darkness. In the blink of an eye, Phillips had transformed into a behemoth with monstrous demonic flames. His terrifying body was like the Goron version of the Black Balrog. And behind him, it seems that the black flame demons appearing in the north are all its descendants. Seeing this guy suddenly going berserk, George's scalp exploded. Fallen angel. The word suddenly flashed into George's mind. This seems to indicate that the other end of the planet is already shrouded in the light of the blood moon. And when the stars rotate, night falls here. Garrix will be able to show its true power. At this moment, the Guardian of Heaven was almost used by George. But at this moment, his mind changed, and he slowly raised his hands, and his whole aura suddenly changed. Then, he raised his head slightly, looked at the biggest and most terrifying boss he had ever seen with an extremely contemptuous and arrogant look, and showed his cold smile. At this moment, George seemed to be looking down at the giant in front of him. Chapter 310 Shocking Conspiracy. The fallen angel in front of him did not move. In George's peripheral vision, he suddenly discovered that a line of notes suddenly appeared in his eyes. As expected of the CEO of Zhongxin Group, Dawn of Light did not misjudge the person. From now on, even if Aloysius stands in front of you, the light of dawn can rest assured. CEO, please be optimistic. This is what Garoxter really looks like. You have seen through the fog shrouded in it. So Dawnlight has also heard its voice. Dawnlight feels that there is no need for Morpheus to hide his identity anymore. After all, Garrix has already guessed who is the real Your Majesty. Dawnlight, you hack. At this moment, all the illusions in front of me suddenly disappeared. In front of his eyes, the acolytes and the Knights of the Black Lake were collecting the forbidden books. Phillips had been standing there motionless. For a moment, George saw that his legs began to shake slightly. But in the blink of an eye, Phillips seemed to have returned to his true self. Like a real king, he nodded slightly and said in a very gentlemanly tone, "Dear Sir George, today's scenes are really amazing. I never thought that I have been collecting things belonging to the seven gods. This may be the trust and care that the seven gods have for me," Phillips continued. "Thanks to the god of sanctuary. During the time I treasured it, I was deeply impressed by its mystery and magic. The person who wrote this book made me so admired that even for a time it made me change my faith. Today, I finally found out who owned it. It turned out to be the 7 gods. Please take back this treasure that I cannot afford, and lead me to pray to the 7 gods. I am his most loyal servant. Philip's words were an admission of his identity. The word servant could no longer be too literal in George's ears. But the key point is that although he said it beautifully, he did not lift his last fig leaf. Therefore, this ambiguous word can be translated however you want. But enough is enough. What George wants to do is to delay time and keep this most difficult guy by his side for a while longer. George nodded slightly and replied politely to the king. Thank you for your majesty's collection. I am here to take back this thing. Spokesperson? Spokesperson, your sister. His eyes slowly moved towards the new note that appeared in front of him. The CEO has completed his own cleansing. And naturally, he should not forget his share as a shareholder. At this point, Dawn of Light can finally rest assured that the demons do not need to doubt the existence of Dawn of Light. And neither will Aloysius. Let's take a peek at the legacy of the 7 gods again. Because Dawnlight already has a big bodyguard. The Light of Dawn is indeed discerning. And the CEO he selected should obviously be better than Aloysius. Now, this so-called Morpheus has captured the scepter of the 7 gods. Therefore, Aloysius should be concerned about the more terrifying enemy. When will he find him hidden in the Holy Court? Identity. Rather than looking for traces of the 7 gods' legacy. Take this book. RCO. Starting from today, your role will be promoted. You're paralyzed. While the acolytes were searching the library, George read through the forbidden books, and many acolytes also handed over the magic codexes in their hands to Riscard, which made the other magics in the sanctuary considered here. It can really be completed. Among them, those hybrid magics are highly sought after by the acolytes, and the lightning released by Asold is one of them. It is also among the records of the acolytes. While reading, George observed the Book of Dawn several times, and found that many areas underground were already covered by the power of hope. This fire was brought by Siljak, because she had the totem of the Light of Dawn in her body. I hope that the fire will not only not weaken her, but also allow her to be protected by the dawn. This allowed her to successfully subdue the Duchess and begin her rampage underground. George knew that after Siljak merged with Anubis, Garrix was the only thing here that could pose a threat to her. As long as this demon leader is restrained by him, the entire underground fortress will probably fall into Siljak's hands. The cunning Siljak, after getting George's order, began to spread rumors about her. She claimed that Morpheus was summoned to this world by her, and after seizing the authority of the 7 gods, he also obtained the weapons of heaven. Not only is the situation above greatly exaggerated, in her mouth, Garrix was also completely conquered by her master. Presumably, after Garrix finds out, his face will be extremely ugly, and he will also understand who is the culprit who summoned Morpheus. Now, this culprit wants to clean up those disobedient things for his master. Some demons followed Siljak, hoping to win a chance to live. Today's underground fortress is in chaos. They have no intention of fighting, and have begun to pay attention to those things they have been spying on for a long time. Some demons have even begun to seek revenge and hold on to their grievances. Siljak had a full meal today. She had collected all the magic bacteria. She was leading the demons around to catch prey while looking for the treasure hidden in Garrix. At this time, she had reached the deepest level of the underground fortress. Siljak, you have gone too deep. Hurry up and get to the hatching pool. We are pressed for time. After hearing George's words, Siljak moved. The blue stones above his head looked extremely solid to humans. But in front of Anubis, they were like tofu. In the blink of an eye, her huge body had already protruded from the ground above. The demon saw the huge thing protruding from the ground, and the demon spiders emerging from under her body, and fled in panic. In fact, the demon spiders are alien demons. They can evolve according to food genes, and they are as terrifying existence as the Blood Moon Clan. But because the leader is a vassal enslaved by Garrix, Garrix is also very wary of the spiders. Therefore, after the demon spiders left the sticks and became attached to Aloysius, their identities were in the hands of his demon wings. Like slaves, I have always been oppressed the most by the demons. Now when their true king appears, they become the most decisive villain. They began their crazy revenge, revealing their ferocious and cruel nature of alien demons. Those so-called black flame demons have the highest status because they are the descendants of Garrix. However, a few guard demon spiders can easily tear them apart. The magic in their hands is greatly suppressed by the fire, and they don't want to have immortal bodies like blood demons. Therefore, facing demons such as the guard demon spider and the soldier spider, which are good at melee combat. They are simply unable to withstand a few moves. At this time, tiny demon spider babies have been continuously breaking out of eggs in the corpse. They were born from the flesh and blood of the Black Flame demon, and can even stay in the Black Flame for a long time. The overwhelming number of large and small demon spiders have become a swarm of rats in the underground world, making the demons tremble with fear. Seeing this, George somewhat understood the importance and vigilance of the Aloysius party towards the demon spider. From the corner of his eye, he couldn't help but glance at Phillips not far away. He was flipping through several books intently, like a king waiting for victory in a battle. But in fact, this guy is absent-minded. I don't know if I already know the situation underground, or if I am thinking about my future. Don't worry about it, he thought. Garoxter, Aloysius is thousands of miles away from here. You are as high as the sky and the Emperor is far away now. It's up to you to decide what the situation will be. So although this is a blow to you, as long as you do it well, you may be able to climb higher in the future, haha. After Phillips put the book into his hands, he gave some hints. It can be regarded as a confession of his identity. But he has not completely lifted the fig leaf. He does not want humans and his subordinate demons to know what he means by using the identity of king. Obviously, if a demon tells Aloysius that Garrix has actually been hanging out with Morphus, then things will probably be interesting for Garrix. Got it. George did not give any explicit or implicit instructions, nor did he give it the answer it wanted. He seemed to regard Phillips as his majesty. He never took the initiative to ask anything when Phillips did not take the initiative to talk. After all, he didn't know what this guy was thinking. And he was not a Morphus at all. If things really get into trouble, things may be exposed. Faced with such an ambiguous confession, George remembered the words written in his diary, when a prince faces his vassals and vassals, silence is sometimes more useful than a golden tongue. And George still remembers a famous saying in sales, speaking well is ability, speaking less is wisdom. The Austin family's motto does have great wisdom, and this strategy is gradually working. But facing this person, who had always been taciturn, Phillips was uneasy at the beginning and gradually concentrated on pretending to be his king. Gradually, he seemed to have figured something out, and all the pressure on his body seemed to relax. No longer as nervous as before. Indeed, since the person coming here is one of our own, he will naturally follow the rules of the devil's game. At least he will not be as unreasonable as the 7 gods who came to the world, and they will kill it when they come up. In its view, no matter how contradictory Morphus and Aloysius are, they are still members of the same family after all. If you can convince this master to cooperate together, bad things can become good things. And as a middleman, he is naturally able to play both sides. In fact, the blood moon is a countdown for humans, and it is also a countdown for demons. Of course, for the former, it's the end of the world. For the latter, it was the end of the carnival. Every demon is ambitious. After working so hard to plant fruits in this world, naturally they don't want to give them to the ancient god in vain, and follow him forever, as the scavenging hyena. For George, he has been hanging out with the little bitch Siljack all day long, and he has become more and more familiar with the devil's thinking. So when Phillips proposed hiding his identity, implying that he should always remain the king, George guessed that this guy was planning to hedge his bets and become a wallflower. If Morphus is not reliable, this idiot can be the spy of Aloysius. If Morphus is reliable, he can also be a double agent who can get both sides. Even under certain circumstances, you may suddenly rebel around yourself. Today, Garrix was indeed deeply trapped in his own chain. But this was only a temporary victory. George knew what he was worth. After getting along for a short time, he could play Garoxter to death. But after a long time, it would be hard to say. This old guy has the 3 kingdoms at his fingertips. He is a demon who is far more cunning than Siljack, and is even better at deceiving people. Not to mention whether he would leave this terrifying bomb next to him or not. Let alone Sanctuary and Lost Paradise not being able to accommodate this great god. Even the Light of Dawn would never allow such a guy to stay by his side. He is afraid of the devil poaching, but how to deal with it is a problem. At this time, Rusgard came in from the door with some acolytes. After seeing George, he came to the boss's side. Sir! Rusgard suddenly came over. All valuable things have been found, including the royal family's art collection. Unfortunately, those magic gems were not found. I don't know who secretly took them away. George nodded. He looked at the Book of Dawn to confirm that it was almost time. Then he took big strides and walked toward the door. When he passed by Phillips, he patted him but did not talk to him. Phillips suddenly woke up from his thoughts. He looked at the leading figure of the Knight of Divine Grace and quickened his pace to follow. After passing through the corridors one after another, George closed the Book of Dawn, and a few lines of notes were once again revealed in front of his eyes. Judging from the records left by the 7 gods, Aloysius is not the most powerful master, but he is the most cunning one. Don't take Garroxter's performance lightly. As George walked, he thought secretly, Aloysius started the arrangement a long time ago. At that time, he was not sure whether he could block the power of the Holy See to the south like this. Therefore, there is a situation where the Holy Court devotes all its strength to capture King Rodent. If the real sons of God in the Holy Court come here, Garrix will be unable to support it. What kind of backup will Aloysius have for this time and space anchor? The incubator was just around the next corner, and the battle in the distance seemed to be heating up. The loud war cry of the Grand Duke kept coming from a distance, and there was a huge muffled sound like an earthquake, like a collapse. The acolytes were still sorting things in the library, but the Knights of the Black Lake had already quickened their pace and headed to the battlefield. After seeing that Rathbone was the only one next to him, Phillips finally couldn't help but pursed his lips and asked the Knight of Divine Grace next to him, "Sir George, what are your plans next?" It would be too far-fetched to say that this master was determined to destroy the space anchor. From everything, Phillips could see that this man seemed to be preparing a shocking conspiracy. There is a sense of the mantis stalking the cicada and the oriole behind. So this is an extremely critical issue. Does this master really intend to occupy this world with heavenly weapons? But how to cleanse the old power of this world? Destroying this place seems to be of no benefit to either master. What's more, Aloysius is here, and Morpheus can't clear himself out in this way. Therefore, Phillips feels that based on the logic in a normal master's mind, Morpheus must have a big plan. George thought so too. But, what are your plans? Chapter 3:11 Thank him for everything he has done for me. George's mind was spinning rapidly. He turned his eyes to Phillips and said this sentence. Of course, it is to spread the glory of the 7 gods and fulfill His Majesty's long-cherished wish. Just like the ambiguous attitude shown by Phillips, this sentence of Morpheus also made him a little uncertain. Today's 7 gods can be said to be the Holy Court, or they can be said to be Morpheus's side. And Phillips also has 2 identities. So the glory of the 7 gods has too many meanings. And Phillips also feels that he has too many long-cherished wishes. Seeing the door in front of him, Phillips finally decided not to play riddles with him anymore and whispered, "Sir, Aloysius has already negotiated with Abyss. You have disappeared for so many years, and it is too late to come here. I think, should you talk to Aloysius?" Phillips felt he had made it obvious. Aloysius has arranged too many things, and even negotiated many things with the Abyss. So as the long-lost master of the Styx suddenly appeared in this world, even if he didn't have any big plans, he should at least bargain with Aloysius after taking over this location. After hearing these words, George couldn't help but slowly stopped. He heard a word. Abyss. As a magic wing of Aloysius, Phillips knows far more than Siljak, a little kid who was born into this world. What he said contained a lot of information, and there were many things that he didn't know at all. But none of this affected the performance of the most professional stickman selected by the 7 gods. Looking at Philip's scorching eyes, George knew that no matter what at this moment, he must give an answer that was consistent with his identity as Morpheus. His mind started to work rapidly. He caught the key points of Philip's words, and said these 2 sentences. These 2 sentences made everything make sense, and made Phillips completely feel at ease. Your Majesty Phillips, after the matter is settled, please go to the Holy Court in person and inform the situation here Vic White guessed wrong. The thing that exists here should not be called the Gate of Hell, because it leads up to the River Styx. Having said this, George glanced at Riscard, whose face was full of shock and enthusiasm. He sighed secretly in his heart, looked at Phillips with burning eyes, and said, "Thank you, Aloy Hughes, for everything he's done for me over the years." It was like thunder exploding in the minds of the king and wizards. They all couldn't help but froze in place. At this time, an angry war cry from Alexander suddenly came from the hall, covering the sound of the entire battlefield. The 3 of them suddenly looked inside the door, and saw a huge demon with flaming spears pierced and terrifying sword marks all over its body. Those sword wounds were so horrific that they made the demon extremely painful, feeling like his soul was almost torn apart. But its body can heal these wounds instantly. At this time, a golden giant with 12 broken wings on his back was seen jumping in the air, in the sunlight in the hall. The moment he folded his wings and stretched out, many angels appeared, raising their swords to bless him. At this moment, the dark hall seemed to light up again. The angels opened their mouths and sang a song of salvation in chorus. The many eyes of the deformed demon looked at the giant, and the angels beside him, showing extreme fear and shock. In an instant, the giant with cracked eyes had hit the demon with the shield in his hand, deafening. The large adamantine shield made an overwhelming sound of twisted metal, and the demon's twisted body wailed and fell under the full blow. At this moment, the huge power was transmitted to the demon's entire body, and the floor of the hall was overwhelmed by the demon's giant feet. The ground began to crack, and it spread to the entire hall in an instant, and a huge pit appeared at the devil's feet. The objects in half of the hall fell into a deep pit in an instant, and the water in the hatching pool continued to flow downward like a waterfall. When the incubation pool collapsed, the cracks on the demon's body also ignited into flames, and half of his body fell into the deep pit. If the tentacles on his back hadn't pierced the ground at this moment, he would have fallen into a deep pit. The spears all over the sky were thrown into the mouth of the devil's belly amidst the shouts of the warriors, and many evil spirits poured out of its belly. Finally, he returned to heaven in the sound of salvation. The demon's remains gradually turned into ashes in the holy fire, and the body fell into the pit. With a pale face, Phillips turned his gaze from the demon's body to the god of war, looking at the folded wings disappearing behind him. The corners of his eyes couldn't help but twitch. I couldn't help but say a word. Gruri. This demon, born on the eve of the blood moon, was also an accident for the demons, and it was beyond the expectations of Phillips and George. Its power even exceeds that of the Duchess. But he and George predicted that in this fire, the Templars who took the potion and had their own buffs, even if they did not master the dark resistance seal, had a dark resistance of 100. Moreover, the treatment team and the hero lineup are extremely luxurious. Looking at the entire Darkensburg, I am afraid that no one except himself can withstand the siege of 3,500 people, not to mention 3,005. If there is no younger brother, there are 500 or 600 churches, as long as there is one bishop to lead them. Then I'm afraid it will be enough for my lieutenants to drink a pot. Not to mention, there is such a thing hidden in it. It seems that Morpheus not only has the power of the 7 gods, but also personally defeated the strongest guy among them. This guy even had his wings broken and his head was damaged. His strength is also on the level of a divine grace knight. George, who was meditating slightly, was slightly startled when he heard the words spoken by Phillips. Then he saw the knights of the Glory God of War army and remembered that they came from Grury Cathedral. So he nodded and said, "The glory of the God of War enveloped the royal capital today." Indeed, this force named after the God of War, under the command of Archduke Adeline, proved itself in this battle. And Alexander's performance today was also extraordinary. This big fool always had extraordinary wisdom in battle. It seemed that during the battle, he discovered the vibration that occurred when Anubis was digging under the hull. He had a flash of inspiration and applied this shock to this monster. And he always seems to be able to discover the fatal weaknesses of monsters larger than himself in battle. This not only caused him to accurately shatter the unstable core of the demon hidden in his body with this strike, and he used his heavenly weapons in the hymn, Transcendence, which can be described as a stroke of God. In comparison, Lin Yu's performance was mediocre, with only S-level strength at most, which surprised him. It can be seen that the performance of heroes has a huge range. However, Alexander's heavenly weapons were replaced by this monster, although this brought the battle to an early end without many casualties. But there is one missing card. George originally planned to have Alexander put on EVA and use this trick during the PK with Garrixt. After the demon died, the filth in the entire hall gradually subsided under the power of fire. The soldiers looked at the deep pit that appeared in the center of the incubation pool, at the spider webs covered in it, and at the corpses of the demons that were crushed to death by rubble. They suddenly realized that the battle did not seem to be completely over at this point. This terrifying demon seems to be staying in this position to hide the great sin underground. Chapter 312, Burning the Boat. "Let's go, Your Majesty." George patted the surprised Phillips and slowly walked into the hall. He thought about it as he walked. Siljek is hiding not far below and can come out at any time. I am now confident that I can force out its true form. Let's have such a demonic internal strife. After the incident, Sergeant Hayhu was so relieved. Siljek, the other big demon leader who escaped, can hide his merit and fame. But the blood moon may be tonight. He had to let Phillips lift the seal he had set. After this incident, this guy must not stay, because there will never be an army of Morpheus in this world. George didn't know what kind of backhand Aloysius would leave behind, but killing Garoxter would probably minimize the impact of this backhand, and the so-called river Styx would never appear at all. Therefore, at the moment when the anchor was destroyed, the so-called Morpheus could not justify himself at all. Therefore, Once the space-time anchor is destroyed, it will die. There was some noise in the hall. The knights stood by the pit talking and praying in front of human bones. After the injured were treated by the priests, they rested. Earl Red Dragon and others stood beside Adeline and looked at George and the king. Phillips couldn't help but feel goosebumps rising on his arms as he looked at the eyes. He thought of George's words before. After this incident is over, you will go to the Holy Court. And his heart gradually settled down. Morphus was still a little worried about him. He planned to let himself escape to Aloysius as a defeated person and make a nail. He has already guessed that Morphus is planning to make a declaration of surrender here. I was afraid that not only would I have to watch the air anchor be destroyed, but I would also have to open the door and invite this man in. Or even help him destroy it with his own hands. Suddenly, Phillips felt pain in his chest, as if he had thoughts of betrayal in his heart. And the curse planted on him by Aloysius began to surge. Thinking of the terrifying Aloysius, Phillips couldn't help but look a little pale. Although many things can be concealed, today's result is the truth. However, His Majesty Aloysius will give himself a chance. This relationship with Morphus is his great sin and his own value. If the two future bosses reach an agreement, Aloysius' army can just take a detour and follow the river Styx to this world through this gate. And your own troops may be the vanguard army. Human strength will be helpless under the devil's iron hoof. And the heavenly weapons will not be able to fight against the abyss of H, L, and the river Styx at the same time. From then on, the world became a game between the three demons. The real enemy of the devil is still the devil. He couldn't help but look at the Divine Grace Knight beside him, and saw that he silently walked to the pit and dropped a Divine Grace fire seed. The corners of Philip's mouth twitched slightly, and he was already a little numb to the master's inventory. Fire exploded underground, and the pits glowed brightly. The demons fighting in the melee below fled in fear and left this place. Siljack, is this fire enough? George was referring to the cracked area in the ground. Like the sea of sand in Windsong City, the area under the royal capital of Rodent also exists in an extremely strange place. The time and space anchor is placed at the core, which is a restricted area for souls. And the seal of Gerixt also prevents the passage from being easily opened. However, without the intervention of Gerixt, most of the brain spiders and spider queens were controlled by Siljack. Now a corner has been torn away. Enough? Master! The power of fire is extremely terrifying for little spiders. This distance is just right. At the moment the spider eggs are broken, many dead souls will be saved. At that time, you can let the troops went with Gerixt. After hearing Siljack's voice, George nodded secretly. Although the demon spiders can open the seal of Gerixt in a few days, they can even destroy the environment there as well as the space-time anchor, like destroying the sea of sand. But it's too late. He needs a little help from Gerixt. Thinking of this, George looked at Archduke Adeline, who was looking into the pit with a numb look on his face. Said, Miss Adeline, this is it. Having said this, he looked at Phillips, making the reason for the appearance of this deep pit more reasonable. There is a seal in front of that gate, but His Majesty, and I just found one in the Darkensburg. Key. It will get us there smoothly. This statement was very bizarre, but after Adeline and several close generals around her heard it, they all looked at Phillips suddenly. That look was like looking at a lucky star. Phillips, looking at their embarrassing acting skills, could already guess. Grand Duke Adeline and the confidant generals around him probably have never lessened their suspicions about themselves. At this time, these people seem to be too lazy to pretend anymore. God bless Rodent. Your Majesty, I knew that you and the Knight of Divine Grace would definitely bring back good news. Archduke Adeline's eyes were meaningful, as if looking at another prisoner who was cooperating with the police. This straightforward look made Phillips feel a little angry. But God bless Rodent made Phillips feel a certain amount of irony and humor. This group of humble mortals are so stupid and arrogant from beginning to end, even extremely ridiculous. While they were going around in circles, they just fell from the mouth of one demon into the mouth of another demon. But everything is destined to be a game between demons. And in this game, in this battle for the world, these humans living in this world are not qualified to participate. Indeed, if Morphus were really here, that would be exactly what happened. And even now, Adeline and others do not understand George's real plan and are kept in the dark. But just as Phillips thought, the nobility and the Holy See were so ridiculous. And George had reached his limit by revealing the so-called gate to H, L to Adeline and others. No matter how many things I have, I can't make them believe it. No matter how much I try to deceive them. Even gathering everyone here can only be achieved with the help of the conspiracy that Phillips has laid out over the years. Today's scenes have made Phillips completely believe in the existence of Morpheus. And only this master can make everything he sees reasonable and self-justifying. Hiding this greedy demon, he became his captive with peace of mind, while thinking about how to save his own interests and get a bigger cake. Because of the demon's greedy nature, it took advantage of the Iron Man of Darkins. In the cage, he once again fell into the spiritual iron cage he had built for himself. But what he couldn't imagine was that the person who locked him in the cage was a human being that he despised. A peer of Brenda's. Thinking only for a moment, Phillips nodded and let the bitterness on his lips that everyone wanted to see show. In the eyes of everyone, this nod and the bitterness on the corner of his mouth meant acknowledging his true identity. Because when the real Phillips heard the so-called key, he would definitely think that it was a joke made by the Knight of Divine Grace. So when Adeline and others saw his admission, their faces couldn't help but show a bit of complexity. The Duke slowly closed his eyes and began to pray silently for his old friend in his heart. Phillips, I hope you have a spirit in heaven. Today, we will regain the royal capital and avenge you. Indeed, this black tide is probably the biggest disaster in the history of this world. But under the protection of the world's patron saint, mankind can still survive safely. Until now, Archduke Adeline had always believed that the destruction of Darkinsburg would mean the end of everything. Take a rest. George! Grand Duke Adeline picked up the alchemy pocket watch in his hand and said, If we're going underground, we must make some arrangements. Otherwise, if we are not careful, we will sink in front of the gate. Jagger has been called in, and this is going to be our last-minute moment. Looking at Archduke Adeline in front of him, George sighed secretly in his heart. I am not his mother's archangel at all, let alone Morpheus. After the air anchor was destroyed, I don't know how many people I could have escaped with during the demon's rampage. Chapter 313 Death Wish. Time was really tight. But as Archduke Adeline said, they couldn't covet these dozens of minutes. George thought so too. Because after dozens of minutes, not only will the troops be adjusted to their best condition, but the underground will also be the time when the insect swarm is most turbulent. The little bugs born in the body of the Black Flame Demon will be extremely resistant to darkness and flames. Even if Garoxter regrets his decision by then, it may be too late. At this time, the swarm of insects has not yet hatched, and Siljak is hunting everywhere, facing the high-level demons who have gathered to resist this predator. Her troops seem helpless. But no one knows that in the underground chaos, a terrifying storm is brewing. Not long after, Jagger came in from the outside with some people. He was covered in blood, and it seemed that he had just changed defense and rested. From his words, everyone also understood that the demon's offensive seemed to be getting smaller and smaller, and it gradually began to intend to retreat. This incident did not surprise George, because it was Philip's cooperation with Morpheus. In the view of Adeline and others, if this devil wants to live, he should naturally hand over such a life-saving thing. In fact, the knights on both sides have been going back and forth, and Jagger and the Duke have always been aware of the situation on both sides. But although Jagger had heard about the internal situation before, he was still shocked when he saw the hatching tank with his own eyes. After having a face-to-face communication with Archduke Adeline, Jagger sighed, said, These cunning evil spirits! I hope they will stick to this place. After today, it will probably take a long time to clean up these remnants, although the momentum outside is very fierce. After playing all morning, Jagger has been able to make an assessment. If the army didn't have the defense of Duckensburg, I'm afraid they could hold on until dark at most. But if it relies on this place, and the army takes advantage of defense, then Duckensburg will be able to block the devil here. According to George's initial prediction, there is a good chance of staying on guard for a few weeks or even months. In fact, Phillips realized this when he saw the Divine Grace Knight opening the passage. Originally in the plan, the devil's strategy was to besiege rather than attack by force. Lure 300,000 coalition troops here. When the blood moon comes, we will surround the area and call for reinforcements. But now the demons not only had to attack by force, but in order to achieve the minimum goal and prevent these 14,000 people from rushing out of the royal capital alive after completing their mission, the demons from the east had to withdraw and surround the royal capital. After the monsters from Whitestone Castle swarmed into the royal capital, the human troops seemed to begin to evacuate towards Biswee City. But the commander at Whitestone Castle seemed extremely decisive. After the dark tide receded, Vault lit a fire and began to evacuate as planned. Phillips found that the situation he had arranged seemed to have been completely disrupted. Not only did George's dog-walking plan come true, the demons were very confused after hearing Phillips' order. But they had no intention of attacking here. Now, it is meaningless to attack here. After the time and space anchor is destroyed, it is difficult to replenish the high-level demons. Moreover, the demons here are all his vassals and heirs. Even Phillips is very distressed when he dies. Continuing to fight here is not only a waste of time, but when Morphos's army comes here, they may swallow these demons into their mouths first. Therefore, the troops outside naturally withdrew slowly. Jagger's words made Adeline look a little embarrassed. The Count didn't know all the situation and was still thinking like this. Jagger! We can't relax. The most important thing is down here. Archduke Adeline took Jagger aside and revealed something to him. Although Jagger found it hard to believe many things, but if there was something in the underground fortress, he definitely believed it. After discussion, Archduke Adeline took over the entire army. In his arrangement, Jagger will lead the Thornbird troops and everyone deep underground. Excluding casualties, the total number has reached 6,000. It was difficult for this army to fully deploy its formation in that maze-like underground world. But if we attack the Gate of Hell with all our strength, there must be someone guarding the back. The remaining people will return to the exit of the first passage and build more solid defenses there. And they will be fortified in both directions to prevent certain demons in the fortress from opening the blocked passage and attacking them. The defense situation here is no worse than the first line of sky, and it is difficult for demons to fly in the castle, even after dark. As long as the fortress in the mountain is filled with divine torches, the rats will not be able to attack the troops from all directions like those outside. Of course, if the Gate of Hell is not successfully destroyed, then these 14,000 people can take root in the Darkensburg and delay the Black Tide for a while. Apparently Adeline wasn't completely at ease with Phillips, and his arrangement was in line with George's real plan. The wizards have brought all the core components of the alchemy furnace. The moment he confirmed that the human troops would definitely go to the royal capital, the Parthen birds transformed these explosive barrels hidden in the Knights of the Black Lake. This explosive barrel is the greatest confidence in George's heart, and in his original plan, when the air anchor could not be destroyed, he was to use these things, as well as the largest alchemical treasure in Darkensburg mentioned by Rusgard, to blow up the entire mountain. Therefore, no matter what unexpected situation occurs, the Dark Tide in the capital of Rodump will not really appear until at least a month later. During the discussion, Rusgard took out the cobweb blanket and covered it with a magic spell on the stone wall of the pit. During this process, Adeline and others couldn't help but be attracted by those magic spider webs. They all know that Rathbone, the great spy, took away many things belonging to the devil when he escaped from Darkensburg. These spider webs originate from a terrifying alien demon. There are a lot of them underground, and I wonder if they will encounter them next. After everything was almost ready, the sergeants also lined up in front of Adeline. Knights, the demons are frantically trying to enter Darkensburg outside. We came here accidentally today and discovered a shocking conspiracy. Adeline's loud voice resounded through the hall. George walked slowly in the hall. He looked at the heroes around him whose bodies were stained with sweat, blood and stains, and knew that they had obtained the certificate they should have on their heads today. Today, every soldier's body is stained with the blood of demons and comrades. The heinous scenes at Darkensburg and the horrific actions of the demons made them suddenly feel that the fate of this world is right. Press on your own shoulders. That's right. The top secret of the Gate of Hell no longer needs to be told at this time. No matter what lies below, the soldiers who are determined to die will move forward. Chapter 3:14 Life Restricted Area. After the Grand Duke preached, he jumped into the pit and grabbed the magic spider web on the stone wall. The knights filed in one after another. First came the rocks and soil more than 10 meters deep, followed by the layers of underground fortresses. The halls of these underground fortresses are like multi-layer cakes with the center dug out. The knights climbing on the big net look at the halls in front of them and see the light. And they can find that there were once activities of demons and acolytes in those rooms. Traces. Some halls are in a very messy state, with broken walls everywhere. And there are also traces of demon fighting. It seems that an unprecedented civil strife is taking place underground. After the fire from the Divine Grace Knight was cast, the fighting demons also stayed away from here. In the end, the underground fortress was passed through by the slowly descending knights, reaching the underground cave at the bottom and starting to go deeper inside. In fact, this place already belongs to the underground mine of Darkens. The Rodent Kingdom's mining operations for thousands of years have once dug tunnels into underground lava rivers. But the passage in the past was definitely not so wide. And now it seems to have been re-expanded by the demons. The huge passages are enough for more than a dozen people to walk side by side. And some passages can even allow a huge Trojan horse to pass through. However, even if they are so wide, There are many terrifying scratches on the top of some passages. And there is lava around the scratches. Mark of. Obviously these scratches were not left by a demon spider, but by a terrifying demon that has been entrenched here all year round. It was so huge that it had to lower its head when passing through. As George walked, he looked around. He found that today's fire was much dimmer compared to that of the demon spider's nest. I don't know if it's because the demons here are more polluted than the spiders, or because the blood moon is coming. George was deep in thought. And so was Archduke Adeline. He looked at the remains of the demons on the ground and found that there seemed to be something terrifying carrying out a wanton massacre here. During her rampage, the demons who had no time to escape were completely torn into pieces and eaten away. There were still many demon corpses left on the ground that had not been eaten in time. It seemed that that thing was originally chewing greedily here with its own demon army. But for some unknown reason, they left behind those plump flesh and blood and hurriedly left here. The torches and oil lamps on the walls of the mine suddenly became brighter, emitting an aura very similar to the divine fire. They spread into the distance, scaring away several shadow demons who wanted to follow the troops secretly. Later, Grand Duke Adeline saw George next to him put down his hand and said, "In this underground world, there is a melee going on. Today, it is difficult for them to reach a consensus." Having said this, the light in Bishop Wallace's hand flashed, and the shadow demons burned with frightened screams. After seeing them reveal themselves, bursts of light appeared from the hands of the priests and knights, wiping out the shadow demons who fled in a hurry. Grand Duke Adeline nodded after hearing George's words. He knew that Garrixt had several lieutenants. He didn't know much about the dealings between demons, but their main goal today was to destroy the Gate of Hell. And obviously the demons fighting in a melee were much better off than if they all listened to Garoxter's words. Phillips knew that there was already a mess below, that Siljak was extremely greedy for the son of Milos, and Morphus didn't seem to be completely at ease with himself, allowing his magic wings to hunt everywhere. When faced with these predators, the demons would naturally not choose to surrender. So what Morphus said is correct. It may be difficult for the demons today to achieve unity, because even if you tell your subordinates to stand there and wait to be eaten, they will never do it. What's more, Morphus's uneasiness about him does make some sense. As the troops slowly advanced, George saw the remains of some magic spiders and demons. The carapace of those demon spiders exudes a deep red color, which is somewhat different from the metallic luster of the demon spider nests in the valley. Siljak told himself that this was because the environment in which they were born was different. They were first born in the extinct volcano Red Dragon's Mouth north of Darkins, and that was Garrick's most open lair. The lava river under the Darkinsberg is a tributary of the Red Dragon's Mouth. Therefore, the bodies of these demon spiders are not as indestructible as steel and fine gold like the valley demon spiders. But they are not afraid of lava and high temperatures like those black flame demons. This has allowed them to open a tunnel from the mouth of the Red Dragon in more than 10 years, and working in this river of lava all year round, he created an environment that can carry the anchor of time and space. Therefore, although the acolytes have almost never entered or exited that forbidden area, the demons are different. Especially the farmers who built the time and space anchors like the demon spiders, who know the situation there very well. Therefore, after Siljak controlled the magic spider, George determined with her a plan on how to destroy the time and space anchor. The 6,000 troops passed by like a train, gradually passing through the tunnel, and heard the sound of fighting in the hall ahead. But what's interesting is that the demons who lost their leaders were still fighting in a melee after they discovered that the enemy was here, as if they would not stop until they killed the demons in front of them. It wasn't until they saw the shining phalanx appearing at the entrance of the cave that the situation changed. Many of the demons in the melee are just red demons that are slightly stronger than the demons, and their strength is not as strong as the spiders. When the black flame demons saw this group of Templar knights lining up in a square formation and walking into the hall, they were so frightened that they almost died. Priests from the temple and the valley sang hymns, wielded flails and maces, and led the knights to charge. The team was like a long river of steel, trampling the corpses of demons under their feet. They passed one hall after another, and more demons were seen on the road, making the pace of the troops slower and slower, compared to the melee in the hall at the beginning. The demons here looked more like they had just killed the rebels and gathered here, waiting for this army. Indeed, Siljak may not have time to take care of them now, because she is making arrangements to destroy the time and space anchor. And the demon spiders are also gnawing on the most difficult bone. But there are only so many demons in the underground fortress of Darkinsberg. In the melee, after some of them died, the spider army was already controlled by Siljak, so the demons gathered here were unable to stop them at all. The pace of these 6,000 Templar knights can only delay them for a while at most. Looking at the demons who fought with the troops until the last moment, George knew that this was by no means a spontaneous act of these demons. He could guess the reason for Philip's mischief, but there was no point in delaying it for dozens of minutes. His peripheral vision couldn't help but glance at Philip several times, and a faint flame gradually emitted from the king's eyes. This seemed to mean that his power could no longer be suppressed, and the blood moon was about to arrive. This performance is completely consistent with Siljak's current situation. Judging from the time, there are still 4 or 5 hours before dark. But judging from Siljak's situation, it may not be that long. But no matter how many more hours or how many fewer disappear, it means nothing to George. Because the most critical node is whether he can cooperate with Phillips. George didn't know if he had gotten past the tip of Morphus, but it was no longer important at this time. It is enough for this person to just be by his side, because even one knight of divine grace, with these 6,000 people, is enough to solve it. So it only takes 10 minutes. And when it sees the coffin, it will make its own choice. Under the call of Morphus, the team began to race against time, and several cold glances at Phillips made the number of demons in front of them become fewer and fewer. Gradually, the appearance of the cave ahead began to change. The troops seemed to have entered a forbidden zone, which was once a forbidden place of life for humans. And the same is true for demons now, because this place is full of broken devil spider eggs. Chapter 3:15, Raging Swarm of Insects. In the passage in front of them, countless humans had their skins pulled out, revealing white bones and red muscles. They remained alive under the evil spell, piled up together, and stuck in the passage, making the original appearance of the passage unclear. When the knights walked into this passage, they felt like they were walking into H.L. The power of the divine fire was mostly blocked here. In the flickering of the torch, they saw some wreckage still moving, as if praying for redemption. Yes, in this royal capital, since there are so many demonic activities, how can there be so many zombies wandering in the royal capital? They suddenly discovered that there probably were not millions of zombies in this royal capital, because most of these humans were placed here and used by the demons in this horrific ritual. What's even more horrifying is that among these corpses, densely packed spider eggs have been laid by alien demons. These spider eggs have been broken open, and after absorbing the nutrients, the little spiders do not seem to stay where they are but are swarming forward. George looked at these bones, and knew that this was the chaotic place of magic energy that Risgard had never set foot in. The demons used this method to tear open the crack that existed underground in the royal capital of Rodunk, forming a strange area similar to the Sea of Sand. When wizards step into the Sand Sea, their magic power will be drained away. When humans step into this place, their lives will be lost. The resentment of millions of victims has made this place a forbidden area for souls. When the blood moon comes and the breath of H.L. pours in, this place will also become a part of the connection between H.L. and this world, becoming the best place to breed demons. But at this moment, the place that the devil had painstakingly arranged has been destroyed by the spiders. According to this situation in progress, with the help of the brain spider and the spider queen, it will take a few more days for these projects to be completely completed. But this is enough. Now the victims here have been saved a lot by the fire. Now the Templars can no longer be affected here. The spider eggs here reminded Archduke Adeline and others of George's words that finding the key would allow the troops to reach the gate of hell smoothly. But the scene here is too terrifying. The team has been walking through many passages and halls with the same scene. It seems that all the creatures on the road have turned into nutrients for these alien monsters. The knights didn't know what these alien demons wanted to do, but the scene in front of them reminded them of the group of rats they had seen before. And such a huge number seems to be no worse than that of rats. Otherwise, they might be even more terrifying. George, Archduke Adeline looked at the densely packed spider eggs on the road and said, "These devil eggs don't seem to be affected by the fire." Grand Duke Adeline could see that these little devils were already crawling away. If these things were used to deal with them, the situation might be a little difficult. Although the 6,000 knights in the team are either Templar knights, who hold the Holy Fire Seal, or they are trainers, who can use various punishment and judgment powers. But the raging swarm of insects cannot be consumed by manpower at all. Philip slowly lowered his eyes. He knew these things controlled by Morphus. "Don't worry, Lady Adeline." George gave these two guys a reassurance. He said calmly, "One is not enough. Just use two." Hearing this, Adeline felt relieved. He believed that George still had a lot of fire in his hands. After all, the Holy Court should be willing to do whatever it takes to destroy the gate of hell. But in fact, George only had a spark of fire left in his hands. One of the 5 fires was given to Vulp. One was lit on the ship. And after entering Darkensburg, he and Siljek each lit another one. And although the little demon spiders will be greatly affected by the fire, the souls in their bodies are demons, not human ones. Therefore, no matter how suppressed they are, they will not be directly transcended to heaven by the light of dawn like zombies and blasphemers. At most, they are like rats, extremely afraid of fire. Garrixt is very familiar with this situation. And he can also guess that the reason why Morpheus lit the fire in the pit was so as not to affect the control of the spider swarm. Control. Therefore, he believed that no matter how much fire Morpheus had in his hands, he might not be able to use it, because these insect swarms controlled by Morpheus are prepared for these nights. The guards who stayed behind underground were all forced here. Without the power of fire, these 6,000 human troops would definitely not be able to escape among the surging spiders. During the march, the three of them had their own thoughts. George kept reviewing it in his mind. He knew that Garrikos was a blind man before he took off his body, in the form of an inanimate puppet like Jerry Jones. He could hide underground and do whatever he wanted. Although Anubis is possessed by Siljek, the demon spider species is very good at hiding. Although Siljek is a cub, he has the power supply of Anubis. This is essentially the same as Garo. Demons of the same level as Custer would have difficulty discovering Siljek even if they peeled off their bodies. Moreover, George felt that one thing Siljek said was true. This is not only because this little brat no longer dares to tell lies to himself, but also because this is the nature of the devil. Aloysius cannot fully trust any of his subordinates. In order to prevent certain demons from being greedy or rebelling against beings like Morpheus, they are even spies planted by other masters. Therefore, these demons do not fully understand the plans of all parties and the treasures they hold, or even do not know them at all. Otherwise, if some demons know that the treasure is controlled by one of their enemies, they will have to do some tricks and sneak in the shoes of their colleagues in front of the leader. In addition, this also prevented Aloysius' deployment in other areas from being affected by the Holy Court's removal of the source of disaster in the south. This also prevents any demon from stealing the treasures he has hidden everywhere. After arranging everything, Aloysius fell into a sleep. His host's body had been influenced by him, thinking that everything he did was his own decision. But in fact, it was Aloysius who was in his heart. Buried steel seal. He would occasionally wake up and make corrections and changes to the entire plan. But he was not in constant contact with the devil. More often than not, it controls the host when it wakes up. This allowed the demon hidden under the eyes of the Knights of Divine Grace to never be exposed and corrupt the Holy Court. But it also makes his subordinates, who are hidden in the human body, have to make decisions first, and then make decisions later. Garrikos is undoubtedly a man who can stand alone. But as a demon, he has no loyalty. And George could also see that this devil was extremely ambitious. But the master has such trust in his subordinates. So the backup he left behind should be so that he is not afraid of any rebellion from this demon. Judging from the information obtained by the great demon that Rusgard once tortured, the Black Flame demon after becoming a specimen, there is indeed a Taoist gate in the volcano, Crimson Dragon's Mouth. But because it is located in a volcano, there is no way to survive the volcanic activity. After that, there were frequent earthquakes, and the elements were in chaos. Therefore, the space-time anchor cannot operate stably, and the door is of little value. Therefore, the backhand should never stay there. This unstable crack is at most a helpless alternative. George thought hard and thought about what kind of backup plan he could use to continue executing Aloysius' Blood Moon plan under any circumstances. He had already seen a little bit of the thread, but it was floating in front of his eyes, and he couldn't catch it. The troops kept moving forward. Gradually, the surrounding temperature became higher and higher, and there were signs of burning everywhere. It was as if the demons were having a final battle here, and bursts of hysteria slowly came from the passage ahead. The roar of the ground and sparse sounds. Many demon bones began to appear on the ground, and some bugs dug out their flesh and crawled out. These bugs born in the demon's body looked strange, especially those born from the Black Flame demon. They had small little heads on their heads. There are small flame magic wings on the horns and back, and the body has dark red stripes. These stripes are intertwined with the black body, forming a warning color of nature, revealing their danger. The passing knights crushed many of these little devils, but they turned a blind eye to the knights. The priests originally thought that these little devils seemed to have an instinctive fear of the torch of divine grace, but the calls they heard in their hearts inspired their greater instincts, and they desperately passed through the light shed by the torch, towards the main hall ahead. When the extremely empty skeleton hall in front of them was revealed in front of people's eyes, everyone felt like their scalps were exploding. At the feet of everyone, there was a 2-story high platform. and wide stairs spread downwards, leading to the hall. At the end of the hall, behind the place where the raging insect swarm and the demons were fighting, there was a huge stone door. This stone door occupied half of the wall of the hall. It was covered with demon bones, and in the center of the bones were several huge incomparable skeletons. These skeletons hugged each other and sealed the door tightly. But these skinned skeletons seemed to be alive, still moving occasionally in pain. I don't know if these demons offended Lord Feng, or Lord Feng sacrificed them here just because of his own needs, making the area where the time and space anchor is unbreakable and giving the entire magic array a core. In front of the demon bones, there were many corpses of demon spiders, large and small, frozen there like statues, with lava still flowing from their bodies. After some small demon spiders accidentally approached, they turned into lava statues under the direct gaze of the big demon. It is better to say that it is a main hall than a huge reservoir. And around this reservoir are not only the ditches built by the forbidden wizards, but also many passages that have been opened by Jerry Jones and the demon spiders. Some of these passages lead to deeper underground caves, and some connect to underground mines where demons are entrenched. However, those caves have obviously been occupied by demon spiders. And at this time, countless large and small demon spiders are pouring out of these caves, and they are madly pounced on the high-level demons with tangled muscles and full-body demon lava armor in the center. Most of these demons are the sons of Milos, and some of them are black Balrogs. The latter's system and horns are much larger than any demon humans have ever seen, and he also has terrifying and ferocious demon armor on his body. The force in front of us is the most terrifying force left by Gerixt in the entire Darkensburg. However, no matter how terrifying they are and how powerful their combat skills and magic are, in the face of this endless force, amid the endless and surging tide of insect swarms, a feeling of powerlessness still arose in my heart. The entire hall was filled with flames, but they were extinguished by the insect swarm with their bodies. The brain spiders and spider queens in each passageway murmured magic spells. The insect swarm was surging under the blessing of these magic spells. The demons were in these. It was extremely uncomfortable under the vicious curse. It seems that they have been fighting here for a while. There were originally hundreds of demons, but now there are only a few dozen left amid the endless consumption. A group of sons of Milos swept away the guard demon spiders in front of them, trying to rush to those spider queens. But the moment they left the side of the black flame demon commander, they were overwhelmed by the swarm of insects. The spider queens looked at the sons of Milos who rushed forward and were intercepted by another wave of giant demon spiders, leaving only bones. They let out a ferocious and cruel laugh. The harsh magic sound made the entire insect swarm excited. Got up. Although the leader of the Black Flame Demon is extremely high quality in all aspects, he is not as good as the Spider Queen in magic. In front of this huge insect swarm, he has already tried his best to maintain a small clean area around him. But even though the flames have started to melt the ground and lava has flowed from their bodies, they still feel the painful itching of gnawing on their bodies. The demon spider rebellion that Gerixt had been worried about finally appeared. Although Morphos's terrifying magic wings are not the strongest in HL, they are a headache for most demons. After Archduke Adeline saw such a scene, he immediately raised his fist and signaled the troops to stop. What made him feel extremely weird was that he originally thought that these insect swarms were controlled by Phillips. But those demons trapped here obviously belong to it too. Obviously these demon spiders are the main cause of the underground melee, and they are also the rebels among the demons. But they seem to only focus on attacking those demons, turning a blind eye to the human troops on the other side of the passage. Grand Duke Adeline couldn't help but look at George beside him with a strange expression. But the Knight of Divine Grace didn't seem to pay attention to his gaze. Instead, he narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the king beside him. "Phillips, it's time to take out your key." George's voice slowly turned cold. He turned his head and looked at the huge stone door in the distance. "You should know that this is your only chance." George slowly looked at Phillips. At this moment, he used the rich imagination in his mind to connect the magic wings of Aloysius with this door, and planned to use Morphos's tone gave Phillips the final blow. The word sacrifice, he was almost blurted out by George. But at this moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly flashed through George's mind, and his heart became extremely weird. He was not the only one who felt extremely weird at this time. Grand Duke Adeline looked at the person in front of her, thinking about the only chance over and over again in her mind. And a very strange thought suddenly emerged in her mind. When he heard that Phillips opened his mouth, Archduke Adeline's mind was buzzing even more, and he felt dizzy in front of his eyes. Chapter 316 Gate of Hell. "Your Majesty Morphos." Phillips looked at the stone door at the end of the hall. His eyes traveled through time, and countless memories in his body emerged in his mind. And as he let these memories flow out, his eyes became hazy. The tone of his mouth also changed slightly. For thousands of years, the Rodent Kingdom has been digging underground. In the name of mining gold, we are looking for the lost relics of the ancient civilization. But in the end, it opened a door to H.L. The king's eyes ignited with blue fire, and he slowly stretched out his hand, and the hall began to shake. Indeed, those ruins are definitely not left by humans, because no human civilization should be built in a river of lava unless it was created by the gods and demons. In the prophecy, this river of lava leads to the end of the doomsday. When the lava poured into the tunnel, the royal family of Rodent seemed to see the end coming. The wizards of the Holy City finally helped us stabilize this place. This is where the underground fortress and the central magic hub came from. Gradually, the development of alchemy technology and the underground fire dragon that supplied a steady stream of energy brought Rodent to its peak period. And the kings gradually forgot about that ridiculous prophecy. Who would have thought that the gate of hell really exists? It just needs the power of the blood moon. As the king spoke, the door was shaken and opened by the bones of the great demon guarding the door. The hot lava followed the call of the Balrog and poured out of the door. The magma flowing out of the lava river flowed into the hall in front of the high platform at the feet of the knights. The swarm of insects that had covered the demons began to retreat in an instant. Some of the little demon spiders that had no time to retreat were submerged in the lava, struggled for a moment, and then turned into flames. After a dozen demons still standing came into contact with the lava, their flesh and blood, which almost exposed their bones, grew again at a speed visible to the naked eye. And many demon remains on the ground were also reborn in the lava, slowly stood up. In an instant, only these 30 demons were left in the lava hall. After the little demon spiders faded away, they began to eat each other. The little demon spiders that had devoured the demons' flesh and blood, with their huge bellies after a full meal, began to tremble continuously after returning to the passage, preparing to shed their SHLs. The lava gradually submerged some of the little demon spiders who escaped in the future, covering the main hall. Then the lava flowed from this huge reservoir to the ditches that banned wizards and the caves dug by the demon spiders, and finally led to the underground. Deep, a gust of wind suddenly blew from the passage behind the knights. After blowing out several balls of fire from the magma, they blew the harmful gases and strong smell of sulfur into the passages opened by the demon spiders. But the temperature has inevitably risen by more than 10 degrees and is still rising. The entire underground world, which was cool at the beginning, gradually became hotter. The wizards put down their wands and looked behind the door. The rising river of lava behind the gate continues to pour into the center, forming a lava lake. It seems that the demon spiders have been working underground for these years. They have opened many channels and allowed the magma to collect here. In the center of this lake of fire, there is a huge lava vortex. The situation is very strange, because there are no caves at the bottom of the lake, but the lava pours into this place, as if the center of the whirlpool leads to another world. So, as Philip said, today, this river of lava is about to have an end. And this end, this whirlpool, is the end leading to the end. The door to H.L. There are many burning bones in this lava lake and on the surrounding stone walls. The existence of these bones has completely isolated this area, and even Anubis has difficulty finding a path in a short time. Get in here. But at the moment the door opens, the two worlds are reconnected, and isolation no longer exists. However, the most important use of these bones is not to isolate this place. Instead, it pushes the entire lava lake. The lava lake has formed a huge, rapidly rotating whirlpool amid this strange push. This scene is too weird, because there is absolutely no big hole in the underground of the whirlpool. And even if it exists in a big hole, the whirlpool cannot rotate so fast. After all, lava is as dense as rock and very viscous. But if a group of demons use some method to make them spin such a vortex, the energy contained in it would be extremely terrifying. However, if we say that using this level of energy to build a stable spacetime tunnel, I am afraid it is still far from enough. But it is enough to carry a spacetime anchor. Therefore, when the blood moon comes, the world collapses again, and the cracks in the world here can be opened into H.L. according to the positioning of the time and space anchor. The constantly changing spacetime turbulence in the crack will also stay in the plane of H.L. like a rotating pointer under the action of the spacetime anchor, greatly reducing the spacetime turbulence at both ends. Although, this is not a stable spacetime tunnel that cannot allow anything to pass through it. But for those demons who often visit various worlds and possess their victims, They do not need a stable time and space tunnel to come to this world from H.L. As long as there is a stable direction between the two worlds, the demons can pass through the storm of time and space and pour into this world. So, as Philip said, today, this river of lava is about to have an end. And this end, this whirlpool, is the end leading to the end. The passage to H.L. Your Majesty Morpheus. Phillips looked at the scenery behind the hall, ignored the group of humans around him, and said leisurely, "Please forgive me. Judging from the current situation of the crack, reinvesting another time-space anchor has already if it's too late. Why not just throw yours here?" Indeed, 10 minutes is not enough time to replace a space-time anchor. Faced with this tight time, the safest way is probably to adopt a compromise plan and use another time-space anchor to neutralize the time-space direction here, allowing the crack to lead between the Styx and hell. Just like the man who once toyed with the Three Kingdoms, Phillips found the most perfect solution and dealt with the crisis in the short period of time he was in the iron cage. Facing the pressure of the two masters, he did not betray Aloysius, and he did not have to die from the curse that his master had planted on himself in that demonic pardon. It can even be regarded as turning the tide. For Morpheus, the union of the two masters will inevitably become a foregone conclusion, and they will also need a real middleman. Your Majesty Morpheus. Archduke Adeline's mind was constantly exploding at this moment. Although he didn't know what the name meant, he could tell from the big demon's mouth that it regarded the person in front of him as the same existence as his master. He looked at George in front of him and couldn't believe the facts he saw before him. But at this moment, the demons in the lava suddenly fell to the ground, calling themselves Your Majesty. The direction of their bowed heads was also the person beside the king. Indeed, everything went so smoothly together. This underground fortress seemed to have opened the door for them to come here. The atmosphere in the entire hall suddenly became extremely solemn. The knights around them felt that their faith was about to collapse, and they trembled and clenched the weapons in their hands. He looked at the two kings in front of him, expecting the Knight of Grace to give them a reasonable explanation. Adeline, remember what I said to you last night. George looked at the lava lake at the end of the hall, slowly raised his hand, and threw his holy hammer. Believe me, it's right. At this moment, Grand Duke Adeline and Phillips both stared at the holy hammer in the distance with their eyes widened. In Phillips's eyes, he hoped that the holy hammer was the space anchor, while Adeline hoped that it would be the thing that destroyed the gate to H.L. But no matter what, they all knew that, whether they believed it or not, it was already too late. The moment the demon spiders surrounding the lava suddenly started howling excitedly, the gate behind them became a foregone conclusion. The holy hammer traced a trajectory and fell into the lake of lava. Under the heavy blow of the sledgehammer, the lava spattered a cup of sparks. Then it got quiet. During these weird breaths, Phillips and Adeline couldn't help turning their heads with weird expressions on their faces, and both looked at the person in front of them. Chapter 317 The Real Door. At this moment, an earthquake suddenly appeared underground with the lava lake as the center. Your Majesty! Philip's eyesight was broken, and the violent shaking under his feet caused the people around him to almost fall to the ground. Amid the tremors of the earth, the extremely heavy lake water set off huge waves. Just like the rolling earth during an earthquake, the huge force contained in the lava wave hit the surrounding caves, and the heavy force knocked down the bones on the stone wall together with the stone and soil behind them. The collapsed rocks and soil were like an avalanche, blocking the passage upstream of the lava river in an instant. The underground lava channels that the demon spiders had built over the years were instantly destroyed by the earthquake. The earth also cracked a huge gap during this earthquake. This gap is centered on the channel drilled by Anubis in the center of the lava river, and is constantly opening to both sides. The lava from the lake poured downwards towards the cracks in the ground, forming a spectacular lava waterfall. In this crack, there are many underground passages dug by scarabs and worker spiders, leading to deeper underground caves. And because most of the source of the lava has been blocked, this lava lake and runoff lava river will no longer exist before long. Obviously, the landscape here has been completely changed. No matter how many time and space anchors the devil has in his hands, nothing can hold it, because of the reinforcements made by the demon spiders. The main hall and passages did not completely collapse due to the earthquake, but were only partially covered. But amidst the power of the earth tearing apart, cracks still opened into the main hall. The earthquake was so violent that many demons fell into the cracks after falling to the ground. In the passage at this end of the hall, everyone fell to the ground. Only Alexander, Lin Yu and Phillips were still standing on the ground. Your Majesty Aloysius! Phillips looked at the cracks filled with magma during the aftershocks, and felt a sharp pain in his heart. He couldn't figure out why Morpheus did what he did, nor what kind of betrayal he had made to his master, making this curse take effect. In this severe pain, the power in his body could no longer be restrained, and billowing lava flowed out of his body. George, who was lying on the ground, suddenly thought of something, and suddenly shouted, "Kick him out quickly!" As soon as the words fell, the surrounding knights had not had time to stand up. They were stunned as they looked at the king who suddenly burned. But a huge figure suddenly flew out with a kick without hesitation, kicking the king into the air. The king's thin body drew a trajectory in midair like a puppet, and fell into the hall with lava flowing below. His body was ignited in the blazing flames. But he laughed suddenly in the pain. "I understand. I understand. Your Majesty, why do you hide it like this? In order to break away from the ancient god's shadow. I am willing to die for H.L." George pursed his lips as he looked at the terrifying figure that was getting taller. He couldn't believe his conjecture. The moment he ordered Garrix to open the door, what he originally wanted to say was, "I believe that sacrificing you will definitely open a door to the back." The changes that have taken place in Garrix seem to prove that Garrix is indeed connected to the gate of hell. Its sacrifice has begun. It is the moving gate in the hands of Aloysius. At first, Aloysius didn't know whether the Holy Court would attack with all its strength, or even whether the 7 gods were dead. He carefully created the illusion that the plague originated from the red dragon's mouth, and many black flame demons appeared from the red dragon's mouth when the extinct volcano erupted. Indeed, Garrix was originally hiding in the volcano at the mouth of the red dragon, north of Darkins. The lava river in Duckensburg is one of its underground tributaries. George had always had a doubt before. There were so many demons in the capital over there. But why the refugees who poured into the world from the east never brought any news about the demons? And the demons seemed to fall from the sky, suddenly and silently appearing in the royal capital. Only later did he discover that this demonic army appeared in the royal capital of Rodunk through this river of lava. In the end, humans in this world have never seen these demons. Under the control of Aloysius, the Holy Court finally did as he wished, and Garoxter no longer had to be a dead end. And with its terrifying power, facing the so-called army of humans, there is no pressure at all, and there is no need to worry about one's own safety. So the royal capital fell, and the greedy demon played a game, dreaming of eating all the bait. Finally, after Morpheus joined the game, the situation at this time was created. But it was already too late. Morpheus came to this world too late, because there is not just one gate to H.L., not just 2, but 3. The first gate was in the volcano at the mouth of the red dragon. It opened once with the advent of the first blood moon, causing the eruption of the extinct volcano, allowing some of the descendants and vassals of Garikos to appear. This world, the demons abandoned the volcano, and the number of these demons was too small compared to Garikos' real army. This seems to indicate that the time and space anchor there cannot be stably connected to H.L. The second one was the one he had just destroyed, and Garo Costa himself is the third one. He is a moving gate. At this moment, the entire hall, with the gradually burnt figure as the center, suddenly erupted with rolling lava. It's like it's a volcano suddenly erupting. However, the entire hall suddenly dimmed in the flames. Feeling this breath, George's scalp suddenly exploded. A note suddenly appeared in front of him. Use Hope Tinder quickly. Shut your mouth. George unfolded the stick's fragment on his waist, and then the power of the stick suddenly unfolded. The entrance to the passage that had not completely collapsed was covered with a blue curtain. An extremely dark and desperate dark shadow instantly enveloped the hall. The power of hope that had been scattered here before was already a little weak due to the distance. At this time, in the confrontation with this power of despair, it was neutralized and covered in a few breaths. Then, the divine grace torch in the hall was instantly extinguished. Most of this burst of despair was drained away by the power of the sticks. But what leaked into the passage still made people feel the despair that was consuming their will. The bodies of some of the acolytes and knights, who were not strong-willed, began to rot in an instant, and their eyes glowed with green fire of despair. The fire of despair within Garoxter was finally ignited. The blood moon has not yet completely arrived. But at this moment, the power of the blood moon has passed through the layers of sunlight and fallen here. There is only a trace of this power, but it is enough. The door in the demon's body gradually opens. Looking at the hundreds of dead companions around him, George didn't have a trace of emotion in his heart. He looked outside the curtain. I know that I hope that more people can survive the fire, but those who are not strong-willed are not qualified to participate in this event. A battle? At the moment when the explosion of despair fire ended, George roared and rushed into the curtain, running towards the trembling and swollen Garrix. At this moment, the flame in his hand ignited, and the small half of the hammer handle appeared in the fire, as if this knight of divine grace was about to give this devil a fatal blow. But it disappeared into the void in the blink of an eye, as if it would still take some time to summon this artifact. Damn it! Adeline! You have to buy me some time! George turned a corner and ran into the stone door. And in the crack, Siljek was hiding there. This fire must be thrown into its body and ignited by seizing the opportunity to make it more meaningful. Chapter 318, The Last Song of Leaving the Nest. This world is already doomed. No one can change the outcome. A giant Goron-like shadow shrouded the hall, and the lava flowing on it, and the burning fire shrouded the place in a layer of darkness, and turned the ground into lava. Beside it, there were already many pieces of armor mixed with flesh, burning into ashes. Various demons continued to pour out from the crack in the open door in Garrick's body. Although this crack can only accommodate the Red Devil and the little Balrog to pass through at this time, the number is increasing. Stand up. After they rushed out of the holes in Garrick's body, they began to fight with the knights climbing on Garrick's body. Flame is obviously the home ground of the demons, but the blue frost flying in the sky is constantly cooling down the body of Garrick's, killing the injured red demon and the little Balrog, and the hole that appeared on Garrick's was temporarily sealed. Among the team, only Alexander could withstand the demon's attack, and the knights could barely survive with the support of Wallace and others. But the damage they caused to it was so weak that it began to heal almost the moment the weapon hit it. The only person who can actually cause harm to the demon and cannot be hit by it is the extremely fast swordsman. But Gareth Scott's life is passing away with the emergence of holes in his body. It summons the underground lava deep in the Darkensburg and makes them boil, so that it can merge with them and submerge these tarsals, maggots of bone, and heal itself, allowing the gates of H.L. to open to perfection. But there seems to be something in the underground that cannot be locked by Garrick's. It has led the demon spiders to open many tunnels underground and will lead the lava to them. This made it consume more power, but it was unable to pull the lava up from the ground. This small crack in the hull cannot be filled with lava, but the river of lava is frantically pushing open the collapsed passages. Lava poured into the huge crack behind the gate like a river, and the flame waterfall was reformed. Garroxter had already wanted to rush into the gate, but the long figure standing in front of the gate prevented him from taking an inch. Behind him was the huge underground crack. His presence made Garrick have to be distracted while fighting the heroes. Whenever his eyes glanced at him, Garrick had to lock him with his mind, which made him dare not use all his power to deal with these little cubs in front of him. This is the person who threatens it the most. Even though the light of the blood moon has gradually shrouded this place from the west, letting his fallen wings gradually stretch. Even though he had guessed that his shocking blow would take a long time to be used, he was still the same threat in his eyes, because he is God in its eyes. Garrick could already guess at this time that Morpheus must have seen his master's conspiracy, so he made up his mind to be his knight of grace in front of humans. As long as these humans can return alive today, they will all become heroes, and the identity of the chief archangel, the divine grace knight who led them and destroyed a hell gate, will be completely confirmed. After that, not only was Aloysius unable to use the power of the Holy See to attack Morpheus, the so-called chief archangel, with the support of the heroes, could also imagine his future status in the Holy See. Morpheus will become the leader of the third faction in the Holy See overnight, becoming a being who can compete with Aloysius. The two masters completed a shuffle today. The person who dreamed of becoming a chess player in the chess game has already become the abandoned child in the game between the two majesties. Garrikos looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. In his chest, a small black hole had appeared. It was constantly rotating, sucking its life. But the devil's power was inspired by this. Its huge hands waved in the hall. Today you will all be buried here with me. Lava splashed into every corner of the entire hall, and the flames of H.L. ignited from its feet. In the blink of an eye, thousands of large and small demon horns slowly rose from the lava and fire. Seeing the demons that were gradually crawling out of the lava and almost outnumbering their own army, the knights recognized them from the horns at a glance and couldn't help but feel helpless in their hearts. At this moment, a knight held up a thorn sword and used his own life as a guide to ignite a small shadow of emerald flame. It's not a dome eagle, and even the members of the Thorn Bird Knights saw this kind of bird for the first time. Its name is the Thorn Bird, and it sings only once in its life. Time seems to have returned thousands of years ago. They knew that the time had come. The Thorn Knights raised their swords one after another, with flames igniting on their bodies, pointing at the bird that wanted to leave the nest. Among these thousands of forces, the little emerald bird continued to expand, and one night after another was reduced to ashes in the emerald flames. The thorn bird spread its wings, with blood and tears flowing from its eyes, and left the nest that the knight had made with his own life. Leave the nest. The sad and beautiful hymn resounded in the hall, and the lava and fire were eclipsed by the sound. Swan song. The emerald-colored firebird danced wildly and launched a whirlwind of flames, sweeping across the entire hall. Thousands of demons are slowly crawling out. In the midst of this power, they are instantly wiped out. In the blink of an eye, Garrix was alone. Unprecedented anger burned in the chests of the knights. In the remnants of the tragic song, Archduke Adeline roared, leading the knights to rush towards the devil crazily. They no longer cared about any flames and jumped on it like ants, stabbing it with swords, axes and hammers all over its body. The scorching hot magma continued to fall from the demon's body. After flying, the thorn bird came straight towards the demon, as if it wanted to embrace the last thorn. At this moment, the huge Balrog looked at the power condensed by that weak human being and felt the ants on his body. A humiliating and fanatical anger gradually rose from its heart. The true power of the blood moon finally shines on this world. The devil spreads his fallen wings. A destructive force has locked onto you. Outside the main hall, the demons who were pouring into Darkensburg suddenly raised their heads and looked at the dusk in the sky. Next to that sunset, there is a bright moon rising slowly. The two stars are juxtaposed, and the red glow of the setting sun is gradually dyeing the blood moon with the crimson color of blood. The demons roared, their bodies burning with flames. Yang Fengqing. The main hall. A nun is praying devoutly in the main hall. The bishop walked slowly from the side hall. It seemed that in order not to disturb the nun's prayers, he waved away the priest who was following him. When the doors of each room were closed, there were only two people left in the inner hall. His old eyes looked at the graceful figure kneeling in front of the statue, revealing a hint of lust. Sister Mary came to Yongfeng City at the end of winter this year. At that time, the city was under complete martial law. She knelt in front of the door and prayed for the suffering refugees for 3 days. Pray for open doors. The kind bishop finally decided to open the city gate and let in the refugees. But this tolerance and redemption come at a price. And he got what he wanted. The bishop sent here by the Holy Court knew that Mary was the rumored Holy Son who came from heaven to this world. And once upon a time, how could this noble angel lie on his bed and let himself knead her? The bishop slowly came to the woman's side and gently placed his hand on her shoulder, while slowly kneading it, while repenting devoutly to the 7 gods in her heart. She opened the hem of her pure white gold-encrusted divine robe. The nun seemed unmoved, letting the collision behind her remain unmoved. Her beautiful face became more pious, and the voice of prayer in her mouth became clearer. Clearly, the bishop who was close at hand could finally hear it. Suffering, sorrow, fear, hunger, disaster, death, and disease are also the 7 gods given by God above the fog. I open my mind to you and ask you to protect the fog of this world and sprinkle it on this world. The bishop suddenly widened his eyes and looked at the nun in disbelief. Where did you recite this heretical doctrine? Immediately afterwards, in his panic, he saw that Yaman's body continued to expand, and on the snow-white back, bone spurs like snakes and scorpions gradually stretched out. The bishop touched the limp thing in his lower body. His legs became weak, and he fell to the ground, knocking over the altar behind him. A ferocious yet graceful huge body slowly turned around. Her 5 eyes were burning with green flames, and her voice echoed in the hall as if coming from an extremely cold glacier. Mama Marili. My name is Analius. The sacred candle in the hall suddenly went out. At the last moment when the light passed, the nun's shadow on the ground gradually grew larger, and she spread her fallen wings. Chapter 319 Declaration of War on that H.L. On Nagarockster's back. The fallen wings suddenly unfolded. It blocks out the sky and the sun, bringing the light of the blood moon into the ground. At the same time, an ever-expanding terrifying black hole appeared in the demon's chest. The breath of H.L. constantly emerged from the black hole, and darkness enveloped the entire hall in an instant. In that angry roar, the demon turned its huge head, and in its extreme resentment, it suddenly grew its mouth. Immediately afterwards, an extremely hot lava fire surged out in the direction of the thorn bird like a giant dragon, with entangled crimson lightning. In this terrifying flame, the thorn bird disappeared instantly. There were dozens of knights in front of the demon, unable to dodge, and instantly turned into boiling molten iron. This temperature caused the cooled magma to begin to boil, and also caused the surrounding hall that had just cooled down to become hot instantly. Even the armors of the knights, who were not burned by the flames in the distance, began to gradually turn red. The high temperature caused fire bubbles, as big as fists on their bodies. Many ways in the hall gradually began to burn. Turn red and burn. In the blink of an eye, the entire hall has become a lava purgatory. At this time, Garrix was already crazy and confused. He wanted to completely destroy Morphus at the last moment of his life. He began to turn his head and sprayed towards George behind the stone door. At the same time, George looked at the flames and made a decision. The light of dawn respects your decision. But the moment the time and space anchor is ignited by the fire of despair, it is difficult to reverse it, although there is a slight chance. The light of dawn does not know what kind of changes your actions will cause. The flames had already struck, and George was instantly engulfed. However, in this matter, the eyes of the demon who succeeded in the attack suddenly showed a hint of trembling, because Morphus in the flames revealed his true body. He turned into a golden archangel, holding a fire of hope tightly in your arms. Go backwards from the direction of the devil. From the flames, he wants to throw the fire of hope into the devil's mouth. The archangel's body showed signs of melting in the flames in the blink of an eye. The protection of heaven was unfolding at this moment, but it also shattered in an instant. But that's enough time. He has flown to the devil's mouth. The speed was so fast that the devil could barely react. The devil never thought that Morphus would put this fire into his mouth regardless of his own body and risk both death. In the panic, Garrock's huge head suddenly turned around and avoided the archangel flying towards his mouth. "Do it!" George was yelling, and he bumped into the devil's horns awkwardly. The collision was like a heavy hammer, throwing him hard against the wall. And the fire in George's hand also came out during the impact. The moment the fire flew out of his arms, George never thought that the devil would not choose to swallow Morphus's body. Maybe he shouldn't use Heavenly Guard, because although the light and shadow are very powerful, they can also protect themselves. But it's too conspicuous. But if you don't use it, how can you persist? Perhaps he is too slow. His speed cannot be compared with those strong ones. And he is not the real hero and patron saint. At this time, the devil's huge mouth has slowly closed, and the flames in his mouth have gradually become smaller. Time seems to slow down at this moment. From the corner of Garrick's eyes, he glanced at the embarrassed Morphus in midair. Their eyes met, and the devil seemed to realize something. And George also read a sentence from the devil's gaze. "It turns out you are a person." Indeed, the real Morphus would never do such a stupid thing. Indeed, George is a human being. But he is not alone. At this moment, a very fast figure suddenly flashed past. He grabbed the fire in the air and rushed into the devil's giant kiss that was about to close in the blink of an eye. The moment the swordsman approached the giant kiss, he began to immerse himself in the fire. He kicked the sharp teeth that bit him, pulled out the long sword, and in silence, charged back the fire at an acute angle that almost violated the laws of physics, into the devil's esophagus. In the entire hall, there was only one person who could achieve this speed, Lin. At the moment when his figure finally disappeared, he looked at George in midair. Perhaps it was George's decision that made this time traveler, who had no obligation to protect the world, make this decision. In the blink of an eye, Lin had disappeared into the devil's giant kiss. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling light burst out from the gap between the devil's teeth. Then, Lin sent out the last blast of his life in the devil's body. The sword energy cut through the devil's body, allowing the power of the fire of hope to begin to spread within the devil's body. Lorna, with tears in her eyes, seized this opportunity. She manipulated the blue wither flying in the hall to focus on the demon. Under the dual effects of the hope fire and blue wither, the demon's body gradually began to crack, and the light of hope finally burst out from the demon's body. In this light, the body of the devil, who was already exhausted, began to turn into ashes, and the light of hope in his body also completely burst out. In this dazzling white light, the power of the fire of hope finally neutralized and covered the power of the fire of despair, and the darkness in the hall was gradually illuminated by the sunshine of hope. The demon's remains gradually burned away, leaving only a rolling three-dimensional black hole. This black hole is extremely smooth, like a spherical mirror. But it seems that because Garrick's life sacrifice was not completely completed, many cracks appeared in the black hole. Gradually, the cracked black hole merged with the space of this world, and a door appeared in front of everyone. Opposite this gate is the lava H.L., and the light representing hope is spreading in the sky of H.L. In the H.L. where the sun had never appeared, sunlight appeared for the first time. Although this sunlight appeared for a moment and then gradually dimmed, it made the demons in H.L. extremely frightened. The passage to H.L. finally began to open. People held their breath at this moment, and their eyes couldn't help but reveal a kind of panic and confusion. In this battle, will they win or lose? Maybe everything they did was meaningless. At this moment, the people in the hall suddenly heard a sound that came from the light of dawn. Its words give mankind an answer. In the first year of the new century, a door to H.L. suddenly opened in the royal capital of Rodunk. The blood moon finally came to this world, and the believers of the Doomsday began to revel and celebrate. 14,000 human heroes invaded this place, declaring mankind's anger and determination to H.L. The demons also suddenly realized in this angry punch that perhaps celebrating victory in advance was too ridiculous. The cracks in this world cannot be healed instantly, and the disaster is not over yet. But the new century has changed its direction. The lava in the ground began to boil, and demons began to crawl out of the cracks in the earth. But many of the demons seemed to be covered in wounds, which seemed to indicate that there were violent turbulence and storms in this time and space tunnel. Seeing such a scene, humans know that the door to H.L. has finally been partially opened. But what they did today has changed the future and direction of this world, making the Doomsday that comes on its own initiative different from the past history. Facing the demons that gradually crawled out of the lava fire, the human beings raised the long sword in their hands in silence. The long sword was held firmly in their hands, and the look in their eyes was no longer hasty and confused. Because as Archduke Adeline said before, even if the door to H.L. opens in front of them, they will use their bodies to build a great wall of iron. Chapter 320 Plan B. In the midst of humanity's desperate charge, the hall suddenly shook, and the blocked and collapsed passages were suddenly broken open. And then an unexpected reinforcement poured into the hall from various holes. Flying spiders all over the sky swarmed into this place, and pounced on the devil like water. "Go quickly!" Adeline yelled. And George, who was covered in heat on the ground, was pinned on his back. Then the Grand Duke pulled the knights around him, and rushed towards the passage behind him. Demons fighting demons, this is extremely weird. But this general made an extremely decisive decision to retreat. As the soldiers retreated through the passage, they couldn't help but look back. They found that all the magic spiders in Darkensburg suddenly became crazy. After they poured into the hall, they blocked the way of the demons. But they turned a blind eye to the humans on the road. This scene is too weird, as if these demon spiders have been preparing since the passage collapsed, acting as a reserve team for this war, in order to save these bruised human troops in case something unexpected happens. When the last knight rushed into the passage, there was a sudden collapse sound behind him. Several huge silver beetles and a large group of worker spiders worked together to break through the passage and began to block the rear. Afterwards, many giant demon spiders emerged from the breach and joined the blocking team. Not long after, the passage was completely blocked by boulders and spider webs. "Master, a big thing is about to come out. Its spiritual power is so strong, I can't control the magic spider for too long." Siljak's voice rang in George's mind. George did not answer. His body was covered with horrific burns and electric injuries, and the divine power was poured into the heavenly protection during the backfire rush. "It is only through sheer will that I have persisted until now." His armor was still scorching hot, which caused Grand Duke Adeline, who was carrying him on his back, to get bubbles of fire from the armor. In order to relieve Adeline's burden, George lifted up Anubis. Then he whispered in Adeline's ear in a hoarse voice, "Follow Rusgard and execute Plan B." After he finished speaking, his eyelids continued to tremble, and he gritted his teeth for a moment before losing consciousness. At this time, the fleeing team had crossed the first hall. In this hall, there are many demon spiders strangling the demons in the hall. The hall was now covered with demonic remains, and on those corpses, many demon spider eggs have been laid. After seeing this scene, the knights nervously raised their swords. But those demon spiders were still busy with their own affairs and turned a blind eye to them. Until the knights walked out of the hall, the spiders showed no reaction. This was the case in the next few halls the escape team passed through. This made everyone begin to wonder whether these demon spiders were helping them intentionally. Regardless of whether these spiders are friends or foes, it is a wise choice not to conflict with them. The team tried their best to avoid fighting with these demon spiders and ran towards the planned location. On the way, Adeline recalled the map of Duckensburg. Several strategic locations lingered in his mind for a moment. He remembered Plan B that George had mentioned to him, and then made a decision. This escape plan is indeed very good, but there are too many monsters outside Duckensburg, so it is not perfect yet. He has a more perfect plan. A female voice rang in George's mind, and in that dream, he saw a hazy shadow of an angel. This angel appears to be sitting in the sanctuary's library, and on her body, there is a note given by the light of dawn, your 120 power of hope that disappears every week. Aloysius used the arrogance of the Holy Court and the stupidity of the nobles to make humans despise the Black Tide and laid the foundation for the devil's plan. However, at the same time, they also tasted this because of their arrogance and greed. The bitter fruit of arrogance. Now, the gate of hell has cracks, and it now only has a 67% penetration rate. Your battle is meaningful. George, this means that you have wiped out 1/3 of the world, the devil. Everything that happened today was a heavy blow to the demons. However, what Gallo Scott said made us discover that Aloysius seems to have reached an agreement with the Abyss. I believe they will definitely appear before the eternal night solar eclipse that Anthony mentioned. They want to get rid of the ancient gods in this world. But first, the world must be destroyed first. The countries in the south are still fighting for that benefit, and even attacking each other. This is simply ridiculous. And those heavenly armies who maintain decadent beliefs and have not followed the light of dawn, although because of the beliefs of the old world, they can come to the Holy Spirit in advance. Court. But they also cannot know what the light of dawn knows. Judging from what the Holy Court has been doing, I have to suspect that these sons are fighting for power in the Holy Court for the inheritance of God the Father. I know that these brothers and sisters who think differently from us hope to resurrect God the Father and re-establish the old order of the world. But at this time, it is no longer the time. Send people to the Holy Court as soon as possible to find Vic White. There are many heavenly weapons following him. The power of the Holy Court, as long as it can go all out, is enough to resist the so-called power of H.L. in the north. As long as the power of despair does not spread to the entire world, then the shadow of the ancient gods will not be able to cover the world. That eternal night is not eternal night, and the collapse of this world will be like the light of dawn. What he said is the same. It is a rebirth from the cocoon, and the new century he predicted may come true. Another legacy of the seven? The Holy Court itself and the believers of the old world are the legacy that the light of dawn cannot take away. We believe in the new age, so we are willing to get rid of the past and learn how to master the power of the dawn with the power of the mind. But in addition, some people cannot forget the glory of God the Father and the dreams of the old world. But the old order of this world has long since collapsed. Superstitious about the power of faith given by the gods, one can only get lost in the shadow of the ancient gods. The sound faded away, and George slowly woke up. Amid a cool, comfortable force, George felt someone pour a sip of potion into his mouth. After a moment, the power of the potion began to take effect, and a gentle force filled his body, making him finally open his eyes with great effort. What caught the eye was the wrinkles on the face of the old man Wallace. When the bishop saw his boss waking up, he touched his beard and withdrew his hand. He motioned to an honorary knight beside him to inform Archduke Adeline. The boss told him to inform George as soon as possible after he woke up. The knight followed the order and left. Riscard on the other side also took back the test tube and said to Wallace, "Wallace, you can go there with ease. The master's injury has eased. He did not wake up before because of excessive holy power. On the contrary, it will affect life. So there are internal injuries in the body. This potion of mine has concentrated the essence of life. After a few hours, with your adult's physique, you should be able to move." After listening, Wallace took the two priests around him and went out. In the hall outside, there were many injured. After watching Bishop Wallace leave, Riscard sighed. This room was actually not suitable for injured patients to enter. But since the boss had previously stated that he wanted to take a last look at it, he had no choice but to comply with his previous order. And there are some things that he has to say to his boss alone. After seeing the boss slowly opening his eyes, Riscard whispered, "Grand Duke Adeline asked me if you have a special force that can dig the earth." Obviously, Grand Duke Adeline seems to be somewhat suspicious of those magic spiders. The wizard continued, "I told him that you did bring some mounts from heaven. The relationship between Jerry Jones and the sun god is spread in ancient legends and outer lands. But the seven gods are the victors in the battle of the gods. I think in their hands it is reasonable to have the inheritance of the gods. And there is no reason for mortals to know the secrets of the gods. So except for the forbidden wizard, no one knows whether Jerry Jones is a thing of the seven gods." The words of forbidden wizards are always so authoritative. And when they weave stories for those who are ignorant, they are always more reasonable. As for the priests, they naturally don't know as much as the archangels. So although I have some doubts, I am definitely the one who is wrong. And when the valley priests began to agree, everything became more reasonable. Riscard continued, "Many people saw the appearance of Jerry Jones when they were evacuating the passage. They knew that they could burrow into the ground. The wizards all knew that the Jerry Jones legendary in the ancient mythology had powerful powers. Thoughts. But even I don't know. Some of the Jerry Jones fell into H.L. But it does make sense to say that these gods' darlings can enslave some demon spiders. What Rusgard said was correct. When he saw Jerry Jones for the first time, he thought it was something the devil had stolen from the sun god. But I never thought that this was a side branch that fell to H.L. with the name of killing gods. The priests and knights have a kind of superstition about you. At this point, Rusgard paused and recalled the scene of George running against the fire. That scene made him begin to believe that what George had always said to him was true. Because the real master would never give up his body, or even risk exposing his true body when everything was perfect. That kind of move came about. After all, in this blood moon, it is already very difficult to suppress one's own strength. The wizard said, anyone who sees this scene will never associate you with the devil. And what Grand Duke Adeline is really concerned about seems to be whether you can still open the passage. After receiving confirmation, he made some new arrangements. After seeing George nod, Rusgard felt relieved and cast his gaze into the center of the hall. The wizard knows that he is the only person here who knows the situation best. And only he, the Forbidden Wizard, understands this magic hub and knows how to make it perfectly cooperate with the alchemy bombs arranged in other areas to cause a perfect collapse, in order to prevent the acolytes from making mistakes or even playing tricks. He walked back to the crowd, checked the place where the resting bird was responsible, and then he and his companions kept a close eye on the busy acolytes. All the acolytes who participated in that battle were dead, and those who were still alive were the prisoners who were left on the upper level. And the few acolytes who first took refuge in Morphus have now become their new leaders. However, although these acolytes had no doubts about Morphus, at this time, these birds of peace, which should have felt at ease with the acolytes, suddenly began to attack these acolytes because they suddenly knew who they were relying on. Don't worry anymore. Of course, it is extremely reasonable for any prisoner to be closely monitored. After all, even these acolytes knew that they had not handed over their certificates of nomination yet. George was already awake at this time, but the medicine had not yet fully taken effect, and his body was still numb and unable to make much movement. He raised his head slightly and observed his surroundings. From the surrounding walls that were completely different from the medieval style, George could tell that they had arrived at the most important area of Duckensburg. This was once the Wizard's Tower in Darkensburg, and is now the main working place for the acolytes. Rodenk is located in the cold zone of the Northland, and every winter is extremely uncomfortable. And because there is a lava river underground here, therefore, the hot spring resources in the mountains are very rich. At the beginning, the Forbidden Wizards, who helped the Rodunk people transform Duckensburg, cleverly used alchemy technology to conduct the underground heat through the air to every part of the Rodunk castle. It makes Darkens warm like spring all year round. And at the same time, the ores transported from the mines of the underground fortress can be easily smelted into the highest quality metals in Darken's alchemy workshops to produce the most powerful weapons and armors. Some people say that there is a red dragon underground in Rodent Castle that provides a steady stream of heat. This is where this rumor comes from. The reason why the energy of the red dragon can be transferred is because of this core in the Wizard Tower. When George was thinking about what Rusgard had told him before, the energy curtain in the center of the hall was opened by the acolytes, and a rotating object like an asteroid came into view, and strong magic energy rushed towards him. The acolytes nervously began the final busy work. George looked around. There were not many people in the hall, except for the hardcore bodyguard Alexander. The other main characters were not there. Most of the people in the hall were wizards, and there were also some Black Lake sergeants and Iron Wall knights wandering around, staring at the acolytes. Archduke Adeline was not at ease with these prisoners. The battle outside has reached its most critical moment, and no one knows whether these guys will suddenly rebel. This hall seems to be made of crystal, with a completely spherical structure, and it is still rotating. As it rotates, the crystal stones are constantly convex and concave, looking like the inside of a rotating spherical Rubik's Cube. At this time, the incantations on the crystal stones had been changed by the acolytes, and they were all gathered in the center of the hall. In the center of the huge planetarium rotating in the center of this hall, there is a small sun. There are many stars in the orbit of the planetarium that are constantly revolving around the sun. These stars are made of huge magical gems. Each movement will guide the energy of the sun and transfer this energy to the surrounding raised crystal stones. Each crystal stone is an energy node, and George discovered that there are no pipes connected to these energy nodes. It seems that these energies can be transmitted everywhere through the air. The demonic nexus, something that had always been in George's imagination, was finally revealed before his eyes. It appeared in the last century, and the core used by Forbidden Wizards is also an older model. But the effect it exerted was beyond that of dozens of alchemical furnaces. And because of the existence of the Red Dragon, very few gems are consumed. But it was this little thing in Anthony's mouth that allowed the wizards to take away decades of gold output from the largest gold-producing area in the kingdom of Rodenk. Duckensburg. Seeing the blazing light in the boss's eyes, Rusgard touched his beard and said, "My lord, look at that sundae. It is the 70,000 caddies of gold I mentioned." Rusgard obviously did it on purpose, and his words couldn't help but make Grandit's heart bleed. He knew that as long as Rusgard and the others changed the final magic circuit, the nuclear reactor would explode. "Where are my other treasures?" George said weakly. "There are too many treasures in this royal capital. This is true whether it's human or demonic. And this matter is not only related to the treasure, but also related to the retreat plan and Plan B." Chapter 321, The End of the Royal Capital. Brenda and others are back. They came in just now. They should be in the hall outside the door now. At this point, Rusgard helped George up. "Sir, don't go too far. Archduke Adeline will be there soon." "Came to find you." George nodded. Escape from Darkensburg is the last and most difficult step. He also hoped to chat with the Grand Duke and get some ideas from his military vision and rich experience. I wonder if Brenda and the others have those naval uniforms. After George and Alexander and others went out, they passed through the corridor and came to the hall next door. Many injured people are here. Wallace and other priests are treating them. Although these knights did not face Garikos jets directly, due to their protection, resistance and physique, their injuries were not much lighter than theirs. However, there were more than 20 guys dressed in weird costumes, but they looked like normal people. Although there are many bandages on the body, the situation is much better. However, George knew that the dangers experienced by these special forces were actually no less than those of the main team. It's just that what they have to test in this task is mainly their brains. A decision, a risk, or even a few words can save the day, while a mistake can lead to total annihilation. After the troops captured the first batch of prisoners in the Duckensburg laboratory, Aggie, Brenda and others, after being tortured, put on the costumes of the acolytes and began their work. If it is a large-scale force that fights head-on, these adventurers may be better than the big soldiers. But if it is a small-scale battle, or treasure hunting, behind enemy lines, or lurking in such scenarios, these adventurers can show their ability, their true heroic specialty. They were already familiar with the map of Darkensburg, and Spy Rusgard gave them some key information. With the abilities of these guys, it is not difficult to follow the smell of those treasures and touch those things. When George saw Aggie, who had put down his acolyte's hood and had a crown on his head, and was whispering to Brenda and others, he knew that this adventurous team had gained a good harvest. And those Royal Navy uniforms that George was talking about are worn by many people. After seeing the boss come out, Aji lifted up his coat with a smile. The jewelry hanging on his body instantly dazzled George's eyes. "Boss, look at these rings!" Aji stretched out his hands. The 10 gemstone rings and a series of bracelets shone with the light of magic. "Our apprentices from the Forbidden Academy will have something to use in the future." Having said this, Aji also patted a pocket on his waist. I don't know which unlucky acolyte that bag belongs to, but judging from the materials on it, the acolyte's status is obviously not much worse than that of Rusgard. More things should be in this bag. Obviously, these guys moved very smoothly in this chaotic battle. Not bad. Very good. George's depressed thoughts could not help but lighten a lot at this moment. He knew that Aji would not let go of the boss's favorite vulgar things. Letting this guy follow the adventure team is indeed an extremely wise decision. He knew that with these treasures in the royal capital and the future sanctuary for the magicians, even if they were novices, this luxurious equipment would be enough to make the magic they release stun the eyes of their enemies. But now is not the time to talk about these gains. Brenda was much more sensible than Aji. What he took out was a map, which not only drew several escape routes, but also circled a pier on the coast. "Sir, we have confirmed several locations in Duckensburg. The mine on the southeast side is the best choice. After Blackheart found me, we informed them of the situation, and they have already started digging. It's been a while," Brenda said. "In addition, after we destroyed the Banshee Hairweed laboratory, we got the Devil's Chart. We already know the distribution of Banshee Hairweed, and according to the plan, in the laboratory a new batch of captives will be sent to this port for the ship opening ceremony in a while. No matter what I think, if these people are sent some time in advance, there will be no problem." Well, George looked at the Navy uniforms on these guys and remembered the special force Rusgard mentioned to him. "Have those prisoners been rescued?" A trace of sadness and anger appeared on Brenda's face, and she slowly shook her head. In Rodent's original navy, those who were not determined were selected by the demons and transformed into a cursed army. They served the demons like acolytes. But the fanatical fog among them, there are not many believers. And most of them have no choice but to become slaves of the demons under the terrible curse. But there are still many naval warriors who are strong-willed and cannot be brainwashed or controlled. For these special captives, who possess navigational knowledge, the demons are not willing to put them directly into the laboratory. Instead, they were imprisoned and waited for the blood moon to come. The power of the curse could kill these determined people and then transform them. After the human army invaded Darkensburg, these human changes were dealt with. Therefore Brenda and others failed to rescue them. Listening to Brenda's description of the cursed ones, a group of undead pirates appeared in George's mind. In fact, in the seventh hell, there are water armies. But there is indeed no lava hell. The strongest army is in the hands of Hades. However, Aloysius still enslaved a group of special demons in the underworld. Although there are fewer of them, they know how to build ghost ships. Those crew members who stay at sea all year round are an important manufacturing link. Banshee hair is also one of their masterpieces. There are also many acolytes in this army. They are the main culprits in spreading those banshee hairs. And they also have various data records on their distribution, growth, etc. If escaping from the royal capital, the water route is better. After all, they don't have any horses anymore. So these things are necessary to understand. In addition, if there are many people in the team, then they cannot openly escape as a Templar Knight. It is very good to use the identities of these captives and rapists. But although the escape plan was well done, there was an extremely critical problem. The blood moon over there is coming early. If it was before, the demons outside could not stop them at all. But now it is far different. With the number of demons outside, as long as half of them are not buried in the mountain, they will be in trouble. After all, the zombie tide from the east is already coming here, with the speed at which they run day and night. As long as the devil delays them for a while, it's hard to say how many people will be able to escape by then. At this time, the soldiers who were resting in this hall had already roughly treated their wounds. Under the leadership of the Knight Commander, they put on their armor again, picked up their weapons, passed through the corridor from George's door, and ran towards the battlefield again, looking at the soldiers with burning eyes who were paying him attention as they passed by in a hurry. George felt a great pressure in his heart. These heroes who have experienced today's battle are the world's greatest treasures in the future. They had made up their minds to die today. But George knew that he had to leave some seeds for the world. There were not many people in the hall in a moment. Looking at the remaining people around him, George suddenly felt depressed. He slowly pushed away Alexander, who was supporting him, stepped up his heavy and sore legs, slowly sat on the sofa in front of the fireplace, and looked at the fire. Several areas underground seemed to have been completely blocked. Some of these areas were destroyed by demon spiders, while others were blown up by the modified alchemy furnace cores in the hands of wizards. But as Siljak said, several spider queens have rebelled, and more demons are emerging from the ground. There also seems to be some demons that are good at digging, so these areas are being opened up. However, the metal made by those demon spiders gave even Jerry Jones a headache, so they had to bring some worker spiders with them when breaking through some tunnels. So as long as the small insect swarm kills those worker spiders, it will be difficult for other demons to open this place. However, although the little devil spiders fell into the madness of the mistress's summons, they obeyed the orders completely. But I'm afraid they won't last tonight. The brain spiders such as Blackheart and Silver Beetle have completely stopped hunting. Some of them are leading the worker spiders to block the mines in the northern part of the underground. Part of the connected mines on the southeast side of the underground fortress are being excavated frantically, because this mine is far away from the mountain. Not only has it not been built by the demon spiders with the kind of metal that gives Jerry Jones a headache, but after digging a few kilometers, it will be the main hall on the east side. Therefore, after digging through, the fleeing team can go directly to the east gate and head to the southeast coast. At the speed of Jerry Jones, these kilometers would take less than a few hours. When Anubis joins in, the speed will be several times faster. As for the knights, they are dealing primarily with pressure from above. The number of demons outside is still very large, although the power of the Hope Fire above is still there. The demons are gradually getting stronger in the Blood Moon. It won't be long before the two buffs will be equal. The passage is opened, and the knight's geographical advantage will be greatly reduced. It's simply not enough to rely on the demon spider to take on the task of cutting off the aftermath. If those Spider Queens knew that they were left here, they would rebel soon after the power of Siljak's call faded. I can't bear the task of dying with the devil. There is also a problem with the demonic nexus. The core components of the modified alchemical furnace can complete the detonation task. But how to set the time is very critical. George could not predict when the underground demons would invade the demonic nexus area, and when they would discover bombs buried in other areas. So if an accident occurs, either the mountain will not be blown up, or all of them will be buried together with the Devil of Darkensburg today. Thinking of this, George suddenly realized that the knights guarding the top no longer seemed to be guarding the area leading to the mountain, but had already established defenses inside the mountain of Darkensburg. It seemed that the commander was luring the enemy deeper, and he was doing an extremely perfect job by taking advantage of the gap between the demons below before they attacked. In this anxious battlefield, making such a perfect retreat is something that is hard to imagine. A little carelessness will cause the troops to collapse and the defense line to be breached. But not only did the army not seem to suffer many casualties during the retreat, it seemed that they also used alchemical bombs to destroy a laboratory and set up a perfect ambush. This behavior seemed to completely anger the demons, causing them to rush in here. The demon in the Blood Moon is too powerful. It's too crazy. And the precious instruments and resources in the incubators, laboratories, and underground fortresses in Darkensburg cannot allow the demons to give these humans time to destroy them. As long as Darkensburg cannot be taken back, the hearts of the demons will bleed. But if these demons go deeper and take away part of the area in Darkensburg, then even if there are many monsters outside that have not entered Darkensburg, most of the people in the royal capital will be destroyed in this landslide. Monsters will also die in the fury of nature. According to Rusgard's calculations, everything within a few kilometers of the northern mountains of Rodin will become real ruins. The collapsed rocks and soil will completely bury Darkensburg. But there is an extremely critical issue in this. Suddenly there was a sound of walking from the other side of the corridor. There seemed to be a lot of people, and their footsteps were very heavy. It sounds like they are not soldiers who came to rest, but the most elite troops in the entire Darkensburg. But this troop revealed an extremely depressing atmosphere, and faint cries could be heard. He suddenly looked up and saw the tall figure walking through the door. After he entered, the knights behind him slowly walked into the hall. At a cursory glance, there were 200 to 300 people entering the door, and there were also these people looking outside. It seems that all the remaining Black Lake sergeants are here today, along with 300 glory temples and a team of Iron Wall knights. George stood up gradually. He looked at Grand Duke Adeline, who was slowly walking over. In Grand Duke Adeline's burning eyes, he suddenly had a premonition. George pursed his lips. He watched Grand Duke Adeline slowly take off his iron gloves and took off the ring in his hand. "That is the seal of Duke Yongfeng," Adeline said. "The only thing I can be thankful for is that when I learned about Count Black Pearl from Fernando, I changed the proposal and chose a future. This is the wisest decision of my life. It's an honor to fight alongside you. I'm honored too." George's tears could no longer be suppressed. At this moment, he looked at the tall figure in front of him, this man who was qualified to call him father-in-law, and he cried like a child. "Adeline, this makes no sense. If this place completely collapses, demons will still come out. There are too many cracks in this world. Although they have no time and space anchors, the greedy demons will still crawl out from there. There is also a demon named Aloysius in the Holy Court, as well as the Abyss, Morpheus, and the unnamed god above the mist." Adeline shook her head and interrupted George. From his eyes, George saw something. Always give this world some time. At this moment, there is no need to say anything more between these two people. Indeed, George's plan B is not perfect. The moment he learned that the Blood Moon was today, George discovered that if Plan B was to be implemented, it would be imperfect because of the sudden Blood Moon. Grand Duke Adeline also saw it after learning that the Blood Moon was coming. However, here, there is a person who can take advantage of the geographical location here to perfectly control the time when the demons invade the depths of Darkensburg, and artificially detonate the demonic nexus. At the same time, he can also bring in all the demons and protect those exploding nodes. The demons of Blood Moon are too powerful and too crazy. The Blood Moon is like an earthquake in this world space, and there will be aftershocks after the earthquake. The last Blood Moon lasted for a few days, and this time it may last for several weeks. It is difficult for the remaining 7,000 people in Darkensburg to escape unscathed according to the original plan. And even if they could all withdraw from the passage, only a few people would be left behind. Then in the subsequent pursuit of the escape, the troops will face extremely severe tests every night. How many people can escape in the end is really unknown in Adeline's heart. It is better to put all the burden on the old bones of yourself, and let the seeds of the future travel lightly. In this completed Plan B, not only will it be difficult for the devil to leave a fleeing team, but this black tide will also completely lose the opportunity to conduct a blitzkrieg against Biswee City. Alexander, Duke Yonfeng will be left to you. Bardolph, remember to bring my suicide note to Charlie. The Iron Wall Grand Knight slapped his breastplate and accepted the order. Adeline put the ring on her son-in-law's hand with her own hands. Everything will be simple today. Everyone present is a witness. He looked at George. Adeline, who was no longer a duke, could finally speak out her selfish thoughts at this moment, and said what was in his heart. Take care of my daughter. Chapter 322 Dawn. Today, it seems as if the fog in the entire world has suddenly receded. Everything made way for the blood moon, letting its brilliance shine on the earth. And the things that were blessed by it began an unprecedented evolution. This grace is the blood shed when the world collapses. It has blessed all living and dead spirits, and has also given rise to countless evil spirits. Snow is falling in the sky, but the dark clouds could not cover the full moon. Snowflakes flew in from the broken glass windows of the main hall, and the air gradually became colder. It seems like winter is coming in an instant. There were hundreds of broken armors on the ground, each of which had horrific dents, or was simply split in half by the sword blade. Some of the corpses inside the armor were still burning with embers, and some had been completely burned to ashes. A dozen acolytes trembled and knelt against the wall. They still felt a little unbelievable when they looked at this group of Templar knights, who suddenly emerged from the ground. The blasphemous knights who stayed behind could not resist them for a few rounds. So the acolytes had to wonder whether it was the blood moon that made these warriors stronger. After all, they seemed so angry and bloodthirsty. The acolytes in the team let the prisoners know that they still had a chance to survive. With the help of these traitors, the buried treasures were quickly collected. But the red-armored knights didn't seem to have satisfied their appetite, and they took away the ordinary gems from the corpse. As for the golden-armored knights, every time they looked at the acolytes coldly, they felt that they were deeply moved from the bottom of their hearts, giving birth to a feeling of trembling. These acolytes turned out to be priests and believers of the mist. They may not have much enthusiasm for the ancient god, but these guys who are greedy for life and afraid of death are the first batch of people to take refuge in the devil. But have they ever seen such a powerful Templar knight? Let them doubt whether they made the wrong decision in the first place. Kill them all! These people are not scientists and have no value. The leader who looked out the window did not look back. His voice was as cold as the sudden winter. As the acolytes cried, blood spattered the walls and ceiling. Looking at the burning dragon throat in the distance, George knew where the demons had rearranged themselves. And inside the Darkensburg, the demons have reoccupied areas under the erroneous command of humans, and saw their facilities that were either intact or destroyed. Indeed, in the Book of Dawn, humans had only a few areas left to defend, and many demons from the lava river also poured into the underground fortress. Let's go! George patted Earl Brenda, who was holding the gem next to him, and took big steps downstairs. This place is about 10 kilometers away from Duckensburg. George can only vaguely see there if he has the Book of Dawn. Those busy demons did not expect that Anubis came to this world 10 years ago, and they could not see the distance to the southeast. A small army had already defeated the demons wandering around the east gate, smashed the gate and left. After this force left the east gate, some surviving demons went to report the news. But it was already too late. When George led the team towards the distance in the snow that night, a loud rumble came from behind them. Amidst the shaking of the earth, George suddenly felt that the calm ground was like a small boat bumping in the wind and waves. He saw scattered and mutilated zombies not far away, unable to move forward after falling. He suddenly looked back and saw that the wall of the royal capital began to shake like water ripples, and after a moment it broke at the waist. Behind the collapsed wall, the towering houses instantly turned into piles of rubble, and the majestic Darkensburg suddenly collapsed. On the nearby mountains, sand and gravel collapsed and dust flew. The dust in the sky covers the sky and the moon. The former royal capital of Rodent has changed beyond recognition. The old ancient capital has been mostly buried by falling rocks. The red dawn falls on the horizon, and the blood moon gradually sets. George looked at the blood-red sky on the eastern horizon that seemed to be burned by the fire of H.L., knowing that this blood moon would last for a while longer. But the demons can no longer take advantage of this blood moon. When they saw the sky again from the ground, it was unknown how many weeks later. The fog had returned, and the blood moon had faded. But although the blood moon will fade, its impact will still be there. From now on, the day will belong to humans, and the night will belong to the devil. And the deathly silence will truly begin after the blood moon falls. George looked to the north. This place was more than 20 kilometers away from the royal capital. But the smoke and dust were still billowing on the horizon and had not dissipated. He knew that at this moment, those human warriors had completely fallen into H.L. But they left their hope to others and bought the world precious time. They handed the baton to themselves at that last moment, believing that this archangel could create a new future for the world. It was so heavy that he couldn't breathe and had to push forward. Dusk. Woods. A group of monsters were making their final resistance. The wizards were very curious about these new species, and they all gathered around and pointed. The idle knights in the distance have already cleared the snow in the forest, set up bonfires, and prepared dry food. The wizard came to the boss's side, checked the body of the lemur that was almost split in half, and then took out a dagger and cut off its horns. "Sir, these lemurs are not the ones from the capital. They should be crawled out of some crack." This corpse was only half the size of a human and looked a bit like a goblin. But there are hard scales on the skin, and the bones are also very strong. Well, George wiped the Navy command knife in his hand clean and found that it had some curled blades. "I didn't expect the skull to be so hard." George has seen these pets summoned by Riscard. But these lemurs summoned by the wizard are much more powerful than them. Not only is the body stronger, but the horns are bigger. He is also very smart and knows some magic. "You are using too much force. However, it is indeed difficult for ordinary soft iron to pierce their outer skin." Riscard, who was squatting on the ground, wiped his hands and saw a lemur panicking not far away. Jean ran towards here and stretched out his hand. Then the lemur seemed to have suddenly gone blind. He stumbled to the ground and crawled around while howling in pain. Not long after, green smoke came out of his body and turned into thick water and died. George put the long knife back into its sheath and looked at the last remaining monsters not far away. There are dozens of monster corpses on the ground over there, some of which are zombies and lemurs. Some are grotesque crawling creatures much smaller than scavengers. When George and others came over, these monsters were attacking each other. They divided into 3 groups, all trying to eat each other. After making dumplings for them, George discovered that among these monsters, except for zombies, they were basically bottom creatures crawling out of H.L. This seems to indicate that the cracks they pass through are not large. And Dawnlight said that generally such cracks are random and unstable. They are like wounds that have opened up in the world. They can appear anywhere, but most of them will appear near big wounds. And the time of existence is not fixed. It depends on the healing condition of the wound. There are ways to treat these minor injuries. But as the world becomes more and more ill, there will be more and more new injuries. A bird of peace in the distance suddenly sprayed out a stream of fire from his hand. The buzzing sound was like the breath of a giant dragon, which attracted George's attention. That magic was a spell that the Bird of Rest came across casually when he was plundering the library. Magic similar to this is actually spread among wizards. But either its lethality is average, or it is complicated and cumbersome to use. But the original spell in the hands of the devil is simple and crude, very suitable for novices to learn. After taking a glance at it, the wizard sighed a few words about the skill of the Balrogs in fire magic, and then memorized it and prepared to teach it to future students. After the flames ended, the surrounding snow was burned into mist, and the clearing in the forest was completely scorched. The last 7 or 8 zombies also turned into charred bones and fell to the ground. But when the last zombie died, a sheet of frost erupted around it, extinguishing all the surrounding flames. This scene did not surprise the wizard. It was precisely because he felt the abnormal ice element that the knights around him dispersed and tried his new trick. "It's the influence of the blood moon." Riscard raised his hand, looked at the black shadow power wrapped around his hand, and said, "The blood flowing out of this world, and the part of the H.L. space integrated into this world. Let the magic power of the elements become more saturated. I hope there won't be such a big trauma in the south." George couldn't help but think of the desert north of Yongfeng City. If Anubis had not been taken away, then there would be another gate to H.L. Elizabeth may be Aloysius's second time in Space Node. George stepped forward and came to the campfire, where he found Aji and a few old soldiers heading towards a dark wizard with a smile on his face. They threw a bag they were carrying in front of the wizard like a treasure. The wizard's eyes opened with fire, and he saw that it was a trembling lemur that was tied up all over. It was a trembling lemur. Its body was much stronger than other lemurs. Its horns were bigger. The shadows on its skin were blue. And there were several magic words on it. Obviously this little rope can't tie it down. And it seems to have some magic. But after being beaten several times, this naturally timid guy became completely honest. Rusgard had said before that lemurs are extremely cruel to weak creatures, but are as timid as mice when facing powerful species. Because of its characteristics, this species became the first demon servant to be tamed by dark wizards. George had seen this little thing. It was the leader of this group of lemurs. And when they saw it, the wizards and acolytes went crazy. But this guy was obviously not caught by the wizards, but fell into the hands of Aji and his gang. Seeing that everyone's eyes were curiously paying attention to that, George's thoughts changed. The glory temples themselves are not old schoolers, and are more receptive to new things. The experiences of the past few days have also changed a lot for the knights. Everything the spies, like Rathbone, have done from the ship till now has earned them the respect of the knights. These heretics and dark wizards, who were originally regarded by the knights, have now become their comrades in arms. Although they still look coldly on the acolytes, they were already very familiar with the wizards. Therefore, the fact that wizards enslave demons has now been slowly accepted by knights. And if it were not for the dozen demon spiders that wizards enslaved, they also couldn't escape Duckensburg. George felt that it was time to give these glory temples a vaccination. He walked directly over and summoned the holy fire in full view of everyone. Then the holy object appeared from the void, and amid the holy voice of an angel, a chain engraved with dense, holy seals flew out of the book and was tied to the body of the evil demon. The lemur barely had time to struggle before it was pulled into the void. This seal did not surprise the knights too much, because when they escaped from the Dawkins, they had seen the Divine Grace Knight sealing many demon spiders with his own hands, and even a big black Balrog blocking the road. But this was the first time they saw the Knight of Divine Grace releasing the devil from the book. Amidst the uproar of the knights, the lemur was summoned again by the Divine Grace Knight in the void. And at this time, a strange nebula totem appeared on its body. It will always take a long time to subdue the devil with magic spells. But if you use the 7 gods to suppress the devil's paradise lost, you can get twice the result with half the effort. George raised his head and looked at the hundreds of eyes. The wizard with a surprised face said, "Take it. From now on, you will be the redeemer of this demon. When the sins on it are redeemed, you will be redeemed after death and transformed back into the human being you once were." The original appearance escaped from the eternal reincarnation of H.L. After saying that, George left the lemur trembling in place and walked away alone. Suddenly, it heard Siljak's warning in its heart, and then it followed the same example and sang a hymn of salvation indiscriminately following the voice in its heart. The Knights of Glory are all reckless men, and they don't know that much about many things in the Holy Court. All I know is that what the Archangel said must make sense. So in the midst of the discussion, I began to seek advice from the pastors around me about my curiosity and questions. When the valley priests saw the look in their boss's eyes before leaving, they understood and began their work. But the priests of the temple are different from the knights. They memorize the doctrines and regulations of the Holy Court. Looking at the scene in front of them, they feel that their faith seems to have completely collapsed at this moment. "Lord Wallace!" A voice woke up the bishop. Wallace looked back and found that the person calling him was the Dan who memorized heavenly salvation. Dan slowly said, "Sir, the kingdom of heaven has not established contact with the Holy Court for several centuries, and the true teachings have been completely changed by the cardinals. This time Lord George came here with a mission of re-preaching." The word, preach, suddenly rang in Wallace's mind. He looked at the deputy bishop in front of him, who had once displayed his wings of light in front of him, and the followers brought from the valley around the Knight of Divine Grace. Their identities gradually overlapped with each other, and his mind was in confusion. Dan looked at Wallace with burning eyes and said, "The secrets of the kingdom of heaven should no longer be hidden. Maybe the heavenly arms have already arrived in this world." Chapter 323 News from the Shelter. After leaving the temporary camp, George called Rusgard and a resting bird outside the woods. He ordered the wizard to take Jerry Jones to go to the castle where the new army had stayed before, so that the Duke of Treasure stationed there could leave the ship that was trapped in the river as soon as possible. Although the fire of hope purified the surrounding area for more than 10 kilometers, the demons did not pay attention to it because of Whitestone Castle. But without the help of the resting bird, it would still be impossible for Duke Jumbo to get out of the river mouth. After hearing the instructions, the wizard took something from Rusgard. These things came from the laboratory where banshee hair grass was used. They were things used by the Demon Sea ship, and their effects were even better than the copycat potions previously used by the fleet. "Sir, the cold wind is too strong. Flying in the sky with it may be a bit unbearable for my small muscles and bones." The dark wizard named Firebird touched his chin and looked at the silver scarab in front of him and thought slightly. He stood up and said, "I think this might work." As soon as the words fell, The wizard sprouted a pair of black wings from his back under the spell. Then, his head turned into a strange thing like a mask with a crow's mouth. His legs turned into long eagle claws. And the torso of his body retained the human shape. Immediately afterwards, the silver war puppet and the wizard gradually merged into one. This half-human strange bird was covered with a layer of silver armor. And then his wings ignited a black-red flame and soared into the sky. Go! This scene is a bit weird. It seems that the magic power controlled by the Dark Wizard is more dark than the power of dawn. So the special effects look a little bit evil. Recalling the scene where the wizard flew up, George's eyes showed envy. If I know how to make the wings of light dance, and it doesn't only last for a few seconds, then I can also fly. After sitting back by the campfire, George flipped through the Book of Dawn. Anthony passed through the library and left some text messages. Anthony had said before that the blood moon would be this winter at the latest. But the sudden arrival of the blood moon was extremely unexpected by Anthony. But for many things, this great bachelor, who rushes in sooner rather than later, has already made preparations. So the moment I saw the moon gradually turning red in the sunset, the shelter became busy. Anne Hathaway organized everyone to go for a prayer and call today the first year of the new century. Under the light of the blood moon, the sanctuary was peaceful and peaceful. In the church, the light of dawn also revealed a miracle in this vision. It gave those valley residents who were still ignorant about the future a new hope and yearning for the new century, and allowed the old residents, who understood things, to strengthen their determination to survive the future. George felt the same force that emerged from the shelter last night. The power of hope in the shelter is recovering rapidly, although it cannot be compared with igniting a fire. At this rate, the fire can be gathered tonight, and within a few weeks, half of the power of the shelter can be restored. In addition, Anthony conducted several experiments overnight last night, and the situation seemed very interesting. The first one is the monsters kept in the shelter. They have undergone some changes in the blood moon. Most of these monsters were captured by mercenaries from the swamp, and some were captured from the western region. There are many of them, and all kinds are complete. On the one hand, this is used by scholars to study the blood moon and monsters. On the other hand, this complete breeding farm has been supplying pharmaceuticals and research and development materials to the sanctuary. Generally speaking, they can be compared with the monsters in the East. George looked through it and found that the things he saw in the East did not exist in the West, according to Anthony's data. Although these monsters also had a chance of mutation, they were far less than those in the East. Overall, it's the difference between 1% and 1 in thousands. This seems to indicate that this kind of deterioration and mutation mainly comes from the blood moon and the breath of H.L. In addition, I also discovered an interesting phenomenon. Anthony discovered that monsters from an area that were caught first had a greater chance of mutation than those caught later. Anthony believes that this is the result of the shadow of the ancient god. In Sanctuary, the old god's shadow is 0. During this blood moon, the physiques of the people shrouded in the light of dawn have also improved slightly. I even feel that the magic power in my body has become more abundant. What Risgard said is right. The advent of the blood moon has made the world's magic power become more abundant. What the light of dawn does is to remove the influence of the shadow of the ancient gods and make this demonic mutation more benign. George clenched his fists. His potential had also increased a lot last night. He originally thought that this was due to the battle last night. But what was different from usual was that this power still increased slowly after he left the royal capital, and they can transform both the physical body and the intelligence. This seems to verify the words of Dawn Light. The power of Dawn Light comes from the user himself, and the filtering of the Dawn Light does not end with the sunlight in the shelter. He who knows how to harness this energy knows how to develop it. He suddenly felt that Volp's trip to the Holy Court seemed to be more meaningful than he originally thought. The power of the light of dawn is hidden in everyone's body. The Knights of the Holy Court are the highest quality rough jade. It's just that these people don't know how to develop and use this power. But these Knights of the Dawn who emerge from the sanctuary will become their teachers. The second one is about the Bright Moon cores. The arrival of the Blood Moon had some impact on the Bright Moon cores, but overall it did not exceed his expectations. Among them, those wolf descendants who have tempered their will through hard training and began to fall into the embrace of the light of dawn. Although they cannot use the chant, it gives them a wild heart that can be controlled. The number of these wolf descendants is around 500. The remaining 2,500 people, although they seem to be doing well, are still under observation. Blood descendants are also members of the Bright Moon cores, and most of them are the backbone. And because the shelter pays more comprehensive attention to them in all aspects, Their situation is even better, and their presence also allowed the wolf descendants to spend last night safely. Judging from the data, the physical fitness of the bright moons has increased to varying degrees. Generally speaking, the levels of emotionally stable bright moons and unstable wolf descendants are basically the same. However, the former is more, the latter tends to be benign, and the latter tends to be slightly malignant. I even found some lumps on individual wolf descendants. It's very similar to those tumors with little tentacles on the monster's body. But we can rest assured that while we can't cure monsters, we can heal them. And I think these tumors can become benign after treatment. George nodded, relieved. This incident means that the power of Dawn Light can be spread among any species. The 7 gods are the old patron saints of this world, but they once held all the power of this world in their own hands. When they died and released this power, the light of dawn was born from the core of the most concentrated power. And the creatures in this world also untied themselves from the shackles that had been set by the gods. In the new century, this supernatural power is no longer monopolized by gods. The last news seems to be about Windwing City. Chapter 324, The Corrupted Cathedral. The previous few text messages were sent in the early morning, and this new text message should be in the morning. At that time, George and the others were running desperately to get away from the royal capital, worry about the demon army that might suddenly attack from everywhere. They couldn't even eat a bite of food, and naturally they didn't have time to watch. But it seems it's not too late now. The news that Winsong City reached Sanctuary was very timely. Speaking of which, it also benefited from the marriage of George and Sophia, as well as the son-in-law's peek into his father-in-law's family background. Ever since George and Sophia got engaged, the shelter has taken the initiative to establish contact with Winsong City. Later, when the news of Bishui City reached Yongfeng City, Goody and Yongfeng City also had more contacts. However, due to the ongoing blockade policy of Yongfeng City, and the caravans that came, few were willing to go back. So it was always the people from the shelter who used the name of the Public Aid Chamber of Commerce to exchange resources. At the same time, they are also recruiting those refugees that Yongfeng City is unwilling to support. This policy, coupled with the influx of refugees from the west, has caused the population of the valley to increase in the past 6 months. The city wall finally reached a height of 5 meters at the end of October. It is currently being destroyed by the demon spiders, and the laborers are constantly reinforcing and elevating. 5 meters is enough for zombies, evil demons, and red demons. But it is not high enough for demons of the black demon level. As long as it can hinder the footsteps of the corpses, the shelter will be satisfied. After all, what residents fear most is the all-pervasive zombie tide and plague. The Sanctuary's army is not afraid of elite demons. In addition, because Lord Wolf's formula has been transmitted back to the Sanctuary, the pile of corpses on the city wall cannot occur at the entrance of the valley. Today, the population of the valley has reached more than 200,000, and the power transmitted to the Book of Dawn through the church reaches more than 10,000 every week. There are always caravans and transport teams going to the valley from Bishui City, and these teams have a lot of labor and guards. Before, they traveled back and forth between the valley and Blue Water City. But a month ago, Crawber started to arrest people. These teams began to come and go, and their total number should be 100,000, and they are all young men and guards. So in a few weeks, when all these transport teams, caravans, and nobles arrive one after another, the population of the Sanctuary should exceed 300,000. Currently, most of the more than 200,000 people in the valley are in Johannes. Many of the first people to participate in labor have gradually won their tickets and joined the shelter. This brings the number of residents in the shelter to 30,000, and the base of the Power of Hope is constantly increasing as the old residents are infected. After George condenses 5 fire seeds, he can immediately condense the 6th one. As the population increases, the number of sergeants in the Sanctuary increases. Guarding the big city wall is no longer a problem. After thinking about the current situation of the shelter, George began to think. During this morning, Anthony received several ravens. Some scholars and monks in the shelter have been going to Yongfeng City for more than 2 months, and these news came from them. Most of these scholars from the Sanctuary are noble scholars who fled to the valley from the east. After joining the Sanctuary, some of them were selected by Anthony and Gast and went to Winsong City. If this group of aristocratic scholars specializes in academics, Anthony looks down upon them. They are too slick and not enough of a geek. But these shelter residents, who are loyal to the shelter, have used their specialties in Winsong City. They joined Winsong City with their original status as down-and-out nobles, and with their means and the support of the shelter, Soon they were sought after by the nobles in Yongfeng City. And many of them even started to hold important positions in the city within a short period of time after joining. Of course, it doesn't cost much either. However, these people, as well as their followers and retainers, have already infiltrated the middle and grassroots management of Yongfeng City. As for the priests, they were all people who wandered into the shelter. Mother Hathaway selected some of them and sent them to Winsong City. However, their situation is completely opposite to that of the aristocratic scholars. They are all extremely determined ascetics, and their identities also come from many famous dioceses in the western region. Although most of the priests who have become wandering are low-status monks, they can also find some connections in the Wind Wings Cathedral. For Yongfeng City, these priests wandering here are extremely rare talents. Because of their past identities, they can better integrate into it. But in fact, these priests selected by Mother Hathaway have all spent time on the judgment panel. Many people were even part of the ruling team who later applied to Mammy and George to leave. With their own experience and abilities, they have been secretly sorting out the work in Yongfeng City. However, because these newcomers have been in the church for a short time and their positions are not high, they mainly contacted the residents at the beginning. Inside the city, the information the priests found tended to be benign. Overall, Vic White's work was not in vain. But after the Duke left, the atmosphere of drunkenness and dreaminess among the nobles became more intense. And this trend has gradually affected many priests with impure roots, especially the bishop. The priests did not dare to compliment him for what he did, and many nuns took the initiative or coerced to have an affair with him. It wasn't until one night that someone bumped into several strange nuns kneeling in front of the statue to pray. During the subsequent investigation, the priests gradually discovered that there was a group of monks in this cathedral that no one knew about. Seeing this, George suddenly remembered the calming work of Yongfeng City that Adeline had mentioned to him. There is indeed an abandoned area beneath the cathedral. The arrival of Vic White completely abandoned the place. In order to block the news, the Duke and Vic White buried the past there in the dust. When the monks investigated the matter, it was already approaching the blood moon. And since last night, the monks had lost contact with the shelter. However, the wizards in the castle spread the news from the city. Among the few ravens that arrived at the sanctuary were news about last night and this morning. Some people said they saw a fire in the main hall of Winsong City last night. Some said they saw nuns killing civilians. Some said they saw a plague breaking out in Winsong City. And many people appeared overnight. Monster. Some say a divine fire ignited in the cathedral, covering most of the city. Many refugees are pouring out from the city. The news brought back by several ravens has different opinions. But as the center of the matter, the priests in the cathedral did not have time to release the ravens. I don't know whether the fire that Vic White left in Winsong City was ignited by their thoughts, or by the priests who guarded the fire in the cathedral. But no matter what, this fire played a great role and saved many areas in the city. Although there is a fire in the Wind Singer's castle, but the one in the castle may never be as timely as the one in the cathedral. The guards in the city would not have time to react so quickly. After the shelter heard the news, Garvey made a proposal. He believes that the best defense is offense. No matter what happens inside Yongfeng City, at least the gate of Yongfeng City must be captured first. Gather the troops in Yongfeng City, and then set up a defense on the city wall. If the incident in Winsong City is not serious, the follow-up troops from the shelter can go over and eliminate this disaster. If things go seriously, then the gate they are guarding will be the life passage for the residents of Yongfeng City. Many people do not agree with this proposal, because the city wall is now only 5 meters long and can only resist the tide of corpses. If the main force goes to Winsong City at this time, then when an elite demon force comes to the shelter, all the defense patterns of the shelter will cease to exist. So Anthony and the others believe that no matter what happens, sticking to the shelter is the safest decision. After all, the new army and the boss will be back in a month at most. But Garvey had already made a decisive decision and led an army to Winsong City. A total of 10,000 Bienham mercenaries. Moreover, Tanya took away most of the war horses that she had plundered in the western region. 3,000 of them were the vanguard, led by Garvey himself. Each of them is equipped with 3 war horses, and they will be able to reach the city wall of Winsong City tonight. The mouth of the valley is more than 100 kilometers away from Yongfeng City. The refugees may need to walk for more than 10 days in the fog. But for the army, it is a short march. This vanguard force, each carrying 3 horses, could reach Yongfeng City in the afternoon if they ran their horses to death during this short journey, starting in the morning. And the 7,000 people who followed on horseback were able to reach Yongfeng City at midnight. Now, the vanguard force led by Garvey may have arrived. In that fire, not many demons could be transformed in one day. So Garvey believed that no matter what happened there, this force was unexpected. It was indeed unexpected. Anthony and the others are almost going crazy at this time. The leaders of the valley are discussing. Everyone has their own ideas and are waiting for the boss's decision. After all, Garvey's decision-making was crazy. It was tantamount to the light of dawn leaving the sanctuary and directly declaring war with the fallen angel. Garvey really wanted to go with me. George nodded secretly. Chapter 325. Play this bad card. A glimmer of sky in the Drakensberg. Surrounded by mountains on three sides. Yofeng City is very similar to the layout of the royal capital. And the outer wall of Yofeng City is even better than that of Sanctuary. As long as the outer wall can be defended. Unless the monster breaks through the gate, the blasphemers will have to climb the 10-meter-high wall to get out. And on the walls of the Winsongjing City, there are still a large number of cannons and crossbows. And that's not even the most important thing. The most important thing is to disrupt the rhythm of the demons, so that they cannot absorb nutrients in Winsong City. The real war in Sanctuary begins the moment the fallen angel appears. By the time they were ready to attack, it was already too late. Anthony, what Garvey said is correct. If something unexpected happens in Winsong City, it is the wisest decision to establish the first line of defense on the walls of Winsong City. You can gather the fire tonight, and let people use it later. Take him to Winsong City as quickly as possible. No matter what is in Windwing City, 3 fires in 3 days are enough to curb the rapid spread of the source of disaster and allow many people to survive. And every time one more resident of Windwing City survives, the power of the devil will the less it is, the less pressure we will have. Anthony was not in the library, but one of his students was guarding there. When he saw writing suddenly appearing on the parchment, he ran out yelling. George slowly began to think. Now the number of militia or garrison troops maintaining order in the valley, plus mercenaries, has reached more than 10,000 people. There are already 5,000 Wolf Slayer Knights. And with the addition of the Moon Corps, the total strength of the shelter has reached 20,000, compared with the military-civilian ratio in other refuge camps, which is infinitely close to 1:1. This 10-to-1 ratio does not look like a real shelter, but even the quality and equipment of the garrison and mercenaries exceed those of the Wild Boar Knights. As for the wolf-slaying sergeants, who have experienced many demon battles, they have mastered the holy seals one after another in the past half a year, after supplementing with the same medicine as the old soldiers. Due to their mastery and training of the power of dawn, their average physical fitness was a little higher than that of the original old soldiers, reaching the level of fearless knights. If Garrix didn't have the Gate of Hell, he would probably be killed by these fearless knights if he were to fight them alone. Rustgard's new formula is also being produced after Aggie is returned to the asylum. Although the speed is very slow, the physical fitness of more than 500 white-robed knights has exceeded 8 points. In total, the number of people with physical fitness exceeding 8 points has exceeded 1,000. The physical constitution of wolf descendants is naturally above 4 points, and the natural constitution of blood descendants is 2 to 3. Before the blood moon, Anthony did not dare to give them other medicines. But constant training and the transformation of the power of the light of dawn allowed them to stimulate a lot of potential. During this blood moon, the bright moon core also seemed to become stronger. But now, Anthony suggested, only 1,000 of them would be fit for duty. However, in the next few days of observation, the number of people will gradually increase. But neither the Wolf Slaughter Legion nor the Bright Moon Legion are the top combat capabilities of Sanctuary. The core combat force is the hundreds of red-robed knights and the ogre breeders. Monsters such as the red-robed knights and the ogres led Tulong, Jiayue, and Bienham mercenaries on a rampage. Even a troop composed of black Balrogs could pierce through the charge. Besides, there is a real archangel in the sanctuary, coupled with the Shroud of Dawn. Even if he didn't go back, no devil could pull out the nail in the shelter. To break through here, what is needed is an army of demons. Thinking of this, George touched his chin. Judging from the news in Yongfeng City, it is better to say that this disaster stemmed from the continued corruption of the Great Hall, rather than from a man-made event. And overnight, the area near the main hall became so chaotic that something must have broken out there. Perhaps, after he and Vic White cleared up the Western Territory, a demon walking in the world brought the new source of disaster back to the extremely critical location of Winsong City. This incident can be seen as a counterattack by the demons after he killed the royal capital. This counterattack is extremely insidious, because if Yongfeng City turns into nutrients for the Black Tide, it will become the bridgehead for demons to attack the valley. Not to mention how many demon troops in the royal capital go west. Even if the millions of Yongfeng City are transformed, the demons and monsters in the back are enough for the shelter to drink a pot. Even if Morpheus is really in the sanctuary. As long as he does not open the door to the netherworld, the foundation he has built will cease to exist. The incident in Winsong City was a heavy blow to the Knight of Divine Grace. It seemed that some people did not want the Knight of Divine Grace to stay in Bishui City, and even went to the Holy Court, and instead hurried back to their hometown. George guessed that the thing that was moved out by the demons, and planned to compete with the Knights of Divine Grace, would probably not be much worse than Elizabeth. They should all be the kind of fallen angels that can transform demon troops very quickly. If this matter is resolved well, it will actually be a good thing. George looked at the bad card in his hand, and discovered a key to it. He secretly thought. The demon's deployment in Winsong City can be used by the demon as a bridgehead to attack the valley, or as a fortress blocking the refuge's route out of the valley. The fragmentation of the Gate of Hell makes it difficult for the demon army to go west. If the refugees from Bishui City continue to flow south, there will not be many demons' main force heading to the west. The demon strategy will naturally choose to block Dead Valley. This just happens to be an opportunity for us to grow. Indeed, because of the existence of Winsong City, it is difficult for the power of the valley to come out to harass the devil in the hinterland of the Western Territory. The devil will be very peaceful in this hinterland of the West. But at the same time, the lords of the Elda Kingdom will also be greatly relieved of their pressure. As long as the sanctuary can control the lords of the Kingdom of Elda, it can still disturb what the devil has established in the western region through Yodran and others. The harassment from the lords is not painful. But this kind of guerrilla warfare is an upgrade in fighting monsters. The real power of the shelter is not what it has now. It is the core of the Light of Dawn that can teach people how to master power. In other words, the real power of Sanctuary is its ability to produce temples. This ability is almost equivalent to that of the Holy Court plus various holy churches, because it is a completely new power structure. And neither the seven gods nor the god of Hades, nor the god of Hades, who has the authority of the seven gods, will tell their top secrets, let alone teach humans step by step how to use real power, unless they are willing to give up the authority of God. Like the Light of Dawn and Naru, high-dimensional creatures, they say that everyone is a living thing. It may be difficult for the devil to imagine for a long time that with the birth of the dawn of light in this world, a new and unique holy court has been established in the valley. Unexpectedly, the seven gods have handed over everything they have to humans. What the demons see so far is just the lair of the Divine Grace Knight or Morpheus in the valley. Maybe they will know this secret later. But when the main force of the devil fights with the holy court, then it's not the devil who has the final say to attack there. It is difficult for Aloysius to change this trend. And when the demons and the Holy Sea's forces engage in a melee, Sanctuary, Yudlin and others will also develop their own troops. Then it will be the time to really show off the knife in the demon's hinterland. I'm going to let you block the shelter. And I'm going to let Yongfeng City be the nail that breaks my teeth and swallows it in my belly. Whether Winsong City attacks or defends, the valley depends entirely on the amount of nutrients it absorbs, and the whereabouts of the main demonic force in the east. A plan slowly emerged in George's mind. He was going to give the devil a blow from the bottom of the cauldron.